Synopsis. After an untimely death, I'm reborn as the legendary Super Saiyan. But this time, I'm not just power, I understand the universe itself. With knowledge and will, I'll forge my own path and rise beyond even the gods. A new destiny begins. Chapter 1. Welcome number 999 of the promotion 87,890. You could say that today is the luckiest day of all your existences, said a strange man with a silver beard and golden eyes, until he was interrupted. Very interesting what you are telling me. But who the hell are you? What are you doing in my house? What has happened to the decoration of my house? In addition, why am I dressed? I remember clearly that I went to sleep naked. The man with the silver beard and golden eyes hit himself with his face and said, why do I always have to deal with idiots? Anyway, I'd better explain it to you slowly. 1. I am the god in charge of the regulation of reincarnation, even if it does not seem like it. I only have 6 trillion years left to retire. I look forward to that day. 2. We aren't at home, which answers your third question. 3. You're dressed because they don't pay me enough to have to endure seeing naked men. Satisfied with my answer? He said, quite irritated. Does that mean I'm dead? Did I have a heart attack while I was sleeping? The god of reincarnation with some astonishment said, it seems you are not as stupid as I thought, you have understood the situation perfectly. You died because of a heart attack, and considering what you ate and the little exercise you did, it's strange that you have passed the age of 15 years, hahaha. This guy is a level 99 bastard. Fuck, for once I die and I miss it. I will present myself once again. I am Abalon, the current god in charge of the regulation of reincarnation of all existing realities. Every era, when the person number 999,999,999 dies, the rules stipulate that the lucky one can reincarnate with his memories intact in another of the existing realities with certain advantages, depending on the karmic points that have accumulated all your lives the last 999,999,999 years, and you are the lucky one, said Abalon. Luck, the only way I could win something like this. With those points you can buy skills, objects, or knowledge of all existing realities. Do you understand what I'm telling you? Said Abalon again. I think I understand the concept, but why do you take the trouble to do this? By all realities, do you mean all realities? Even fiction like anime or video games? Yes, by all the realities I was referring to, all the realities, Abalon answered, quite stressed. Come on, don't fuck with me, this is surreal. Are you telling me that not only can I acquire fictional powers, but I can also travel to a world of fiction? This is illogical, I'm from the real world, this is impossible. Said our MC, trying to reason everything that he was telling. Real world? Do you call your universe? That you are only one more data of a universe created by the simulation of a computer. Which is being simulated by another computer. If your pathetic universe full of programming flaws such as black holes or that almost everything tastes like chicken. Then what is my universe? The joke one? Don't fuck with me. That theory was true. Yes, it was true. My job is to manage reincarnation in all realities, which is no small task, so let's get down to business. Every living being can be a creator of realities if those realities have enough acceptance and consistency, and I take care that those creators of realities are recycled correctly, and you have a unique opportunity in each. So let's stop chatting, I don't have all the day, said Abalon, quite annoyed. Our MC, quite angry with the attitude of Abalon, said. Even though you are such a powerful god, you sound like an official tired of life. If you are so powerful, why are you doing this? Above all, why do you choose someone to reincarnate with his memories intact? Abalon, really pissed with our MC, said. Do you think that if I could I would do this job? Do you think I do it for pleasure? Do you think that if I were rich I would be here talking to you? And I don't know why this is done, it's a fucking tradition of a long time ago. I've only been working here for 333,333 eras. Okay, I got it. Tell me, how many points I have, how I can spend them and what realities I can choose, said our MC, who wanted to avoid arguing with that irritated god. I'm sorry, but the option to choose the reality that you want costs points and is a very expensive option. Let's see. Oh my god. 83,973 points. Abalon said, extremely surprised. What happened? Is it a huge amount, right? No, it's a fucking misery. Ha ha ha. Abalon laughed by the bad luck of our MC. Said our dejected MC. I had never seen someone with so few points. Perhaps all your previous incarnations were lazy bears or something. It is impossible that someone has done so little. I doubt you can buy something extremely decisive. In short, I'm happy for you, said Abalon, trying to contain his laughter without success. Son of a bitch. Well, less gives a stone. At least I will keep my memories. Our MC began to inspect the tablet that Abalon had lent him. In that tablet were put all kinds of skills, bloodlines and all kinds of existing knowledge. Our protagonist, being an otaku, noticed especially those related to anime and manga, and immediately realized that Abalon was right. 83,973 points was a pittance. JoJo's Bizarre Adventure, Made in Heaven. TTGL 99, 999, 999, 999, 999, 999, 999, 999, 999, 999, 999. Bleach, The Almighty. Naruto, Rinnegan 6,969,696,969. One Pook Man, the physicist of Saitama 1 quintillion. Tuaru Majitsu, Vector Manipulation L58,888,889. Fairy Tail, Death Magic 5,555,677. Hunter x Hunter, Nen 306,000. Hellsing, A Looker Bloodline 3,333,337,333,833. High School DxD, Red Dragon Emperor Sacred Gear 8,599,595,955. Fate Stay Night, Unlimited Blade Works 3,106,000. Choose Reality, 999,999,999. Choose Reality Reincarnation, 999,999,999,999. Mahou Sensei Nagima, Magic Arabia 5,766,900. Naruto, Sharingan 1 million. One Piece, Haki 250,000. One Piece, Rokushiki 148,000. Bleach, Your Own Zanpakuto 5 million. Reality Discount, 300 Discount x 300 000,000. Etc. FUCK, everything good costs too much, and there is no description. Fuck, I have to know everything before choosing, or I have to guess by the name. He was right, I can only buy worldly knowledge and some moderate martial skills. Goodbye to my dreams of flying through the air and have superpowers. One moment. 6 Lucky Chain Power Breaker, the user has to choose a reality, and from that reality select 6 origin powers, which has to join in combination chain of shared properties. These properties cannot be repeated, 1 power per person, and the powers cannot be repeated. If you know how to combine it correctly, in a reasoned way and without error, a dice will be thrown and that number will allow you to choose those first skills. If the result is a 1, you can only choose the first one. If you get 6, you can choose the 6. Value, all points. If you choose this option, you cannot buy anything else. In case of failure, the user will not be able to keep his memories in the next reincarnation. Oh God, this is perfect for me. I have to meditate this conscientiously. While Atomsk was still thinking of a good combination, Abalon watched television. Come on, I don't have all day, said Abalon. Our MC with a malevolent laugh said, I have already decided, I put all my points in. 6 Lucky Chain Power Break. What? Are you crazy? Nobody has overcome this challenge correctly, and the few who almost succeeded almost ended up with some shitty skills. Hahaha, yes, I do not doubt it is quite complicated to choose, but, very surely those who failed were not from my computer-simulated universe, and they weren't JoJo fans. The chain is the following. Kars Ultimate Life Form Bloodline 1 life. Gold Experience Requiem 1 life, 2 reality. The World Over Heaven 2 reality, 3 time. Made in Heaven 3 time, 4 gravity. Tusk 4 gravity, 5 space. Dirty Deeds Done Dirt Cheap 5 space. Kars Ultimate Life Form Bloodline Life, Enhanced Intelligence, Superhuman Senses, Superhuman Strength. Regeneration, Immortality, Evolution and a body manipulation that can manipulate his entire body on a cellular level to gain the traits of any life form, such as bird-like wings that enable him to fly. He can even detach parts of himself and transform them into separate organisms that act independently of himself. Life. Gold Experience Requiem 1 life, 2 reality, the evolved stand of Giorno Giovanna, has 2 notable skills. Life Giver, converts inorganic objects into living organisms, be it an animal or a plant. Life. Return to 0, turn any of its opponent's attacks and willpower back to the state of 0, completely nullifying them and preventing them from becoming real. Hence, it is virtually invincible, as all supposed actions created by an opponent would have been reset back to point 0. Reality. The World Over Heaven 2 reality, 3 time, is the stand of Heaven Ascension DIO, an evolved variation of the world and considered by DIO to be the ultimate stand, has 2 notable skills. Reality overwrite. This power can be used to rewrite the existence of anything he wants, steal absorb souls and use them as slaves, heal himself, resurrect the dead and completely negate almost any defense that the series has to offer. Reality time stop, can stop the flow of time without limit. Time made in heaven 3 time, for gravity, is a stand belonging to Enrico Pucci. This stand is the final metamorphosis in a chain following Whitesnake and Sea Moon. Time acceleration, dramatically speed up the flow of time. As time continues to travel, the universe will hit a vanishing point, and a new universe will be created, where everything repeats itself, according to fate. Every surviving organism is brought into the new world, positioned where they should be, according to a date chosen by the user. Time gravity manipulation, can manipulate the gravity in all the universe. Gravity Tusk 4 gravity, 5 space, is the stand of Johnny Joe Star, and have 4 acts. A stand embodies the infinite energy and rotation of the super spin that defies the laws of gravity. Gravity can create portals in space and do infinite damage with his rotation. If ACT4 touches someone, it imbues the target with an infinite spinning motion. Not only does part of the body separate to spin, everything down to individual cells spin on themselves, greatly distorting the shape of the victim. Eventually the targets are disintegrated by the rotation. Dirty deeds done dirt cheap 5 space, is the stand of the USA President Funny Valentine. Dimension hop, allows its user to visit parallel worlds dimensions and interact with them. No 2 versions of the same person or thing can coexist in the same dimension, one of them will have to go back into their own. If not, and if they get too close to one another, both will crumble, splitting into Menger sponges before obliteration. This rule does not apply to the user himself. If the user is injured, he can hop into another dimension and transfer his D4C to this world's user. He acquires the memory of the previous user and becomes the root user, by virtue of now possessing the stand. Furthermore, he can summon any number of alternate selves to a target dimension in order to outnumber his opponents. Upon hearing the choice and explanation of our MC, Abalon panicked. Fuck. Chapter 2. Fuck. Abalon is alarmed, and with good reason, since he had fulfilled all the requirements. At the same time, with less than 100,000 points, he had achieved an almost perfect immortal body, the ability to give life and deny reality. The ability to overwrite reality and stop time, the ability to destroy the universe, the ability to make infinite damage and teleporting in an endless number of parallel dimensions and giving he another form of immortality, adding the physical capacity of all the stands and that bloodline. No, I cannot allow this. If my superiors find out about this, my retirement is over. I have to somehow prevent this transaction from being carried out. Damn. Who was the bastard who put an option like that? In addition, how can a work of fiction in principle not so overpowered as JoJo has such unlikely abilities? Oh God, if he takes all these skills for so little, they will deduce it from my salary. Yes, you said it correctly, but you still have to roll the dice. Let's see what the result is, said Abalon, trying to keep calm. Oh right, oh what a spec, please, let it be a 6, said our MC while holding the dice. Please take out a 1, I could manage a 2, a 3 would fuck me too, but if it's a 4 or higher, goodbye retirement. Our MC threw the dice to the air and the result was 6. Our MC for the euphoria ripped off the shirt and got down on his knees to scream with joy SII. Meanwhile Abalon internally cried blood and oh. Sorry, but you cannot keep these skills, said Abalon quite nervous. Why not? I have said everything perfectly, why this outrage? Quick Abalon, tell a lie, fast. I am not allowed to leave someone in a reality with the power to destroy all realities at will, and with these powers you would be able to do that and more. Not only would you be killed at the moment of reincarnation, but also me, Abalon said, inventing everything. Really? Our MC said, completely disappointed, frustrated, scared, and with serious doubts about the truthfulness of that official god's words. Seriously, it's for the good of both, choose another power please, said Abalon, who believed that he had already achieved his goal, save his pension. And what do you expect me to buy with a miserable 83,973? You just screwed up the illusion of my life and cancelled a transaction, give me more points as compensation. I'm sorry, but I cannot give extra points to anyone, it's against the rules, said Abalon, who was telling the truth. Well, you know what? Fuck, I don't care if I die or if you die. I'll keep the powers, it's very likely that thanks to them I can survive the wrath of your superiors, I could even threaten to restart a couple of universes. Or even I could negotiate. NOO, fuck, NOO. I have no other choice, I must negotiate with this son of a. I will have to spend some of my savings. No, do not do it, you do not know what they are capable of, if they are able to give you those powers they are also capable of taking them away lies. Look, we can do one thing. I cannot give you points, but as compensation I can give you some similar bonuses. What do you say? Abalon said, radically changing his tone of voice to a friendlier one. Our MC, who seemed to have convinced him, said, I don't know, what bonuses would you let me choose? Shit, I said bonuses and no bonus. I'll have to play along if I want him not to ask unnecessary questions, like for asking for the book of rules. Yes, bonuses. At first you said you wanted to choose the reality in which you are going to reincarnate, that if I give you the option to reincarnate in the place you want and in the person you want. Abalon said, trying to please our MC. It seems fine, but, even so, it would still be impossible to buy anything useful, and also as I read that option is a single bonus, if only is a bonus. What's the meaning of the word bonuses? Said our MC, trying to negotiate a better reward. Fuck. It's a hard nut to crack. At least it seems that he has rejected the possibility of taking those skills. What do you think if I give you a discount option of several multipliers? With that you will be able to buy something useful. It seems good to me. What if we multiply the base of that discount by my dice result? We can multiply it by 6, I think it's fair, right? This, I think we should, Abalon said, trying to change his mind to our MC, but he was interrupted. If you are not happy, I prefer to risk our lives. I'm sorry, I'll die, but you too, choose, said our MC, playing his last card. Fuck, this is going to cost me dearly. However, at this point it does not matter, it's better than nothing. It's okay, I give you an hour to think about it, Abalon said, trying to hide how nervous he was. I have to put an end to this quickly. I cannot allow him to stay longer in case he changes his mind, or my bosses find out what I'm doing. One question, can I reincarnate in whomever I want in any fictional reality? Asked our MC. That's right, but there are limitations. In the case of reincarnating in a fantasy universe, you can only choose a person who was born in the same year that the protagonist was born or later, supposing that you choose the Naruto universe. For example, you cannot reincarnate neither in Madara, Uchiha or Hagoromo, but you can reincarnate as Naruto or as Sasuke. To give an example, reported Abalon to our MC. I understand, our MC said while observing the discounts that Abalon had proposed and observed the different rewards. Perfect, with this I am sure that I will be able to take advantage of my second life. I think I have already decided on the person in which I will reincarnate. Now it's time to see what I can add to make it more perfect, and to ensure its proper survival and development. Reality discount, 300 discount x 3000000. Elemental property discount, 300 x 1, 500 000. Discount by author, 300 x 5 0000000. Discount per character, 300 x 2 million. Discount per organization, 300 x 2,500,000. Etc. Our MC was still observing the options that were in the tablet. Why the Nen is worth only 306,000, and nevertheless, Nen skills like the Guanyin Bodhisattva of Isaac Netero are worth 88,930,000, or the chains of Kurapika are worth 14,040,000? Asked our MC. Because the Nen as well as the Haki and other powers of this type that are evolutional are worth little if you only buy the Fundamentos to be able to use it. But if you buy a skill Nen in particular, this is accompanied by a mastery of that Nen or the Haki of a specific weighing. Then the price is much higher, answered Abalon. Okay, the Juggin will make me run out of energy at birth? Asked the MC once again. No, it will be with you inborn and tied to your genetic code. It will not be done by surgery, so you will not need to absorb your energy to implant it, Abalon replied. Perfect, and the Greed Island cards are applicable to all people as if they were players? The MC asked once more. Yes, but if they are for single use you can only use it once, Abalon replied. Perfect, I've already decided. I will apply the discount by author x 300, that according to what we have agreed will be for 1,800. Damn son of a bitch, he has chosen the most expensive one. Author Yoshihiro Togashi, and what I choose is Yu Yu Hakusho, Juggin 1,080,000 60,000. Hunter x Hunter, Nen 306,000 17,000. Hunter x Hunter, choose Nature Nen, specialization 54,000 3,000. Hunter x Hunter, Shinjin-Ryu training method 58,500 3,250. Hunter x Hunter, magnetic force G. I card 8 100 450. Hunter x Hunter, Maluki Zoldyck hacker, programmer and inventing skills 3,600 200. Hunter x Hunter, Menshi culinary skills 1,080 60. With this I would be missing 13 points, but I don't know what to spend them on. Curious choice, these 13 points I can include them in your Nen ability, it will not improve much but better than nothing, said Abalon. Okay, it's not a bad idea. As for the reality and character in which I want to reincarnate, it will be the universe of Dragon Ball, and the character Broly. However, I have a question, will be the Broly of the old movies created randomly by Toei Animation or will be the Broly of Akira Toriyama's new canon movie? It's a very interesting question, so, why don't you discover it for yourself and leave me alone? Abalon said while pressing a button. After pressing that button a trapdoor was opened at the feet of our MC, which said a final word of farewell to that kindly god. Bastard. Son of a bitch. Motherfucker. I've finally gotten rid of that bastard, fuck, he's made me lose millions, although it's still better than losing billions. I will not have the golden retirement that I always dreamed, but at least I'll have a silver one. I hope never to see him again, said Abalon while consulting his bank account. Chapter 3. I can barely move, I'm in a fetal position, in a small space and I have a tube connected to my navel. It seems I'm still a fetus. Broly raised his hand as he touched his forehead, and he could sense that there was something, there was an extra eye. Perfect, hahaha great, honestly, with the points and possibilities I had and what I got, I think this is the best choice I could make hahaha. I would like to have all those stands but, I don't regret having chosen this reality, this body, and these powers. If everything proceeds as I have planned, hahaha. Why of all the universes our protagonist chose the universe of Dragon Ball? There are several reasons why I have chosen the Dragon Ball universe. Nostalgia, that is the anime that made me love the anime, that I know all the history, so I can anticipate all the events, that can allow me to be extremely powerful. Above all, the Dragon Balls. Fuck, with them I can do practically everything I want. The power to choose to come to this universe is much better than having 9 octillion 999 septillion 999 sextillion 999 quintillion 999 quadrillion 999 trillion 999 billion 999 million 999,999 of points to choose from. And unlike in the manga and the anime, I will ask for useful wishes. Why did our protagonist choose to reincarnate in Broly? Hahaha, reincarnating in this body is definitely the best decision of all. He was born the same day as the protagonist Kakarot, so he perfectly fulfills the condition of reincarnation. Besides, he's the fucking legendary Super Saiyan. A being that only appears once every 1,000 years with capacity to have unlimited power. Unlimited. 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 No matter how many times you think about it, it gives me chills and erections. The only reason he lost in the movies was that he was fucking upset and didn't train correctly, so he was unable to control his energy and powers, at least in the Z movies of Toei Animation. However, in the trailer of Dragon Ball Super Broly, God, he seemed invincible. I wonder what version of Broly I will be. In both the concept of Legendary Super Saiyan changes a bit and the story too. However, it doesn't matter, I'm still the being with the most potential in the universe, and I've come prepared for both cases. GJ. What did he mean he was prepared for both cases? Simple, he was referring to the skills he had bought. Yoshihiro Togashi created 2 great shonen, Yu Yu Hakusho, Hunter x Hunter, and it so happens that these 2 series have several things that are perfect for Broly. I wanted to buy the sacred energy of Shinobu Sensui, a special type of energy that is said to be the purest and most powerful, which is the highest level of power in the world of Yu Yu Hakusho, but is very expensive. I also wanted the power absorption of Sadao Makihara, also known as Gourmet, which allows devour people and gain their powers and abilities. But it would have left me without point, and not only is it imperfect. Since Big Toguro possessed him when he ate him, I would also have to eat that person, BAJ. That's sinister and disgusting. Therefore, I decided to focus on my main goal. The Juggin of Hai. The Juggin is an additional eye that can be implanted that allows its user to amass various capabilities. Telepathy, allows the user to communicate mentally with others. Telekinesis, limited ability to move objects with his mind. Mind control, the Juggin, allows the user mind control over beings with low power. It also allows him to cast illusions, transform people into his mind slaves, create false memories and erase them too. Heightened senses, all senses when the wearer has the Juggin, increase to a supernatural level. He could realize a minimum displacement of the opponent muscles, and thus predict that it would move to attack. This ability can see minimal movements, and predict the attacks of opponents even before they are executed. Remote viewing, the main skill of Juggin, is to enable the user to look vast distances, and can locate an object the size of a marble. Miles away, regardless of location perfectly. It can see into houses, forests, and even caves with exact precision. This ability also allows the sharpening of his other senses. These are incredible skills, but the best of Juggin is mind resistance. The eye also gives the user complete domination and control of his own mind and able to resist powerful mental attacks. Energy manipulation, the Juggin also allows the user to perfectly understand his own energy. With Juggin, mastering techniques can be done several times faster than normal. With the Juggin I will be able to solve the two great problems of the Legendary Super Saiyan, his berserker mental state and the uncontrollable energy that increases exponentially every second. I will also be able to find the Dragon Balls without the need for radar and of course to possess extremely useful mental abilities and perfect senses for a warrior. In addition, it will make it easier for me to understand energy-based techniques, which are almost all in Dragon Ball ahaha. Also, it's cool to fuck. Why did he choose the Hunter x Hunter Nen? The Nen it is a technique that allows a living being to use and manipulate their own life energy known as aura. The Nen is probably the most versatile, interesting, well-built and incredible concept of power in the whole world of fiction. It allows its user to do practically anything and improve all his physical, psychic and sensory abilities. In addition, it allows you to create your own ability depending on what your nature is. Can there be something cooler than this? In addition, my intuition tells me that the combination of the Nen and the key of the world of Dragon Ball can be something incredible. Moreover, the fact that it was so cheap has solved my life. Why have he spent 3,000 points on choosing his nature as a specialization? There are 6 types of aura. Every individual is born having one of these 6 different aura types. Upon learning one's own aura type, a student of Nen can set about learning to apply the technique in a unique way that suits their personality, which can develop into a unique skill. HIATUS. https PM1. Narvi. Com 6 333A26B80 097E3A3FC9F76 720B1F56F1ADF1C1 087HQ. JPG. There are numerical approximations to indicate just exactly how efficient one would be at using aura abilities that one is not born into. Starting at one's own aura type, one has the potential to be 100 efficient at using abilities based in that category alone. Then as if it were a hexagon, one has the potential to be 80 efficient at using aura types adjacent to one's primary type, 40 efficient at the opposite or farthest category, and 60 efficient in the 2 remaining categories. http:// Imager. Compinoisio. JPG. Specialization is typically unusable for non-specialists because it is impossible to partially use. One either can or cannot use specialist abilities. However, it is possible to turn into a specialist later in life, with conjurers and manipulators having the highest chance of succeeding. There are 6 aura types. Enhancement is the ability to use aura to increase the natural abilities of an object or one's own body. Therefore, enhancers are able to greatly increase their physical attack and defense and are best suited for melee combat. Proficient enhancers who also take good care of their body can make it more durable than tanks and generate the force of a small missile with one blow. Enhancement is the most balanced category, allowing users to spread themselves evenly between offense and defense and become very powerful using only simple abilities. Transmuters, a person can change the properties of their aura to mimic something else. Or only specific attributes. Altering the shape of one's aura falls in this Nen category too. Constructs created via transmutation are pure aura, therefore they are invisible to individuals incapable of using Nen. Emitters, the user has an easier time separating their aura from their body. Aura usually decreases in intensity very quickly when it leaves the source body, but adept emitters can separate their aura from their body for long periods of time. Over long distances, and still be able to maintain it and its functions. Conjurers, conjuration is the ability to create a physical, independent, material object out of one's aura. However, users of this category can also create laws and principles and affix them to a specific area. However, even if one were to completely master this Nen type, there would still be objects they could not materialize, such as swords that can cut anything, as they go beyond human capacity. Conjured objects can in fact possess special abilities. Conjuration is the only way in which Nen can create things that ordinary people unaware of Nen can see and touch, unless they are hidden from the senses within. Manipulators allow the user to control living or non-living things, including aura constructs. The degree of control is, for the most part, determined by a condition that may or may not put the manipulator at a risk or a disadvantage. The higher the difficulty for the condition to be achieved, the better the degree of control. Specialists could be broadly defined as anything that does not belong in any of the other 5 categories, making it the vaguest Nen type can dominate the 6 aura nature and can do everything. With this explanation, surely the nature that best combines with Broly is enhancement, but I do not want to go that way. If something has characterized Dragon Ball is its simplicity in its way of fighting, I want to be different in this aspect, and specialization would be the perfect category for this. In addition, I already have a skill T that will perfectly fit my needs and plans. Why was 3,250 spent on the Shinjin Ryu training method? Shinjin Ryu is the DJ founded by the 12th chairman of the Hunter Association, the fucking Isaac Netero, the same training method that Biscuit used to train Killua and Gon in Greed Island Saga. The main peculiarity of Shinjin Ryu is that practitioners, together with hand-to-hand combat techniques and probably etiquette, also learn to control their aura. This will not only help me learn to control my nen, but also how to fight correctly. It's something that will help me a lot when I get to planet Earth to practice their martial arts related to Ki. What about the card Magnetic Force Chi? I card, Maluki Zoldyck hacker, programmer and inventing skills and Menchi culinary skills. The other points spent are mainly for my closest plans, and partly for the day-to-day. Magnetic force allows the user to instantly transport it to another person, providing that he have previously met them. If the planet Vegeta is destroyed and I haven't managed to escape in any other way or haven't managed to reach the planet Earth, this single-use card is my last alternative transporting me where Goku is. Maluki Zoldyck hacker, programmer and inventing skills. If the events that occurred on the planet Vegeta are those of Dragon Ball Minus and not those of Toei Animation, could be useful to me to escape with a ship and remove the trackers of Frieza. I also don't want to be the typical Saiyan muscle head, although I am the most muscular. Finally, Menchi culinary skills. I know of a certain god of destruction that possibly reaches the planet Vegeta. I also know that was he who ordered the destruction of the planet Vegeta because the food was crap. Maybe I can prevent it, or in the case of meeting with him, survive giving him good food. Besides, who doesn't like to eat well? These were the reasons why Broly bought these skills, objects and knowledge, and decided to reincarnate in this way. I understand the structure of this universe, and of the entire multiverse. I know its entire immensity. I know how insignificant I have been, and how insignificant I am still. I don't plan to feel that way again. Ha 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 gods. Wait for me Beerus, wait for me Daishinkan, wait for me Zeno. Wait for me Abalon. I will be above all of you. But first I have to sleep a little, I'm tired. Chapter 4. Broly was still in her mother's womb, of which he did not know the name, since she had not yet appeared in the story. Broly was able to understand brief conversations that were taking place outside his comfortable prison. The conversations were in Japanese, of which he did not understand much, but thanks to the great memory that the Juggin had given him he was able to understand the language quickly. Thanks to that he remembered all the animes with subtitles that he had seen until now. Apart from understanding the language, Broly was organizing all his thoughts. He had bought all the knowledge and scientific skills of Maluki Zoldyck, which were not few, as well as Menchi culinary skills. However, what was most occupying his time was to analyze all the teachings of the Shinjin Ryu, focusing mainly on all those related to the Nen. There was a cheaper option in which only the foundations of the Nen were explained, but Broly was also very interested in the martial arts that it contained, and although he could not practice them for now as a fetus, he had them in mind for his plans. Thanks to Juggin, previous knowledge of hardcore otaku and the enormous talent that possessed his body of Legendary Super Saiyan, Broly was able to understand with the passage of time his new body and the nature of the energy that it contained. I was right, ha ha ha. Ki and Nen are the face and the cross of the same coin. Both are techniques that allows a living being to use and manipulate their own life energy, also known as aura. Both consist of the same thing but, they take a different path. In both mangas it's a power that each person has, and that power, unlike Chinese novels, is not collected from the outside. Cultivating that energy is present in every living being, but they are not aware that they have it until they train enough to notice it. Except for being so powerful and with such a powerful energy that they are aware of their existence since they are born, as were Morrow, their royal guard of Morrow, the frost demons, or me. Both consist of manipulating life energy and both manifest as an aura that covers the body. In both cases that power increase by improving the control of that same aura and improving the capabilities of the body, which is the container of that aura. Ki allows you to do things very similar to Nen. Both allow strengthening the body through the aura. Both allow throwing that aura out of the body, as for example the Kamehameha. Both allow changing the properties of that aura, for example creating heat energy, explosive energy, cutting energy, solid energy, disintegrating energy. Both allow to materialize the aura, like for example Piccolo or Tien Shinhan when they multiply themselves or multiply parts of their body. Both allow you to manipulate objects through the aura, such as Frieza's telekinesis. Both allow you to perform skills through the aura that are difficult to catalog or understand. Both allow locating presences and the aura of other individuals and hiding their presences. Both are influenced by the personalities and emotions of their users. However, there are obvious differences. While the Nen consists of keeping the aura from leaking away from the body and manipulate this aura, the Ki consists of drawing it out the aura of the center of the body, to manipulate it and use it outside the body. While the emission and transmuters attacks of Nen cannot be seen by those who don't control the Nen. Attacks that would fall within the emission category such as Goku's Kamehame or a fire transmutation type attack such as the Thunder Flash of Picken, can be seen by people who don't manipulate the Ki. While Ki allows you to create more destructive, simple techniques and, being the only enhancer of them, your own physique, energy, resistance and life itself. Like the Kaioken or the Shinkikaku, that can be easily taught to other people. The Nen allows to create more strange, mystical and complicated techniques, being linked and enhanced to mental contracts and to the mind, experiences, tastes and life of the user. Like the skill hunter or Kurapika chains, that cannot be taught to other people. That brings me to the following conclusion. The Nen is a power governed mainly by the mind, the conscious. The Ki is a power governed mainly by the body, the subconscious. The Nen is a method of using energy in a more ethereal and mystical way, whereas Ki is a method of using energy in a more physical and destructive way. That is why the Nen allows you to create such bizarre, strange, evolved, well-developed and powerful abilities in categories such as manipulation, materialization and specialization, the latter being the most ethereal of all and the most difficult to belong, and being also the considered category of the geniuses. While with Ki these skills are hardly used in combat due to their inefficiency. That's why the Ki allows to create more powerful abilities or to grant more easily better capacities in more tangible and less mystical categories such as enhancement, emission and transmutation. While with the Nen those skills, despite being strong, and even being the type enhancement the simplest, the most suitable for combat, the mystical abilities created by weaker fighters are capable of defeating them. Something that is very difficult to see in Dragon Ball but easy to see in Hunter x Hunter. The best example is the fight of the novice Kurapika versus the experienced and colossal Yuvajin, all thanks to his mystical abilities as a conjurer and specialist and the harsh contracts he had imposed on himself. It is as if the Nen is the Yin method of manipulating vital energy, while the Ki is the Yang method of manipulating vital energy. Both use the same energy for very similar purposes, although each one stands out above the other in certain aspects. In addition, I have both. The Nen of geniuses and the legendary Ki. Hahaha, I'm a monstrous genius. Broly spent the months training inside her mother's womb. During that time, he formulated all the possible strategies he could perform in the case of the different possibilities that could occur after his birth and continued training. Thanks to the similarities he had found between the Nen and the Ki and all the information he had about the Nen, together with the Jugen, Broly was able to understand several fundamentals of manipulation of the Ki, although they paled in comparison to those he had of the Nen. For now it's better don't spend my time with Ki. I notice that although I am making progress and that I would surely master it in a few years, discovering it by myself, it will be better to wait to get to Earth. There will I could understand better how to achieve more perfect control in much less time and with less effort. For now I will focus on the Nen. Broly calmly practiced 3 of the 4 fundamentals of the Nen and 1 of the advanced ones. The 4 fundamentals are namely Ten, Zetsu, Ren and Hatsu. 10. This technique allows a Nen user to contain aura by enfolding their body with it. All human beings possess aura, but unbeknownst to most of them, it slowly leaks away. Making aura stay around the body is called Ten. This is the most basic technique. Ten maintains youthful vigor and reduces one's aging. Since the energy powering the body no longer leaks away, one can keep the body from breaking down and deter the aging process, plus grant a strong defense. Zetsu. This technique stops the flow of aura from the body completely. It is a technique whereby a user suppresses the Nen formed by using Ten surrounding them and suspends the small natural leakage of aura from their body. Zetsu closes all of the aura nodes so that Nen is fully contained within the body, therefore it can help the user to conceal their presence or recover from fatigue. If Zetsu is executed properly, the user will be hard to detect. However, Zetsu must be used carefully because it leaves the user's body defenseless against the enemy's Nen. In Zetsu state, it is very dangerous to even take a weak Nen attack, or to come into contact with the enemy's Nen. Run. This technique focuses on outputting a larger amount of aura than Ten, projecting it outwards explosively. This amplifies the user's physical strength and durability and provides a large pool of aura for any advanced techniques or individual skills they decide to use, albeit at the cost of expending said aura. One can train their Ren to extend its duration and increase the amount of aura at their disposal. It is said it takes 1 month to prolong one's Ren outside of combat by 10 minutes. If Ten is considered purely defensive, Ren can be regarded as its offensive counterpart, although it also grants the user vastly enhanced defensive abilities. With the right timing, Ten can be used to contain the aura produced with Ren. The other technique of the 4 fundamentals is the one he decided not to practice. It was dangerous to do something like that now since he was still inside his mother, and because he still did not want to create his Hatsu. Hatsu is one's personal expression of Nen. Its qualities are influenced by but not restricted to the Nen user's natural Nen category, one of the 6 available, which is decided by nature and nurture. Hatsu is used to project one's aura to carry out a certain function, creating a special and unique paranormal ability that is colloquially called Nen ability. Hatsu ability, or simply Hatsu. As for the advanced technique he practiced was the In is an advanced form of Zetsu used to render one's imperceptible aura, effectively concealing it. Unlike Zetsu, however, In does not stop the user's aura flow, instead, it hides it, making it impossible to perceive with any of the five senses or extrasensory perception. Hence, this technique is perfect for launching sneak attacks or laying traps, as it can not only be the user's presence, but also Nin constructs generated with emission, transmutation, or conjuration. The 10 was the base to practice the rest of the Nin skills, which he had to practice seriously in case they tried to kill him at the time of his birth as he did in the first movie. The Zetsu and Nin were to hide their hidden potential and not to alarm King Vegeta or the other Saiyans, or Frieza. The Ren to increase the control and amount of their own energy. This concept of the Nen also helped him to understand better the operation of the ki. Even though he decided not to practice it, he did not lose sight of it. For weeks Broly continued to train his Nen in an obsessive way. He noticed that time his body and mind had become much stronger and vigorous. Thing that scared our hero a bit and caused him to stop practicing Ren for the moment. I do not want my energy to increase too much yet. The problem of having a lot of energy is that it is difficult to control, and my goal now is not to have control problems. I will have time to increase my combat strength in a few years with ease. Especially because I'm the fucking legendary Super Saiyan. If I lose control of my energy I will not only destroy everything around me, I could also explode, so my main priority is to lay the necessary foundations to have a good control. In addition, I fear that having so much energy in my body will make it difficult to hide. I don't know how the detectors will react to the Nen. It is better to be cautious. Broly continued with that routine until one day, contractions began. It was time to give birth. The moment of his arrival in the world. I hope it's a cesarean delivery. I'm not very excited about going out where I'm supposed to go out. Whatever, it's time to hide my energy. Chapter 5. Year 737. It was the moment of birth, the most important moment in the life of any living being, but in the case of Broly it was something even more critical. In the Toei animation version, the fact that he was born with 10,000 combat points caused King Vegeta to decide to kill him, and a few days later, Frieza under Beerus' orders, destroyed the planet Vegeta, escaping with his life in a very hasty way. In the Akira Toriyama version he was born with 10,000 combat points, that made King Vegeta banish him to a shit planet. Let's say that Akira Toriyama didn't want to make him so bad person, but in this version the planet Vegeta wouldn't be destroyed until after 3 years. Our Broly, to avoid either of the two situations, through the Zetsu and In, he decided to hide 99 of his total strength. His first idea was to hide 99 feet 99 inches, leaving his combat strength around 1 to 10 points to ensure his survival, but he immediately rejected that option. Broly this time would be born with an extra eye on his forehead, so he would call attention anyway, but how would the Saiyans treat a deformed child with such a weak fighting force? The Spartans in cases like these killed the children for being a nuisance. He could not risk that either, but he could not show more combat power than Vegeta Jr., which was 1000. He didn't know how to calculate numerically, but he supposed that his power was several times higher than 10,000, so if he showed a power between 1 and 300 there wouldn't be too much trouble. Bwaj bwaj, Broly cried to avoid being slapped in the ass. It's a shame we could not save the mother. Luckily the child was born without difficulty, said a doctor or nurse in the room. Broly slowly opened her eyes, and despite the bad news of her mother's death which has never appeared in history, what he saw comforted him. The facilities in which he was born despite having a futuristic environment were not so much as in the Bardock movie, also the doctors who treated him were Saiyans too, and not that strange alien's bird lizard. Interesting. If my intuition doesn't fail me I have reincarnated in the Dragon Ball universe of Dragon Ball -. Excellent, this was the best possible scenario. Nurse Saiyan held Broly, and while measuring his combat power, she saw something that made her lose her temper. Doctor, fast come and see this, said the nurse. What happens? His combat power is extraordinary, said the doctor as he approached Broly with curiosity. Oh shit, I should have lowered my combat power even more. His combat power is high, certainly, for 37, a new middle-class warrior, but that's not important. Look at his forehead, said the nurse. Luckily, it was my forehead. For a moment I thought it was combat power. If I have only shown one of my power, it means that my current combat power is 43,700. Not bad despite I wanted to control myself, hahaha. He has a third eye. Leave this child under observation. I think we should warn King Vegeta as soon as possible about this abnormality. Where is his father? Said the doctor. We warned his father a few hours ago. He was halfway to planet Vegeta when he answered. He should arrive in a short time, replied the nurse. Well, I'll meet two of the characters that I hate the most about Dragon Ball, Vegeta Jr.'s father, Senior Vegeta Sr. and my father Paragus. Although Dragon Ball Super Broly made them better people, one is an envious idiot and the other simply saw his son as a tool. Both are rabble. While several doctors were still in the delivery room examining Broly, several people arrived. Those people were King Vegeta, Pargarus and several scions of stuffing. I regret your lost Paragus, but you have to look ahead, your son is still alive, said King Vegeta. Thank you very much, your majesty, I will treasure your words. However, King Vegeta, why does someone as important as you have come to see my newborn son? Moreover, why are so many doctors examining him? Has something happened to him too? Paragus said tilting his head. King Vegeta stroked his beard and replied. A few minutes ago I was alerted that a middle-class scion with 437 combat power was born, which is a joy for the entire scion race, but I was told that this little one had a peculiarity never before seen before. He said as he pointed to Broly's forehead. Paragus looked up and saw the eye on his forehead, an eye of a dark color something lighter. Doctor, is this a bad thing? How is my son? The doctor looked at King Vegeta, seeking his approval to speak. King Vegeta nodded, indicating that he had permission to share the information he had found. He is fine, he doesn't seem to have any problem. We have done some tests on his third eye, and it seems to work perfectly. I would dare to say that he is even able to see better than normal eyes. As we have analyzed his DNA, it is 100 scion, we assume that it must be some kind of mutation. For now, we don't know what that eye means or if there may be complications due to it, so we advise you to stay him in the facilities to analyze it better. Paragus was about to answer, but King Vegeta took a step forward. Thank you, Dr. Onion, don't worry, Paragus, we will take good care of your son. Broly's scions with the talent of your son are very few, so we will not skimp in expenses. You can come to visit whenever you want, obviously. Paragus, unable to refuse such offer and kindness on the part of his king, accepted the offer. Paragus watched his strange son for a while and marched home with emotional chaos. His wife was dead. The scions normally only mate for pleasure and offspring, and although the marriages were monogamous there was usually no love between them. Couples like Bardock and Jine were scarce in number, but Paragus was not like them, so that didn't affect him too much. His son was a middle-class warrior with a good fighting power, so he was proud of. However, the fact that his son had an eye on his forehead disconcerted. Worried and disgusted him. His son had talent, but he was a little monster, different from the rest. This contrast between pride and repudiation was unsettling. In addition, the fact that his son has received the attention of King Vegeta made him proud and concerned at the same time. Meanwhile, in the palace of King Vegeta, in the throne room. King Vegeta, as you ordered me I communicated and I will continue communicating all strange births, said Dr. Onion. The King Vegeta king sitting on his throne asked, tell me Paragus's son is the legendary Super Saiyan? Dr. Onion replied, I don't think, Majesty. According to the legend of the legendary Super Saiyan is a being of infinite power. Broly the son of Paragus only has a fighting force of 437 units, far inferior to the fighting power of Prince Vegeta at his birth. The only thing that makes him different is that eye, but there is nothing about extra eyes in the legend. I think it must be due to a type of mutation that we have not heard so far. King Vegeta said approximately 1,000 years ago was the last legendary Super Saiyan appeared. The legend says that every 1,000 years, there is a Saiyan with infinite power capable of destroying everything in the universe, and it cannot be too long for another to appear. That is why it is necessary to locate him. It is a danger for all, which must be controlled, exiled or eliminated. Dr. Onion, still kneeling, said, as you command, your majesty, I will keep you informed of all mysterious births. What we do with the son of Paragus for now? King Vegeta replied, keep him in a separate incubator on the infirmary, carry out the tests you think necessary and check his evolution. As you say, with that combat power I doubt he is the legendary Super Saiyan of the legend, but we cannot be completely sure. Maybe that legendary being is not born with great power, but it is possible that it increases progressively. Tell Paragus that his son will need to be in the nursing incubator all year to check his development. In the event that he shows signs of being the legendary Super Saiyan, let me know my first, and I will decide what to do. If not, give him the choice to take him at home in the incubator for the next 2 years. Who knows, maybe that I will give us some pleasant surprise. I think so, Ray Vegeta. Of course I'm going to give pleasant surprises. Right now, for example. Damn hypocrite and liar, J.A. You worrying about the safety of the universe? You are only afraid that I will dethrone you and you midget son in the future. The Saiyans are a race in which power counts above all else, and the legendary Super Saiyan I is the strongest. For me, you can put your shirty throne in your royal ass, it doesn't interest me at all. The palace of King Vegeta and the hospital were located miles away, and there were hundreds and hundreds of walls between that distance. However, none of that mattered to the Juggin. Hai was able to locate a little pearl, in all the immensity of the infernal realm, and was able to locate her in the abduction of his sister in the human realm, regardless the location, perfectly seeing into houses, forests, and even caves with exact precision. In addition, this ability allows the sharpening of his other senses. Hai could hear a conversation between Yusuke and Yomi, from miles away in the Ark of the Four Beasts. Ha ha ha, I'm like Sauron. I am able to hear and see practically everything and through everything. In fact, I'm getting dizzy with so much information. I have to learn to focus, or I'll end up crazy. Broly continued to listen to King Vegeta's conversation in case he was preparing an immediate rebellion against Frisia, or if the Frisia troops are making suspicious movements in the vicinity. However, he was not able to see anything suspicious. I'm definitely in the Dragon Ball minus version. Which is perfect. I still have 3 years to prepare. Normally the Saiyans stay 3 years in incubators of this type, where they are supplied with nutrients directly, to improve the development of the body to make them fit for combat quickly. Little by little I notice how my power is increasing. However, I don't plan to spend the whole 3 years in this incubator. I have other plans. Chapter 6. It had been 9 months since Broly's birth. In the corridors of the hospital, people talked. Strange things are happening lately, don't you think? Said Nurse A. I think the same. Things are starting to disappear, not only in the hospital, also in other parts of the city, including military stores, said Dra. Not only that, some intelligence and technology institutions have detected computer attacks and data theft, but they haven't been able to find who has been, said Drb. I've heard that infiltration has not only been on the planet Vegeta, some of Frisia's troops said something similar, said Nurse B. Unbelievable, is one of the Emperor's enemies? Said Nurse A. Some Saiyans who seem to have strange behaviors have been arrested, but they seem to remember nothing at all, said Dra. Yes, yesterday I had to take care of one of them, they seem to have amnesia, said Nurse A. In addition, there were also others who remembered doing things they hadn't done, said Drb. Is it an enemy infiltration or do ghosts really exist? Said Nurse C. I begin to believe that it is a ghost. Many middle and upper class warriors have mentioned lately that they feel as if something is spying on them, but there was nobody, said Nurse B. All this is very sinister, said Dr. B. And all this is happening since that child was born, said Nurse C. Come on, are you implying that a 9-month-old baby who has not left his incubator is the cause of all these events? Dr. A said. No, of course not, I'm just saying that it's very likely that this child is cursed, and that is horrible. It must be some kind of curse, said the Nurse C. Suddenly, Nurse C fell heavily against the floor. Ah. What are you doing? Why have you suddenly dropped to the ground? They asked. I haven't thrown myself, it's as if something has thrown me to the ground. I knew, that weird child is cursed. Ah. Said Nurse C, who was trying to stand, to fall again more strongly. Stop doing the idiot during work hours, said Drb. I don't do it on purpose, I swear, the Nurse C replied, which couldn't stand up no matter how hard she tried. Damn filling nurse, how dare you insult the great, powerful and cute Broly. During the 9 months in which Broly was in the incubator he went ahead with his plans. Even though he bought the Juggin to that stupid god mainly to keep control of his mind and energy when he transformed. He also did it for his many other uses he had planned to use them from the beginning. In the case that he reincarnated in the Toei animation version, Broly had planned to use the Juggin to mentally control some of the alien doctors so that, like Bardock, they sent him to Earth before Frisia's dwarf destroyed the planet. However, in the case that it was the version of Toriyama, the version in which he would give the Juggin subtler and varied uses to get more benefit and entertainment. Broly with his great amount of energy and the precise control that was acquired due to his great effort, natural talent and Juggin. He practiced intensively for weeks another of the advanced foundations of the Nen, the N. N is an advanced application of Ten and Ren. In Ren, aura usually envelopes only a small amount of space around the user's body. N is when one extends their Ren so that their aura extends further than normal, then uses Ten at the same time to contain and give shape to that aura, normally a sphere. Someone using N can feel the shape and movement and power of anything within the area covered by their aura, with the degree of awareness and finesse depending on their level of skill. This N, which was influenced by his brutal amount of power, exquisite control of the Nen and Ki and especially the Juggin, managed to reach an unheard size. A size so brutal and scandalous that it covered more than half of the entire planet Vegeta. That N in a mysterious way connected with his Juggin, allowing to expand it brutally, turn everything that was inside his N was within reach of the Juggin. Nothing within the thousands of kilometers in diameter could escape his surveillance. Broly felt like a little god, Santa Claus or Mark Zuckerberg, able to see everything and hear everything without any restrictions. It's as if I also had to be a Kugan. Once he had all his objectives under control, Broly started acting from his comfortable incubator. Thanks to another of Jugin's skills, telekinesis, Broly started to manipulate small objects in all directions to train this skill, which he managed to improve quickly thanks to his manipulation-type training methods. In a few days he was able to handle various strategic computers that were in the range of his N. Thanks to the hacker skills he had bought, he began to collect all the information he needed. With his telekinesis and mentally typing on several computers at the same time, Broly began to improve his skills as a hacker, control of his powers, and was acquiring information of all kinds. Location of different planets around the universe. Information about the races that inhabited them. Technological knowledge such as spacecraft or energy detectors. The training method to be able to handle the OOZRA transformation, something only reserved and possible to achieve by elite warriors. The method of creating Blutz waves. Information of the missions carried out. Broly was getting all the information he wanted, and information he didn't even know what wanted, which he stored in several places. Even though they sometimes discovered him and knew how to create countermeasures against him, they never found the data thief, who always came back for more. However, he not only collected information to satisfy his curiosity. Broly also achieved two great feats. One was to fully control the hospital's computer system, especially the one in his room. In this way, without anyone noticing, he manipulated all the cameras and detectors in his room, the reports that arrived and reached the King Vegeta about him, as well as being able to decide which resources were destined for his care. The other challenge, even more complicated than the other, was to introduce several spy viruses in the spaceship of Frieza to be able to access his superior information and technology, and above all to monitor his operations during its stay in the planet Vegeta, and after abandoning it. Despite they were able to detect some of the decoy viruses, could not find the true one. The sensory infiltration plan had had a resounding success. The virtual infiltration plan was proceeding as planned. Now there was only one more infiltration plan, the mental infiltration plan. Broly, despite being almost omniscient within the planet Vegeta either through his Jugen or his control over the network, and despite being almost omnipresent due to his advanced control of telekinesis. Being locked in an incubator limited his actions too much. He had tried several times to acquire certain objects that he would need in the near future through telekinesis, but it did not turn out very well, which started the urban legend of the ghosts. Despite controlling a large part of the network and the great scope of his N, he could not control all the circumstances as he wanted, and he did not want to spend so much time of the day trying to keep everything in order. Broly was running out of patience. Despite being the riskiest part of his great plan, because any mistake could unmask him, he should start with it as soon as possible. The mental infiltration plan. The Jugen also allows the user mind control over persons with low strength, to cast illusions, transform people into his mind slaves, create false memories and erase them too. With this, he would get lackeys to work for him, who would be totally faithful without the likelihood of being betrayed. If he did it correctly, they wouldn't even know who his master was, or that they were being controlled. The problem with that was that unlike with telekinesis or telepathy, to use mind control, the target had to directly see the Jugen. Obviously, the fact that Broly was in a practically restricted room and inside an incubator that he should not leave, made him limit his recruitment of useful servants enough. His only objective could be the young scion who cleaned his room once in time, since he didn't want to risk having his mind control over Dr. Onion or his research team fail, that could expose him. However, he also had a plan for it. Thanks to his control of the network of the hospital, he managed to eventually change the hospital staff's shifts so that they could get to his room to control them. Over time he also managed not only to reach his personal hospital room, but also patients arriving from injured dangerous missions, which were guided by his pawns to the room. With the months, Broly got a lot of pawns who carried out their orders for him, leaving him more time to train. Mainly they were in charge of gathering materials, checking the situation outside the room and making sure that nobody bothered him when he trained. Thanks to his telepathy it was easy to give them new orders without having to visit his room again. It was like hacking living beings, something that moved him and made him feel guilty at the same time. They were scions of filler, most of them evil and that they were destined to die in a few years, but it still seemed like something not very moral. All complied with their orders efficiently and without question. However, it was not easy to mentally control a scion. So eventually the mind control was undone, some would fall apart at the worst moment causing them to be caught in strange or illegal circumstances. Broly modified and erased much of the memory of those he controlled so that they would forget any relationship with him, the room, how they had come to that places and what they had been ordered to do during mind control. Each time had fewer pawns, and those who had each time were of lower quality. However, each time he needed less of his help, he was practically already prepared for the next phase, all that remained was to make the final touches. Chapter 7. Year 738. King Vegeta. In the last 7 months the strange incidents have been progressively decreasing, and specifically this last month the cases have practically disappeared. There have been no reports of missing objects, infiltrations in our system or cases of hypnotized people or memory problems. This can only indicate two things. That person has ceased his activities but before he could finish his sentence, King Vegeta finished it. That person has become increasingly implacable and effective, so much so that we aren't able to realize that he is still there. I'm right, Paragus? King Vegeta asked Paragus, whom was the one giving him the report. You are right, Majesty, Paragus replied. King Vegeta on his throne began to meditate about the situation that Paragus was commenting. When? PFF. There was a strange noise coming from the seat of King Vegeta, a very ordinary sound. All the Saiyans present in the throne room froze at the sound of that noise. Again, someone was about to laugh, but he held back. He knew what would happen if he dared to laugh. King Vegeta, with a vein stuck in his head, made it clear that nothing had happened and continued with the meeting. By the way, Paragus, what happened to you? I don't see you in very good condition. Paragus looked at King Vegeta and replied, It's nothing, King Vegeta. For various reasons I'm not sleeping well and I've had certain difficulties. What kind of difficulties? Be sincere. I would not know how to explain, Majesty. The things I left in one place when I turned were in a different one. When I walk calmly on the street, I feel as if something were throwing me to the ground. Some reports that I have to deliver disappear the day I have to deliver it. I always find pointy objects between the clothes or objects that I'm going to sit on when I sleep. My sheets and mattress move, or they get soaked, or I wake up with my face painted. However, there is never anyone doing any of that, and the cameras are unable to capture anything too. I didn't want to believe it at first, but I'm beginning to think that the urban legend of the ghost may be true, Paragus said, writing up all the unusual and irritable events that had happened to him in recent months. Have you also had hair removed from your head, beard and tail and felt pinching? King Vegeta asked. No, nothing like His Majesty. Why do you ask? For nothing. By the way, how is your son? Is he still in the hospital incubator? This is my Majesty. With all the complications that I am having lately, I cannot have time to take care of him, so I thought it was better to leave him in the hospital where he could be better looked after, Paragus answered. I understand, you can leave, said King Vegeta, ending the meeting. The question of King Vegeta to Paragus was not a casual question without reason. From months ago, he began to suffer situations similar to those described by Paragus. For months, King Vegeta was suffering vandalism, of which he had no explanation. His armor was painted pink and green, his cloak was pierced. During meetings, from his chair appeared mysterious fart-like sounds. Something threw him to the ground when he walked with pride before his subjects, and at night, he felt as if something was ripping him and cutting the hair from his body. One morning when he woke up, he noticed that his beard had been cut in the shape of a penis, and it made him go into a rage, almost destroying the palace in search of a guilty party. Another morning he woke up with the fur of his tail, the pride of the Saiyans, cut in a way that looked like letters saying, Pussy, going into a rage once again. Due to these episodes he could barely sleep at night. He wanted to catch the culprit, but he never showed up. At night when sleeping, being more alert in case that entity could reappear and surrounded by his elite guards, he felt as if something was pulling his hair in a rather painful way, so he launched energy attacks in all directions with the hope to hit the guilty one. However, he was unable to find him. And every day the situation became worse. With impotence and resignation he had to force himself to sleep at night and wake up with a bed covered in hair that was once on his head, while watching horrified in the mirror as his already pronounced receding hairline get bigger and bigger. But not only him, several people inside the palace or loyal to him were suffering similar cases, like Nappa or Prince Vegeta. Nappa often woke up with messages written on his bald head, and at other times he had hair stuck to his head, King Vegeta's hair, which by impulse almost killed him a couple of times. As for Prince Vegeta, the ghost took advantage to hinder him in his training, making him usually lose against the Cybermans, something that seriously hurt his pride. All these strange, paranormal and unexplained events began to fatten the urban legend of the mysterious ghost of the planet Vegeta. Ha ha ha. You expected a ghost, but it was me, Broly. Broly during the following 8 months managed to greatly improve his infiltration skills. His N now covered the entire planet Vegeta. His mastery with computers had become exquisite and imperceptible, and he had greatly improved his capacity for mind control. So that virtually no one was able to realize his activities, and those who did they were flaxed like in Men in Black thanks to the Juggin. From the hospital, he had managed to create a small organization within the planet with his controlled Saiyans, which imperceptibly carried out his orders in a practically autonomous way and without being detected. All this made Broly had a lot of free time, which not only wanted to devote to training. You had to relax a little bit. It's necessary to have a good mental health. Obviously, he filled that time by playing tricks on certain characters of Planet Vegeta. Jokes increasingly heavy, cruel and gimmicky. However, nobody suspected about him. Nobody ever suspects of a baby. Ha ha ha, the perfect crime. Come on, if I'm not naughty at this age, when I will be. Broly during his first year of life was increasing his combat power facing the public at a normal pace for Dr. Onion to send his report to King Vegeta. Due to the evolution of those reports, King Vegeta was losing his interest in Broly. Although he had some curiosity about his third eye, the only two children he was interested in were his son and the mysterious Super Saiyan legendary that had not yet appeared. To Broly's delight, Paragus decided to leave him in the infirmary until he was 3 years old, which was normal for a Saiyan, especially if it was a single-parent family. Broly had prepared countermeasures in case Paragus wanted to take him home, but it was not necessary now. Broly didn't want to go home. Right now he had great control over the hospital and several organizations. He was like a fish in the water and it wasn't in his plans to leave that environment. Now he had everything under control. Perfect, the time has come to move on to phase 2. Broly opened high eyes inside the incubator and using telepathy communicated with the two mentally controlled nurses in the room. Execute Order 66. The two nurses nodded, yes sir. They pressed buttons on the control panel and the incubator opened. Broly, who had successfully learned the flight technique, levitated towards one of the nurses, who was holding a small-sized custom combat suit in his hands. Imagine something like that. https www. YouTube.com watch. VCGI3ZY2YKU. Broly still in the air, he used telepathy to put on that suit. It was a black suit, with white boots, white arm protectors and above all a long hooded coat to hide his identity. The nurses pressed another button. Inside the incubator was projected an incredibly detailed hologram of Broly, which looked like the real one, floating quietly and asleep inside the incubator. It was so detailed and impressive that no one could tell the difference unless he was able to feel the ki or nen, since the power level detectors in that room would always mark the amount that Broly wanted. Broly levitating slowly left the room and went with a nurse to the roof of the hospital. Little Broly in the dark of the night, still floating in the air, said his first words since he came to this reality. I can finally stretch my legs and breathe fresh air. I've been locked in that cabinet in that room for over a year and a half. Although you could say that I have been around the planet Vegeta and beyond it, but I have not lived it. Fuck, how nice it is to talk again. These incubators are a good invention. However, what they do is provide nutrients and stimulate the body to increase their combat power. At the same time they help the body to mature, since the Saiyans have a very long infant stage, but with my legendary Super Saiyan body constitution and combat power of 167,000, they have no effect on me anymore. Every second that I spend here is a second that I am wasting, although I will have to return for the official checks. Anyway. Time to go to my house, my subjects, and I have been building it for more than a year. I want to see it with my 3 eyes. Broly, covered by his coat, which allowed a great camouflage not only in sight, also to any type of sensors, he flew away from the hospital at a great speed. However, he stopped halfway and looked towards the palace. But before, I have to comply with the daily routine. Broly used her telekinesis and, a few seconds in the palace. Damn it. Again. Give the face monster. Explosion. Explosion. Where are you hiding? Come out and fight against me. Your Majesty, another attack. Your Majesty W, what happened to you? Shut up. Don't look at me. Look for the responsible. And bring it here almost alive. I want to kill him with my own hands. Due to the chaos and destruction inside palace, Prince Vegeta appeared. Father. What is happening? Is that damned ghost again? Father. What happened to your hairstyle? Why is it the same as Nappa's? Ha 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 ha. It's these little pleasures that make life meaningful. With the receding hairline you had stay bald is not surprising at your age, if you were human. Well, it's time to do some work. I'll have more time to have fun tomorrow, ha ha ha, said Broly as he flew towards an extremely distant part of the planet Vegeta. Chapter 8. Broly, without anyone noticing him, flew at a great speed towards a fixed point of the desolate planet Vegeta. After 15 minutes, he arrived at his destination. It was a fairly large rocky mountain, that hadn't a single tree, no trace of life. Broly with his telepathy moved a few dozen rocks and before him appeared a passage with several rocky-looking doors. With the passage of Broly the doors opened in different directions, and after a few seconds he arrived at his destination. In front of him was a majestic spacecraft 250 cubic meters in diameter, which seemed to be made of mirrors. Broly touched the surface of the ship with his hand and from there a door appeared. The interior of the spaceship was of the most varied, elegant and futuristic aspect. Most of the space of the ship was occupied by a training cabin with a size of 70 meters with several tools for training. The control cabin of 5 meters from which the whole ship was controlled, either the interior or the movement of the same. The 2 rooms together occupied 24 meters in which there was a bed and a small desk and cabinets. The living room and kitchen that together measured 36 meters, in which there was a sofa, an armchair, a table, and the rest was a good kitchen with many utensils. A bathroom of 20 meters, quite large, with a good shower and jacuzzi. The remaining 95 meters belonged to the machinery that made possible the operation of the ship, storage of provisions, and a small hangar with a capsule. Everything was perfectly decorated and constructed. It practically looked like the inside of a Star Trek spaceship. "Home sweet home," said Broly, breathing heavily and smelling the new product smell of his spaceship. In that area and ship, apart from him, there were only small robots performing cleaning and maintenance tasks. Broly didn't want anyone near his spaceship, so he only have robots doing tasks. "Since I have to travel, I prefer to do it with style and comfort. I don't want to travel in that bubble, where I cannot shower, cooking, exercise, stretch, and seriously, I don't know how to fuck they shit. I want to inspect Kami's ship to implement some of its features in mine, and get Dear Brief technology to store the spaceship in a capsule and make the interior bigger without compromising the exterior. Both are in my list of things to do when I arrive on Earth." Broly toured his new home. The spaceship had been designed by him and had also practically built it by telekinesis thousands of kilometers away, but actually entering inside for the first time was a unique sensation. "I have fulfilled one of my dreams of childhood, youth and semi-maturity. Finally I have my own spaceship built by me. I have spent many hours that I could have dedicated to training, but it's been worth it. It's beautiful. I would have liked to do something bigger, like an Imperial destroyer, or a Death Star, but you have to be realistic and practical. Enough of sensitivities, it's time to try the most important room in the ship, the training room." Broly, taking as reference the ship that Goku used when he traveled to the planet Namek, built a training chamber that allowed increasing the gravity up to 100 times. Like Dr. Brief, using the weightlessness device used by spacecraft, Broly and a team of scientists who had hypnotized, managed to build a room with an artificial gravity device. Dr. Brief is a genius. This part cost me and a team of scientists almost a year despite having material and knowledge of leftovers about the matter, but he was capable of all that and more in a few days. It's about a year and a half before the phase 3 of my plan starts. I already have practically all the scientific development that the planet Vegeta and Frieza can offer me. For now I only have to train, and of course have fun at night, jjj. Since he reincarnated in this reality, he had been able to train his control over the Nen and the Ki for more than 2 years. Despite not having practiced many foundations of the Nen related to combat, as they are Shu, Ken, Ko, Ryu and Hatsu, he have an extremely solid and deep basis. In addition, thanks to the Juggin, after being almost 2 years in the shade controlling the planet Vegeta with his telekinesis and other mental skills, his mental power was so great that he could rival against great magicians, so for now it was not a pending issue to improve. However, there was something so or more important than him, Ki and the Nen, something that due to the circumstances had left totally abandoned. His physical body. Although Broly had a combat power of over 150,000, a combat power superior to Captain Jinyu, who was considered the most powerful person in the universe after Frieza, since Akira Toriyama had planned to finish Dragon Ball Z in that saga. His fighting power was due mainly to the amount of aura and the control he had over her. His physique, despite being extremely powerful for a Saiyan, especially for a Saiyan that was less than 2 years old, it was practically nil. The serum that was supplied to him in the incubator was useful to increase his growth and good development of his physique. His superior physique of Legendary Super Saiyan made it even more effective, making him look like a 3-year-old kid. But that it was still by far its weakest point and the one that most urgently needed to be solved, especially for being the Legendary Super Saiyan. Broly, in order to train exclusively his physical power using Zen and Ki suppression to its maximum pow, retracted his own energy inside his body. With this, what was left was his basic physical strength without almost any energy to improve him. Broly imposed on himself a training. In his state of nullification of aura, he had to perform 100 push UPS, 100 sit UPS, 100 squats, 10 kilometers running. If it worked for Saitama, maybe for me too. After that warm-up, he had to perform all the katas of the Kung Fu Shinjin Ryu style perfectly and then go back to performing the Saitama training again, and so repeat this routine over and over again until the body could not continue, to again get up and start over. Broly would repeat this routine again and again in a specific gravity, and would not increase the level of gravity until he was able to perform all that routine at that level of gravity as perfectly as in the previous level, being 100 the total levels of gravity. Broly had planned to do more extreme trainings, but he feared that because of his early age, that could be harmful to his body, and he would only do them once he had completed the 100 levels perfectly. Among other advantages of this training is that it was impossible to locate him with energy locators, because he wasn't using energy. If he did a training releasing large amounts of energy, given the level of vigilance that was on the planet Vegeta due to the mysterious Phantom and Frieza's iron control, it would be easily discovered. Both the Nen and the Ki are methods to control and manipulate the energy that every living being has. That energy is the synergy between the mind and body and can be regarded as the total energy of a human being. When performing any action, however small, living beings spend that energy. Whether walking, running, jumping, thinking or fighting, even when eating and metabolizing those foods to regenerate that energy. Each action involves a certain energy expenditure. It's thanks to the control of that energy through Ki or Nen that we are able to make that energy expenditure more efficient and effective. One could also increase the amount that energy through good control. By compressing and purifying it, we can make the body generate more energy naturally. If a cell is a container, which only contains a limited amount of energy. Through control, we can compress that energy, making possible that more energy can enter that container. We can also purify or change the nature of that energy, making it more efficient to our container, although that's something it still escapes a little to my knowledge. Due to the synergy that exists between energy and the body, this increase in quantity and quality improves all the functions of the same despite not having exercised. However, in my state, I have already reached the limit of energy gained through control. The total energy of a living being is due to the synergy between the mind and body. The control over the energy, of which I have reached the perfection in my current state, would be the mind, something that for now I cannot improve. In Dragon Ball they meditated to increase the control. The container of that energy, which is brimming with Mui perfectly controlled energy, would be the body, something that I have to strengthen to allow to store and create even more energy. In Dragon Ball, they trained physically to increase the amount of energy the body was able to create and contain. So now, if I want to increase that maximum amount of energy that my body can contain and create, I must do it as powerful as I can as soon as possible, if not will be impossible for me to move forward. No matter how good control I have over my energy, although I could improve my real combat skills, it would be a waste of time and resources to do so now. Broly continued with that routine for 11 months in a row. During these months he followed his training routine until reaching 68 levels of gravity, not being able to complete his objective. It was a real hell in which he thought he would die several times, but he overcame his limit again and again. Although he could not finish in the time the training that he had imposed himself imitating the great martial artists of the anime, luckily he had not remained bald as Saitama, or as King Vegeta. The results and the merit of having reached that point were impressive. Goku was able to perform a similar training, however he was able to do it with a 25-year-old body, which Broly didn't have. Remember that Goku from Dragon Ball GT had a much lower base power for being a child. And Goku used his energy at all times to strengthen his body to withstand all that training, which Broly, a child of almost 3 years of age, didn't. He was doing that training suppressing his energy to the maximum, only using his physical strength. If it had been someone else, it is very likely that he never had more than 20 points and he would have died in the attempt, regardless of his age. However, being a Saiyan, especially the Super Saiyan Legendary, brought advantages that surely no other being had. Not only is it limited to a muscular transformation. Broly wanted to continue with his routine until he reached 100, but he changed his mind because he realized that his physical power had increased too much and that his energy had proportionally increased. Therefore, he would need time to learn to regulate it and keep it under control before retraining. Besides, the date of the final act of the planet Vegeta was approaching, and he had to prepare for it. Chapter 9. Year 739. This was the year that Broly had been waiting for, the year that Frieza would destroy the planet Vegeta. Broly may have left the planet Vegeta long ago. He had a beautiful spaceship, all the knowledge he could get from that planet. He had trained enough to overthrow King Vegeta with only half a fart and had created a substitute for him that would make no one aware of his absence. There were only two things that held him on that almost desolate planet. The first was to find the exact location of planet Earth. The Earth was a planet that was discovered a few days before the destruction of the planet Vegeta, and for now they had not found it, and needed that information before leaving. However, that was not the real reason why he was still on the surface of the planet Vegeta. Broly had infiltrators in the intelligence center, and had built several devices to communicate to his spaceship the exact coordinates of the new planets discovered. Therefore, he could travel through the universe until the coordinates were sent. The real reason why he was still on that planet was another, or you could say it was 2.5 reasons. With the great increase of their physical power, his cells were now able to store more energy, and in the same way they also created it in an overflowing way. His combat power, as indicated, the energy detector created to record high numbers, marked the amount of 2,358,347. This increase in power was due to his not only to physical training and to control. There was another factor that contributed enormously, and that was the Zenkai. Also called Saiyan power. The power allows Saiyan to recover from harm in relatively short periods of time and become stronger after recovering. Goku, in his training in the spaceship with artificial gravity 100, received great injuries, and thanks to the training in Zenkai his power went from 8,000 to 90,000. In the case of Broly went from 167,000 to 2,358,347, despite not having suffered so much damage due to his more intelligent and controlled training. This was something that Broly expected, and that added points to his initial theory about the Saiyan and the Legendary Super Saiyan. After finishing his exhaustive and almost suicidal training, Broly spent a few weeks trying to get used to his new level of power. When he could control it in an efficient and effective way, slightly improving his power once more, he returned to training. However, he did not do that same training again. Although it has been a great training and the results have been practically unbeatable. From now on, I need to train my vital energy together with Ki and Nen at the same time I exercise. It has cost me more than I thought to resynchronize them, and much more to control them correctly. The more I increase my power in desynchronization, the more it will cost me to balance it again, despite Jugun's great help. I suppose if that method of training were so incredible and practical, more than one person would have used it in the manga or anime. I guess I'm smart, but not so much. His new training consisted in practicing his control of Nen and Ki at the same time he was exercising. For this he started to practice 3 of the most advanced Nen applications most needed for combat, the Ko, the Ken and the Ryu. Ko, focusing all Nen on one point. An advanced technique which combines all the 4 fundamentals Ten, Zetsu, Ren, and Hatsu, whereby a Nen user focuses all the aura of his body on one point to attack or defend. This technique is very risky because while it makes one part of the body exceptionally powerful, it leaves the rest completely unprotected. Ken, protecting the whole body with Nen. A defensive technique whereby a Nen user maintains a state of Ren over their entire body. Compared to Ko, which concentrates all the user's aura on a body part. The defensive power of Ken is weaker on any given part of the body, but it allows the user to defend from all directions. Hence, it is suitable to use when fighting against multiple opponents. However, one must be careful not to overuse Ken to avoid running out of aura. Ryu, changing between Ken and Ko, is the technique of instantly switching between Ken and Ko. It allows the user to concentrate aura Ko, or disperse aura Ken, in a timely fashion, making their attack and defense more efficient. To use Ryu properly, one must also use their brain, using the proper of concentration or dispersion according the situation. Above all, he trained his most significant and developed skill above all, the In, which with its power increase had grown so absurdly that it had managed to cover several planets near the planet Vegeta. It stretched out around billions of kilometers. The days passed while he continued practicing his skills. Until one day, 2 people appeared in outer space near planet Vegeta. As ugly as ever, it's a planet with very little charm. Do not you think? Said one of the people who appeared out of nowhere in space. You're right. Anyway, let's see what excuse is going to put the Monkey King. Let's get this over with quickly. I want to go to sleep one more time, said the other person. Those 2 people were within the range of N of Broly. They are already here. The last phase begins. How unusual, let's have a look, said the person from the space who seemed to be in charge. When saying those words, those 2 people disappeared for a moment from the position where Broly had located them and... Hey, boy, were you the one you were spying on us? Broly, still waiting for something like that to happen. He was surprised at how quickly they had disappeared from his range and flight to appear behind him. Broly with some fear turned, and... There was no doubt, it was about the 2 people he had been waiting for, the reason why he still remained on the surface of the planet. He had been waiting for the 2 most powerful people in the Universe 7. The god of destruction Beerus and the angel Whis. According to Vegeta's flashback both in the anime and in the film, Beerus and Whis had visited the planet Vegeta because King Vegeta had not complied with Beerus' orders, and that would be the cause of the destruction of the whole planet in the hands of Frieza. However, by suggestion of Beerus, therefore, the year 739 was the year they visited the planet Vegeta. Broly, as he had rehearsed, spoke very cordially to Bills. Sorry sir, it was not my intention to spy on you. I was training my vision when suddenly you appeared out of nowhere. It was incredible, so I couldn't stop looking. Beerus in a disinterested way said, oh I see, I forgive you. Anyway, it's quite impressive that a mortal is able to see from so far away. I guess I have to congratulate you. Beerus looked more closely at that strange child who had been able to observe him from space. Above all, he noticed 3 things. Hey Whis, did I understand that the distinctive feature of the Saiyans is that they have a tail like that child, right? Beerus asked Whis. That's right, Mr. Beerus, Whis replied. I see that this child has a tail, but what is this third eye? Besides, his power is high enough to be a Saiyan, especially for his age. How interesting, it seems that our trip to this disgusting planet is not going to be as boring as I thought, Beerus said with a smile on his face. Perfect, this was the reaction I wanted and expected. Hey, brat, what is this third eye? From when did the Scions have eyes on their foreheads? Broly with a respectful attitude responded, I don't know what this third eye is, I was born with it and from what I've heard there's never been any Scion with anything like that. As for what he does, with it I am able to see far away no matter what is in between, see things in more detail and are also able to move objects with my mind very easily and I am also able to use telepathy and other mental skills, sir. Beerus and Whis were surprised for a fraction of a second and Whis said, it must be some kind of mutation, Mr. Beerus. Will this mutation have something to do with its high level of power? Beerus, strangely curious, entertained and satisfied with the respectful attitude of the little boy, asked him. I see that you have something small future, the Scions have some potential, what are you doing in this desolate place so far from the city? Well, for now everything is fine, now it's time to take a risk. Broly without changing in the least his respectful and servile attitude said, feigning something of concern. This, you will see, due to my third eye people don't like it and they always say bad things about me, so I usually escape when I can to train my body and my eye, although I shouldn't be here. Beerus and Whis murmured, losing some interest in the conversation. Broly immediately acted, grabbing a backpack that had by his side. Please gentlemen, don't tell anyone, in return I will give you these extra special sandwich plus I have prepared this morning. Said Broly as he took 2 sandwiches with telekinesis from his backpack and approached them to Beerus and Whis. I've been practicing for months my cooking skills that I bought that god bastard. Despite the few ingredients of the planet Vegeta, I got some of my minions to bring me delicious things from other planets and thanks to that I have managed to recreate many delicious recipes. Every day during this year I have been preparing food and taking it with me waiting for your arrival, let's see what the result is. Beerus was surprised by the interesting offer of Broly and smelled the food, while Whis stood by his side observing the sandwiches with curiosity. I've never heard of that kind of sandwich, but it smells great, if they taste as good as they smell, it's possible that I think of your request, Beerus said as he took a bite of the sandwich, Whis ate it at the same time. Please, I hope you like it or I'm fucked. Delicious. What combination of flavors, textures, sauces. Whis, how is it that I've never heard of this delicacy? Beerus said, incredibly enthusiastic. It's right, Mr. Beerus, it's delicious, said Whis with a great smile. Perfect, let's continue. Broly, relieved, but pretending to be happy, said, I'm glad my food is liked by 2 people as extremely strong as you. If you wish, I can give you the recipe, so you can prepare it yourself if you wish. With those words, the reaction of Beerus and Whis changed drastically. That reaction was not abnormal. Both Beerus and Whis had the key of the gods, a kind of energy imperceptible to any mortal. It was impossible for someone who did not have the key of the gods to be able to know at a glance how strong they were. However, this strange Scion boy seemed to be able to know that they were strong. That made them both doubt. What do you mean we are extremely strong? Are you able to feel our ki? Well, I have been able to capture your interest through food and on this subject. Broly with respect and emotion responded, no sir, I am not able to detect anything of your ki, the logic would be that you too have no ki, but it is impossible. Which means that either you have hidden it in an incredible way or, your ki is of a quality so superior to mine that it is impossible for me to detect it, and for a reason. My instinct tells me that you are surely the 2 strongest people in the entire universe. Whis and Beerus were fascinated by Broly's response, the strange 3-year-old boy before them was right in everything. It was impossible for him to have information about the divine ki and the gods, that meant that that child not only had strange abilities never before seen in a Scion. An incredibly powerful combat power for that universe and exquisite cooking skills, he also had a great intelligence and a terrifying instinct. Fascinating, said Whis, who had erased his typical indifferent smile from his face. Beerus, surprised, fascinated, proud and satisfied with the words of Broly, asked. Oh, and how strong do you think we are? Tell me, if we compare King Vegeta and Frieza with me, what would be the difference? Perfect, everything goes according to plan. Broly without thinking too much replied, I could only see Frieza once, but, the difference between him and King Vegeta was extremely surprising, as if King Vegeta was a flea and Frieza was a dog. And as for the difference between you and Frieza, my instinct tells me it's the same difference between a dog and a god. Beerus, incredibly satisfied with the answer, said, I see that you are very intelligent and have a great instinct, that's right, it's a very good comparison of powers, you have put me in a good mood, little boy. As in the manga, anime, and film, he loves to be praised, especially when he thinks they don't do it forcefully because of his identity. Whis, who was equally surprised, but was also concerned about other matters, told Beerus, Mr. Beerus, I understand that I'm having a good time, but don't you think we should go to King Vegeta's palace to end that matter? Beerus became serious again and said, I think you're right, Whis, let's go to our goal, this has been refreshing. Good, now or never. I hope you don't get angry. This, Mr. Beerus, Mr. Whis, I know it may sound presumptuous, inconsiderate and daring on my part to ask this, but would you be so kind to have a training match with me? Chapter 10. What did you ask me, little one? I think I haven't heard you well. Fuck, it's not the nice attitude I expected, but it's not the worst situation. Broly still bowing respectfully replied, I had asked, if you would be so kind to have a training combat with me, sir. Beerus without changing too much the serious expression replied I don't understand you very well, I thought you knew perfectly how powerful I am. I admit that you are much stronger than Vegeta, but you don't even get close to Frieza's level, you are between a flea and a dog, we could say that you are a little hamster for now. Do you expect a little hamster to face a god? Frankly, I don't understand you. Either you are excessively arrogant or you are a fool. Broly replied it's nothing like that Mr. Beerus, I understand perfectly what my level of power is and I know very well that I don't have a single possibility or even make you sweat. It wasn't my intention to challenge you in any way or offend you, sir. Beerus crossed his arms with a more relaxed attitude and said, I'm listening to you, keep going. Well, it seems he's willing to listen. Broly bowed and said it's very likely that I can never have an opportunity like this, to be able to experiment with my own body how incredible is the most powerful person in the Wole universe. If I am only able to learn 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, one of you it would be something wonderful sir, the best birthday gift that I could wish for it's not my birthday, but, this increased the points to make him accept. That's why I asked for a training match sir, it would be an indescribable honor. Of course, I will not ask you to help me for nothing, sir. I don't have much, but I have a lot of good food cooked by me in that house on the right. If you help me I will prepare everything you want and you can take what you want too. First, I caught their attention watching them with my Juggin. Next, I have created a good impression by being very polite, respectful and flattering without looking like a toady without self-esteem. At the same time, I have given to understand that I am not an ordinary person, increasing the good impression of them. Finally, I've given those gluttons good food. According to my forecast if I ask for a combat training in those terms. With respect and adulation adding a reward in the form of food, he should accept. In addition, considering that they are in a hurry and that they will want the food, they will leave me alive to prepare the food. Food? Is that food as good as the one you gave us a moment ago? Whis also had a similar reaction. Great, I wanted that face. Broly cheerfully replied, that's right sir, I have the same or more tasty things. Beerus licked his lips like a cat and said it's okay, I accept your request. We're a bit rushed, but I am a kind god, and it is not a problem to teach my grandiosity to a boy as respectful as you. Broly very happy with his answer said, thank you so much Mr. Beerus, you just turned me into the happiest Saiyan in the universe. Beerus extremely reaffirmed and satisfied of himself said it's nothing. The combat will last 3 minutes. The first minute I'll just dodge. In the second minute I will just dodge and block. In the third minute, I will dodge, block and attack. Are you ready? 1 minute to attack. He wants to kill me. However, at that moment Mr. Whis intervened. Are you sure Mr. Beerus? You barely know how to hold back, do you prefer me to do the training match? Beerus replied with his typical tantrum, who did you take me for? Do you think I don't know how to restrict my strength? That I am a brute who destroys everything in its path? It's a training match, of course I will not cause irreparable damage. Also, if I kill him I will not be able to taste his food. Of course I will know how to contain myself. Beerus went to Broly and said, let's start little boy, come to me without fear, and remember your promise. I'm a bit scared about the last minute, but the offer is perfect for my needs. Yes sir. Broly launched himself at Beerus at full speed with the intention of punching him in the chest, however, Beerus dodged it in an extremely easy and simple way. From that punch followed another 30 punches and kicks, but Beerus dodged them with the speed and gracility of a butterfly. He didn't even need to open his eyes. Broly had the Juggin, which allowed him to observe the movements of the muscles of the body clearly, so he could anticipate the movements of his adversary. At the same time he also had the N, which due to his great handling of the ki, which was beginning to find a way to merge it with his Nen, allowed him to create an N of 2 kilometers around him that could stay active during the fight, thus allowing the Juggin to be extended to all that area. With this advantage, Broly was able to observe in detail the movements of Beerus from all angles. Even so, trying to follow and understand Beerus' movements was like trying to follow the full trajectory of a ray of light, being a myopic, an impossible feat. However, Broly wasn't discouraged. He understood that the breach would be something like that, he just needed to keep attacking. Although Broly was unable to connect any blow, Whis and Beerus noticed something impressive. With each stroke the next was more precise, with each step the next was faster, with each reaction the action was better. This child is learning while fighting at a monstrous pace. Every time he makes less unnecessary movements and he does them in a more automatic and instinctive way. It was as if his nearsightedness was being cured, being able to see the ray of light with more clarity. Yes. 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 I'm improving. Ha 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 ha, I was right. This is so exciting. So intoxicating. Ha ha ha, is this what it means to be a Saiyan? That's why Goku always looked for strong rivals so urgently. Ha ha ha, I begin to understand him, I just hope I don't become a goosehead like him. Broly still did not hit a single blow against Beerus, so he changed his strategy. Broly used the movement he was practicing for this situation, 36 Omega Comets. Around Broly appeared 36 spheres of green ki, which followed him as he continued attacking Beerus body to body. When Beerus dodged one of his attacks, Broly sent 3 or 6 of those spheres against him. Which thanks to his great control and telekinesis were following him at the rhyme that he attacked in melee style. Beerus without disheveled while dodging all attacks from all directions said, "It's not a bad idea, with this strategy you could seriously defeat someone stronger than you." How? But before I could finish the sentence, the 27 of the 36 key spheres that had managed to surround him exploded at the same time in a terrible way. However, Beerus, who reappeared right behind Broly, whispered to his ear. "However, the difference between us is too big to work against me. The first minute has already passed, now I will block some of your caresses. Come to me," he said as he pointed to him to come with his finger. "There I go," said Broly. Broly charged against Beerus, who waited for him without moving in the least. When he reached the same distance as Beerus, it began to rain a storm of blows, which Beerus casually stopped with his little finger, without moving or retreat. Broly was using practically all of his aura on his fists, legs and even his tail, concentrating 100 of his nen and ki at the exact moment he attacked, creating a stronger than normal blow. Beerus and Whis were surprised again. He's hitting harder than anyone of his level would, and he's also hitting harder every time. Not only learn to move better while fighting, also learn to attack better, more precisely, with more speed and more power. It was as if the little hamster of the beginning was slowly becoming a big rat with sharper claws and fangs. Broly, who had calculated that he had practically finished the second minute, prepared to launch his last attack, the Dual Rasen Omega Blaster. Broly using the concept of Naruto's Rasengan, which, although it was extremely repetitive in Naruto, he found it a practical and fascinating concept. He created 2 spheres, one in each hand, 2 key green Rasengan mixed with nen, and he threw them to Beerus, causing a great explosion and destruction, of which Beerus left completely unharmed once again. What an interesting technique. You have managed to mold your ki, and another type of energy in a very curious way. Many attacks with more ki couldn't have rivaled your attack. I didn't know that the Saiyans had techniques as advanced as this. Is it your invention? Beerus asked solemnly. That's right, sir, I invented it a few weeks ago, Broly answered while catching her breath. You are an intelligent child, there is no doubt. We have already checked how you move and how you attack. Let's see how you defend yourself, Beerus said as he loaded his finger. I hope not to die. Broly at this last minute would use all his energy to increase his defense and speed, so he used practically all his aura on his Ken to mitigate Beerus' attacks whatever the direction. And the beating began. Beerus began to attack with his fingers from all directions at a great speed. Although none of Beerus' attacks were deadly and properly matched Broly's level of power, each one of those fingertips was enough to knock him down. As the beating continued, Broly was able to get used to the rhythm of Beerus' blows, getting on his guard a few times and protecting himself. But once Broly managed to protect himself, Beerus again increased the rate of his attacks, making them more fast and powerful. The normal thing would be that, when receiving all those blows, Broly was more tired, weaker and with less energy, since there was a direct relationship between damage suffered and loss of energy. However, before them something unusual was happening, something much more unusual than his great capacity for learning and strange eye. His wounds healed quickly, and when he healed. Hey, really? What kind of creature are you, little monster? Whis, who was watching the fight placidly while eating a snack that he had prepared, said. I had heard that the Saiyans have a great speed of recovery, and that once they have recovered from a battle their body adapts to the wounds suffered to make it stronger, and the stronger the wound the greater the power they get, but, I had never heard of one recovering so quickly and with such power. Yes, continues like this god of destruction. Give me more power. Show me more. Broly continued to defend himself as best he could, and Beerus, fascinated by how strong Broly could become and how long he could hold, he began to increase the intensity of his blows. Broly reached a point that could not barely move due to the avalanche of blows that came. Beerus had been too excited, and despite the intensity of the blows was within the tolerable, the number of blows became immense. So shabby it hit that Broly did not have time to recover minimally from the last 100 blows when he hit the 300. Broly really believed that he would die. If it hadn't been for Whis' intervention, he surely would have been dead. "Mr. Beerus, I think the minute has passed, how about we finish the fight?" Whis said as he stopped with his cane the blows of Beerus that were aimed at Broly, which fell backwards to the ground. Beerus, surprised, said, "Has a minute gone by? I guess the time goes by fast when you have a good time, ha ha ha. Are you still alive, little one?" He said as he looked at Broly, dying on the floor. I think, yes, it's been awesome, Mr. Beerus, thank you very much," said Broly, trying to recover his breath and the mobility of the body. "Oh, look what you've done, Mr. Beerus, in the state that you've left him I doubt he can prepare the food he promised us," Whis said melodramatically, while Beerus looked somewhat embarrassed and annoyed by his own actions and consequences. But Broly, who was slowly recovering from his wounds and regaining his energy, said as he began to levitate. "Don't worry, a promise is a promise, then I prepare the food, in fact I'm already preparing it with telekinesis, accompany me to my house, it hurts." Beerus with a smile, approached Broly and asked him, "You're still too weak to even hit me or receive my attacks, even when I'm suppressing myself to do much, but you did well despite that. Tell me, little one, what is your name?" "My name is Broly, Mr. Beerus," answered Broly, suspended in the air with the help of Beerus. "Broly, I'll remember that name." Chapter 11. Broly accompanied Beerus and Whis to his house, which was built only for this occasion. When they arrived, several dishes were already prepared, which they ate with pleasure, waiting for the rest. Broly lay down on the bed and ate something too, while with telekinesis he was still cooking all the ingredients he had in the fridge. Until they decided to leave. "Thank you very much for your hospitality, Broly, can I really take all this with me?" Whis said as he watched the table full of food. "Yes, of course, that's what I promised," replied Broly, who was already in better physical condition. Then I'll take it all," Whis with a touch of his staff made all the food disappear from the table. "Let's go, Whis, we have unfinished business," by Broly, Beerus said as he marched through the door. Broly, still recovering, through the jug and watched as Whis and Beerus arrived at the palace of King Vegeta. King Vegeta knelt to receive Beerus and said, "Good afternoon, Mr. Beerus, in honor of your visit we have prepared a banquet, but, what is the reason for that honor?" Beerus observed King Vegeta strangely and said, "I'll explain why I'm here, but before that, what happened to your hair?" King Vegeta, with his gleaming bald head, answered, "It's a long story." Broly stopped observing the meeting. It didn't interest him, since he knew the elapsed and result due to the flashback of Vegeta and the first minutes of the film of the Battle of the Gods. It was time to leave the planet Vegeta as soon as possible. "Jarvis cancels Plan B and Plan C, initiate Plan A," said Broly. A semi-robotic voice was transmitted from his belt, "At your orders, sir, initiating the plan of self-destruction of unusable space pod." In several desert points of the planet Vegeta, several modified space pod were destroyed to dust in an extremely silent way, without anyone noticing. Broly, anticipating possible futures that could arise when fighting with Beerus, created 3 plans. Plan A was the one that had happened. Beerus left him in a minimally decent state to be able to leave the planet on his own. Plan B, Beerus left him unconscious and they left him, in that case Jarvis. The artificial intelligence he had created, would send a rescue space pod which would pick him up and take him to Kid, his main spaceship, which that was operating on a nearby planet. He didn't want to risk his beloved spacecraft being discovered or destroyed by Beerus in an accident. Plan C, Beerus left him in a terrible state, between life and death, in that case. Jarvis, the artificial intelligence he had created, would send a large-sized rescue space pod with a healing device inside him which he would pick up and take him to Kid, his main spaceship which that was operating on a nearby planet, and wait until he recovered completely. Since the resulting situation was it was useless to keep those space pods. Broly used the telepathy with all the controlled Saiyan and gave them the last instructions and got into his space pod and left the planet Vegeta forever. Hahaha, my plan so far has been a great success. I feel like Sosuke Aizen in the saga of the Soul Society. Everything has gone as I planned. There is no doubt, the legendary Super Saiyan that I could see in the trailers of the Broly movie for now has all the features that I deduced. Broly, before being reborn and during this life, was theorizing what should be the characteristics of Broly based on the trailers. And he came to this conclusion. The legendary Super Saiyan is a mutant Saiyan that maximizes to the extreme all the characteristics of a Saiyan. What characteristics do all the Saiyans possess? 1. They are born with a power superior to many other races. With the exception of cases like Goku, the majority of Saiyans are born with high combat powers. An average human has a power of 1, however. Saiyans normally born around 100 of combat power, in strange cases great Saiyans were born like Vegeta with 1000 of combat power, considered the greatest prodigy among the Saiyans. But me being the legendary Super Saiyan, this feature is maximized. If I hadn't trained before birth I would have a power of 10,000. 2. They learn to fight very quickly. Goku showed this characteristic as a child on more than one occasion. He was able to learn the Kamehameha, a very advanced technique just observing it once. In Korin's tower she learned to follow Korin's movements in only 3 days, something that cost him Mutant Roshi 3 years. Let's say that if I went to the planet Earth now and trained with Korin as Goku did, it would probably only take me 3 seconds to learn Korin's teachings. In the film trailer Vegeta clearly said, he learned while fighting, he became increasingly skillful fighting, although he had never left that yellow planet and had only fought with beasts, without knowledge of martial arts. For this reason, I have been able to learn such incredible skills so quickly in such a short time and with such efficiency. 3. They have the Zanaki or Saiyan power. This power allows a Saiyan to recover from harm in relatively short periods of time, during which, the Saiyan will imprint on the injuries and their experiences and instantly learning from it. As it does, their minds and body adapt to the said struggles, allowing their instinctual methods and natural resistance to noticeably improve, which also increases their physical might as they recover, thereby lessening the chances of the problem happening again. The more severe the damage they recover from, the more significant the improvements will be, effectively making prolonged battles more favorable to them. Goku's healing from his first battle against Vegeta and multiple injuries during his gravity training in X-100 Earth's gravity increased his power level from over 8,000 to 90,000 then after recovering from battling Captain Ginyu. Goku's power level reached 3 million, enough to pressure Frieza's initial might in fourth form. Broly couldn't learn to properly control the ki on that planet, nor could have such good training, teachers or adversaries, but there is something he probably had during his childhood and youth as his scars show, the Zenkai, that would explain that great base power. It is certain that he had a lot of Zenkais during the trailer, which caused him to have such a huge base power that he cornered Goku and Vegeta again and again, Zenkais that he kept having again and again during the battle. That means that Broly I must have a very powerful and ultra-active Zenkai, which not only gives a huge increase in power extremely fast, it also allows one to recover very quickly. 4. They look for powerful rivals. Encompassing the 2 previous points, the Saiyans become more powerful as they fight. They learn from their adversaries and learn from the damage they receive, so they instinctively seek to fight against rivals stronger than them to increase their power more quickly, and they enjoy it, so they look for it even more. It's like a drug for them. That's why Goku always commits follies in order to continue fighting with powerful rivals, like forgiving his life or curing them. That's why I've planned to fight against Beerus, even though my most rational part told me not do it. However, my instinct was practically forcing me to do it. I suppose being the legendary Super Saiyan has unfortunately also increased this characteristic. Although surely I have also been influenced by my other rational part that take risks for a greater good, nobody could teach me better and could cause me so many Zenkais as the god of destruction. My fighting skills have been sharpened to an incredible degree and my power has gone from 2,358,347 to 11,178,300 in just 3 minutes, hahaha. The risk has been worth it, hahaha. 5. The S cells. All living beings are composed of cells. When they eat, those nutrients are assimilated, and they are transported to all the cells of the body, becoming energy. This energy is released in each physical activity of your body, allowing you to perform all your activities: walk, run, breathe, fight, Kamehamehas. The S cells are special cells capable of creating more energy than normal cells. They must be able to convert practically all food into energy. All the Saiyan to a greater or lesser extent have S cells in their body, but for these cells to do mitosis increase in quantity they need several psychological and emotional factors, like tranquility and an emotional bond with other people. Goku established great friendship ties, so he produced a lot of S cells. And the only way to release the energy from those cells is through extreme anger, overflowing your body and awakening the Super Saiyan. The S cells contain up to 100 times more energy than the base energy of the Saiyan, being 50 in the Super Saiyan state and another 50 in the Super Saiyan 2 state, being the Super Saiyan 3 in imperfect break limits transformation. My theory is that the S cell mutants of the legendary Super Saiyan don't have an energy limit, or that when reaching a certain point doesn't have a limit. With my fight against Beerus I hope to become Super Saiyan, or its equivalent in Broly case, but it seems that it has not been possible. I don't know if it's because I have not been able to generate enough S cells, maybe because of my age or because I barely had any connection with anyone, but the same can apply to that Broly who barely had contact with anyone, and if he could. Which brings me my second theory: the Juggin allows me an extraordinary control of my mind. It is probably due to that, for now it is impossible or very difficult for it to feel anger, the channeler of the Super Saiyan, but this have an easy solution. I also have another quite solid theory, but I cannot confirm it yet. In fact, if this were a determining reason, I would be very sad. It's a shame. If I had reached the Super Saiyan stage, I could have beaten Frieza right now. Although I prefer not to do it yet, it would change history too much. Not only the present and the future, also the past. Saving Bardock could be dangerous. I don't know if in this universe that OVA could be canonical or not. Other features is that they adapt to power very well and the monkey tail, but for now this is something that I will think later. I can already see my spaceship kid. Broly landed on the hidden side of the almost desert planet, where it was more likely that no one would find the spaceship. Broly made himself comfortable in his house and while watching the planet Vegeta in the distance said, "Sorry guys, but I don't plan to save any of you directly. Officially I should be a child exiled by the people of my own planet, so I have little attachment to you. I don't want to waste my time babysitting Saiyan boys and girls on my spaceship when I'm only 3 years old. I also don't intend to turn this into a rehabilitation center for proud psychopaths who only think about killing and conquering. And above all, I don't want to become the leader of a nation of brainless monkeys. This is my fucking adventure and I have many things to do and live. I have already taken the trouble to make my lackeys damage the transmitters of several spaceships that will be used for young Saiyans, so they will not receive the message of Frieza to return to the planet Vegeta to die. Consider this my last act of gratitude towards the planet Vegeta. I don't know how many will be saved, but surely this will change the saga Z." Broly in his spaceship flew at full speed, and went to some very specific coordinates. Planet Earth has a lot of things to offer me, is the jewel in the crown of all the worlds that exist in this universe, so I have to go as soon as possible, but first, I have to make another stop. Chapter 12. Broly, who was still on an intergalactic trip, came out of the jacuzzi. It was a great idea to build this spacecraft, and it was a great idea to also install a jacuzzi in it. This is traveling with style. "Jarvis, how long will it take to get to planet XE321F5? Broly said as he walked naked levitating through the ship. "It will take around 20 minutes, I advise you to dress as soon as possible to continue with the plan," answered the semi-robot voice. "Perfect, I've always wanted to solve this mystery," said Broly while bringing his clothes with telekinesis. The planet XE321F5 was a planet with a gravity of X45, due to its high gravity and extreme temperatures the planet was completely desolate and without a trace of life, there was only minerals and desert, and due to the high gravity it did not even serve as a mining colony. It was too much expensive and complicated to extract minerals in those conditions. However, Broly had not come to this planet to train his body due to the powerful gravity, he had not come to collect minerals either. What attracted Broly's attention was another feature of this planet. In one hemisphere of this planet it was always night, and there was always a full moon. This is the perfect planet to train my Oozuru transformation. My combat power is over 12 million, if by chance I transformed into a crazy and brainless giant monkey multiplying x10 that power on planet Earth or anywhere, I'm afraid it would destroy everything. In addition, I have to confirm my theories, said Broly as he watched the planet from his spaceship. Broly made Kid stay flying in the stratosphere of the sunny face of the planet and he went flying at full speed to the night face of the planet, that way Kid was less likely to end up destroyed. What was the Oozuru transformation? The Oozuru transformation allowed the Saiyan to transform in a giant, anthropomorphic, monkey-like creature. In order for the transformation to take place, the Saiyan needs to have a tail, as the glands responsible for initiating the transformation are located exclusively there. The Saiyan also needs to absorb at least 17 million Xeno units of Blutz waves through the eyes to initiate the transformation. Blutz waves are found only in sunlight reflected by a moon. This transformation increases the total power of the Saiyan X10. The problem of this transformation is that it is quite limiting in terms of activation and maintenance. It makes you lose your reasoning by becoming an aggressive beast, and by making yourself bigger, it increase the blind spots from which you can be attacked, in addition to losing agility. The advantage is that it allows an increase of base power without spending energy of any kind during the transformation, unlike the Super Saiyan or Saiyan God modes. The first thing I have to do is follow the points indicated in the training manual to keep my mind in spite of being transformed. If I follow the training perfectly, I will even be able to speak in that transformation. There is no better planet for it, it is a resistant planet, there is no one around and there is always a full moon in that area, so I can practice continuously. Broly with closed eyes, arrived at the night part of the planet. When he was ready, he opened his 3 eyes and looked at the moon. Watching her, his eyes turned red, his body began to throb. In a few seconds, his muscles began to expand and his teeth began to become those of a beast while his hair grew all over his body. He was becoming a giant beast. In a giant 3-eyed monkey that measured more than 15 meters, a height much higher than the usual Oozuru, which used to measure 10 meters. A giant monkey in berserker state that began to hit everything around him and to throw flames of fire through his mouth, which melted mountains of steel. After few minutes, perhaps due to the teachings of the manual, perhaps due to his innate power of Legendary Super Saiyan, or perhaps due to the great mental control granted by the Jugon, perhaps by the combination of all of them, Broly began to regain control of his mind. Little by little he calmed down again, no longer moving or frantically attacking his surroundings. He simply watched his transformed body. Perfect, now there will be no danger that I will destroy the earth if I look at the full moon. It has been easy for me to regain control of my mind. I suppose that the greater the combat power at birth, the greater the control over this transformation. I think I'm a bit bigger than the normal Oozuru. Is this because I'm the Legendary Super Saiyan? What power? I have more than 120 million units of power, and the amount of my energy reserves have increased in proportion as well. Although the loss of agility and mobility is noticeable. Well, let's proceed. After getting control of your mind, what you should do next is learn to control your body. Broly began to perform the majority of katas he had practiced so far, as well as several movements inspired by the battle he had against Beerus. In a few minutes Broly, thanks to his great learning speed of the Legendary Super Saiyan, he learned how to perfectly adapt those movements to his gigantic stature. Perfect, despite my great stature, which is a drawback for long combats with intelligent adversaries, is still a pretty useful transformation. Let's continue with my training. He had already managed to control his mind and body, now it was time to adapt to the transformation and untransformation. The transformation into Oozuru was not a rapid transformation, and during his process, the Saiyans weren't always able to keep his mind under control, not even for Vegeta, as it was very painful due to the increase in the size of the whole body. At the same time, the untransformation was a process that left the user greatly exhausted. The few times that Gaki and Gohan, two low-class warriors, went untransformed, they were always unconscious, regardless of the damage suffered or activity performed during the transformation. Even Vegeta, the most elite warrior, after losing his form, was completely exhausted. Therefore, Broly, although less tired, also had to be exhausted when untransforming. It was obvious that Broly, a perfectionist, would want to eliminate or mitigate the disadvantages that this transformation brought. Broly traveled quickly between the night and day areas, performing a painful and exhausting cycle respectively, in which his body performed several transformations and untransformations per minute. For days, he did nothing but transform and untransform himself, only stopping to do that at the time of eating, bathing, and sleeping. It was a tedious, boring, and repetitive process, but the results were remarkable. He transformed more quickly without losing consciousness at any time, making the pain of transformation more acceptable, and when untransformed, he didn't feel so exhausted. His body after 2 weeks had become incredibly accustomed to that transformation. These 2 weeks have been a damn hell, not as horrible as the training in gravity increase without using energy, but of course much more boring. However, the results have been incredible. I managed to improve the process of transformation and untransformation to quite acceptable levels. It is still not as fast as I would like it to be, and it continues to exhaust more than I would like when untransform myself, but the result is already very good, and I don't think I can make any quick improvement in this matter. In addition, I'm running out of supplies, and in this crap planet there's not even a bad weed. It is better to go to the next training and leave as soon as possible. Broly traveled to the sunny area of the planet to perform the next phase of his Oozuru training. Broly had already overcome his problem of mental instability, had managed to adapt to his giant body, and had reduced the problems arising from the transformation. Now he only needed to solve one of the last weak points of this transformation. The need for full moon to transform, and that the transformation is not optional once the full moon is observed. By combining Ki with the planet's atmosphere, a sphere of condensed Blutz waves is created. Using this, a Saiyan can achieve the Great Ape transformation even when a full moon is not present. However, this technique has several drawbacks. The Saiyans, to be able to transform without the need of a full moon that emits 17 million Xeno units of Blutz waves, had devised a method of creating an artificial moon. This technique very tiring, so it is primarily used as a last resort, and even Saiyans that can use it prefer to transform using a planetary body. Vegeta mentioned to Goku that he planned his trip to Earth to coincide with the full moon in an attempt to avoid using the technique. The other problem is that the power ball needs to be kept in the air and disappears after 90 minutes, ending the transformation. It would only be necessary to destroy the power ball and the transformation would end, leaving Broly in a state of exhaustion. For these reasons, Broly for months planned a new technique, that is, he was working on this plan before even leaving the planet Vegeta. Since I saw the anime and since I reincarnated and I could see the power ball, I've been trying to recreate the idea of the Blutz wave generator from Bulma Dragon Ball GT. I don't intend to use the generator, since I don't want to have to rely on a machine to fight, a machine that can be easily destroyed, as happened with Shenron. Thanks to divert a large part of the budget of various institutions of the planet Vegeta and the army of Frisia, I got several scientists to correctly analyze what was the exact composition of Blutz waves. Composition that I already know. My theory is that by applying my still imperfect mixture of Nen and Ki I could use the best of the transmutation of both systems to create pure Blutz energies, without the need for atmospheric stimulation. However, this time without creating a sphere, this method spent a lot of energy. Since it's necessary to create a ball that autonomously floated and stayed away from the body generating Blutz energies for more than an hour and were not pure Blutz waves, reason why it is so tiring to create that ball, besides the Saiyan who use this method don't have even 20,000 of combat power. My idea is to inject Blutz waves directly into the pupils of my eyes, that would greatly reduce the energy cost and prevent external actions, like enemies trying to destroy the sphere or blocking the light. In the same way that I could be able to create Blutz waves to transform myself, I could also create a way to prevent Blutz waves from reaching my eyes, stopping and preventing the transformation. Broly after 2 hours, imperfectly combining the Ki with the Nen, taking the Ki as a base, managed to change the properties of the Ki in a more efficient way than the normal Ki, transforming them into Blutz waves. The amount of light waves that are needed to reach the transformation is 17 million Xeno units, but in its first attempt he didn't even create 1,000. However, Broly didn't give up and continued to practice tirelessly, drastically reducing his baths and naps, so he could finish his training within a month. After days, Broly, who was in a poor state, managed to reach 17 million Xeno units with his new skill. Broly managed to project that amount of Blutz waves towards his pupils and his eyes turned red, transforming for the first time in days. Unlike with Baby or Vegeta in Dragon Ball GT, Broly needed to keep those active Blutz waves in his eyes to keep the transformation, adding the problem of maintaining that Blutz waves during the fights, something that Broly would work in the future. At the same time, he had also found a way to deflect the Blutz waves that came externally to his eyes, being able to control in this way when and when not to transform. I just need to solve the biggest puzzle I've had since Dragon Ball Super. The existence in the canon universe of the misnamed transformation Super Saiyan 4. Chapter 13. The transformation of the Super Saiyan, at least the ordinary Super Saiyan, has 2 perfect transformations and 2 imperfect transformations. Super Saiyan perfect transformations. 1. Super Saiyan 1. Once the Saiyan has enough S cells, a feeling such as strong anger or sadness can transform a Saiyan into a Super Saiyan, multiplying his power by x50. 2. Super Saiyan 2. When the Saiyan in Super Saiyan form is able to maintain calm during that transformation, once he feels a strong anger can transform into Super Saiyan 2, multiplying his power by x100, using all the S cells in the body. Super Saiyan imperfect transformations. These techniques are a few imperfect limit breaks, one for Super Saiyan and the other for Super Saiyan 2. 1. Super Saiyan 1-5, it is a forced increase in the power output of the initial Super Saiyan transformation. Overloading the body of the energy produced by the S cells, a Super Saiyan is capable of acquiring more power than it is capable of controlling, but as a side effect, the muscles increase, losing a lot of speed, being slower than in the phase of Super Saiyan, and spending energy very quickly. So it is an imperfect transformation and much weaker than the Super Saiyan 2 in all aspects, even in the expenditure of energy. 2. Super Saiyan 3, transformation limit breaker of the Super Saiyan 2. Once a Super Saiyan 2 has a control of his power and energy superior to its maximum power and energy in exchange for an extreme amount of energy, is able to transform in this way, increasing all its power, understanding that the power contains attack, defense and speed x400. It is imperfect due to the excessive use of energy, means that this transformation can only be used for a few minutes, also lost power progressively during its duration. Now we must ask, how do we explain the appearance and transformations of Super Saiyan? In that transformations of Super Saiyan, the hair becomes golden blonde in color and seems to stand on end, giving it a rising, flame-like appearance. Natural eye color changes to a greenish blue. Muscle tone becomes more defined, and the skin tone and clothing becomes lighter, mainly due to the energy and light output of the golden aura. As the natural floodgates of the body are opened with the transformation, excess energy is radiated from the body in the form of a pulsing, flame-like aura. My theory, which explains this physical and power change, is that when the S cells of the Saiyans are released, they release too much energy, so they overload the body with that energy, then that surplus and uncontrolled energy begins to be released through the hair so it doesn't harm the body. It is as if the Saiyan's hair were a safety valve that prevents the body from exploding due to an overload of energy. Surely the hair of the pure Saiyan never changes after being born for something related to this. Because the energy of the S cells is yellow, the hair is that color, and so is the aura that exceeds the body acquires more muscle because it adapts naturally to the energy it is capable of possessing. One of the qualities of the Saiyan, they are able to adapt their body to power. However, what would happen if more energy were released than can be controlled within the body? An imperfect transformation would take place, like the Super Saiyan 1-5, in which the body has been overloaded with more energy than the body is able to control, increasing the power and overloading the musculature. A Saiyan is able to adapt his body to power, that allows it to be transformed into phase 1-5, if another race tried it surely they would be incapable or their bodies would explode. However, a Saiyan is able to do this, but his body doesn't adapt perfectly to power, so he loses speed due to excess muscle, and maintaining that forced musculature costs too much energy. So what is the Super Saiyan 3? How can we explain that appearance? The transformation of the Super Saiyan 3 is similar to 1-5, it consists of releasing energy in the body to increase its power in a way superior to what the body would normally be able to control. However, why not increase the musculature in a brutal way like in phase 1-5? That's because it doesn't concentrate the energy on the musculature, instead, is concentrated in the hair. When the Saiyan becomes Super Saiyan his hair changes color and it rises, when it becomes Super Saiyan 2 his color is more pronounced and it rises even more, and it gets a little bigger, surely because there is more energy coming to the natural safety valve that is the hair of the Saiyans. Following this theory, the Saiyan has to concentrate a brutal amount of energy from his S cells in his hair, practically all the energy of the S cells that his body possesses at the same time to be used in this transformation for a short period. The Saiyan will be able to access all that concentrated energy that caused all that hair growth, it's as if the safety valve was full and was about to explode. Therefore, he will lose it very quickly, because the hair is in safety valve, and if all that energy is concentrated at that point it will end very quickly. That is the strength and weakness of the Super Saiyan 3. It manages to increase its power drastically without affecting its speed, concentrating that energy in the hair and not in the body, but it loses a great amount of energy precisely by concentrating it in the hair. That is why although it is a great transformation if you want to fight for a short time, it is still an imperfect limit breaker transformation. The eyes don't release energy, they are a manifestation of the inner ki, in this case they are green, very possibly because they represent the unlimited power of the Saiyan, which is the characteristic color of the S cells of the legendary Super Saiyan me. With this I would finish my theory of Super Saiyan transformation triggered by S cells. Then, this is the most powerful transformation route of all, the Saiyan God, or the Saiyan Red. This form is achieved through a ritual. The ritual is needed in order to achieve the Super Saiyan God transformation. It requires 5 righteous Saiyans to perform and a 6th Saiyan to channel the ritual and key into. In this way, a new energy is created, or better said, the quality of that energy is improved by converting it into divine energy. Every time we see someone with divine energy, we can see as if it were an energy in a liquid state, unlike the normal energy or aura, which seems to be in a gaseous state, it is a higher quality energy more tangible. By acquiring this energy and making it yours, simply in base state you can already be infinitely more powerful. That's what happened with Goku, he lost that transformation, but he still had divine energy because he made it his own, making it possible to continue fighting against Beerus, despite not being transformed even in Super Saiyan. So it is partly a transformation and an ascension. The ascension is to get the divine energy, increasing your power even with the appearance of base stage. Transformation consists of burning part of that energy to acquire the aura of the Red God. This aura gives its user more power, regeneration, and protection. During the time the aura is active, no energy is wasted, it is as if the user is resting, which is why he looks thinner because his muscle mass relaxes. Then when that aura of the Red God has dissipated, it will be possible to burn again more divine energy to return to that form. Regarding its red color, represents the fire, an energetic form acquired by burning this energy. What is the Super Saiyan Blue? It is the combination of the use of the S cells of the normal Super Saiyan together with the Red God. However, both energies are quite incompatible, since the aura of the Red God is based on control and tranquility, and the Super Saiyan is anger. So only when you have acquired absolute tranquility in the form of Super Saiyan, which can rival that of the Red God Saiyan, this form is achieved. Which will spend a lot of energy until you are synchronized perfectly in the level of tranquility that gives the aura of the Red God and the unleashed force of the transformation of Super Saiyan. His color is blue, the color that symbolizes tranquility, as well as the color of a flame that burns a lot of oxygen. So, if the Super Saiyan Blue is the combination of the Red God Aura Super Saiyan, the combination of Red God Aura Super Saiyan 2 and Red God Aura Super Saiyan 3 exists. Yes, it is very likely, in fact. We already saw how Vegeta acquired the transformation Red God Aura Super Saiyan 2 in the Power Tournament, turning a more bluish hair color and with brighter eyes. We only need to see one using the Super Saiyan 3. Now with the idea of combinations of transformations. We arrived at the Oozra transformation. The first form of the Oozra transforms the user into a giant monkey multiplying its power and energy x 10. The next transformation after the Oozra would be the famous Golden Oozra, which would be the transformation that would combine the Oozra Super Saiyan, multiplying its power and energy x 500. Following this progression, there should be other combinations of transformations like Golden Oozra 2, The result of the combination between Oozaru Super Saiyan 2, multiplying its power and energy x1000. Golden Oozaru 3. The result of the combination between Oozaru Super Saiyan 3, multiplying its power and energy x4000. Then, where is the so-called Super Saiyan 4? The Super Saiyan 4 is only a compressed form of the Oozaru Super Saiyan, with a multiplier of 500 agility bonus. Why the hair is not golden? Simple, the Saiyan's hair is a safety valve that prevents the body from exploding due to an overload of energy, but what happens if the body becomes so powerful that it is able to contain that energy without problems? That's what happens in this transformation. To compress the body of a 10-meter beast in a barely 8 meters, one gets a body so strong that even being transformed into Super Saiyan, the hair stays dark, being the eyes the only ones that show a golden color, due to the phase change. Therefore, it would be possible that by merging the Super Saiyan Phase 2 with the humanoid Oozaru, the hair this time would turn golden and the green eyes. In addition, it is likely that if is used the Super Saiyan 3 in conjunction with the humanoid Oozaru, the golden hair would grow even more. However, how do you get that humanoid form? The answer cannot be as simple and incomplete as controlling your mind in Oozaru state when you are able to be Super Saiyan. Baby Vegeta controlled his mind perfectly in that state and was not able to transform himself in that way. Vegeta, before becoming the so-called Super Saiyan 4, already perfectly mastered the Oozaru, and yet he transformed in Golden Oozaru. So being Super Saiyan is not a requirement to become a humanoid Oozaru. Vegeta was also able to master his Oozaru form before transforming into Super Saiyan, and yet he was not able to transform into humanoid Oozaru. Therefore, if this transformation exists, there must be another requirement, a requirement either in the form of power level or emotional. I think that once those conditions have been fulfilled, a Saiyan with a tail would be able to transform into a humanoid Oozaru in a normal Oozaru state, with only a multiplier of x10. First of all, let's stop calling those forms Super Saiyan 4, it's not a progression of evolution that provides the S cells, it's a progression of the Oozaru. Therefore, Broly the fucking legendary Super Saiyan renames this transformation as True Saiyan Humanoid Oozaru, x10 without restriction in speed or agility. True Super Saiyan Humanoid Oozaru, x500 without restriction in speed or agility, which is known as Super Saiyan 4. True Super Saiyan 2 Humanoid Oozaru, x1000 without restriction in speed or agility. True Super Saiyan 3 Humanoid Oozaru, x4000 without restriction in speed or agility. However, this transformation, apart from the requirements to become a true Saiyan, I have other questions. What are the limitations of combining the Oozaru transformation with that of the S cells? I know about the divine energy and S cells combination problems, but what happens with the other combination? Will we see a true God Red one day? Will we see a true Super Saiyan God Blue? God, I'm erect by thinking about it despite I'm just 3 years old. However, the most important. How about the legendary Super Saiyan? Will my evolutionary routes be the same as the standard ones? No, I don't think so, they must be, very different and superior, just like I saw in the trailer. Chapter 14. 3 days later, on a green planet, with a normal gravity and full of not hostile life, nor intelligent. There was a spaceship, from which small flying robots came and went, bringing food to the spaceship. The spaceship was standing in the air, absorbing water from a lake with a hose, and near that spaceship, a giant monkey in a meditative pose floated just inches from the ground. Due to the tranquility and security that he transmitted, small and harmless animals from the surroundings concentrated around him, since they felt safe from the attacks of predators. That giant monkey was Broly, who was trying to find a way to transform into true Saiyan while the spaceship was supplied with food and water. I have tried for days to become a Super Saiyan, but there is no progress. I begin to believe that this can be due to my third theory. Maybe, the tail makes the transformation in Super Saiyan more difficult, or it has some incompatible with the S cells. The hybrids between Saiyan and Earthlings have an absurd advantage. They inherit their parents' S cells, as we could see with Trunks and Goten. In addition, part of their fighting power, as we can see with Trunks and Goten and Pan of Dragon Ball Super, which seems to have inherited the mystical mode from Gohan, and a lot of his power, it give me chills thinking how strong Bra could be. It is as if the hybrids between Saiyan and Earthlings follow the evolutionary theory of Lamarck and not the Darwin one. Gohan was born with a tail, although Goku for his lifestyle had to have enough S cells when he got it, he hadn't woken them up yet. However, the children of Saiyans who were born from parents who had woken up their Super Saiyan, were born without a tail, and that made them transform very easily into Super Saiyan. Maybe because those S cells so active and awake prevented the growth of the tail. In addition, the Saiyans of Universe 6 are very pacific and had no tail, and it was extremely easy for them to become Super Saiyan, but how did they not have information about that transformation? That didn't make sense. I don't know, but it may be related. No, 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 no. Maybe the tail makes the Super Saiyan transformation more difficult, but not impossible. I'm not going to give up. The first Super Saiyan apparition that was seen was a golden monkey. Even in Dragon Ball Heroes we saw an evil Saiyan capable of transforming into Golden Oozuru, and Yamoshi also had a tail and could be transformed at first in Super Saiyan. I'm not going to give up my X10 multiplier, nor my ovaries breaker appearance. Broly had left the planet XC321F5 for several reasons. He needed supplies for his trip. He was tired of desolate and ugly planets. He was looking for a place that could give him a great peace of mind. Broly was convinced that the key to becoming a true Saiyan was a state of extreme tranquility, similar to that of completely emptying the mind in Buddhistic histories. Broly tried to empty his mind as much as possible, but it was impossible. He was not able to empty his mind no matter how hard he tried. He kept having thoughts of all kinds. Even when he didn't think about anything, he thought that he didn't have to think. He even celebrated in his thoughts that he had stopped thinking, something quite paradoxical. This is crap, I cannot help thinking. As this continues in the future, it will be impossible for me to master the Magat no Goki. Broly didn't get any apparent results, and he began to get impatient. Since he had reached this universe, this could be considered as his first great defeat not counting the fight against Beerus, which was lost in advance. Broly in his Oozuru form, frustrated and with nothing to do for the moment, began to hum while waiting his spaceship to be ready. Tan tan ta ta tan tan, tan tan ta ta tan 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 ta ta tan tan ta tan. You can say what you want about that sequel that was full of errors, inconsistencies, that everyone had become useless or stupid, MMOK, they may be right about that. However, the opening is beautiful, Broly said as tears fell from his eyes, remembering perhaps one of the most beautiful anime openings ever. While that beautiful music played in his head, he began to remember events of many years ago. It was as if he were going back to his childhood in one of the most endearing moments of his life. He remembered when he was a child stuck to the TV watching the adventures of Goku. It was the first anime that saw. The first anime that made him laugh, cry, get excited, learn, that made him love those characters, which grew with him during his childhood to adolescence and maturity. Dragon Ball for him wasn't just an anime. Was anime that made him love anime and somehow change his life. It was a very important part of his life, and now he was in that world. Remembering all those fond memories, his mind and heart were filled with melancholy and joy. Then, during that flashback loaded with sentimentality, something impressive happened. He felt as if the small animals that were resting on his body were growing. Therefore, he opened his eyes to see what was happening, and he was very happy. The body of the animals that weren't growing, it was his that was shrinking. Don't fuck with me. If the Super Saiyan is obtained by extreme anger, then the true Saiyan must be obtained by the opposite, extreme melancholy and joy for something you care. Animals altered by the change of their environment ran quickly through fear. Broly has the same size as before the Oozuru transformation. However, something had changed. His power remained the same as when he transformed into Oozuru, but his energy reserves were far superior. He looked at his arms, which were more muscular and covered with brown fur. Oh yeah, I want to see me, I want to see me. Broly approached the lake, where his spaceship was refilling water, and looked at his reflection. He maintained his normal stature, but the upper part of his body was somewhat more muscular. Except for his pectorals, the last abdominal, the neck, the head, hands and feet, all his visible body was covered with brown fur, the same color of the Oozuru fur. Yes, I came to think that this transformation wasn't possible. I am so happy. Fuck that I'm cool despite still measuring barely a meter, he said while admiring himself in an extremely narcissistic way while the animals looked at him as if he were some kind of pervert. With this form and combat power it would be possible to destroy Frieza almost without difficulty. I would surely destroy him considering that I can become stronger in the fight, but it's not completely sure yet. If they cut my tail I would lose this transformation, even if it grew back after 6 months I would lose the fight if I can become Super Saiyan like Goku. He also could destroy the planet and run away, which I don't, and if he destroys my kid I'm fucked. It is better not to rush, although I want to fight against someone strong to improve. I cannot risk myself stupidly. I'm young, and there's still too many years left for the Dragon Ball saga to begin, much more needed for the Z. All in due time. For now let's go to my new planet, said Broly while caressing the coat of his arms. 739 Another planet. On a small abandoned island in which only lived an old man, a teenager and a strange man who behaved and dressed like a Power Ranger with low IQ. It doesn't look like anything is approaching this planet, maybe you missed it? Asked the old man to the strange person. I'm a super elite, I never miss anything, answered that strange person. Looks like the projectile failed to land on this planet, said the old man looking at the sky. Rejoice. The crisis of this planet has been avoided. For real. Lucky us. Then can you give me a ride on your spaceship to Kiwi Island? The teenage girl said cheerfully. You're using the Galactic Patrol like a taxi, the strange person answered indignantly. Hey, you can fly that thing, thanks to me, remember, said teenager arrogantly. Okay, I'll go too, said the old man. The three inside the spaceship continued with the conversation. By the way, Jocko, what are these brutal aliens like? Asked the teenage girl. Their main motive is to take over the planet, but the worst thing is that they are an evil race that love her to fight. Even the Galactic Patrol are no match for them, and the extinction bomb has no effect on them either. If the planet is ruled by a powerless race like this Earth, they will usually send a small child to slowly do away with the people on that planet. They have a very long childhood, so they can deceive the people around them as a child until they grow up. After that, their body will quickly grow into a size that is suited to fight, and they will continue to create havoc without hardly ever aging. Apart from the fact that they have a tail, they look very similar to Earthlings too, said Jocko while driving his spaceship. Sounds horrifying. What's that race alien called? Asked the teenager. The Scions of planet Vegeta, Jocko answered with some fear. However, before the teenage girl and the old man could express their words of amazement, something appeared in their vision field. Jocko, is that a spaceship? Are they friends of yours who have come to rescue you? I don't know, Tights, I had never seen that model, and I don't see any identification of the association to which it belongs, Jocko answered. Could it be that Scion you talked about? The old man asked. I don't think that Amori, they use some small, spherical spaceships, it must be another alien. I just sent him a message in the intergalactic language, telling him to land on the island, replied Jocko. It seems that he's following your instructions, Jocko. In the end it will be true that the Galactic Patrol exists and has some authority, Tights said. Jocko, indignant, replied, shameless, of course it exists, and of course it has authority in the universe, and of course that alien would follow my orders, I am the elite after all. Yes, whatever you say, let's go down, I want to see what the other aliens are like, said Tights pointing the direction of the spaceship. I repeat that I am an elite patrolman of the Galactic Patrol, not your driver, Jocko answered indignantly once more. Jocko, Thite and Amori landed next to the great crystalline spaceship, from which nobody had come out yet. I don't think it's someone dangerous, usually when an evil guy sees the Galactic Patrol runs away, unless, Jocko answered. Unless what? Asked Tights. Unless he is very strong or dangerous, he would have attacked me, Jocko answered. Amori and Tights looked at each other with little encouragement, they did not know whether to laugh or cry. Then the three again became alert. The hatch of the spaceship began to open, and a little figure appeared from it. He was a boy barely over 3 feet tall. He had a humanoid aspect, very similar to that of an Earthling. Oh, he's just a little boy, said Tights, somewhat disappointed. That was something that somehow disappointed Tights, who expected to find an alien with a bizarre appearance, totally away from the human one. However, immediately they noticed a certain detail that child had in his forehead. Jocko, how is called the race of human-like aliens with 3 eyes? Amori asked, quite intrigued. I don't know, I cannot know all the races of the universe, there are too many, Jocko answered without caring about his ignorance, until he saw something that shocked him. Go back. Jocko screamed suddenly. Tights and Amori were surprised by Jocko's sudden reaction, but both were very intelligent and understood what was happening. That child was dangerous. What's up, Jocko? Asked Tights. It's him, it's the evil Scion, Jocko said as he pointed to what looked like a belt that encircled that child's waist. That belt moved by itself, that belt turned be an ape tail. Tights and Amori quickly understood the situation, that strange child was precisely the alien that Jocko was looking for, the reason he had come to Earth. Hello, my name is Broly, nice to meet you, said the young Scion, as if the situation was not with him. Chapter 15. 739 years, a few hours before. Broly in his beautiful spaceship sat quietly to observe the space landscape while meditating quietly in his true Scion form and expanding his N as much as possible. An N that measured more than 1 light year in diameter. While Kid was still traveling at a high speed, Broly's N came into contact with the planet he was heading to. Planet Earth. In Broly's N, apart from planet Earth, he also caught something else that was directly approaching the planet. It was a small spacecraft with a spherical shape, and inside it was a small child asleep, a boy of barely 3 years old with an armor of Frisia's army with a tail. He was Kakarot, that we would later know as Son Goku. The fucking protagonist Dragon Ball and possibly one of the most famous and beloved characters in history. Broly, observing all the Earth and surroundings, was able to observe how Goku's spaceship reached the planet, how it crashed near Gohan's house and how he picked it up and adopted him. At the same time, he was also able to see another important point in the story. The meeting of Jaco, the useless galactic patrolman, who came to Earth to eliminate Goku, the evil Saiyan from the planet Vegeta. Tights, Bulma's older sister, the one that threw Jaco into the water at the exact moment that Goku's spaceship appeared in the sky, thus saved Goku's life from dying at the hands of Jaco. Finally, yet importantly, Dr. Mori, the one that created a machine capable of stopping time, which laid the foundations of the time machine that Bulma would create in an alternative future. I didn't expect to arrive this day. If my calculations don't fail, I should reach the ground right then. I wanted to go unnoticed for now, but... what the hell, this can be fun, and I doubt that the future will change much. If I regret, I can always erase their memories, said Broly as he transformed. 739 years now. Hello, my name is Broly, nice to meet you. The three were baffled. With the information they all had about the Saiyans, no one would expect such a positive and friendly attitude from him. Tights and Amori looked at Jaco, who had also been surprised, but immediately played his role again. Jaco confidently said, I was waiting for you, evil Saiyan. Did you think you could hide from me, the peacekeeper of the galaxy, the chosen super elite galactic patrolman Jaco? Jaco said, making his usual stance. Although internally he was thinking. I thank the heavens that he is a child. If he were an adult, I would have to run for my life. Broly sarcastically replied, this, of all that you just said, was your name? Then he turned to Tights and Amori, who were hiding behind a rock, and asked them. Is your friend always so weird? Tights and Amori nodded unconsciously and asked Jaco. Jaco, are you sure this is the brutal evil alien you told us about? It doesn't seem very hostile, he seems quite nice, in fact, more friendly than your. Jaco, somewhat offended by those last words, said, don't be fooled by his appearance, the Saiyans are a brutal race, they only love blood and destruction. If I leave him alive, in a few years the entire human race will be finished. You're lucky that I, the peacekeeper of the galaxy, the chosen super elite galactic patrolman Jaco, is here expressly to finish him off, said Jaco, doing if typical pose one more time. Then Broly melodramatically said, you're a disgusting racist. Just because a few thousand Saiyan do that doesn't mean we're all the same. I only come here to improve my life and to look for a job. I don't want to cause any harm to anyone, and I'm not a criminal for it. You are a fascist. No one expected words like those, which caught everyone by surprise. Especially Jaco, stuck in his position. He felt the bad person in the movie right now. What? I am what? Broly, continuing with his melodramatic attitude, said, I said that you're a racist. You know, there are only two things that I hate in this universe. People who are intolerant with other races and cultures, and the fucking frost demons. That race should be exterminated from the universe. Ha 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 ha, he laughed loudly. They were petrified, they didn't understand that little strange child pretended. At first he was an abominable and destructive being, but he presented himself in a very curt manner, then he seemed offended, and now he was, joking. They didn't know very well how to react. Come on, haven't you caught it? That joke was good. Well, I guess if you don't know the cold demons, and without having seen Austin Powers 3, it's not so funny, said Broly, scratching his head. Jaco, feeling insulted, adopted a strange combat pose and said, enough of nonsense, I have to finish this mission, repair my spaceship and return home. I don't plan to have mercy, even if you are a child. Wah, he shouted as he rushed at Broly, doing a flying kick. However, when he was a few inches away from him, he felt as if he had frozen in the air. Broly was using his telekinesis against him. What happens? It's you. Let me go, do not you know who I am? I'm Itich. However, before Jaco could continue with his usual speech, Broly, using his telekinesis, had Jaco spin around on his own. Drop me please, said Jaco, but it was hard to understand him. In a few seconds Jaco, extremely dizzy and unconscious, fell to the ground. Tights and Amori got a little scared, because of what happened, but they did not panic, they waited for Broly to talk. T's been so satisfying, I wanted to do something like that from the first moment I saw him appear in the story. I will introduce myself again, my name is Broly, I am 3 years old and I have decided to stay on this planet for now. Nice to meet you, said Broly respectfully, trying to appear innocent and lovely. Amori took courage from where he could and advanced towards Broly. I am called Takunishin Amori and she is Tights, nice to meet you. Tights approached and while puncturing the dizzy Jaco with a stick asked, this, Jaco is fine. Don't worry, I just made him a little dizzy, he was getting very annoying, so it was impossible to have a pleasant conversation, Broly replied, imitating Tights with the stick. So, you didn't come here to kill us, asked Amori, who still believed a little in Jaco's words. No, I just want to live in a quiet and beautiful place like this planet. I have no reason to lie to you, Broly replied as he continued to jab Jaco with the stick. Broly, Tights and Amori continued talking for a few minutes. During that time, Broly told them that he had nowhere to return, and that he wanted to leave his ship on a desert island of the many that had, and live quietly. Tights, as usual in his family, offered to stay with her, but Broly rejected it, saying he didn't want to be a hindrance, but promised to visit them someday. After they gave him some advice about life on Earth and how he should behave, Broly said goodbye to them. Nice to meet you, Tights and Amori, I'm sure we'll meet again, enjoy the rest of the day, I have things to do for now. Goodbye, see you soon, said Amori and Tights, greeting him. Hahaha, this has been fun, and also quite productive too. Broly was not just talking and having a little fun, during the time he was having fun teasing Jocko. He also sent from his ship some small robots that were in charge of hacking Jaco's spaceship. Those robots were trying to find all kinds of useful information about the universe and the Galactic Patrol. He also installed a locator to find his headquarters in case he didn't find such information later, and sent several scanner robots, which were in charge of investigating Dr. Amori's time machine. I talked to someone, I hadn't talked to anyone for weeks. I laughed a little, I miss King Vegeta, he was so funny. I have established a possible connection with Capsule Corp in case I cannot carry out my plans by myself. I have obtained more information about the universe, in the event that it is not possible for me to do what I have planned. In addition, I have obtained the formula to stop the time. Not bad considering that I just arrived on the planet, hahaha. Well, I'm going to look for some island where to leave Kid for now. Then, I have to pay a visit to a certain Snoop. In a place in the sky of planet Earth, beyond the clouds. There was a strange floating circular structure, and on its surface, there were two strange beings. One of them was looking down quite worried, meanwhile the other approached him, noticing that something was happening. What happens, Kami-sama? Something bad has happened on Earth. Is it about that mysterious person who arrived a few days ago from space? No, Mr. Popo, it's not about him. Although that person has caused some problems, he also managed to solve some others. Because of his actions and conversations, he doesn't seem that he came to Earth with bad intentions, rather it is quite the opposite, apparently he has come to save us from a threat. In addition, his power is quite similar to mine, we can stop him if he turned out to be a threat. The problem is what just arrived now, said Kami, while still watching the arrival of the mysterious alien. Mr. Popo worried and asked, is he an evil person? I don't know yet. I don't notice an evil aura of him. However, by the conversation of that strange person, it seems that he doesn't come here with good intentions, and that he belongs to a very violent race, although he doesn't appear it, he has a very calm heart. However, I notice he has only shown a fraction of his power, but that small fraction is thousands of times greater than your strength, Mr. Popo. There is no one or anything in this world that can stop him if he wants to do some evil thing. What should we do, Kami-sama? There is nothing we can do. The only thing we can do now is pray, Mr. Popo. Pray that he really does not have bad intentions and didn't want the destruction of our planet just like that strange person says. At least I hope he doesn't destroy the Earth completely and that he doesn't find our location. If not, it will be impossible to bring anyone back to life with the Dragon Balls, and I will have failed in my mission of Kami-sama. Because this time there is no one who can stop him, as happened with Great Demon King Piccolo centuries ago. Popo with cold sweat on his dark face continued looking at Kami-sama, which didn't take his eyes off the little alien with 3 eyes and monkey tail. Until... no, that cannot be impossible. Screamed Kami-sama. Mr. Popo, incredibly terrified, worried and alerted by Kami-sama's reaction, asked what happened, Kami-sama. Kami-sama fell back in his tracks because of fear and said, he has seen me and he's coming here. Chapter 16. A few minutes before. Broly and his spaceship had moved away from Tights, Amori and the annoying Jacos. According to the manga, after this scene, although I don't know exactly when, the whole underwear family will show on the island. It is better that they don't see me for now. Broly had found a large desert island, there were too many on that planet. Then left the ship hidden among the trees. Well, time to pay a visit. Broly didn't even need to use his N to know that since he arrived on Earth and unleashed part of his strength to subdue Jocko. Kami-sama had already known about his existence and was spying on him. Broly, who already knew the location of the Kami-sama temple, and knew he was him in this same moment. He looked at the sky and waved his hand. Hello, now I come, I'm there in a few seconds. Broly unleashed his energy and at a great speed flew towards Kami-sama temple. In the few seconds that the trip lasted, he laughed a lot with the reaction Kami and Popo had. Ha ha ha, I scared them. Kami in particular is greener than usual, ha ha ha. At the end of Korin Tower. Korin was sleeping peacefully like a good fat cat. When suddenly... boom! A supersonic sound exploded very close to where he was, as if a very fast object had passed nearby. What happens? Has anything just come up at full speed to Kami-sama temple? I hope it's not something serious, that guy has immense power, Corinne said as he rubbed his eyes. Broly arrived at Kami-sama Temple. In that place were Mr. Popo and Kami-sama, who with cold sweat looked at the small figure that appeared before him. They wanted to tell him something, but they did not know how to start the conversation. They were too shocked and intimidated by the great power that three-eyed being had. Broly, realizing that neither of them could say a word because of how tense the situation had become, he started, "Hello, good morning, my name is Broly, I'm 3 years old, and I'm new on this planet. I have been listening to your conversation and you don't have to worry about Kami and Mr. Popo, I will behave very well." Mr. Popo and Kami were relieved by his words. From this distance they could feel that Broly really didn't want to harm either to the earth or to the people who inhabited it. However, they also felt extremely worried about how old he said he was. Kami tried to recover from the great impression he had accused him and asked. "Hello Broly, I see that you already know our identities. I am Kami, the guardian of this planet, and he is Mr. Popo, my assistant. Nice to meet you. Can I ask you a question?" Broly casually replied, "Of course, as long as you answer me later another two." Kami-sama, who did not want to refuse the offer, asked, "You're a very young boy, but at the same time you're immensely powerful, tell me. Are everyone outside this planet as strong as you, and how are they compared to us?" He, being a planetary deity and being able to travel to the other world with the Kai, knew the scales of divinity above him, and also in a certain way his levels of power, but only that. However, he didn't know how strong the beings of space were, and precisely because of what he had seen in the last few days they knew the planet Earth and they were very powerful. "No, not everyone is as strong as me, however, for now there are few people much stronger than me, and luckily or unluckily most are not good people. As for the Earthlings, although from what I can see, you have some very advanced and interesting combat and magic techniques. Your combat strength is ridiculously low. Surely that's why you have learned to take advantage of the slightest trace of energy from your bodies, that you created so many efficient and fine techniques and combat methods. However, there are weak children on my home planet who are born with more strength than your Kami-sama. Your combat level numerically could be 200 and Mr. Popo's is 1030. There are organizations that only accept people with a combat power over 500, and even then they are considered traitor in the organization as there are thousands and thousands from them. Mine is over 13 million, but I doubt there are many people my age as strong as me now, don't worry. Do you find my answer satisfactory?" Broly said, wanting to really explain what the situation was. Kami and Popo were pale, understanding how insignificant they were and how helpless they were before any kind of external threat. They didn't know very well how to react or what to do. Perfect, explaining the situation to them. They surely want to depend on me in the case of some external threat. With this, they will try to please me. "Can you answer me one question now?" said Broly, who was still floating in the air in a playful way. "Yes, of course," Kami replied, trying to hold on with his cane. "I really want to ask how it is possible that this place is always floating in the air, but better I continue with the plan. What are those Dragon Ball you were talking about recently? They seem to be incredible objects for what you said." Mr. Popo and Kami were surprised by that question. The existence of Dragon Balls was not something to be taken lightly. "I see you also heard that. Well, a deal is a deal, I'll tell you. The Dragon Ball are. I know perfectly well what they are, but I must ask this question. It would be very strange if the first day an unknown alien with great power began to gather the Dragon Ball from nothing. In the doubt of the purpose that I could give them, Kami could eliminate the Dragon Ball, or even commit suicide to make them disappear. I could create suspicion and they wouldn't let me use the hyperbolic time chamber, or they would let me use it, but could destroy the entrance, leaving me trapped inside. There are too many inconveniences in not asking this question and looking like someone dangerous or excessively mysterious, either because of my power or knowledge. I'll have to feign ignorance for a while." Kami began to explain what they were and how they worked, and Broly feigned surprise and stupefaction. "So if I collect the 7 Dragon Ball, a huge dragon will appear and grant me a wish?" Broly asked, feigning more or less the illusion that a small child should have before something similar, but also because of the expectation that he had for the process and the result. Kami, happy and concerned about the friendly but effusive attitude of Broly to learn about the operation of the Dragon Ball, said, "Yes, that's right, although Shenron cannot always grant every wish, there are certain rules that." However, Broly, who didn't want to hear all the explanation that Kami wanted to give, interrupted him. "Then I'm going to look for them. This can be funny. After seeing the dragon and asking for the wish I will return. I do not think it will take me long. See you later," he said as he flew down again with the same speed. Mr. Popo and Kami stood without being able to say anything. Everything had been very sudden, and it had happened very foolishly. Mr. Popo was the first to break that heavy silence. "Kami-sama, do you think we have done well to tell him about the Dragon Ball?" Kami, who returned to recover his composure, answered with some doubt. "Uncertain. Despite having a monstrous power at the end, he's just a little boy. I don't think he will ask for anything dangerous, right? Mr. Popo reflected on the words of Kami-sama and said worriedly, hey yay. At the end of Korin Tower. Korin was sleeping peacefully like a good fat cat. One more time, cats sleep between 12 and 16 hours a day. When suddenly, boom! Once again, a supersonic sound exploded very close to where Korin was, throwing him through the air by the impact and waking him up during the process. Damn! We must respect the time of the nap of others. It is called having good manners. Broly, who could hear him, shouted, I'm sorry. Korin, I was not expecting that person would have listened to him, much less that he answered in that way. Ah well, if you apologize nothing happens, I forgive you, but don't do it again. Then again that voice answered, I can't promise anything. Korin, standing thunderstruck in his palace, said to himself, oh man, he is a troll. Broly returned to the island where his beloved kid, the best spaceship he had built, awaited him. Then he got right in the middle of the island. It seems that it has been a good first contact with those three as well. For now, I will assemble the Dragon Ball in an effective and efficient way. Broly, thanks to his could locate everything that existed on planet Earth. No small detail could escape Hai, even the best hidden things that even the gods would not want to be found. And evidently, he also found all the 7 Dragon Balls at once. It's been so quick and easy to find them. This takes away all the romantic charm of undertaking a fun adventure to find them. However, I sincerely prefer the tranquility and comfort. It's a shame, but you cannot have everything in this life. Anyway, come to me. House of Gohan. Son Gohan was trying with all his might to put Goku into the bathtub when, come on son Goku, you have to bathe, when he suddenly looked around and saw something amazing. Huh? What is happening? That strange sphere has gone flying. Came House Mutant Rishi. Our beloved and perverted teacher was watching a porn magazine, when suddenly an orange sphere with stars flew out of his house. He didn't even notice because of how concentrated he was with his magazine. Broly used his telekinesis in the 7 Dragon Balls at the same time, and from their respective positions he made them fly towards him. In a few minutes, the 7 were assembled in front of him, the 7 shone intermittently. They were ready to be used. I thought I would feel good about having gathered them in such a quick and cool way, but I feel somewhat empty. It has been quite boring. Seriously, it has been too easy. Being so strong has its problems. Now I understand Android 17, and Saitama. They needed to put limits and stupid games to have a little fun. However, I like to be efficient and effective. I don't like to do the idiot to lengthen things unnecessarily. First world problems. Kami-sama Temple. Kami was watching in amazement as Broly had assembled all the Dragon Ball in a matter of minutes without even moving. Mr. Popo, we are really only insects in a universe of giants. He just collected them all without even moving a muscle. What? Impossible. Let's not delay the wait anymore, the moment of truth arrives. The first step of my evil plan, but not so evil plan. Come forth, Shenron. And grant me my wish. Said Broly with his hands up. The spheres began to shine more intensely and without pause. The sky began to darken and the atmosphere became incredibly unusual. From the dragon spheres, a light appeared that extended towards the skies, and within a few seconds that light that seemed to envelop the sky materialized in a long and huge green oriental dragon with red eyes, which seemed to look at the ground with arrogance. Wow, seeing him in person impresses. I'm the eternal dragon. I shall grant any wish you have. Now, state your wish, said Shenron. Of course. My wish is to have unlimited wishes, Broly said in an epic way. Chapter 17. Of course. My wish is to have unlimited wishes, Broly said in an epic way. In Kami-sama Temple. Kami was amazed by Broly's wish. Of course he's smart and greedy, I'm not going to deny it, but I fear that. The dragon, somewhat astonished by this desire, replied, I'm sorry, that desire is impossible, I have limited energy, so I can't do that, ask for another. Broly, somewhat disappointed, but not too much. Well, for some reason I imagined it. It would be too nice to be true. Let's continue with Plan B. My desire is to have absolute knowledge. Broly said in an epic way. Shenron once again replied, I'm sorry, that desire is not possible either, it's impossible for me to give you the ability to always know about everything what has happened, happens, will happen, or could have happened, is happening or could happen. Request another. Okay, I'll have to lower my expectations a little. I want all the existing knowledge that exists in all 12 universes, said Broly a little calmer due to the constant rejected desires. Shenron changed his tone a bit and said, that will also be impossible for me, I don't know the information of all universes, only 6 and 7, ask for another. Broly, quite tired for his constant failures, asked, well, could you give me all the knowledge of Master Zuno please? According to Jocko, that obese-kissing alien knows everything in the 12 universes, I should get all the information I want that way, and he's in the universe 6. Shenron once again answered, this time with cold sweat, I'm sorry, but that Master Zuno is more powerful than me, even if I could I cannot access his memories if he don't want, ask for another one. Fuck, damn Cammy. Why do you have to be so weak? Okay, so give me all the knowledge of universes 6 and 7, come on I'm in a hurry, said Broly, quite angry with the world. Shenron, feeling something useless, answered, that, it's not be possible either. Fuck. This either, damn Earthlings, Dragon Balls not modified by Dend, you are useless. Now why is it impossible? You told me you had the knowledge of universes 6 and 7. Shenron, surprised by Broly's reaction and feeling somewhat guilty, said, I'm sorry, but I cannot give you all the knowledge of universe 6 and 7, since even I don't have absolute knowledge of those 2 universes. Fuck. Then give me all the knowledge you have of those 2 universes. Granting that wish requires a lot of energy, the Dragon Balls need a time of rest to recover their energy, and that energy depends on the creator, I cannot gather all that knowledge I have with that amount of energy. Ask for another wish, Shenron said again, trying calm down Broly. Broly frowned and laughed at not crying, Shenron, I didn't want to tell you this for respect, but you're a little useless. Please, ask for another wish, I want to rest, said Shenron, also somewhat defeated. Broly, using all his brain mass, proposed a wish, okay, could you give me all the knowledge you can, prioritizing all the knowledge related to combat techniques and skills, magic, locations, mystical knowledge and technology. However, before granting it, tell me if it is possible to have everything that interests me. Please. Shenron, a little more confident, said, okay, I'll try. A few minutes later. Shenron, after meditating for a long time, returned to show signs of being alive and replied. It has not been easy, although enough knowledge hasn't been possible to obtain them, only the most important, powerful and known of our universe and the top tier of the other. If you agree, it seems that I can grant you your wish. Great. Finally, come one start. All right, Shiren replied. Shenron's red eyes shone brightly. He was fulfilling his wish. In Broly's head an incessant stream of information appeared. It was as if Shenron were a hard drive and he a computer, and Shenron was trespassing a whole library of movies, songs and files, which wasn't a quick process, and of course it overloaded the computer a lot. In this case Broly, which, if it were not for the Juggin, would be feeling a big headache right now. However, he took it as a fun challenge, and began a long meditation session. After 3 hours. Shenron had already finished transferring all the information he could to Broly. I have already fulfilled the wish, I retire. Shenron went back inside the Dragon Ball, which flew into the sky, and when they were about to disperse. Where do you think you are going? Said Broly, who was still in meditative posture with his eyes closed. Using the telekinesis, Broly grabbed all the Dragon Ball about to disperse and stopped them in the air. Later, also using his telekinesis, he returned them precisely to the same place where he had found them. The telekinesis is being amortized for itself. House of Gohan. Gohan was sitting in his old chair while Goku had finally fallen asleep, when suddenly he saw something enter his house again and placed exactly where the Dragon Ball had been before. Hey, a round stone. These days very strange things are happening, and they are all due to round flying objects. Came house. Master Roshi was once again distracted watching his favorite aerobic program when suddenly a round stone quietly entered his house and placed himself exactly where the Dragon Ball was previously, thrown in the storage room. Temple of Kami. Kami-sama, what wish has Broly asked? Some evil wish? Kami-sama shook her head and said no, I do not think he asked for something bad. It seems that he is just a little boy wanting to know many things. However, 12 universes. Universe 6. Universe 7. What the hell was he talking about? In addition, why did he return all the Dragon Balls to where they were before? Kami was a local deity, he knew nothing of the existence of other universes. Because he did not want to change the historical course of the classic Dragon Ball saga, Broly decided to return all the Dragon Ball where they were before, so that there would be no differences in Goku's first adventure. However, that did not worry Broly too much now. Now he was amazed by all the information that was in his head. Ha 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 ha. Yes. 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 I would have liked to know even more, but this is awesome, I'm almost like Google. All the information is in my head and I can access it whenever I want, it's even better than my own memory. Remember that the Broly of old movies remembered that Goku didn't let him sleep as a baby, if that is not to have an elephant memory I don't know what it is. Anyway, it's everything I wanted and even more than I expected. Wonderful, wonderful. This will save me years of hard work and travels. Broly had successfully completed the first part of his plan. With a single wish he had managed to accumulate the vast majority of the useful knowledge of a universe. Knowledge that if he hadn't acquired them in this way he would have to travel planet by planet, even in other existential planes, convincing and asking other people to teach him all this knowledge, and spend some time in assimilating all these skills. Key manipulation, key sense and training methods of the Earth and other equal or more advanced than Earth. Incredible skills seen during the series such as Kaioken, Genkidama, for Witch's Technique, Solar Flare, Kamehameha, Tri-Beam, Death Beam, Kienzan, Barrier, Energy Absorption, Galactic Donut, Eye Lasers, Spirit Sword, Explosive Wave, Absorption Barrier, Thunder Flash Attack, Mouth Energy Wave. Even magical or mystical abilities like Fusion Dance, Magic Materialization, Healing, Kai, Instant Transmission, Teleportation Sorcery, Manipulation Sorcery, Wizard Barrier, Sealing Spell, Hypnosis Technique, Maphoba, Telekinesis, Telepathy, Premonition, Transfiguration Magic. Nevertheless, even spending years looking for the people who could teach him those skills, he could not have gotten as much knowledge as he had gotten with the wish, since that knowledge no longer existed. The clan of the dragon was a clan with ancestral knowledge that goes back to the origins of the universe. In his memory were techniques of great martial artists that had been lost in the abyss of time. Techniques that would help him in the present and future. He had obtained an almost complete map of the universe, with practically all the locations he wanted to acquire, except for some locations such as the sacred planet of the Kaioshin or the planet of Beerus. Now I knew the use and existence, and creation of mystical objects such as the powerI earrings, the sacred water, Senzu bean, fruit of the tree of might, hyperbolic time chamber, time ring, Dragon Balls. All the existing scientific knowledge, such as Dr. Bright's invention, the capsules based on space applications and also Dr. Amori's time-based scientific knowledge, and most of the scientific knowledge regarding space travel that was in possession of King Cold. I have struggled to formulate that wish, but it was worth. The Dragon Balls seemed to grant a wish exactly as the wisher imagined. Shenron is not as useless as he seemed. I will still need more wishes, but for now, I need to settle my new knowledge and improve them. Temple of Kami-sama. Kami-sama was still watching Broly, who was quietly meditating on his island for minutes, when suddenly. Kai, Broly said with his eyes closed. With those words Broly completely disappeared from Kami's vigilance, when suddenly. I'm back, said Broly who touched Kami's back. Ahaha! Shouted Kami, who was not expecting that. Ha 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 ha, Broly laughed. Little pleasures of life. See the god scared by a 3-year-old child. Haha hello, I've already returned as promised. It has been difficult, but that lizard has more or less fulfilled my wish. You have exaggerated a bit about his skills but he is not entirely useless said Broly, floating face down with his arms crossed. Lizard? Not entirely useless. Kami thought as he cried internally. I'm glad you could have your wish granted. There had never been anyone who wanted knowledge like you. Normally everyone just wanted to satisfy their greed, wanted to be kings, dominate the world or similar desires. However, you're different, I'm happy about that said Kami, not lying. He was extremely restless due to the desire that little monster could ask for, and when he saw that was knowledge, he felt relieved. However, the process of asking for the wish had intrigued him enormously. This, Broly, about what you said during the wish. But Broly interrupted him. It has been a very interesting day. We will see one of these days, for now I have much knowledge that I have to reorganize and practice. However, first I have to apologize to a sleepy cat said Broly with a mischievous smile. Kai, said Broly and disappeared. Kami and Mr. Popo stood once more looking at nothing, sighing and saying. This desire has given wings to a tiger. Now we cannot sleep peacefully at night without fearing that he appears behind our back. Chapter 18. At the end of the Korin Tower. Korin was peacefully asleep again, but due to the continuous interruptions he was somewhat alert in case a prankster boy would fly again at an absurd speed at his side. What he didn't expect is that now that imp could teleport. Broly sidled up to Korin from behind and stroked his head and said to the ear, "Hello kitty." Korin, more frightened than ever, jumped several meters and with his hair completely bristling, looked at Broly meowing like a cat would. Don't scare people when they're sleeping. Korin shouted indignantly. Ha 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 ha, if you're always sleeping, said Broly teleporting again behind Korin to caress him. Korin, annoyed by being treated like a cat, leave me. Please, he said trying to get rid of Broly's grip. I've wanted to do this since I was 7 years old, ha ha ha. When Broly got tired of petting Korin like he was a cat, let him go. Korin, trying to take out the little dignity that was left to him today, leaning on his cane presented himself. I am not a cat, I am Korin, also known as, the god of martial arts. Have some respect, said Corinne. What are you doing here alone? Don't you get bored? Yes, I'm bored, that's why I sleep most of the time. My mission is to guard this tower and the sacred water, only those who have managed to climb up here are worthy to drink it and gain a lot of power, Corinne said, trying to look grandiloquent. It looks like normal water, said Broly, grabbing the water bottle from the center of the room. It's normal water, but I prevent you from drinking it. For that reason, if someone is able to drink it, it means that he has improved, that has become stronger. Although with you it would be impossible, you are immensely stronger than me, Corinne said, being honest with Broly. Oh, I see, I happen to be somewhat thirsty. What do you think if I equal your power and we play your game? It can be fun, said Broly in a childish tone. Corinne thought about Broly's offer and said, okay, it's okay. I will have the water subject, you will have to catch it, if you win me I will give you a gift. You are ready. Broly reduced his power beyond even that Corinne level to make this a more fun competition. However, it didn't take him long to catch him, and when he did. No. Let go. Don't tickle me, no. Well, let's get down to business. Today I've done so much exercise, so I've been hungry. What do you eat here? Broly asked, feigning ignorance. Corinne, I only have those beans, but they are not normal beans. They are called senzu bean, just by eating one you will be fed for 30 days. And only I can create them here, awesome right? Broly, feigning stupefaction, said, wow, it's awesome Mr. Cat. Corinne, despite being called a cat, he was proud to impress Broly. Corinne, do you mind if I take some of these senzu bean? Broly asked, trying to make it sound quite casual. Yes, I don't see any problem, there are quite a few jugs, take the ones you want, Corinne said to please Broly so he wouldn't treat him like a cat. The amount you want? Okay, I will not be generous. Broly, using the materialization magic for the first time, materialized a quite large sack, which greatly surprised Corinne, since the only other person who had seen with a similar skill was precisely the kami. Broly, to the amazement of Corinne, began to fill the sack until it was overflowing. This sack had more than 100,000 seeds, a huge amount, but he still leave many in the Corinne Tower, he was not the only one that would need them. By the way, where is my gift? Broly asked. The gift, ah yes, Corinne said as he approached one of the ends of the platform and waving his cane a giant cloud appeared. Corinne indicated to Broly that he could take a piece of that big cloud and use it as a transport. As Corinne hadn't indicated the maximum size, Broly grabbed more than 10 meters of cloud, which left Corinne somewhat pissed. With this, his visit to Corinne's tower had ended. Perfect, he hasn't told me about ultra-sacred water. The ultra-sacred water unlocks a fraction of the hidden potential the body has. The problem is that it is poisonous, and I don't want to eat anything poisonous. Also, according to my theory, this is precisely what caused the heart attack to Goku in the Android saga. It is not normal for a Saiyan to have from such strange diseases. Minutes later, when Broly was about to leave with the Kai, he said, oh by the way, treasure these seeds, not remove the hunger. If someone is injured, even if he is on the verge of death, he will only need to eat one to miraculously recover. So, don't do as stupid as giving thousands to a person or leaving them in plain sight of anyone. Goodbye. Corinne, who felt as if he had been struck by lightning for all this information, said. And you tell me that now? Now that you've taken more than 100,000? Come back here. What a good time I had, not as much as with King Vegeta, but it's not bad. Perfect, I already have thousands of hermit seeds, a flying cloud which I will not use much, but it was a gift, which means it's free. Ah yeah. The environment is so relaxing compared to the planet Vegeta, I hope I don't get too used to it and neglect my training like Gohan did. Broly, who had used the Kai, returned to his island, which years later would be known as Broly Island. I already have all the skills I would want, food for leftovers, healing methods, good weather. Now it's time to be productive. Broly put his arms in the form of AX, and as if they were illusions, 3 more Brolys appeared. After a few seconds those illusions became solid. It was a cloning technique of one of our Z warriors. Multiform, my cousin's technique, the other Triclop Tien Shinhan. At first Broly wanted to buy Suzaku's technique, which allows to create 6 clones that apparently had similar combat power to the original, but why would he spend points in something like that with this option? The problem with this technique is that it divides the power into equal parts, so it is not very useful for a battle against someone strong, however. As with Naruto's Kagebushin, I will be able to perform several actions at once and learn from them at the same time, although I can only make 4, for now. That's why Piccolo performed similar techniques when he trained alone. I still have many years before the Z series begins, so I can take it more calmly, but I don't like to waste my time either. Each of the Broly clones took a different role. One of the clones would be responsible for rebuilding Broly Island, as well as improving Kid with all the technological advances that had burned into his memory. For this, on this occasion, he wouldn't steal materials from his surroundings, since he had something very special, the materialization magic. Thanks to that magic, Broly was able to create materials that didn't even exist on planet Earth or that were incredibly difficult to extract or process. Although the first few times he didn't achieve very perfect materializations, he kept practicing again and again. Between the magic of materialization and telekinesis, not only he get a better spaceship than he already had and a base of operations on his favorite planet, he trained his ki and control, his magic, and put into practice certain knowledge that would help him a lot in the future. 2 other clones would be responsible for practicing all the fundamentals he had gained on the use of ki until he could match the deep knowledge he had about Nen. For this they would fight each other in the gravity chamber of the spacecraft, fighting, the most efficient way who has a Saiyan to improve. Meanwhile his main body would be practicing several of the skills he had been able to find to become familiar with the most useful or different among them. Although many looked like the same technique, most had come to similar points from different bases, so it was not easy for Broly to focus on a few. He was quite a perfectionist when he was passionate about something and wanted to get to the origin of these techniques, so much that he lost more time than usual, although he had a lot of time to spare. Among the techniques he practiced the most, apart from the multiplication technique, of course, it was the Kaioken. It is a technique that multiplies the user's ki, thus increasing their power and speed and enabling them to inflict serious damage to opponents who are considerably stronger than them. However, the downside of the Kaioken is that it takes a heavy toll on the user's body, making them more vulnerable to enemy attacks, with its maximum increase being x20. The Kaioken is a technique that was forgotten from Frieza Saga, because after that saga all the power multipliers were based on the Super Saiyan transformation. The Super Saiyan is an energy transformation that multiplies x50 the power of the user, transforming its energy to another state thanks to the S cells. Kaioken is a technique that only and exclusively increases the base power, but only multiplies the base when it is at its base level. If it undergoes an energetic transformation that changes the nature of that base, that technique no longer works. For that reason, the Kaioken was never used again in the manga, the official history, but the fucking morons of TOEI animation committed the atrocity of combining the Super Saiyan and the Kaioken. They had the audacity to two in Dragon Ball Z once in a fucking filler chapter. They only committed that atrocity once, nothing more, so, I can let it go maybe. But in the fucking anime of Dragon Ball Super they had the fucking effrontery of doing this something fairly official. You maniacs. You blew it up. Damn you. God damn you all to hell. If Goku could do this, he will have combined Kaioken and Super Saiyan in a suicide fights like Cell or Buu. Even when he was dead, why did he not use it? Stop bringing inconsistencies to the story. But now this was a very necessary technique for him. Currently, due to his overly calm mentality, the problem of tail compatibility or the fact that he hadn't produced enough S cells because of his young age, Broly couldn't transform into Super Saiyan, not being able to get the x50 multiplier or in his case, an overwhelmingly superior multiplier. However, he did have the transformation in True Saiyan, which multiplied x10 the total power of the Saiyan. The True Saiyan wasn't an energy transformation like the Super Saiyan. The True Saiyan is a physical transformation that fundamentally changed the physical structure of the Saiyan, not adding a hidden energy to increase his power. This transformation increases his base form totally. Therefore, the Kaioken and the True Saiyan were perfectly compatible. With the Kaioken in his True Saiyan form, Broly hadn't thing to fear from the most imminent big threats, which were Frieza, and his father King Cold. But also, and perhaps the most important, Broly had managed to access several very useful techniques not seen in the manga or anime. There was a technique he wanted but he didn't expect to find, a technique Broly wanted to create since he was in the incubator. A technique by which he was willing to spend a wish even with the Super Shenron if he hadn't been able to find it or create it by other means. But fate favored him, since on his first day on planet Earth he was able to obtain that technique. That technique was a master key in his plans. Although this technique was difficult and quite opposed to the nature of the Saiyans, for Broly it wouldn't be an impossible challenge. Chapter 19. Headquarters of the Space Patrollers. Jocko was having a meeting with the Galactic King and one of the Galactic Patrol commanders to explain the details of his last mission. The Galactic King began with the conversation. Hello Jocko, how was the mission? What happened to planet Earth? Minimally concerned about Jocko's performance. The mission has gone well, Jocko said hesitantly, as if everything had not gone as well as he said. You will not have mistakenly eliminated the Wole population of the planet again? Asked the Galactic King, putting himself in the worst situation in the case of Jocko. Waving the arms, no, I swear that this time nothing of that happened, the Earthlings are safe and sound, thanks to me the peacekeeper of the galaxy, the chosen super elite galactic patrolman Jaco, he finished with his classic pose. After the Galactic King and the commander made it look like they had not seen that ridiculous pose, asked the Galactic King, then you have fulfilled your mission. No, I don't know very well how to define it, Jaco said hesitantly again. The commander, seeing that something had happened, asked, did you find the Scion? Yes, a Scion came to the planet, although it was not at the time we calculated, he reported, making himself interesting. The commander, ignoring his usual strange behavior, asked him, were you able to eliminate him? No, it was impossible, Jaco said with cold sweat. Was it an adult Scion? The Galactic King asked, minimally worrying about the reasons for the failure of the mission, and perhaps also for the safety of Jaco. Jaco, with shame and indignation answered, no, it was a child. The commander, in a mocking tone asked sarcastically, so you were defeated by a defective Scion child of those who are sent suicide missions? Jaco felt that he was losing all the dignity he had, or that he thought he had said, he was not a normal Scion child, this one had 3 eyes, a very strange ship, he was very strong and had strange abilities. The Galactic King, without paying any attention to the protest and details of Jaco, said after sighing, then you have failed your mission. Jaco, not giving up, tried to justify using the arguments of Tights, arguments that even he believed, I don't think I failed, that Scion did not seem to have bad intentions despite being so strong, I don't think he is a threat to planet Earth. The commander, somewhat irritated, said while reading a report, stop with the excuses Jaco, you have failed your mission, so this will be deducted from your salary. In addition, we have realized that the ship we gave you has been modified. And everyone knows that you're too stup, you have no mechanical knowledge. Therefore, someone had to help you get back from that planet. Which means that we have probably given our technology to a primitive civilization, changing its way of life. This will also be deducted from your salary. No, please no. I have difficulties in reaching the end of the month. After Jaco went out of the meeting room completely depressed, some of the senior officials were still talking about what happened. He really is the most useless patrolman of all, said the Galactic King. Totally true, King. What do we do with planet Earth? Said the commander. Don't do anything. We sent Jaco precisely because there was no problem with losing that planet, said the Galactic King as he retired. Frisia spaceship. Sitting in his flying chair, Frisia watched the landscape of the space next to Dodoria. When suddenly Zarbon entered the room and knelt down near Frisia, High Lord Frisia. Frisia turned to him and said, report, Soldier Zarbon. Zarbon nodded and gave him the message. Apparently the message of regrouping we sent to all the Scions did not reach all the spaceships, and one in particular ignored the call. Frisia thought in silence for a few seconds and asked, how many survived? Zarbon continued reporting, a total of 14 Scion spaceships have arrived and request to know what happened to the planet Vegeta. Frisia with a sinister smile said HHMM. The one who ignored the call was the Prince Vegeta. Zarbon nodded, that's right Lord Frisia, Prince Vegeta is among the survivors. Frisia, resting his hand on his cheek, and said with a sinister laugh. It's just like his father, too proud, they could have been good pawns in my army, but... It's a pity that the god of destruction Beerus suggested me to destroy them. Although, I would surely have ended up doing the same thing, ho ho ho. I don't like those Scion too much. Dodoria with pride and some arrogance for his position asked, what do we do with the survivor Scions, Master Frisia? We killed them. Frisia watching out the window said no, they can still be useful. Despite being stupid and proud they are still quite useful. And now that they have lost their home planet they will have no choice but to submit completely to me. I haven't lost hope that they can become my loyal subjects. At your command, Lord Frisia, replied Dodoria and Zarbon at the same time. Frisia continued with her speech, I am also glad that Vegeta has survived. He is surely the Scion with the greatest combat potential in history. The other weird case in recent years had been that strange three-eyed boy from the reports, but he had a very low fighting power and he was still very small, and this is not a daycare. Who knows, maybe with Vegeta can finally see if there is that Super Saiyan that has been spoken of for centuries in my clan is real or not. Tell those monkeys that the planet was unfortunately destroyed by a meteor shower. And make sure nobody talks about what happened on the planet Vegeta. Capsule Corporation. Dr. Brief and Bulma were working together on the construction of a hovercraft, the new invention of Capsule Corporation. After the visit of Jaco they were able to analyze his spaceship and create these vehicles, while Panchi brought them sweets to eat. Tights appeared in the workroom. Papa, Mama, little sister, I'm going back to Amori Island, don't wake me for dinner, Tights told the whole family as she grabbed the vehicle keys. Panchi with his usual good humor so characteristic said, okay honey, do you want me to prepare something for you and your friends? No mom, no need, replied Tights casually. Are you going to go with that weird alien friend or with the one you told that have 3 eyes and a monkey tail? Bulma asked, which was analyzing some components. With neither, Jocko has returned to his job in Broly. He has not contacted me since then. I guess he'll be busy, Tight said with a thoughtful face, putting a finger between his cheek and his lip. While Dr. Brief was still assembling parts of the vehicle, it's a shame, I would have liked to see his spaceship, by how you described it seemed spectacular. Bulma, working in the other part of the vehicle, said, I want to see it, Papa. Jocko's spaceship was fun, but I want to try another one. Besides, I would like to see an alien who doesn't behave like an idiot. Tight's already leaving in a hurry said, well, if I see him, I'll tell you something. Bye. Kami Temple. Mr. Popo was fixing the garden of the temple and Kami had gone for a walk outside. Kami noticed several irregularities in the garden and asked, Broly have come back today? Mr. Popo, still arranging the plants, said, yes, he has been training with me. With you? Training? Mr. Popo left the plants and addressed Kami, yes, he adapted his level of power to mine, he learns excessively fast and every time he made new tactics and techniques, he's really a prodigy. Kami, surprised, but not too much, asked, have you been training him in the hyperbolic time chamber? Mr. Popo, grabbing a shower, said, not yet, he says he wants to wait for the right moment, since he only has 2 attempts. Kami, who did not understand what Broly was scheming, said, that guy is too mysterious, strong and intelligent, I'm sure he's scheming something, I can feel it. Mr. Popo released a capsule on the floor and a great variety of useful and automatic devices for the daily life appeared, especially for cleaning, and said, but he has brought us all this, it's a bit of a bastard, but it's not bad at all. Kami, a little moved by the detail, said, it's a pity that he is not pure-hearted, with his abilities he would be a magnificent Kami. Korin Tower. Korin was lying on the ground in a position reminiscent of a sleeping cat. Zzz, zzz, zzz. Evidently, he was sleeping. House of Gohan. Gohan was sitting in his chair while Goku, with his head bandaged, was stretched out on the bed sleeping. That has been a very serious blow to the head, it is a miracle that he has not died. Poor Goku, he lost his memory and he still hadn't told me where he came from or what he was doing on that device. But I must see the positive side of the story, after the hit he is much peaceful, he seems a completely different person. Planet of Beerus. Beerus was eating extremely noisily while Whis was preparing even more food. Beerus, who had already finished eating as much as he could, put on his pajamas and said to Whis. Whis, I'm going to sleep a little, I don't think it'll take me too much, probably only 30 or 40 years, see you later. Whis, with his usual carefree attitude, said, okay, when you wake up, try to better fulfill your role as God of Destruction, please. Broly Island not yet officially inaugurated. The Brolys continued to build the island, training and practicing different energy application techniques, creating explosions in the sky, which scared away all the fauna, whether terrestrial, aerial or maritime animals. When Broly was satisfied with the development of one of his new energy attacks, he decided to take a break. He went to the giant fridge they had created and took several drinks. Nothing like a cola after a little exercise. And I can take a normal one, and not zero or light. Another good thing about being Saiyan is the metabolism. It will be difficult for me to get fat. While drinking almost everything in the fridge, Broly noticed a drink. It wasn't an unusual drink, in fact, it was the most usual drink on the planet. H2O, or water, as you prefer to call it. Soon I should be able to start creating my special technique. I already know that I'm a specialist, so I don't need the water divination test to know it, but it can be fun to see what phenomenon I can cause. All the specialists have a different one. Water divination test is the most useful process to know the nature of Nen. A student of Nen will place their hands around the glass and perform Ren. The resulting effect from one's aura contacting the glass will determine a person's aura type. If the volume of the water changes, the user is an enhancer. If the taste of the water changes, the user is a transmuter. If impurities appear in the water, the user is a conjurer. If the color of the water changes, the user is an emitter. If the leaf moves on the water's surface, the user is a manipulator. If a completely different change appears, the user is a specialist. Broly materialized a glass with water and with telekinesis grabbed a fallen leaf on the ground. He filled the glass and put the leaf on the surface of the water. Broly put his hands around the base and focused his Ren. And practically in the same second a rather strange phenomenon occurred. The water and the leaf that floated in the water, both, had disappeared completely. Chapter 20. Year 744. It's been 5 years since the day Broly landed on Earth. Broly was now 8 years old, and despite being a few years older, his body had not changed at all, he was still a dwarf. Saiyans have a naturally long childhood, retaining a small and childlike appearance for much of their early life. Gok appeared to be no older than an average 7 to 8-year-old earthling, and 2 years later, at age 14 he'd barely grown at all, with his limbs growing out only slightly, a small increase in height and musculature. After 3 years, however, upon reaching physical maturity, Gok's body underwent a massive growth spurt. At the age of 20, Gok was around the same height as Yamcha, who was only 2 years older at the time. I'm going to be a hobbit until I'm 17 years old. Luckily I know that in the future I will be a muscular and virile man. Not a half-meter like Krillin, Vegeta, or Frieza. I could wish to become adult to Shenron, as Pilaf and the others did. He successfully turned them into children again, but I don't know if becoming an adult can have bad consequences. What if I miss the best stages to train? It's say that children absorb information very quickly. It will be better to go step by step. Rushes are not good traveling companions. In addition, the trauma of some will be greater if a small child defeats him. After 5 years of construction, the Broly Island was already finished. Thanks to the magic of materialization, that has reached an absurd limit Broly didn't have at any of logistics, storage. Waiting time of arrival of materials or budget problems. It was as if he were building his house in Sims with all the existing expansions and with the trick of infinite money, and his telekinesis was the construction tool. In few years, the desert island became a sort of Fortress 7 stars paradisiacal futuristic hotel with a spaceship in the hangar, Kid 2-0. Tens of times faster and despite having a size 4 times smaller. Its interior was 100 times more spacious, thanks to the technology of Dr. Brief, which allowed to attach in it a gravity camera that increased x800 the normal gravity, and of course a bigger jacuzzi. In a private cove on the island, near a self-managed bar were several people sunbathing in luxury hammocks eating and drinking. Simply perfect, this the paradise. It's said that Spartans had no comforts, no luxuries, and that this is why they were one of the most important warriors nations in the history. Ha! Idiots, sure that's why they went extinct. Am I right guys? Said Broly. Yees ha ha ha. Shouted at the same time another 15 Brolys who were doing exactly the same, drinking and eating while sunbathing. Broly didn't need to talk to his clones, unlike Naruto's Kagebushin, they shared the same mind in real time, it was unnecessary to communicate something, it's as stupid as talking to yourself pretending to be another. However, he thought it was funny. Life is too absurd to take it so seriously. You have to laugh whenever you can. Moreover, if nobody makes the joke, I'll have to do it myself or one of my clones ha ha ha. Brolys, I'm going to train with Mr. Popo, see you later, remember to do your homework, said Broly as he took off his swimsuit, destroyed it and materialized a training suit directly in his body. Sure, don't worry Broly, said the Brolys lying in the hammocks. Trust us, Broly, we are you after all ha ha ha, said other Brolys who were inside the house doing other things. Broly during these 5 years had been working and improving many techniques and magic that he had won with his wish. Among them, the one that he used the most was multiplication, which he used every day, trying to improve the number of clones, his quality and applicability, to be able to do even more tasks, and other functions. I have to start socializing with more people, with other people, or at this rate, I will end up becoming a self-centered narcissist like Zamasu, hugging myself, or something worse. If I keep improving the cloning technique at this rate, Broly said as he watched his island full of Brolys. Broly, who seemed to have taken no action, instantly teleported in front of Mr. Popo. Hello Mr. Popo, how about a little training again, don't worry. I will contain myself excessively, as always said Broly in a casual way, as if they were lifelong friends. Mr. Popo not surprised by the sudden appearance of Broly as always. Forgive me for doubting your words. You always say that, but then you use more strength than you promise me. I repeat again, I use the strength that I tell you, it is a special technique that improves my skills without increasing my strength, said Broly, who seemed not to be the first time repeating this speech. Well, I agree, I have no other alternative, Mr. Popo said with a sarcastic tone. During those 5 years, Broly had been training with Mr. Popo almost daily. Although Mr. Popo had a power only slightly higher than 1000, he was created by deities to serve the kami of the planet Earth. Mr. Popo had been training kamis and prodigious warriors who had managed to reach Kamai Temple Palace from generations ago. Although he didn't possess a prodigious force in comparison in the rest of the universe, he was undoubtedly the strongest and most knowledgeable martial artist of the planet. Not using his wisdom and teachings would be a waste. Today I will reduce my combat power to 50, I will not fly or use bursts of ki or telekinesis, but I will use my new ability. I'm sure it will surprise you, said Broly. Oh, I'm expectant, but please don't cause too much damage, even if you repair the temple later it hurts me see all the destruction, said Mr. Popo. Don't worry, I doubt that I will destroy a lot, my technique doesn't have this purpose, said Broly to reassure Mr. Popo. Broly moved his hands in an irregular way and released his aura, but it didn't break free in a normal way, as normally does the ki or the nen. It didn't overflow the body, it didn't fluctuate in the least, it was like a thin, almost imperceptible and uniform sheet made of green energy that shone with an intense green color. It seemed as if Broly's body shone with its own light. That technique again, no. What's the use of telling me that you'll only use 50 fighting power if you do this? Broly, suppressing all his strength to 50 and therefore his attack, speed and defense in a proportional way, launched towards Popo at full speed, but Mr. Popo once again realized that he was moving much faster than his level of power indicated. When he gave the first punch, he noticed that he had hit in a much more powerful than the power level he announced. When he counterattacked hitting Broly, he felt as if he had hit a concrete block. Not only that, his body acted in a very strange way. The attacks were too chaotic. When he attacked with his right punch, at the same time he gave a left kick in a perfect way, without losing coordination, precision and power due to doing two different actions at the same time. It was as if he was fighting two Broly in the same body. Are you sure you're not cheating me? More than 50, you seem to be using 200. I'm sorry Mr. Popo, but I'm not cheating, my power is 50, check it with the detector I gave you, I'm in 50 from the beginning. Popo checked the power of Broly and the detector was right, he had not changed 50 at any time. How is it possible? Mr. Popo said, surprised another day by his strange ability. It's a kind of energy control that with the same level of power makes me use my energy more effectively. I'm not increasing my power, I'm just making my energy better and therefore all my abilities improve, said Broly with arrogance. At least teach me how to do it, Mr. Popo said. I'm afraid that in all the universes this is a skill that only I can have, Broly said proudly. Why did Broly say that only he could learn this technique? Because you needed to have Nen, something that only he had in all the Dragon Ball universes. If the Ki is the Yang methodology of manipulation of the vital energy, then the Nen is the Yin methodology of manipulation of the vital energy. Broly from the time he was in the incubator was trying to combine the Ki and the Nen in a perfect way. In a certain way, he previously managed to combine the Ki and the Nen, but in a very poor imperfect way he could hardly combine them well. If he used 100 units of Nen he could only combine them with 10 of Ki without losing the balance. However, despite this poor combination, the properties of his attacks and abilities improved visibly. At first Broly believed that he can't manage perfect combination because he didn't have a deep enough knowledge of Ki, but he also considered another possibility, which turned out to be the most certain. It required the use of the Nen whose first principle consists in retaining the aura, with the Ki whose first principle consists in releasing the aura from the body. It required the use of both opposite processes at the same time, something that was practically impossible to perform. For this, Broly wanted to create certain technical that would allow him to perform two actions at the same time. He was even willing to collect the Super Dragon Balls in case he could not get it, but fortune smiled at his first wish, getting the Dual Body Mind technique. Dual Body Mind. This technique is able to create an axis in the middle of his body, and control the left and right sides of his body freely yet separately, performing two different actions at the same time. But thanks to a great training in his Jugen, which served as a link between the two sides of the body, he was able to not only perform two different actions at the same time, but also create a perfect synergy between the two actions and halves of the body. However, with just this technique it wasn't enough to perfectly fuse these energies. Although he could perform both actions at the same time he was unable to combine them perfectly. It was like trying to combine potassium chloride and caramel without exploding. He was trying to combine contraction and expansion at the same time and want them to remain eternally in that state. After great effort, he was able to achieve this fusion for an instant less than a second. Which sadly depressed Broly for more than a week, but in blow of inspiration and remembering a forbidden technique of one of the most beloved mangas in his previous life history's strongest disciple Kenichi, the Tgthegood got the solution for his problem. Tgthegood. It is a very dangerous technique from the ancient martial arts. Tgthegood combines the opposing ki of both Sei-in and Do-yang. By having the first being focused inward, while having the second explode outward. The result is an explosive boost in all of the user's physical capabilities and increased effectiveness in the user's martial arts techniques. However, due to the conflicting nature of the ki of Sei and Do, extensive use of this technique causes a disruption in one's flow of ki, resulting in crippling, even fatal damage to the user. However, the technique itself didn't allow merging them, simply combining them. It took advantage of the one's recoil to give the other a bigger boost by creating an interval of powerful explosions inside the user's body. But if it were not for his powerful body of Legendary Super Saiyan, he would very likely have been seriously injured when using it. Although that drastically increased his combat skills, it wasn't the result Broly expected. After many trials and sufferings, he understood the perfect combination. While one half would use Zetsu and subsequently Ren, the other half would perform the reverse process, release ki, and then repress the ki. As if they were two frequencies that combine in a single point for a moment, then stop combining again. After years of practice, in which Broly managed to increase the speed of these two frequencies in an abysmal way, until reaching the Planck length, he achieved the effect he was looking for. He managed to mix the Nen and the Ki perfectly. They were not fully merged but, had the same effect as if they were merged, as if they were images that, when moving quickly to 24 frames per second, created a movie for the human eye. After years of training, suffering and great stress on his body and mind, he created the perfect combination of Ki and Nen resulted the Kin. Because it was in constant compression and expansion on oneself in the most efficient way, it had formed around Broly a layer of Kin with the thickness of a sheet of graphene, a thickness of 2 dimensions, however that sheet of Kin shone with such strength that seemed to be bigger. In that state, his total physical, energy and mystic abilities have increased without increasing battle power, combining the mysticity of Nen and the tangibility of Ki in all his skills. It also acted as a perfect armor that allowed attacking and defending at the same time with the same efficiency. It was like his had the Ko all over his body, although he didn't spend much more energy than keeping the Ten around the body. The union of Yin and Yang. Nen and Ki. The perfection. Get ready Mr. Popo, now I'm going to show you the result of my special technique that I have created specifically to become the most powerful being, Broly said. While his Jugen shone in a unusual way. Chapter 21. Broly was completely static on the ground without moving the least, about 20 meters from Mr. Popo. He extended his arm in the direction of Mr. Popo and while pressing his index finger against his thumb said, "Be careful Popo." The next thing Mr. Popo saw was that the hand that was initially attached to Broly, instantly appeared in front of his face and hit him with his index finger. The blow threw him back a meter. It wasn't too painful, but it caught him totally by surprise, and he was more surprised to see that the hand was still in the air. Surprised, he looked at Broly's arm, and where his hand should be, there wasn't thing. The only thing he could see in the area where the amputated arm or hand should be connected was a strange green energy, which covered the end of his arm and the beginning of his hand. Mr. Popo, extremely surprised and without understanding what was happening, said, "What just happened?" Broly with a mocking laugh said, "I gave you a blow with my finger on your forehead and you fell on your ass. Come on, we still haven't finished the training." Mr. Popo got up from the ground and decided to approach to attack Broly, contrary to the defensive attitude he always used. However, just as he moved forward, the hand that remained in the air disappeared, reappeared just below his legs, and grabbed his ankle. The hand rose as if flying by itself, taking with it Mr. Popo, who had been caught by surprise, literally. Meanwhile, Broly kicked the air, and just when the leg was about to reach the maximum speed, disappeared. Appearing instantly in front of Mr. Popo, giving him a kick in the stomach, which he was able to block with his arms, hitting the ground by the impact. At that moment, Broly's hand and leg returned to his body instantly. Broly wasn't teleporting his hands and legs through portals like Janemba or Zamasu, they were not limited to a specific point of predetermined entry and exit. He could make them appear and disappear instantly wherever he wanted, as well as move them in the air from the position where they appeared to other places as if they were flying. What did you think of my skill? Awesome truth. It's awesome Broly, with attacks like this you can catch even the most experienced fighters by surprise, said Mr. Popo, incredibly surprised by this strange ability. Broly, satisfied with Mr. Popo's expression, said, "Come to me, attack, I promise my legs will not move from this place until the fight is over." It was as if Mr. Popo's attacks were going through Broly's body, as if he were an unattainable mirage. When Broly realized that Mr. Popo had realized that he was incapable of hitting Broly, Broly teleported the upper half of his body to Mr. Popo's back, and while that upper half floated in the air, punched him in the arm, the same arm instance before tried to hit his body. Mr. Popo was about to return his attack with the same arm that was hit, but horrified he realized that part of his arm had disappeared, and that instead, in the same way as with the teleported parts of Broly, there was a kind of green energy covering the ends of the missing part. "Broly, what have you done? Where is the missing part of my arm?" Mr. Popo asked in horror. He didn't feel more pain than the one Broly inflicted on him with his blow, and after that part of his arm disappeared, but he was unable to know where it disappeared. In fact, it was as if that part no longer existed. He was unable to feel it. Broly's arm was gone, and he noticed how something had appeared behind him and had pierced his body. Broly's entire arm came in from his back and went through the other side, right where his heart was. Mr. Popo panicked. He thought that Broly had wanted to kill him, but then he calmed down. He didn't notice any pain, there was no blood, and once the arm of Broly returned to its place, he saw how there was a circular hole in and out of his chest, whose interior was covered by the same green energy. Broly, seeing the scared face of Mr. Popo, said, "Don't worry, I have only borrowed them and stored them somewhere else. I will return them after the fight, or you can even get it back by yourself, if you take the opportunity." When saying that, the green energy that covered its disappeared parts began to shine with force, and it began to expand, as if it was devouring the near parts, making them disappear. Despite the bizarre situation, be swallowed by a strange energy. Mr. Popo noted that although his missing parts didn't return to where they should be, unlike before he could feel them again, as if they were somewhere else, but at the same time they were still part of his body. Try to send energy to the missing parts, you will see what happens, said Broly to try to help Mr. Popo. Mr. Popo listening to Broly sent a lot of energy to the parts that were trapped in that strange place and the devouring energy stopped moving forward. You have to send a little more, said Broly. Mr. Popo increased the amount of energy towards the missing parts and little by little, the devouring energy began to recede, little by little returning the devoured parts to his original position. It was like a game of stretching and pushing, the one that you had to spend energy to prevent the devouring energy advancing and spend even more energy to recover the part of your stolen body. There was the risk of being completely devoured, but also the opportunity to recover what had already been devoured, even though that entailed an important energy expenditure. Mr. Popo after a few seconds he had his body back to normal. What was that? Asked Mr. Popo, who wanted to know about this bizarre skill. Ha ha ha, I'm sorry, it's a professional secret. By the way, what if I enter the hyperbolic time chamber? I think I've already stretched it too long, said Broly as he returned to transport the upper part of his body with the bottom. Mr. Popo, still shocked by everything that happened, said, yes, of course. Mr. Popo after talking with Kami, quietly accompanied Broly to the hyperbolic time chamber, which wasn't a short path inside the labyrinth of the temple. It's the first time I use it in battle, but my formless realm is awesome, and that I've only used its first phase. During the creation of his characteristic Nin ability, or rather, his characteristic Kien ability. Broly thought about his more developed ability, his N. His N was so immense that it was able to cover beyond the solar system and thanks to the Kien was able to keep it active all the time, even in combat. Therefore, he decided to create his skill based on his N. With that thought in mind, Broly started creating his skill. Broly created with Nen a realm, a dimension that only belonged to him. A hollow and green dimension where only he could exist, and maximum size of that realm would be the maximum size that his N was able to have. Broly would be the absolute god of that realm, being able to enter and exit at will and move among its 4 dimensions. In the same way, he could also leave the formless realm to the normal world, as long it was a place to which the formless realm had access, a parallel dimension, which the connection with the normal world was his N. Broly first sent a part of his body to formless realm and then made it reappear in a place of the normal world that was within the reach of formless realm. Being that green energy that surrounds both parts separated the same formless realm, which acts as a connection between both parts. For example, the whole arm enters the formless realm, and then the arm is teleported in a specific position inside the formless realm, the position where his target is in the normal world. And then the whole arm except for 1 centimeter of the arm, the centimeter of the lower end, goes outside to attack. In this way he could not only teleport himself or part of himself within his own dimension, he could also send part of that part within its dimension outside the dimension. Also, since there was still a centimeter of that part inside the formless realm, that part was able to move 3-dimensionally and teleport inside it, making the outer part move to the same position in the normal world, giving the feeling that was the outside part the one that was flying and teleporting. This was the trick behind the teleportation of parts of his body, or of his Wolei body. For the attack, transporting parts of his body or himself to attack quickly from unsuspected places. For the defense, transporting parts of his body inside the formless realm and in that way, not be beaten. To flee, going inside the formless realm and escaping at its furthest point, or waiting inside until there is no danger. However, he needed to create that space. The maximum size was the one that had its N, but there wasn't a minimum size. Broly imposed the norm to create the space of that realm. To create a cubic meter he must use 10,000 combat power in the form of energy. He chose 10,000 for being the amount of combat power he would have been born with. With that, Broly spent years filling his formless realm, creating clones with which were constantly releasing and recovering energy to be able to enlarge its dimension. It was as if the N was a pool and the space created was the water that filled the pool, and those waters is where Broly could swim, dive and drink. That space would be filled in a circular way around Broly like the N until it was full. A somewhat tedious self-imposed restriction. Today his formless realm hadn't even filled 0.03 of his total, but, still, it was enough to have a size similar to that the planet Earth and even more. The formless realm had many other applications, although most were not applicable to the battle now. What he showed in Mr. Popo were: welcome to the Black Parade, Broly upon having contact with an object. Either physically or by energy attack, with the exception of telekinesis. In the event that such contact has taken place within the N covered by the formless realm, it will be possible to devour that part within the formless realm. An exact portion to the combat power that is in the area of the object that you want to transport to the formless realm. If the arm area of Mr. Popo that Broly stole had an amount of 10,000 energy, Broly needed to sacrifice a cubic meter of formless realm to transport that part. When someone hits another hard, that other one will suffer damage and that damage will cause the hit area to lose the energy that protected it. Therefore, the stronger the attack, less space from the formless realm must be sacrificed to steal that part. With the exception of Broly, everything that enters the formless realm was kept in a kind of stop time. Everything that went in unless Broly brought it out, could never exist again, and the same form would exist forever in the same state it entered. A never ever land. Surrender. As long as there is a part of an objective within the formless realm, and the user is in the formless realm range, it will be possible to activate this skill. The formless realm connected to the stolen part of the enemy will begin to shine and spread to the rest of the body, increasing the stolen part, spending an equivalent amount of space in the formless realm. However, this is a double-edged sword, because if the necessary energy is supplied by the enemy to the part trapped in the formless realm, it will be possible to recover it. The affected will need to supply 33 of the energy that Broly is using to prevent the advance of the devouring, and after that amount he will be able to recover his affected part at a speed related to the energy used. Performing each of those skills meant losing space within formless realm, a space that should be replenished again. Even though his clones were supplying 10,000 power units of combat power constantly to the formless realm, the fact of losing the space that had cost him so much to build didn't please him. That's why he put on this condition, to make his realm and skills stronger. This was only a small part of the abilities of his unique characteristic skill, and of course also only a small part of the restrictions and conditions of use of these skills, and of those that hadn't yet shown, or improved. Even though it seemed an incredibly powerful ability, and even invincible, it wasn't. It had enough restrictions that would be seen later against strong enemies. After a while, Mr. Popo and Broly managed to get to the door of the hyperbolic time chamber. After Mr. Popo explained again how the hyperbolic time chamber operated, Broly entered alone. Upon entering he looked around. He was inside the legendary central building of the dimension. Outside the building, all the surroundings remain an infinite constant bright iridescent white aurora. Broly was inside the hyperbolic time chamber, with which he had always dreamed as a child, and not as a child. Perfect, I have a maximum 2 years, or 2 days to create my form realm. Author thoughts. The skill, Welcome to the Black Parade, is in honor to a song I like, specially this AMV. https www. YouTube. Come watch. V5XNNPMNKNZG. The skill, Surrender, is in honor to a song I like. https www. YouTube. Come watch. VCFGZSUPKFQ. One of the things I like most about Hunter x Hunter is the Nen skills. I am fascinated by how it operated, its creation, its restrictions, its conditions, how are used and his evolution. And for me this is a very important point in the novel, how this skill will evolve and how it will be used to achieve his goals. It is for the reason that I chose the Nen and the reason why I made it specialist. I like novels, manga and animes with curious powers, that's why I'm doing it this way. I know some will not like it, since they are more interested in seeing how many women Broly, currently an 8-year-old boy, is going to fuck, but it's the story of Broly, someone who wants to become the most powerful being. I don't want to turn this story into a vague pornography. Don't worry, there will be girls, but the plot will not revolve around it. Chapter 22. Outside of the Kami temple, Mr. Popo and Kami-sama were chatting between them. Their faces showed some concern and impatience. Are you sure he understood the rules of the hyperbolic time chamber? It is about 2 days after he entered. Yes, Kami-sama, I told him perfectly and I also made him repeat everything I said for greater security. I guess he must be about to leave, replied Mr. Popo, also somewhat worried. Kami, who could no longer pretend not to be worried, said a person can only spend 48 hours in real-life time inside the hyperbolic time chamber. If he exceeds this time, he will be forever trapped in that dimension and we will never be able to see him again. I pray to the heavens that he will return soon. It is a somewhat special boy. How would you say, a bit of a bastard? Kami-sama. Yes, that's right, a bit of a bastard, but deep down I know he's a good boy. He has a lot of jokes, but I have never seen him hurt anyone and from time to time he has details with us. I hope he comes out safe and sound, said Kami-sama solemnly. While praying, despite being a god, they both heard footsteps inside the temple. Those steps seemed to come specifically from the area where the hyperbolic time chamber was located. It couldn't be another person, it was Broly, who had just left the hyperbolic time chamber and went quietly outside to greet them once again. Kami-sama and Mr. Popo were happy for their return. They had been very worried, and partly they were also glad that Broly hadn't suddenly teleported to his side to play a joke on them. However, immediately that joy became restlessness. Those steps are not normal, Kami-sama said with cold sweat on his green forehead. The steps that could be heard inside the temple were too long and heavy. they couldn't be made by the legs of a small child, even if they had spent 2 years inside the hyperbolic time chamber. He was only 9 years old. It was impossible that he had grown so much, it seemed the steps of a person more than 2 meters. The uneasiness in Mr. Popo and Kami-sama was obvious. In his mind they only had thoughts like, what the hell will we see next? What has he become? Will it be the same Broly we knew? The footsteps grew closer and more powerful. Kami and Mr. Popo swallowed several times, because a silhouette was beginning to appear through the door. A tall silhouette of around 2 meters, which advanced towards the door. Eyes impossible, he has not been able to grow so much, Kami said. As he got closer to the door, the figure of the person who came out of it became completely visible. Before the eyes of amazement of Kami-sama and Mr. Popo, Broly appeared and his body was completely the same as before. He hadn't grown or changed in the least, not even his hair, despite having spent 2 years, hadn't grown a centimeter. The two focused a little more on the appearance of Broly, trying to find some difference, but the only difference was his clothing that did not leave them indifferent. After 2 years of hard training, what everyone expects is that the clothes were torn and dirty, with a dirty body and a disheveled appearance due to the hard training routine, but it wasn't with Broly's case. He was dressed in a child-sized Armani suit, covered in a luxurious bathrobe, moccasin shoes, a pure gold Rolex, sunglasses of the highest quality, and drinking cappuccino while reading the press. In addition, he was sitting in a large armchair that seemed to have been stolen from a royal palace. They looked down and saw that this chair had long robotic legs, which advanced as if it were a person. Kami and Mr. Popo understood now. From the beginning, Broly, even before leaving the hyperbolic time chamber, he had been sitting in this strange chair with only one purpose, to play another joke. This cappuccino is delicious. Oh. Kami, Popo, what a coincidence to find you here. I was reading the press. I've been absent almost 48 hours, I must be up to date with what's happening around me. Oh, what are these faces of indignation? By chance, have you been worried that I did not leave on time, and when you heard that I had left you were happy? But then you heard some very long steps that did not seem the same as mine, and you thought that I had grown excessively in a short time, or that I had transformed into some strange and enormous being. Worrying you enormously, when I was just sitting in my robo-armchair koan, which was moving towards the exit while I was relaxing myself. Because if it's been this way, it's very funny, ha ha ha. I would love to see the face of surprise and indignation that you would put if that were the case. Yes. Exactly. Faces like the ones you have right now. You have understood me well, ha ha ha. Said Broly, dying of laughter in his robotic armchair. Kami and Mr. Popo, who felt enormously outraged and humiliated by Broly's joke, again, sighed heavily and thought. I will never worry about him again. We should have told him that he could have been 200 days inside. So, we would not have to endure his jokes ever again. After a few seconds, the ones that they were trying to kill Broly with their mind. Have you been able to train correctly? Asked Kami, who had serious doubts due to the appearance and attitude of Broly. Broly, feeling outraged by Kami's doubts, replied while dipping some cookies in his cappuccino, of course, I trained hard, why do you doubt it? Mr. Popo and Kami-sama chose not to respond. Their reactions are not as fun as before. After 5 years I think they have become too used to my jokes. A shame. Broly came down from his comfortable robotic chair and said. It was an incredible experience, it's a shame that I could only be there for 48 hours, but it was worth it. Well, I think I should say goodbye for the moment. So maybe we will not see each other for a while, said Broly, fastening his bathrobe well. Kami and Mr. Popo, surprised by the news, and somewhat happy about its content, asked you leave? How long? Where? They asked to make sure they had really heard what they had heard. That's right, I'm leaving. How long? Well, I couldn't say exactly how much. Maybe 2 years, 5, 10, 17. I'm going to make some small trips through the universe. I've been accommodating too much and I think it's time to get out of my comfort zone, said Broly, checking his 14-karat clock. The two, both encouraged to hear his response, we like it or not, we will miss you Broly, we hope everything goes well, and you can return safely as soon as possible. Lie. Broly, if. Don't worry, if some threat comes from outer space you can call me, and if I'm in a good mood maybe I'll help you, ha ha ha. Just kidding, I built a house on this planet, I don't see with good eyes a group of aliens that want to destroy my private property, said Broly, who had read the mind to Kami-sama, anticipating his question. Kami-sama, comforted by Broly's response, told him, I am happy with your answer, we are very grateful. Broly, something blushing, said come on, let's not get sentimental, we'll see each other again. Broly looked at his robot chair and said, as a detail for today I give you my robo-armchair koan. You are already a little older Kami-sama, and surely a chair like this can be very useful and comfortable. Well, see you in a few years. Bye. Broly disappeared from where he was, leaving alone in the Kami temple his two usual inhabitants, Kami and Popo, who were still standing in the same position as before. After a few seconds of taking a breath, which tasted like freedom, they started talking. It's a shame that he left for a while, he filled this place with happiness and joy, Kami said while winking at Mr. Popo. You are right Kami-sama, life without him will not be the same, Mr. Popo said, winking also. He just left and I miss him, Kami-sama said once again, winking his eye excessively, precisely with this phrase. Kami-sama and Mr. Popo, they spoke winking in this way because they were not sure if Broly was still listening to them, it was evident that they were trying to say the opposite. Mr. Popo walked towards the inside of the temple and said I'm going to check in what state the hyperbolic time chamber is now. I hope he did not overdo it. Okay Mr. Popo, I'll wait for you here, said Kami watching how Mr. Popo walked away. Seconds later Kami looked at the strange walking chair that Broly had given him and approached her. It has a very strange shape, but it seems quite comfortable and useful. I guess I have no excuse to not try it Kami said as he approached the chair. Kami sat placidly in the chair and suddenly. PFF. Just now, when Kami sat on the chair, it sounded with a brutal force, the sound of a frightful flatulence, which was heard throughout the sacred land of Korin, even Korin woke up from fright. Kami-sama totally flushed, got up and inspected the cushion where he sat and realized that Broly had put on the couch a fart cushion one very powerful. It turned out that this innocent and generous gift, was another fucking joke. Broly. Mr. Popo entered the time room to inspect his condition and repair the possible damage. Surprised he realized that the insides of the building were in an unbeatable condition, in fact Broly had taken the trouble to redesign everything, making the building much more modern and functional. Oh, there are even small robots doing housekeeping. This will save me work on following occasions, I'll have to thank him when I see him again. Mr. Popo left the building towards the training area of the dimension and, he was horrified by what he saw. A few hundred meters from the building there was a huge crater. Mr. Popo couldn't believe what he was seeing, couldn't believe that someone could do that to the floor of the hyperbolic time chamber. Mr. Popo advanced towards the crater and at his side was a note that said. Dear Mr. Popo. I'm sorry, I've broken the floor a little bit. Signed by Broly. Hahaha by now Mr. Popo must have discovered the crater and Kami-sama must have screwed up. Well, time to collect the suitcases. The dozens of Broly clones had already prepared everything he needed for the trip, storing it in the formless realm. I will leave one of my power on planet Earth just in case something happens. I don't know how my actions have been able to change the history, so it is better that I leave something of myself as a countermeasure. Broly had managed to dominate and improve in a much more perfect way the multiform of Ten Shin Han, now he did not must divide his body between 4 and therefore his strength between 4. Now it was possible to divide by percentage the number of clones and power that each clone had. For example, the original body had 99 of all its power and its other clone 1, or the original body had 96 and 2 clones 2 each, or 100 clones with 1 each. Now it's time to visit my new dear character that I must visit. And troll him. Chapter 23. I am in the year 744, there are still 5 years until Bulma meets Goku, and 17 years for Raditz to reach the planet Earth. I have plenty of time to carry out my plans. First of all, let's play a joke on the prankster, said Broly while using the Kai, teleporting. North Kai planet. North Kai was quietly washing his car when, suddenly someone appeared right in front of him, a little boy with 3 eyes on his face. North Kai and Bubbles, his loyal pet, were surprised by the sudden appearance of that person and stopped doing everything they were doing. This is not where I parked my car, said Broly trying to hold his laugh. Hey what? Said North Kai, not understanding what he was referring to. I see you haven't caught my joke, it hurts, you have no sense of humor, said Broly showing disappointment. North Kai was quite outraged by Broly's claim, he was the North Kai, an inveterate prankster recognized throughout the galaxy. How could he say that he had no sense of humor? The fact that someone told him he had no sense of humor, was an affront to his honor that he couldn't tolerate, however. His indignation dissipated quickly as he realized a detail in the strange boy in front of him. He was not surprised by the strange eye he had on his forehead, but by the tail of a monkey that danced in the air, as if he were doing on purpose. Ah! An evil Saiyan, what does one of you do on my planet? Have you come to conquer it? Broly feigning outrage said, how come I'm evil? The fact that I am Saiyan doesn't mean that I am evil, not all Saiyan are obsessed with destroying and conquering planets. Let's go to the point. I'm here because we've done an analysis of your planet and it seems interesting, despite being so small can be sold at a good price in the collector's market for its rarity. A pity, I'll have to kill you, said Broly preparing a green energy ball. North Kai and Bubbles panicked by his words and the energy Broly was showing. Despite his small size, that child was so strong that they couldn't do anything to prevent the destruction. No, please, don't kill us, we are too young to die. Broly dissipated his energy ball and laughing said, ha ha ha, is joke North Kai, I didn't come here to kill you or to conquer your planet. North Kai, who had taken refuge in his house, poked his head out the window, relieved by the words of Broly. So, what are you doing here? Asked North Kai, who had come out of hiding. Nothing in particular, I had heard you were an eminence in martial arts, but I think they have exaggerated too much, said Broly from the sky, descending slowly to the small planet. North Kai, outraged by the hoax and how that child had disrespected him, and his reputation. I see you're an ignorant who confuses combat power with being an eminence in martial arts. My combat power may not be very big, but I have incredible techniques, for which thousands of people line up to learn them and for me to train them, North Kai said, sticking out his chest. Oh, really? Can you show them to me? North Kai laughed proudly, and as he did the important said, well, I could consider it if you tell me a good joke. I expected it, but we'll see who is the one who laughs. Broly asked, making himself the surprised, a joke. North Kai, to answer his question, said that's right, a joke, for example. What's the only dog in the world who cannot bark? A hot dog. He, said North Kai laughing while covering his mouth. Broly with a disinterested attitude said, I'm sorry, but I just tell jokes before a broad audience, and they have to be good jokes. I have my demands as a professional. North Kai felt somewhat outraged. He believed that this child was taking him lightly, he did not believe in his abilities, and that's why he did not even want to try, and of course he had also underestimated his sense of humor. Well, if there's no joke, I'm not going to show you my techniques, he said as he turned back to Broly. Are you sure? Broly asked, standing with his back to the angry North Kai. Yeah, I'm sure, North Kai said angrily. For nothing in the world? Broly asked, with a childish tone. Yes, for nothing in the world, North Kai said, reaffirming once more. Oh, it's a shame, just when I wanted to offer you a gift, Broly said once more in a childish tone. No matter what you promise, my answer will remain the same, North Kai said, crossing his arms and looking at the sky. Well, it's a pity, I had heard the rumor that you are a great lover of cars. That's why I wanted to give you this latest model, of my Mercedes-Maybach 6 Cabriolet of gold and platinum. It's a great pity, I thought that you would love this model. The moment Broly finished his sentence, a car appeared from nowhere, a car that only can be defined by a masterpiece. A work of art that no collector could stop looking. North Kai, who had been listening to everything Broly said, he noticed that something quite big had appeared out of nowhere, and that his antennae were moving at an alarming rate for some reason. He turned to see what had appeared, and as soon as he saw what there was, he fell in love with that car. He couldn't believe there could be such a beautiful thing in the galaxy. And at the same time, he regretted what he said moments ago. It's the most beautiful car I've seen in my long life. If the other Kais saw me driving it, surely they would die of envy. I must get it, even if I have to swallow my words. North Kai, with an attitude that had undergone a 180-degree change, said as he approached Broly. Well, I think I've been carried away by my emotions, and it's not right to refuse a gift, maybe. But Broly, without letting him finish the sentence, it's a pity you don't want it, it's a unique model. Anyway, Broly said that he created an energy sphere and threw it at the car. Boom! Spraying it in a second. North Kai, realizing what had happened, he felt as if his soul had broken. No! Why did you do that? It was the most perfect car that has ever existed, it did not deserve such an end. Broly, pretending he did not understand the reason for North Kai's attitude, said you told me you would not accept it, and I did not need it, so I destroyed it. Did you happen to want it? Broly asked, making it look like he realized he had done something wrong. North Kai threw himself on the ground with his legs crying for the loss and answered, yes, I loved it very much. A lot? Broly asked with a slightly malevolent laugh. Yes, very much, I had never seen a work of art as perfect as that car, North Kai said while trying to dry some tears that stopped falling from his eyes. As much as to teach me your techniques? Broly asked with a clearly evil laugh. As much as to sell you my soul if necessary. North Kai said, totally desperate, as if he had seen the death of his family. Broly laughed like the inspector's bad gadget and said, I don't need that much, but here you have it, remember your promise. Broly snapped his fingers and the landscape destroyed with pieces of scattered car changed radically, the car that seemed destroyed returned to normal, as majestic as before. What did you just do? Have you cheated on me all this time? Did not you destroy it? Has it been an illusion? Broly, trying to hold back the laugh, said, I guess the answer is, yes. To all, ha ha ha. Come on, don't get angry like that, I thought you liked jokes. North Kai, who hadn't yet recovered from the emotional disorder that Broly had caused him, thought. This child is a bastard. I almost prefer the Saiyan who destroy planets. Come on, don't put on this face. If you show me your techniques the car is all yours, said Broly, shaking a key. He, poor thing, he probably thinks that the jokes are over. North Kai, at Broly's promise, he regained his spirits, so much that he almost forgot how he had deceived him a few seconds ago. So grateful and so eager was he to get that car that practically treated him as if he were his best friend. Okay, if you insist so much, I'll show you, but first you'll need to pass some tests that. North Kai stopped short his sentence, as Broly again pointed to the car with a ball of energy. He quickly caught the message. Okay, I've already caught the message, no tests. Mother of God, these young people don't have patience. Broly cancelled his attack. North Kai sighed and said, the first technique I'll teach is called Kaioken. It's an awesome technique, you'll see. It is a technique that multiplies the user's ki, thus increasing their power and speed. North Kai observed the facial expression of Broly, and saw that he was surprised, which made him be proud of himself and his creation. Impressive, right? Broly, with a casual attitude, said, yes, it is quite impressive that someone has created a technique so similar to mine. The fun starts. North Kai, who was still in his narcissistic world, said, true, yes. It is impressive that. Hey. What have you said? It is impossible that anyone could have invented, but immediately left his speech since Broly was performing exactly the same technique he had created but had been unable to use, the Kaioken. North Kai's face was as green as a Namekian's. A child so small had performed one of his two secret techniques as if nothing. This is impossible, it cannot be happening. But Broly interrupted him, yes, very interesting, I already knew it, what's the other? North Kai, trying to recover the tranquility thinking about his future new car that dwarf bastard had promised him, since he still had an ace up his sleeve, he said, okay, we'll talk later. How did you discover that technique? Now I'm going to show you one that you cannot possibly know. I call it Spirit Bomb. Spirit Bomb gather huge amounts of energy from all chosen surrounding life forms and inanimate objects to conduct that energy into a massive sphere of astounding destructive power. What do you tell me about this? Surely you don't know that, right? Broly, as if he did not want the thing, made a simplified version of the Spirit Bomb in his hand and said, is it something like this? North Kai was on the verge of a depression. Broly, faking disappointment, said, what a waste of time. I've come here, I've given a car and I haven't learned anything. I get to know, and I don't come. North Kai, who looked like a soul in pain, approached Broly barely without energy and asked him as if it were his last will, please, tell me how you got those techniques, I beg you. Broly, trying to retain all the evil inside him, answered, the truth is that I had a day in the bathroom, I was defecating, one thing led to the other and I came up with these two techniques. I was a little inspired that day. With those words North Kai turned completely pale, his antennae fell like leaves in a fall, he was completely petrified, like a corpse during the rigor mortis. His eyes, despite being covered by a pair of sunglasses, was empty, looking at nowhere. It seemed as if he had passed out standing, and tried to commit suicide by holding his breath. A Saiyan boy under 10 has gotten a few minutes of being in the bathroom more than me in hundreds of years. I don't want to continue living. It's a joke, man, these are your techniques. I gathered the 7 Dragon Ball and I wanted among other things the best techniques of the universe, and the Kaioken and the Spirit Bomb were some of them. That's why I had come to visit you. I was just kidding, said Broly, patting North Kai on the back. Once he regained consciousness, the desire to live, and increased the desire to kill that dwarf bastard. Dragon Ball? Those on the planet Namek? As I planned, he told me about the planet Namek. Planet Namek? What do you mean? Chapter 24. If you don't know Namek. Where did you use the Dragon Ball? From the Earth, Broly replied. From the Earth? North Kai asked. Yes, the current kami of Earth created them. They are a bit limited, but the results are pretty decent, said Broly, directing the conversation to where he wanted. North Kai was surprised by the declaration of Broly, but soon understood what happened. By chance the kami of the Earth is green and has antennae. Yeah, he's also a little wrinkled and lately with some fart problems, said Broly, trying to hold his laugh. Then your kami is a native inhabitant of Namek, and not a normal one. Very few are able to create Dragon Balls, North Kai said, surprised. North Kai explained about the Namekians. Seeing that Broly showed interest in them, North Kai explained everything he knew, including the coordinates of the planet Namek. Well, I go back to Earth to talk with Kami. My intuition tells me that he doesn't know about his origins. Enjoy your new car. We'll see each other again, said Broly, tossing the keys to North Kai and then disappearing. North Kai was relieved by Broly's disappearance and extremely cheerful as he observed the key in his hand, headed dancing to his new car. Oh. That child is a real bastard, but he is very generous, he. It's the best gift I have ever received, North Kai said as he entered the beautiful and comfortable interior of his luxurious convertible car. Nervously he sat in the driver's chair to drive him for the first time, and once he sat down. PFF. A loud bang of fart exploded from the chair where the poor North Kai was sitting, so powerful was the sound that North Kai shot out of the car, dropping to the ground 5 meters ahead. When North Kai regained consciousness, he looked forward and saw a note that was 5 centimeters in front of him. Hello, North Kai. I forgot to mention that there was a small fart cushion inside the chair. Don't forget to remove it before mounting, or something dangerous could happen. Fondly. Broly. North Kai was red due to rage. He understood perfectly that Broly's bastard had placed precisely this note in this position, since he calculated that it would be here where North Kai would land after sitting down. He had teased him again. Broly. North Kai shouted to the sky, in the direction of the earth. Ha 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 ha. I know I'm repeating myself with this joke, but never underestimate a classic. The extreme fart has always been a humorous element in all cultures. The fart unites us as living beings. Why was Broly doing this besides having fun? He already knew the direction of planet Namek, he didn't need to come to see North Kai for this. However, he needed someone to give him that official information. There were people like Whis who could investigate the past. It would be very suspicious if he knew so many things, even with the wish of the Dragon Balls. Besides, he also needed a contact in the other world for future operations, and who better than the recognized North Kai who had helped the Z warriors so much. Well, it's time to continue with my plan, get the power. Let's see how our dear Kami is, surely he is dying to see me. Temple of Kami. Kami was on the outskirts of Kami's temple, sitting in the robotic chair that Broly had given him, chair from which Mr. Popo had already removed the bag of farts. This place is so peaceful, especially since Broly is gone. I miss times like these, said Kami-sama, with a face that showed an indescribable happiness and tranquility. But suddenly, Broly appeared in front of him, only an inch from his face. Hi Kami, I have interesting news for you. AH. Kami shouted in fright, falling backwards from the chair. Oh no. He's back. Hi Kami, hello Popo, sorry to come without warning, but I have fresh news about Kami's origin. And I don't know if you know, said Broly, raising Kami with telekinesis. Kami and Mr. Popo had enough reasons to recriminate and criticize Broly. His farewell had left them with several surprises, but they were too intrigued by what he had to say to them to change the subject, since Kami had lost his childhood memories of a blow to the head, the original Goku. Broly explained what North Kai had told him about Namek, its inhabitants and the cataclysm that the planet suffered. Mr. Popo and Kami were surprised by the news, but not too much since everything what Broly said fit perfectly with Kami and his past. It was evident that he was telling the truth. In short, the god of the planet Earth is an alien. What would the nationalist Earthlings think if they knew? Broly said, trying to bring a comical vision to the tense situation. Yes, it seems pretty funny, said Kami, who was surprised by his past, and by knowing that he still had family in another world. What do you say, Kami, are you coming to visit your world with me? Broly asked casually. Kami, suspicious of Broly's intentions, asked, why are you so interested in going to the planet Namek, and why do you want me to accompany you? I find it very curious. Broly, pretending to be offended by Kami's words. Kami, you offended me. Do you think I'm a person who only does things if they benefit him? That I am some kind of evil being who has ulterior motives in everything he does? Kami stared at him. He didn't say anything, but his silence said more than any word. Broly had to confess. Okay, it's okay, I confess. The truth is that I would like to use the Dragon Ball of Namek for a little thing, that apparently yours cannot do. I thought that if I went with you, to speak well of me, the person who has managed to reunite you with your family, I wouldn't have many obstacles. Kami, somewhat calmer to know Broly's intentions, said, I would love to accompany you, but I'm afraid I cannot accompany you. I am the Kami of the Earth, I cannot get away from the planet now, I cannot abandon my functions. Also, I don't think I should go yet. But don't worry, I will give you a letter in which I will talk about you, surely when the person in charge will help you, said Kami. It seems he doesn't want to go, partly because he split into 2 parts. Creating Piccolo. I guess he feels embarrassed in some way. Kami handed him a letter written on Namekian. He told him to give it only to the leader of the Namekians and not to read it. Broly, despite being a bastard, he respected Kami's wishes and wouldn't spy. Thank you very much, Kami. See you soon, said Broly, teleporting. When Kami realized that the danger had passed, he sighed and said, I'd rather not see you too soon. I hope they pay attention to my letter and nothing bad happens to them. Brothers, for your sake, listen to me, said Kami to himself. In some place of outer space, Broly appeared. The most surprising thing of all is that he seemed to be able to survive in the vacuum of space without any problem. Thing that at first was impossible for any Saiyan. Broly just appeared and created a clone. I will send 49 for my BC plan and my original 50 for the AB plan. Both disappeared. The original body traveled to the planet Namek. To save time, Broly appeared directly in front of the Great Patriarch, right in front of his great body. Before he could talk, Nail the Patriarch's faithful guardian acted. "Be careful, Patriarch," he said as he ran toward Broly, but he never reached him. Using telekinesis, Broly held him in the air, making it impossible for him to move forward. Both the Great Patriarch and Nail quickly understood something about Broly. He was too powerful, they couldn't do anything against him. "I have already shown my power, now it's time to show my kind face." "Wow, you are very similar to Kami." "Good morning, my name is Broly, and it came in the name of my dear friend Kami. He is a Namekian who escaped from the planet Namek during the Cataclysm and who is now the guardian of our planet. Although I would also need you to help me with a little thing, if you could be so kind," said Broly, respectfully introducing himself. The Great Patriarch, quite interested in what Broly had said, asked, "A Namekian who escaped?" "Yes, a Namekian who knows how to create Dragon Balls. I have come here among other things for you to help me with a wish I want to ask your Dragon Balls," said Broly, trying to be more specific. The Great Patriarch, with a smile, said, "Oh, he must be the son of Katas, that child was a prodigy, it doesn't surprise me that he has become the guardian of a planet. It is a relief to know that he is safe and sound. I suppose he hasn't come because he has his obligations to attend as guardian of his planet, in the same way that I have others. As for the wish, we need to talk about it among the different leaders." Broly, who feared that the process of asking for his wish would be too long, decided to take out the letter that Kami gave him, to expedite the process. "Kami handed me this letter for you to read. He told me that with this you would surely help me," said Broly, delivering the letter to the Great Patriarch with telekinesis. "Surely this letter explains how great I am and how much I have helped them in these 5 years." The Great Patriarch opened the letter and read it carefully several times, interspersing the reading with observing Broly. After several minutes of deliberating internally, he said, "Okay, you can use the Dragon Ball. I'll send some messages to the other villages. In a few hours everything will be ready." "Thank you very much, Patriarch. If you'll excuse me, I'll be absent for a moment." "I'll be back soon," said Broly as he disappeared as suddenly as he had appeared. When he diapered, Nail, that had been listening all the conversation suspended in the air, fell to the ground. "Great Patriarch, are you sure to let that person use the Dragon Ball?" Nail asked, which for some reason or another, didn't like Broly. "Yes, I think it's the best we can do," said the Great Patriarch, not overly motivated by his decision. "Great Patriarch, what did that letter say?" Nail asked, who understood that the reason behind the Patriarch's actions was due to that letter. "Read it yourself, Nail." The Great Patriarch handed the letter to Nail. Nail read the letter and was surprised by the contents of it. "Namekians, please. Do what he tells you. If you don't please him, it is very likely that he will be day and night embittering your life. He is not a bad boy, I do not think he asks for anything bad, and I doubt he will hurt any of you, but pay attention to me, for your mental health. Do what he asks you. Please. PDT, don't sit down in anything that he gives you." Nail, with cold sweat on his forehead and antennae, thought, "What the hell is this boy?" Broly appeared in an uninhabited place on the planet Namek. "Time to create my second ambassadorship," said Broly, concentrating on his Nen. Chapter 25. Broly was about to use one of the skills he had discovered he possessed over the years. In Hunter x Hunter there were characters with special properties or advantages in some aspect of their Nen, like Neferpitu. They had a special an N with an irregular shape, which could deform and move freely, avoiding distributing the N equally in a circular way. Broly had discovered that his N had a special ability too. He could fragment it. Broly could extract part of his N and leave it parked in a specific area. With it, whatever distance he was, he would be able to detect perfectly at every moment everything covered by that N. This skill not only allowed him to separate his N for remote monitoring, also allowed him to separate his formless realm, which was directly connected to his N. With this, Broly could inject part of his formless realm inside that separated N, being able to enter and exit from it without any problem in that area through his formless realm. He called this skill ambassadorship. Broly, after creating his ambassadorship, returned to where the Great Patriarch was. "Hi friends, are the Dragon Balls ready yet?" said Broly, appearing out of nowhere. The Namekians who hadn't yet seen him were surprised by his appearance and energy. Nail, acting as a spokesperson, told Broly they will be here in a few minutes. "By the way, what is the wish you want to ask?" Broly smiled mischievously and replied, "We'll all know in a few seconds. It will depend on whether I get the information I want elsewhere. But before that I need to ask Patriarch for another small favor." Zuno's home planet. Zuno, the traditional stereotyped Japanese alien who knew everything, accompanied by his two mini-selves were drinking tea. Some hooded man appeared behind them and put 3 swords of energy near their necks. The hooded person said in a sinister and threatening way. You won't ask any questions. You won't make any movement. You won't try to find out who I am. You won't try to explain and you will avoid knowing what happened here today. You won't speak unless I authorize you. Apart from that, you will answer my questions in a way that I don't need to ask you that same question again. If you have understood everything I said, nod. Zuno's fearing for his life and with cold sweat descending on his forehead, he nodded without thinking. Well, I'm glad you understand the situation. First question. How do you know so many things? Asked the hooded person. I have the ability to know the answer to the questions that are asked or I formulate myself, sir, said Zunos, fearing for his life. Pleased by the response the hooded man said interesting, very interesting. Well, now my second and maybe that last question. What are the exact coordinates of the Super Dragon Balls? Zuno, hearing about the Super Dragon Ball hesitated for a second. Second in which the energy sword came closer to the neck of the 3, seeing that he wasn't bluffing ended up answering about the location of the 7 Super Dragon Ball that were between universes 6 and 7. Thank you very much for your help, and remember your promise. Be quiet, Fatty said that mysterious person before disappearing as suddenly as appeared. In outer space, in a place far from the universe 7. The mysterious hooded man who seconds ago was threatening Zuno, appeared as if by magic in front of an uninhabited planet. That person concentrated energy in his hand, forming a sphere of green energy. After concentrating enough energy in that sphere, he threw it against the planet, creating a big explosion. Due to the explosion that this caused, the impact and fragments ripped that person's cloak. Indeed, he was our favorite anti-hero, Broly, or more specifically, the clone with only 49 of his power. Broly with great satisfaction watched the destruction that his attack had caused, but above all, what revealed. In front of him was a Dragon Ball, a colossal Dragon Ball with the size of a planet. It has been very easy to find the first, it's been worth it. It wasn't necessary to resort to Zuno, since I have built a quite powerful Dragon Ball radar, but, this is much faster. Nor was it necessary to threaten him in that way, but. Although I don't agree with Zamasu on some things. I must admit that this psychopath knew how to be effective. In addition, I don't want to give my first kiss in this life to an obese man to get a GPS address. Now all you have to do is request 2 wishes, and gather them all. Broly approached the Super Dragon Ball and touched the surface. When touched, on the surface Super Dragon Ball a green energy began devour the colossal Super Dragon Ball with the size of a planet very slowly. It will take me a lot of time energy to shallow the 7 Super Dragon Balls in my formless realm, but it is better than having them in view of everyone. Likewise, when I take them out, the used energy will come back to me. I'm only borrowing something from this universe 7 to mine universe, besides I'm doing it without interest. I am a generous and just person, for which the conditions of my abilities are also the same. Planet Namek. After a few hours 7 Namekians had brought the 7 Dragon Balls, everything was ready to make a wish. We have already collected the 7 Dragon Balls. Although there are certain limitations, you can ask for 3 wishes. Do you already know what wishes you are going to ask? The distrustful Nail asked Broly. In the end I just need to ask for 2 wishes, I don't want to abuse your kindness, Broly said politely. The Namekians upon hearing these words were more relieved and drastically improved the image they had of Broly. Besides, I cannot simply ask you for something so valuable without giving anything in return. That's why I brought gifts. Broly said as he took out several capsules from his formless realm. Broly threw them to the ground and from them appeared a large number of products dedicated to welfare. Domestic tasks and agriculture, products that Broly thought could interest them because of their hermit and quiet lifestyle dedicated to cultivate a Jaisa to return the planet Namek to its previous status. Broly explained to the surprised Namekians the functions of the different robotic devices that he gave them and how they should be used correctly. The Namekians thanked him enormously. These artifacts would help them greatly in their daily life. Especially they thanked him for the agricultural technology. Thanks to it they would be able to cover the planet Namek with a Jaisa in a few years, returning to their planet the ancient splendor that it once had, before the cataclysm. The person who at first seemed to be a time bomb that threatened the peace of the peaceful life of the Namekians. The person they all suspected and tried to keep their distance and only fulfilled his demands by the letter they had received from one of their own, had proved to be their greatest benefactor. Even the proud and distrustful Nail had no choice but to thank Broly for everything he had done, and apologize for his previous behavior. Broly something blushed by the flattery he was receiving said it hasn't been anything, ha ha ha. It's the least I can do when such nice people let me use their Dragon Balls. I don't want anyone to say on any planet that Broly is not a generous person. By the way, Nail, before asking for the wish, I have a special gift for the great patriarch. Nail, still influenced by the gratitude he felt, took those words with joy. Broly had been very generous to all the inhabitants of the planet. In addition, the fact that Broly wanted to have a detail specifically for the patriarch, the most important and beloved person of all, Namek, made him extremely happy, raising for him the status of Broly again. I have noticed that the patriarch is always sitting in his chair without being able to move. I suppose that due to its great size and age it must be complicated to go outside. That's why I thought this could be very useful, said Broly as he pulled out a large object from his formless realm. It was a large flying chair, similar to the one Frieza or Zuno had, but much larger, a large size that fit perfectly with the body of the great patriarch. With this chair, the great patriarch will surely be able to go abroad and visit the whole planet Namek without worry, apart it is very comfortable. I'm sure he'll be elated. The instructions are in the right side pocket, said Broly with a benevolent face, as if he were a kind of saint who hadn't committed any sin in his life. All the Namekians thanked him again for this great and fantastic gift, all except Nail, who had suddenly remembered a certain warning from the letter. Thank you very much for your kindness, Broly. I will give this gift to the great patriarch after you ask for your wish. I'm sure he will be enormously grateful, said Nail, who, although it was hard to notice, he didn't trust Broly so much anymore. Minutes later, Porunga, the dragon of planet Namek, was summoned. After the oldest Namekian there was in that place, he went to where the Dragon Ball were and said certain words in Namekian. After these words, the Dragon Balls began to shine more intensely and without pause. The sky began to darken and the atmosphere became incredibly unusual. From the Dragon Balls, a light appeared that extended towards the sky, and within a few seconds that light that seemed to envelop the sky materialized in a huge green muscular dragon with red eyes, which seemed to look at the ground with arrogance. Big, muscular, and green. I love this Porunga, he reminds me someone. Someone very handsome, strong, intelligent and transformed. Ha ha ha. You have collected all 7 Dragon Balls and now as it is return. Think wisely and I will grant you 3 wishes within my power, said Porunga. The Namekian who had invoked Porunga told him, what is your wish? Tell me and I will tell Porunga on your behalf. Okay. My first wish is to know the language of the gods, said Broly. The Namekian asked the wish in his language. Nail, surprised by this desire, asked Broly, why do you want to know the language of the gods? Broly in a teasing tone said, to know if they speak ill of me and to insult them in their language, of course. Nail preferred not to insist, he knew he wouldn't get a serious answer. Porunga spoke, okay, I'll grant your wish. Porunga's eyes gleamed and a new language appeared in Broly's brain. The wish had been successful. The Namekian turned to Broly and asked, what is your second wish? Broly confidently said, it won't be necessary. Broly, using the language of Namek, said. My wish is very simple, I just want to be teleported to the Universe 6. The Namekian were surprised by the fact that he knew their language and by the wish he had formulated. Many wanted to ask him about both, but before they had the chance. Porunga spoke, okay, I'll grant your wish. Porunga's eyes sparkled and Broly began to gradually disappear. They could only hear a few last words of Broly before he disappeared completely. I learned Namekian in a 40-hour online course, then disappeared. The Namekian present didn't have too much time to assimilate everything that had happened and had been said, but quickly regained their composure. After a few seconds they spoke again. What a strange child, but we have to be grateful, he has given us a lot in exchange of very few. What do you think if we all go together to give the flying chair to the great patriarch? Asked one of the Namekians. They all backed that idea, except one. Nail, without saying anything, approached the flying chair, reached out and inspected the chair, and once he pressed the cushion. PFF. The sound of a fart echoed. The Namekians who were in that place were stunned by what had happened. What was that? Asked some Namekians. Nail was relieved to have discovered that joke and something angry with Broly said, I think we just found out what that letter was referring to. We have to be grateful to that Kami. Somewhere in the Universe 6. A boy with 3 eyes and a monkey tail appeared on a planet similar to the planet Namek. So I'm already in Universe 6. Perfect. While my clone is dedicated to collecting the other 2 Super Dragon Ball that are missing, I will dedicate myself to collecting those from this universe. It may turn into a dangerous journey, since it is likely that a certain overweight god of destruction is looking for them too. However, it's necessary. Only the Super Dragon Ball can grant me that wish. Chapter 26. In the immensity of the space of the Universe 6, a spaceship made its appearance. A spaceship that belonged to the Peace Corps of Emperor Frost, the Emperor of the Universe. The beloved by all, the defender of peace and security, the one who solved all wars. Frost, the greatest and most famous warrior of justice that has existed in the history of the universe, awarded with the Universal Peace Prize 3 times in recognition of his actions. Or that's what everyone believed. That spaceship was making a routine patrol in remote areas in search of criminals, when suddenly they saw something that seemed impossible to them, or at least, the strangest thing they had ever seen in their lives. This was an area that they had patrolled for more than 5 years, so they knew perfectly every corner of that area, especially the position in which all the planets and asteroids were situated. Therefore, they were surprised that where there used to be a rocky and lifeless planet now there would be a strange orange spherical object of the same size with a spherical orang object with stars that could be seen from any angle, but that wasn't all. That gigantic object the size of a planet was being slowly devoured by a strange green energy, and although they were far away, thanks to the sophisticated sensors of the ship locate a small presence around it, which although in small in size released a great energy. There was a person floating calmly in the void of space, a person of a small size, which they didn't know if he was a child or a race of people with small bodies. They couldn't identify what race he was quite muscular, his body was covered with a brown monkey fur, his hair was large and he also had a monkey tail and a third eye in his forehead. They didn't know who he was, but something seemed obvious to them. This strange person was responsible for the disappearance of the planet, the appearance of the strange orange object and the inevitable disappearance of the orange object. Soldier A looked outside the ship and said, "We must report this immediately." Soldier B, who was also gazing at that visual spectacle, said, "Yes, I believe that with this we have earned the salary of the last 5 years of not finding anything at all." Peace Corps Headquarters. Frost was quietly in his floating chair observing the balance that his commercial strategy of false flag attacks were providing, when suddenly one of his lackeys came to his office to inform him about something. "Emperor Frost, sorry for bothering you, but I think there's something interesting you should see," said the elite lackey. Frost, who knew that the lackey would not interrupt him for something banal, showed interest. "Tell me, what is it?" The elite lackey showed the video and the images he had received while giving the explanation. "Days ago, some patrollers have informed us about this strange event in the western sector by this strange race never seen before. It seems that he is stealing or devouring a strange object with the size of a little planet. We don't know his purpose, but if he has these capabilities it is possible that he could be a great threat to the peace of the universe. What do you think we should do, Emperor Frost?" Frost continued watching the video with interest and said, "You're right. If he is capable of what I am seeing, it means that either his power or his abilities are impressive. He is able to survive in space, a skill that few races in the universe own. Besides, we don't know anything about him or his race. I think I should go myself." "Go yourself, Lord Frost. Don't you think we should send an exploration team first? It is too dangerous." Frost, laughing slightly and interpreting his role as a hero of justice, said, "You don't need to worry about my safety, I'll be fine. I don't want to send someone to a suicide mission. This being is powerful, strange and is able to survive in space. I am one of the few people in the universe who may be able to confront him. As a leader, I must be the one to take risks at moments like these." The elite lackey, emotional and almost crying for the admiration he felt for his beloved leader, said, "You are the best, Majesty, it's a pride to be part of your ranks. Soon we will prepare your SPAC ship and an escort for this mission." However, while that poor idiot idolized him, Frost was thinking, "What a peculiar person, what a strange object. I have to know what that is and what he's doing, and maybe recruiting him. He can be a great acquisition for my Peace Corps, or for my galactic pirates. If it is a threat to the universe, I will gain fame. Of course, if I can't have him under my command, I will kill him to get rid of a great threat to my. Whatever happens I will come out winning." Jua Jua Jua. It had been 4 months since Broly had been teleported to the Universe 6. During that time, he had found 3 of the 4 Super Dragon Balls that were in that universe. 2 of them were already inside his formless realm, and right now he was trying to absorb the 3rd, but it wasn't easy or cheap to absorb such a colossal thing. Finding the Dragon Ball wasn't a problem. He had the coordinates of all and the Kai, he could easily reach all of them in a matter of seconds. The problem was to absorb them. Absorbing each one had taken more than a month of hard work. Both, the body of the Universe 6 or the 7 had been absorbing the Super Dragon Balls, spending huge amounts of space of the formless realm, which Broly was trying to recover at the same time that he was spending. So much energy was needed to recover the lost space that Broly was transformed into his true Saiyan state during all those 4 months, to increase the amount of energy he could generate. Because he had divided his strength in half and was concentrating all his strength and attention in absorbing the Super Dragon Ball and recovering energies to continue absorbing his target, his N had concentrated drastically near the Super Dragon Ball. Leaving aside most of the things that were happening around him, including the fact that a spaceship had seen and reported him a few days ago. He had become impatient. For weeks he had only been able to eat senzu beans, he had barely slept and had barely been able to bathe. he was crazy to finish his mission to ask for his long-awaited wish. Therefore, his vigilance had dropped drastically. Nevertheless, he was happy. In less than 2 days the third and last Super Dragon Ball of the Universe 7 would be inside his formless realm, and in the Universe 6 in a few minutes he would manage to absorb the third, only being left another one more to collect all the 7. Come on motherfucker, come inside my fucking dimension right now. He was quite irritated, impatient, and somewhat bored. Nevertheless, in a few seconds someone would entertain him. Good morning. Could you explain to me, if you are so kind? Who are you and what are you doing here? Said an irritating voice that came telepathically to Broly. Mind they are in space, no sound. Broly, surprised and somewhat annoyed by the fact that someone interrupted him while he was insulting the Super Dragon Ball, slightly expanded his N. In the distance, he observed that someone was approaching him, and he was doing it at a great speed. Oops, look whom we have here. The biggest faker of the Dragon Ball multiverse, surely the only one who can compete with Mr. Satan. The losing version and cheating version of Frisia's in the Universe 6. Frost. What intentions will he have? Does he come to me as the hero Frost, or as the villain Frost? Whatever, this can be annoying, or interesting. Good afternoon. I'm someone, and I'm doing something, said Broly while he was still focused on devouring what was left of the Super Dragon Ball, something that would end in a few minutes. He needed to gain time. Frost, who was in his friendly hero of justice mode, upon hearing Broly's answer found it difficult to continue with that attitude, but he kept trying. It seems you don't know who I'm. Let me introduce myself first. I am Frost, the Emperor of the Universe and his guardian. A week ago, we detected that someone was making a strange object with the size of a planet disappear in a very curious way, and the images that have reached me shows you, in this same place at that moment, and for what can I see, you haven't moved from here, so it's useless to pretend ignorance. My duty is to ensure the safety of the universe, and I must know if you are a threat or not. Therefore, please, answer me. Who are you, what are you doing, and what is that strange object that is about to disappear? Oh, so that's what it's about. It seems that I have been discovered. This happens to me because I don't have patience. Well, it's not too serious either. It seems he doesn't know what the Super Dragon Ball are. Fuck, this faker is disgusting. At least Frisia is sincere, he doesn't cheat, he's a bastard and is proud of it. I'm just a cute, adorable little boy named Broly, who received a gift from his mother and dropped it, and I'm trying to pick it up, otherwise, she'll be very sad. So you don't have to worry, I'm not a threat. When I finish picking up I'll go, said Broly with a childish tone, trying to look cute. Frost began to think what to do with this situation. I don't know if he's a little boy with a hollow head and too much power, or a dwarf bastard who is laughing at me. However, I think the second option is more likely. I will try again. However, if I cannot use him for my purposes, it is better to kill him. Nobody laughs at me. Frost, keeping his composure, so Broly, I'll believe for now that that's your name, but I don't believe anything you said other than your name. I would be grateful if you would accompany me without resisting to the headquarters to get an adequate interrogation. Broly, who had 2 eyes on Frost and another on the nearly devoured Dragon Ball, said, I'm sorry, but I don't have time to go anywhere with you. Also, my mother has always told me not to go with strangers, especially when they are so ugly. Frost's attitude changed. There was no trace of the false kindness he had showed until now, only his natural hostility and coldness. I see. You are resisting authority. I think you will force me to use force. Since you have just been considered a serious threat to universal peace. Broly had been gaining time with this stupid conversation until his formless realm finished swallowing the Super Dragon Ball, and as he had calculated, just at that moment the arduous process of a month had ended. The logical thing would be to teleport me directly to the last Super Dragon Ball and end this as quickly. My power is halved due to the cloning technique, and it is not the best place in which I can fight, but my Saiyan blood tells me to fight him and destroy him. Feel honored. Alternative Frisia, you will be my first serious battle. I have reached the limit of my power years ago. It is possible that fight him will give me the push I need to become Super Saiyan. Use force. Does a half-meter like you know what force is? Come to me with all your power, little shit, said Broly, mocking Frost in a rather arrogant way. He no longer behaved like a small child. He looked like a demon, more demon than a Frost demon. Chapter 27. Frost, extremely offended by how Broly had insulted him, attacked Broly with several bursts of ki fired from his finger. Half a meter. You are much smaller than I am. It was evident that he was as self-conscious about his size just like Frisia. Broly, dodging all his attacks with great ease, said, continuing with the mockery, I am still a growing boy, however, you are, and you will be a fucking dwarf all your fucking sad and miserable existence. I would like to feel sorry for you, but you don't even deserve that. Frost, who could not stand that Broly was mocking about his biggest complex counterattacked, increasing the rhythm of Ki's attacks. Fuck you. You will be shorter than me, so short that I can crush you with just lift my leg. But Broly, who had grown tired of that childish game, deflected with his fingers all the key attacks of Frost, and before Frost could be surprised by what he had just done, he said, I find your lack of faith disturbing, I will be very, very tall. While Broly was saying those words, Frost felt pressure in his neck, which pressed him harder every second. It was as if an invisible hand was strangling him. Frost understood it perfectly. Damn, in this way I cannot beat him. Frost, who was in his first transformation or involution while he was being suffocated erotically without being able to escape due to the great difference of power between him and his rival, began to concentrate energy. Ah! Broly smiled satisfied. It was what he was waiting for from the first moment, his transformation. Great, finally I will have a minimally interesting combat. I'm such a good person that I'll squeeze you a little less so you can transform more quickly. After a brilliant explosion, Frost's transformation ended, but it wasn't the one Broly expected. It was the third transformation of Frieza, also known as the Big Head transformation, without a doubt the ugliest transformation that exists. Broly, disappointed by Frost's lack of intelligence in judging his opponent, and insulted by being underestimated by him for not using his most powerful form, decided to continue verbal and physical abuse. Fuck, you're so ugly that could be exposed in a contemporary art museum. Is your plan to defeat me to provoke an overload of ugliness? Ha ha ha. As much as you make your head grow, you will not be smarter. Fuck, you are ridiculous. Frost, annoyed by Broly's constant insults, went into a rage. Shut up, damn monkey. Frost with 2 energy balls prepared in each hand accelerated at full speed towards Broly, but in less than a second, he disappeared from his position. He turned his head several times to find him, but it was useless, he was unable to see him, but his instinct told him that something bad was about to happen. And he was right, someone from behind grabbed him by the far end of his long head and started giving him a lot of painful kicks and knees in the head, back and neck. Frost was being beaten mercilessly. Broly, taking advantage of his small size, as if he were a koala, grabbed Frost's head and while punishing his skull with his knuckles he continued insulting. Come on big head, do something. Is this all the strength you have? What a shit emperor you are. At the end of his sentence, Broly decided to stop playing and gave him a great kick, throwing Frost several kilometers away, impacting on the surface of a nearby asteroid. From the spacecraft in the distance, all the crew that accompanied their beloved emperor believed they were hallucinating. Emperor Frost, possibly the most powerful mortal in the universe, was receiving a sovereign beating. Emperor Frost, all the crew members shouted. Frost had been unconscious for a few seconds, he was hurt, but not badly, yet his pride was. He, the Emperor of the universe, the one who manipulated wars on all planets, was being humiliated by an unknown child in an unknown place. When he looked up, he saw 7 strange objects approaching at incredible speed towards him, so quickly that he was unable to react. They were semicircular objects of Kachin, the hardest and most resistant material in the Dragon Ball universe, which were created by Broly with his materialization magic and fired at Frost with his telekinesis. Those semicircular objects were stuck in the asteroid, immobilizing the body of Frost. Both arms, both legs, tail, waist and neck have been surrounded by those objects, which seemed indestructible. Without having much time to get rid of his bonds, he realized that his enemy was concentrating a great mass of energy in front of him. Several miles away, Broly was preparing a giant Omega Blaster, and while preparing his attack, he telepathically said, if this is all you have, I guess I cannot have more fun. I expected a little more from the person who proclaims himself the Emperor of the Universe. Can I keep your title maybe? Ha ha ha. I give you 10 seconds. If in those 10 seconds, you don't show your true powers and fight with me, I will disintegrate you, since you will have lost all your value to me. Frost, faced with the threat of death and the great humiliation he had received so far, had no choice but to resort to his latest transformation. The reason why I don't use this transformation, is because it's hard to control my energy in this form, feel honored monkey child. Because you will be the first person to die at the hands of this transformation. He said while charging more energy than the previous time. Ah! Broly, seeing how Frost's combat power increased drastically by seconds, he smiled with satisfaction. Great, after several minutes of warm-up, the moment I was looking for finally arrived. I need someone with more fighting power than me to exceed my limits, and only in this transformation you meet the requirements. Like Frieza, Frost had 4 transformations not counting the golden, at that moment with the same combat power from the moment he was born, since he never needed to train seriously, although he has trained in the battle between the Universe 6 and 7. Like Frieza, Frost had 4 transformations not counting the golden with the same combat power from the moment he was born, since he never needed to train. In the first form, his combat power is 530,000. In the second form, his combat power is 1,060,000. In the third form, the transformation with which he had been fighting a few moments ago, his combat power is 2,120,000. In the fourth and last form, its combat power was located between 4,240,000 and 120 million. Broly had been waiting for the moment to find someone with a power superior to his to check his capacities. The total base power of Broly was 15 million. Saiyan have a limit of power in his base form, which is impossible to overcome if they don't reach a new transformation. For normal Saiyans, his power stagnates at 3 million, just the limit that Goku reached in Frieza's saga, before becoming Super Saiyan. However, Broly's limit, being the legendary Super Saiyan, was 5 times larger. Limit that Broly reached years ago. Thanks to his transformation of True Saiyan, his combat power multiplied by 10, reaching the sum of 150 million, the same combat power of an ordinary level 1 Super Saiyan. His raw power was far superior to Frost, but he was currently using the cloning technique. The body that was fighting with Frost only had 50 of its current power. Therefore, transformed into True Saiyan right now, his combat power was 75 million. Frost had just transformed into his last form, his original form, and his arrogance and confidence returned to him. I'm going to make you pay for all the humiliation. I will torture you until you ask for death, and then I will continue torturing you until you die, he said telepathically. Broly, with his usual casual attitude, replied, whatever you say, shitty dwarf. However, before that, what do you think about stopping this little ball? Broly threw him the giant Omega Blaster that he had been preparing, an Omega Blaster with an energy of 90 million of power level, which he was using to force Frost to use most of his power from the beginning. A somewhat dangerous form of motivation. Frost, who was standing on the asteroid that Broly had thrown at him, saw that huge sphere of energy coming towards him at great speed. Realizing the great energy that this attack had, Frost began to increase his combat power, without holding back in the least, contrary to what he had always been doing. Frost didn't have time to counterattack that Omega Blaster with another sphere of ki, so he decided to stop using his hands and telekinesis. The Omega Blaster struck with Frost, and he held it with his hands and feet, and tried by all means to return it to Broly while he watched him from the skies with superiority. Ah! After a few seconds of Forcejo, once Frost increased his combat power to 100 million, he was able to direct that giant Omega Blaster to its owner, who was in the same position from where he had launched his attack. When the giant green energy sphere reached the position of its owner, exploded. It exploded in an extremely violent manner, so much so that the shockwave changed the orbit of several satellites orbiting a desert planet in the vicinity. Frost, with a wicked smile, laughed uncontrollably, as if he were a lunatic. Ha ha ha. This is the consequence of making fun of Frost, the Emperor of the Universe. What are you saying now, damn monkey? How does it feel to die for your own attack? However, his celebration was, somewhat interrupted. What I am saying now is that you should review things before taking them for granted. It's what distinguishes a good scientist from a fraudster social scientist who performs a lousy study on something that is only a cover to justify some pre-established conclusion, said Broly, who appeared a few dozen meters from Frost and was walking quietly towards him. Frost, somewhat disturbed by Broly's usual arrogance and because he didn't understand how Broly had been able to appear so quickly from his back without him noticing, he started a conversation. Wow, I didn't understand half the nonsense you said, but I thought you had died like an idiot for your own attack a few seconds ago. How have you been able to get here so fast? I think it's not the first time you've done this since the beginning of the fight. Broly, he was more arrogant than Frost, said, die like an idiot? Ha ha ha, how pathetic you are. You've seen me teleport before and you not only have to ask what I've done, but you also believe that I had died from my own attack despite my ability. Moreover, you dare to call me an idiot? You're the Emperor of the Idiots. Frost, irritated by Broly's attitude, twisted his face in anger, but, in a few seconds he calmed down because of the superiority he thought he now had. Okay. I cannot wait to see how long you can have this attitude in front of me. You will regret having made me show this transformation. Or rather, I'll make sure you regret doing it, when I pluck every last hair on your body and cut off that ridiculous tail you have, before killing you. Broly, unperturbed by Frost's threat, came within inches of him and answered. The only thing I will regret is surely not to tear your tongue. Only the strong have the right to brag in the middle of a fight, and you. You should be quiet until I give you permission. Stupid half-shit. After those words of provocation, Frost, furious, started the fight once more, rushing towards Broly with his punch. Aya. Chapter 28. Aya. The fight had begun again. Frost started the attack, throwing a rain of punches and raced towards Broly. However, Broly, with his arms crossed, for greater cockiness, began to dodge all the attacks. For more than 10 seconds Frost was trying to hit Broly with everything he could, with his legs, his arms, even his tail, but everything was useless. It was like trying to catch some kind mutant fly. Impossible, this cannot be happening. I'm clearly faster than him. How can he dodge all my attacks? Frost's fighting power right now was close to 105 million, while Broly's was still 75 million. Greater combat power means having a higher level of strength, endurance, and speed except for transformations or techniques that sacrifice one stat to forcefully increase another. In addition, Frost demons were a race that stood out for its speed. The fact that Frost was unable to reach him was inconceivable, not only for him, but for anyone who could see the fight. How was Broly able to show this superiority with that discrepancy of power and speed? It was due to two reasons. His Juggin, he can see minimal movements, and predict the attacks of opponents even before they are executed, anticipating all of Frost's attacks. His Kien, Broly was using the Kien at a low intensity, which allowed him to improve all his abilities without increasing his fighting power. The Kien at its maximum kappa. City multiplied by 3 its effective fighting power, although now only was at his 10. With these two advantages, Frost was unable to hit him. Broly, levitating, continued to dodge all of Frost's attacks in a millimetric way, making Frost believe that he needed little to reach him, frustrating him even more. However, Broly had already tired of evading. What's happening to you? Are you so useless that I have to teach you to hit too? It has to be done like this, said Broly, accelerating quickly towards him, giving him a forceful kick in the belly. Gwach! Frost received a great damage by the kick, so much that his body seemed to writhe around the impact, but he smiled. While his body was still shacked by the impact, his tail quickly wrapped around Broly's leg, preventing him from flying off hundreds of meters by the impact, and, above all, limiting Broly's movements. Frost, seeing that he couldn't reach him, had waited for the moment when Broly attacked to grab him, preventing him from escaping. Oh, not bad, thought Broly. Die. Frost using practically all his power threw a punch in Broly's belly, impacting. Broly was affected by that attack, recoiling from the inertia of the blow, but because Frost was still tying his leg with his tail, Broly didn't move. Because his attack took effect, Frost entered a state of frenzy, creating a barrage of punches that completely hit Broly's body and face. Take this. Take this. Take this. Take this. Take this. You like this? You like this? You like this? Hiya ha ha ha. Where is the arrogance you had a few moments ago now? But when he went to throw his last punch, when finishing that sentence, Broly, with some blood on his face, caused by small wounds, he intercepted it with his hand. It is exactly where it was before. I congratulate you, you are the second person who has managed to hurt me, although of course, I allowed you to hit me a little bit. I'm sorry to spoil your fun, but I am one of those who prefer to give and not receive. Poem. Broly, still grabbed by Frost's tail, gave him a terrible punch in the mouth. Oya haha. Frost writhed in pain, but immediately responded with another punch, which Broly stopped with his elbow and countered with his other hand, giving him a punch in the belly. Damn! He cried out in helplessness. Still caught by the tail, another rain of punching and kicking began between the two, although it was evident who was being the winner of that crossfire. Of every 4 hits that managed to hit his target successfully, 3 were blows from Broly, and 1 was from Frost. But despite the handicap he was in, he didn't want to let go of Broly's leg. One of the reasons why he was reluctant to let him go was because of his speed and ability to dodge. He didn't know if he could catch him again, and the second reason. Fucking monkey, don't think you're superior to me, I have many aces under my sleeve yet. From the bioarmor of Frost's right arm appeared a needle that oozed what appeared to be a potent poison with paralyzing and somnolent properties, and pointing it to the leg he was holding with his tail, threw a punch at it. Die, dumbass. Frost's punch hit Broly's leg squarely, just as he had planned. Ha ha ha. Perfect, now you are helpless before me. Taking advantage of the fact that the venom of his needle should have taken effect and that it would last a few seconds, with his other hand, he tried to gather almost all his ki on his finger to give him the final blow, which he could prepare and launch without worries, but crack. Broly grabbed him by the finger with which Frost was preparing his attack and twisted it, breaking it in several places. Didn't your mother tell you that it's impolite to point out people? Broly said as he continued to grab his broken finger, to increase his agony. While Frost tried to cool his mind due to the great pain he was suffering, his mind went into chaos. He didn't understand how Broly could be well after being poisoned, but before he could put it into words. Your next line will be, how can you be well after being punctured by my poisonous needle? Right? Broly said, doing a cool pose. Frost, practically at the same moment that Broly was talking, said, how can you be well after being punctured by my poisonous needle? What? His mind had gone blank. Not only did he know about the needle, it was as if he had read his mind. Broly, strutting like never before said in JoJo style, said the answer is. I used my telekinesis to return the needle inside its case moments before the impact, so it never clicked on me. Frost looked at the bioarmor of his arm and verified that someone had forced the mechanism of the needle. Alarmed, he wanted to ask another question, but... Your next line will be. How did you know I had a needle hidden in my bioarmor? No one had ever found her. Right? Broly said, anticipating Frost's words. Frost, once again, at the same moment that Broly was talking said. How did you know I had a needle hidden in my bioarmor? No one had ever found her. What? Impossible! Exclaimed Frost, who believed he was living a nightmare. Does this child have the ability to read the mind? Broly, tightening Frost's broken finger. Ah. I'm sorry, but I cannot read the mind, just all the idiots think the same. Moreover, the answer is. I know it because nothing can escape my eye, also because I had seen it in the manga and anime. By the way, do you plan to continue grabbing me much longer? Those who see us can make wrong ideas, said Broly, while the part of the leg that was being held by Frost began to emit a green glow. That green glow grew into a disk of energy that swirled around his leg, cutting Frost's tail into pieces. HIATUS. Due to the pain, Frost squealed uncontrollably at the same time that he recoiled at great speed to get away from Broly. A fight against a Frost demon is not a fight if you don't cut off his tail, ha 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 ha, said Broly as he kicked the air, sending the cutting disc towards Frost. Frost, who could react in time, dodged the attack that came directly to his head, cutting only part of his cheek. Impossible. This is impossible. I am stronger than you. My energy is superior. How is it possible that I am losing like this? Frost yelled at Broly, demanding an explanation. It's because my martial arts and other techniques are superior. Weak people created martial arts in order to make the most of their weakness to win people, animals, and beings stronger than them. Only an idiot believes that a bodybuilder who raises more than 100 kilograms in a gym is stronger in a fight than a thin, experienced martial artist who knows where to hit and move. Stop talking. If this is all you have, I've already lost enough time with you. You have turned out to be a disappointment. I haven't needed even 20 of my skills to crush you like a cockroach. At least you have helped me exercise a bit. As a reward, I will give you the honor of seeing me fight with some of my real power. Try not to die. Before Frost could process all that avalanche of information, Broly had appeared in front of him, and using his KIEN to the fullest capacity, he punched him in the face. Frost was shot several kilometers, but during his journey, Broly reappeared from his back, giving him another blow that sent him in another direction, repeating this sequence dozens of times. In one of them, Broly with both fists, and as if Frost were a volleyball, he threw him on the asteroid again, just in front of his torn of tail. Ah ah ah. Frost was full of wounds and bruises, his face was practically unrecognizable and he had hardly any energy. Just as he was getting up, leaning his knees and knobs against the ground, Broly landed on him, sinking him into the ground once more. Yo! Broly, stretching as if he had just taken a nap, advanced towards the mutilated piece of Frost's tail. It's been quite fun, I hope you've had a good time too, ha ha ha. Frost, trying to get up one more time, damn, I'll kill you, I'll kill you. Broly, picking up Frost's tail, said as if he were the emperor of the universe, if I were you, I wouldn't get up, kneel. After those words, Frost's body began to gain weight, several times. It was as if the gravity around him was dramatically increasing, at least 400 times higher than normal. Damned demon. What are you doing? What is this? Frost said, kneeling as he tried to get up without success. Broly walked slowly towards him and materializing a throne in front of the kneeling Frost sat down and said, I am simply ordering the Emperor of the Universe to kneel before me, and I see that he knows how to obey. Know your place, little shit. Well. I've had a great time with you, but I think I should leave you for today, I have better things to do. Oh, by the way, I'm taking your tail, it may be used to make a broth or something. We'll see each other again. Saying these words, Broly stepped away from the throne and stored Frost's tail into his formless realm. After a few seconds, the gravity returned to normal, and Frost got up as best he could. I will take revenge, I swear I will take revenge. I will personally take care that there is not a single corner in the universe where you can hide or live. I will hunt you day and night with all the means at my disposal. It is not a threat, it is an oath, Frost said with the veins of his head trembling. His anger had reached a limit he didn't think possible. Broly, who was about to disappear with his Kai, turned arrogantly to where the badly wounded Frost was and said, all your means. Does that also include your galactic pirates? If you know what is good for you, you will not try to bother me, or I will not be so good the next time. Goodbye. Broly had disappeared, teleporting to another place. The threat had disappeared, Frost was safe from that psychopathic child, but... For Frost, his biggest nightmare had just begun. He knows, my biggest secret, if anyone finds out about this, I'm finished, it'll be my end. I have to kill him to take revenge. I have to kill him to silence him. Either way I have to kill him. Chapter 29. Frost was still kneeling on the floor, recovering from his wounds and thinking about all the humiliation he had suffered so far, but especially in Broly's last words. Frost was possibly one of the 5 most powerful people in this universe, only being inferior to the gods and HIT. If the truth about his actions and personality were exposed to the public, it wasn't an imminent danger in his life, but that would certainly destroy all the empire he had just built from scratch, his life's work would be ruined. Therefore, he couldn't let anyone outside his circle of confidence find out. However, that little monkey boy knew everything. While Frost was still thinking about what to do next, his giant spacecraft approached his position, his spaceship, with all his beloved subordinates desperate to help his beloved emperor. However, the spacecraft doesn't directly descend into the practically destroyed asteroid. The first one to descend was a smaller spacecraft. It was one of the exclusive spacecraft of Emperor Frost, which was being driven by 3 of his elite guards. One of the few who know about the criminal operations of Frost and who supported him from the Peace Corps and Galactic pirates in all his filthy stratagems. "Emperor Frost, are you well?" asked one of his trusted lackeys. Frost, very badly wounded, approached the spacecraft, which was prepared with medical devices for situations like these, and said yes, nothing that cannot recover in a few weeks. By the way, have there been recordings, broadcasts, or has some information been leaked about what has just happened? Another of his trusted lackeys answered, "We personally take care of cutting all communications with the outside before starting the fight, and we have not detected that anyone has transmitted anything by any other means. Although it is likely that someone has made recordings to part of us, nothing has left the spacecraft." Frost, trying to smile with difficulty because of his deformed face, said, "Great." While smiling, Frost concentrated a large amount of ki on his finger, forming a ball destroys planets so characteristic of the Frost demons, and threw it against the mother spaceship, where all the crew members were. Destroying the spaceship and killing all those inside, who watched in horror as in a few seconds the person they idolized murdered them in cold blood, something that wasn't even possible in their worst nightmares. Although the elite lackeys were also dismayed by the actions of their emperor, they understood that there was a very important reason why he carried out this brutal action. Frost, recovering his normal coldness, went to the interior of the spaceship, where his men were waiting for him with all the medical equipment, and said, "Sorry, I couldn't risk that sensitive information could reach the wrong hands. That disgusting thing seems to know about our secret company, he has said it quite clearly. I had to eliminate all possible evidence that could incriminate us. I hope you can understand if there was a friend inside the spaceship." "Majesty, how is it possible that that being knew about us?" they asked with great nervousness, not only for the possible consequences of that, also for how that information had been filtered, and how the Emperor would try to find the origin of that filtration. "Don't worry, I don't suspect any of you, I know you would never betray me, that's why you are my trusted men," Frost said to reassure his lackeys. One of the footmen asked Frost, "Then how could he have known?" Frost, who was being medically bound while talking, said, "I don't know, but I think it's due to a strange ability of that little monster. He seemed to be able to read the mind, so it is likely that he got the information from myself. He also said that nothing could escape his eye. I think that referring to the eye of his forehead, it is probable that he could spy us from afar. But no matter how he has known it, he knows it." The lackeys were somewhat calmer knowing that there was no traitor, and that they wouldn't be considered suspects. "What do we do, your majesty?" Frost, after thinking for a few seconds with his eyes closed, said, "For now, just try to find all the information we can about him, his race and the orange thing he was stealing. We have to try to know where it is, but without alerting him. None of us is strong enough to beat him. Besides, despite knowing all this about us, he didn't blackmail me. Neither does it seem that he wanted to reveal the information, it was as if he didn't care in the least." One of the lackeys, relieved by this information, said, "Then this is good news. Right, Lord Frost?" Frost, somewhat annoyed by the words of his lackey, said, "It's not good news. Although they are not bad either. He may not be interested in the least, and that's why he doesn't say anything. He may be an eccentric person who doesn't care about the evils around him unless they affect him, but he may also keep that information to sell at a good price or to blackmail me whenever he wants. He's fucking time bomb that threatens to explode in our faces. If it were not for that, right now I would send a message to all the planets and organizations of the universe to chase him, even if it meant the destruction of half the universe, but we cannot do that. If we bother him, he may reveal the information as revenge, make us suffer losses, and then blackmail us. This leaves us in a very difficult situation." The lackeys, who thought they had returned to the same spot they were at the beginning of the conversation, asked, "So, there's nothing we can do?" Frost, with a slight smile, said, "As I said, just investigate him and have him located at all times. Maybe none of our organizations can beat him, but that doesn't mean that we can only use our organizations. True. The lackeys at hearing his words, amazed, worried and happy said, will not you refer to hire the services of that man? Frost, smiling at the perspicacity of his subordinates, said that's right, I will hire that man. There's no better person in the universe for a job like this, but we have to help him find that dirty monkey, of course. One of the lackeys said of course Lord Frost, I will try to request his services. I know people who hired him in the past, it will be very expensive that success is almost certain. Frost, recovering from his injuries quickly said great. Informed the Central that the evil and dangerous being called Broly, when he faced the heroic Emperor Frost, used his elite guards as hostages and once Frost heeded his demands to ensure safety of his guards. That horrible monster destroyed the main spaceship, killing everyone inside. That they should not approach him under any circumstances and that they should only watch and investigate. The lackey who was using the communication device said, at your command Lord Frost. Frost, getting up, went outside and said, and he also asks them to bring us a new spaceship, a spacious one. The communicator's lackey replied at your orders, but why spacious majesty? Frost, not bothering about his subordinate's question, answered, during the fight that monkey told me something very interesting. All of Frost's subordinates were curious to know what that little monster could say. He told me something about martial arts, techniques created by weak people created martial arts in order to make the most of their weakness to win people, animals, and beings stronger than them. This, yes, we understand, they said at the same time, they believed that this was a basic knowledge for everyone. You see, I never trained until now, I never learned martial arts or trained my body, because I didn't need to. I was born with the power that I have now, and with my great fighting instincts I have always been able to win anyone so superior I have always been that until now I had never needed to show this transformation, but today I realized that I have been too confident and proud, Frost said on the outside of the satellite while doing a small warm-up. Then the spacious spaceship is for training? Asked the lackey who was in charge of the communicator. That's right, I'm going to train hard. It's okay to leave this job to that man, but this is not just about silencing and killing that bastard. I also want to take revenge for everything he has done to me. Personally. Days after. Elsewhere in the Universe 6. Broly had discovered the location of the last Super Dragon Ball in Universe 6, and was currently absorbing it. Because he had managed to finish collecting all the Super Dragon Balls in Universe 7, the clone that had 49 of its power fulfilled its function, disappearing and returning that percentage of power to the original body. Now his body had 99 of his total power, remaining in his form of true psionic combat power of 148,500,000, leaving that last one with 1,500,000 watching the planet Earth in case something unexpected happened. With 99 of its power, the process of assimilation of the Super Dragon Balls would be almost twice as fast, reducing the work of more than 1 month in just 2 weeks. While Broly was still absorbing the last Super Dragon Ball, making sure no one was watching him, he reflected about his previous battle. Frost has turned out to be a fucking disappointment. He's even weaker than Frieza in the Namek saga. In Dragon Ball Super both in the manga and in the anime he was stronger than Frieza in that saga. The irrefutable proof was that he was about to lose against Piccolo. In the Android saga Vegeta Super Saiyan with the same force that Goku lost against C-18 in a very humiliating way. C-18 at that time was only slightly weaker than C-17, but when Piccolo merged with Kami he reached the level of C-17. Even if Piccolo hadn't improved at all since the Cell saga, Frost should be at a level far superior to the ordinary Super Saiyan that has 150 million battle power. What shows that Frost trained? But I see that it hasn't been the case, I must have come a little earlier. A disappointment, but it is very likely that it wasn't a waste of time. Once I finish absorbing the last Super Dragon Ball I will do a bit of tourism. There are some places in this universe that I must visit. Since it is not yet time to ask for the wish. Everything is not ready yet. Chapter 30. After 2.5 weeks Broly had finished absorbing the Super Dragon Ball, all of them were inside their formless realm, together, in time stopped. That was what Broly, within its green dimension could see with extreme satisfaction. Great, my main mission in Universe 6 is over, now I just need to complete the secondary, secret missions, and maybe a hidden one, who knows. I'm dying to ask for that wish, but the conditions that I have imposed myself and the maximization of effectiveness still prevent me from doing it. This is a greater torture than buying a game that you have been waiting for years and despite having it on the table you cannot play it because you have tasks to do before. After rejoicing and getting frustrated at the same time, our hero left his formless realm to the Universe 6 with his beloved spaceship Kid 2-0. I have to make a few stops, but first of all I'll go to the most interesting of all, and of course the most important, not only the universe, also for my plans. In a beautiful planet of Universe 6, full of green meadows, trees, rivers, lakes, mountains from which you could see many moons of all sizes, but despite having such a prosperous and suitable environment for life, it was a practically uninhabited planet, where only plants and a few harmless insects lived, apart from two other strange-looking beings and... Now, for the first time in history, an uninvited person arrived on this planet. I imagined it. This planet is exactly in the same coordinates as in the Universe 7, well, I still haven't been here in the Universe 7, but, this sacred world of the Kai of the Universe 6 is equal to the 7 in the anime. Perfect, let's start working before the fat and thin Kai realize I'm here. Broly, trying to hide all his energy and presence, began to create an ambassadorship right on that sacred planet, a planet in which no mortal was supposed to step. A mortal was creating a direct door to a forbidden world, without anyone being aware. After a few hours of high tension, in which Broly was creating an embassy that covered the entire planet, while watching the movements of the Kai, to detect if they had discovered him and know what they do in their free and work time. However, for his little surprise, there wasn't much difference between the Kais of the two universes. They mainly slept, wandered and observed different points of the universe from their crystal ball, but not for work reasons. Really, be a god must be the easiest job in all realities. Is this supposed to be the people who watch over the safety of the universe? Where have they gotten the title? Am I supposed to pay them with my taxes? Well, I don't tax in Universe 6, but... This, I cannot leave things like that. I have to do something to help this universe and get rid of inept leaders. Or at least punish them. While Fuwa, the Supreme Kai and his tall and thin green phosphorescent assistant, we don't know his name, so we'll call him Thin, were back to back on a tree while doing absolutely nothing. When suddenly, a flying hand appeared out of nowhere, tapping Fuwa on the shoulder. Thin, do you want something? Asked Fuwa, who was surprised that Fit asked him for something like that. Thin, who was looking at the clouds quietly, was surprised by the words of Fuwa and replied, "No, Supreme Kai, I don't want anything." "Why do you ask?" "For nothing, don't listen to me," said Fuwa, who believed he had imagined that someone had touched his shoulder. A few seconds passed and, the flying hand appeared once again. This time touching Thin's shoulder in the same way he did with Fuwa. "Supreme Kai, what's wrong?" Fit asked, turning to Fuwa. Fuwa turned to Thin again and replied, "Nothing, and you?" Once again two hands appeared, one behind Fuwa and one behind Thin, touching their heads with their fingers. Fuwa, who was the quickest of the two, turned to Thin, this time something angry. It wasn't his imagination. "Thin, are not you old enough to stop making these jokes?" Thin, who turned to Fuwa a few seconds later, replied, "I don't know what you mean, but please, stop bothering me, I'm busy." Both were surprised by the performance of the other. They did not want to give it too much importance, since they were always bored, and they understood that his partner would like to have fun in some way, but... After more than 15 minutes of continuous repetition, an increase of the forcefulness of the jokes, they lost the tranquility and good manners so typical of a Kai. "Stop, Thin. It's not funny anymore." "I repeat again, it wasn't me," Thin said, while grabbing Fuwa in the same way. Fuwa, shouting at Fit's face a few millimeters away, said, "On this planet we are just you and me, who else can be?" "That's what I say. Nobody but you has been able to steal my hat." "What do you mean?" "It was you who pulled me by the hair." "No, you've been the one who has stretched me hard on the ears." Thin said that it pointed to his ears, that they were green before and now they were a red, and something purple at certain points where it seemed to have been pinched. "No, it's you who has patted me on the belly," Fuwa said as he pulled up his suit, showing that in his fat green belly there were several hand marks. Both, angry and tired of arguing among themselves, then they turned away while they crossed their arms in a childish behavior. They did not want to see each other's faces, but... Two hands appeared once more in a blind spot for both, and quickly, silently and implacably, gave them a very strong slap upside the head, so strong that it sounded like a thunder across the planet, so strong that it sent them several meters away. "It's over, you're going to regret treating your superior this way," Fuwa said, making a fight stance. "You're the one who's going to regret. I don't care if you're the Supreme Kai, I'm going to beat you up," said Thin, making another fight stance. "Aitich. Aitich." After those unfortunate and mysterious incidents, Fuwa and Fit began to fight as if their lives were at stake, hitting each other hard. No matter how many millions of years of friendship they had and the position of both, they weren't holding back, their fists they began to fill with blood. However, in the midst of that chaos, in a parallel dimension, there was a person eating popcorn and drinking a cola, who quietly observed that unfortunate conflict between friends as if it were a movie. Ha 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 ha. What an unexpected outcome. Who will win the fight? Will someone die? Will they be friends again? Will they discover the truth? I hope to discover it in another episode of Laurel and Hardy, said Broly while he stopped eating, drinking and got up from the couch. This trip has been profitable, fun, and I have managed to get those two lazy people to stop sleeping. I feel that I have done a good work for this universe. Now it's time to go somewhere else. Let's see if it's in the same coordinates, said Broly, coming out of his dimension to instantly disappear using the Kai. Once again, Broly appeared on another planet, which was also green and full of lakes, although something swampier than the previous one. If it weren't for the large amount of precious flowers, would be exactly the same planet in which Broly was a few months ago before. That's right, Broly was on the planet Namek of Universe 6. Which was an exact replica of the Universe 7, except for a few details. On this planet Namek the cataclysm never happened, which is why there were still Ajisa all over the planet. The Namekians hadn't been practically extinct, so there were hundreds of thousands on the planet, unlike in the Universe 7, which there were barely 200. Because the planet enjoyed great prosperity and did not lose the technological advance that they once had, they were able to travel to other planets and have commercial relationships. So the planet Namek of Universe 6 wasn't a planet practically forgotten as in the Universe 7, there even seemed to be some tourism. Wow, it's awesome how a simple event can change so many things. I see that there are also Dragon Balls with the size of a watermelon in this place. It's good news. It's always good to have more Dragon Balls nearby just in case. Above all, in these moments of uncertainty like the one I'm in. I will create another ambassadorship and I will leave to what possible will be my last destination. Broly, in the same way he did in the sacred world of the Kai, began to create a large ambassadorship, covering the whole planet. During the hours that Broly was surrounding the planet with his formless realm, he could hear some very interesting conversations from the entire planet Namek. He found them very interesting precisely because were about him. Did you hear the rumors? Said a powerful-looking Namekian who was responsible for the security of the Great Patriarch. You mean the monkey boy with 3 eyes? I've heard something. Thanks to our prodigious hearing it's easy to listen many things. I have also heard some of that. A friend of mine works in the Peace Corps of Emperor Frost, and it seems that they are looking for him throughout the universe, said a youthful Namekian. It seems that they want to keep secret why they are looking for him, but it is extremely dangerous criminal. He have killed hundreds of Peace Corps soldiers, although I don't understand why there is so much secrecy. The most logical thing would be to put a search and capture order, said the Namekian who started the conversation. Wow, he looks like a dangerous guy, no wonder they're looking for him. But, why are you so interested? Asked the Namekian B, who sensed that something strange related them to that monkey child. A few days ago an emissary of Frost's Peace Corps came to see the Great Patriarch to ask him a question. They wanted to know if he recognized the race of that monkey child and also about a strange object that being was making disappear, a circular and crystalline object of orange color with stars that can be seen from all directions. What does it remind you of? Said the Namekian seriously, as he watched the expression of his friends change drastically. That cannot be true. The Dragon Balls are supposed to be a secret, only known by us and by the gods. How is it that others know about them? One moment. Did you say that monkey boy has been making them disappear? Why have I not heard about that yet? Asked the Namekian be extremely alarmed, as if that answer depended on the fate of the universe. Don't worry, our Dragon Balls are fine and where they should be. They haven't consulted the Great Patriarch specifically for the Dragon Balls, simply because of his age and knowledge related to magic and the mystical world. Obviously we have denied knowing anything about the Dragon Ball, but the most shocking thing is that the unknown Dragon Ball has the size of a planet, said the Namekian to reassure the Namekian B and C, and make them worry again. What have you said? Of a planet? Who the hell could have created a Dragon Ball like that, and who wants to make that monster with her? The Namekian B said with cold sweat and pale face. This is bad, if that evil being asks for a wish to a Dragon Ball of that size. What can happen is, said the Namekian C, with worse aspect than the Namekian B. Broly, who was listening to the conversation while creating his ambassadorship. I killed hundreds of soldiers. Frost. What lie have you told about me? Well, it doesn't matter, it seems that he is doing his job well. Maybe I'll just need to make one last trip at the end. Chapter 31. On a new planet with a yellowish sky, quite desolate, but with vegetation and civilization. In the middle of the main street of the capital of the planet where there were dozens of native people of that planet which looked 100 similar to humans, although some were muscular, others slimmer, some taller, others shorter, others younger, others older. They all had something in common, they had black hair and black eyes and a high fighting power difficult to find on many other planets. All of them had stopped their usual daily tasks and directed their gaze to a quite famous restaurant where the specialty was meat, which was served in industrial quantities. They were looking at a strange little boy with 3 eyes who devoured the plates after the other. Some looked at him because of his strange appearance, which stood out excessively. Not only on this planet, he would do it anywhere. Some looked at him because of the exaggerated way he had to eat. The inhabitants of this planet could eat more than many other races, but none could compete with that child. Some more experienced in martial arts and ki looked at him because they felt a great power emanating from his small body, an inconceivable power for a mortal. A few others looked at him with fear, as if they knew his identity, but those few people immediately ran off to another direction. However, even though everyone on that street was watching him, he was watching the whole planet like a kami from his watchtower. Nothing escaped his senses, even when he was devouring all the dishes. So this is the planet Sadala. It's a very interesting planet. It looks like the planet Vegeta, same gravity, same architecture, similar technological level, but of course it's much prettier. The Saiyans here don't have a tail, they are more civilized, they cook better and they have a much higher power level. Although from what I'm seeing a lot they work for a frost demon, just like the Saiyans of the Universe 7, there are things that don't change too much. Broly had been several days on the planet Sadala. During that time, he was quietly traveling the streets of the planet doing sightseeing and consulting the history of the Saiyans of this universe, looking for information about the disappearance of the tail and the legend of the legendary Super Saiyan. He was also trying to concentrate the Saiyans who appeared in the Dragon Ball Super story, but there were no records yet of Kaba, Caulifla or Kale, none of them were born yet. The only one he could recognize was Renso, the older brother of Caulifla and the teacher of Kaba, who was much younger than in the anime and wasn't crippled, and despite his young age he was already a captain of the Sadala Defense Forces. Since he didn't have much to do on that planet, he simply dedicated himself to having fun and eating, paying only with gold that he could create thanks to his magic of materialization, time in which he was transformed into true Saiyan, waiting for something. Well, it seems that they are beginning to act. I was tired of waiting. Spacecraft of Emperor Frost. In a spacious training room, Emperor Frost was training with several of his elite guards in his greatest involution, when suddenly one of his trusted men came in to report some news. Emperor Frost, they've sent us a message from planet Sadala. They found that Broly, said his man of confidence at the same moment of entering the door. Upon hearing this news, Frost and his men stopped training and with joy, Frost said, "Great, I've been waiting for almost a month for that news. That damned worm must have been hiding in a hole all this time so I wouldn't find him. Do you know for what purpose he is on the planet Sadala?" His man of confidence, reading the reports with cold sweat on his forehead, said. "According to reports that have sent us, it seems that he has been touring the whole planet day and night, especially they mention how much he has eaten. He doesn't seem to have done anything suspicious yet." Upon hearing that report, Frost went into a rage. "What? Tourism? While I have mobilized the great powers of the universe to find him. While I have spent a ridiculous sum of money to kill him. While I've been training like crazy to take revenge. Has that damn monkey been sightseeing carelessly on one of the most powerful planets? One of the planets where I have more influence?" After a few moments of anger, Frost calmed down, but still angrily asked those in the room, "What do you think is happening? That monkey or is a poor idiot, or he is underestimating us too much." One of his subordinates said to reassure him, "I think they are both Lord Frost. As you have ordered, I have already warned that man. Luckily he was close to that location, so he will arrive right away." "Great, I hope we can get there in time before he kills him. We tried to reach an agreement with him to beat that fucking monkey and give him to us half dead, but that damn thief didn't want to accept those terms. Therefore, I'll have to finish his prey in the middle of the fight. I hope he survives before we get there, but this training will not have been of any use," Frost said, transforming into his true form. "Quick, change the course of all spacecraft to the planet Sadala," said one Frost guards to the command room. Planeta Sadala, main street of the capital of the planet. A few hours later. The troops of the planet Sadala had begun to mobilize. Some spaceships belonging to Frost's Peace Corps were beginning to arrive on the planet. The common people were beginning to leave the streets, as if something bad were going to happen. Meanwhile Broly was still in a restaurant, eating and drinking quietly, as if nothing were happening around him, but in reality he was monitoring everything that was happening around him. He knew exactly where he was being watched, how the Sadala planet's troops were moving, and the spacecraft entering and leaving the atmosphere. He didn't make a single movement until a certain spacecraft that didn't seem to belong to any organization arrived on the planet. Oh. The danger is approaching. He's here. The person from whom nobody wants to be his target. The strongest person in this universe without counting the god of destruction and his assistant. The legendary Hitman Hit. This is exactly as I planned from the beginning. Ha ha ha. Besides getting the Super Dragon Balls, what Broly wanted to find in Universe 6 was to have a fight with someone more powerful than him, partly to improve his fighting level, but above all to force the awakening of his Super Saiyan. Although he met Frost by chance, from the beginning, he wanted to fight against him. According to his calculations, Frost, if he had the same level of power as in a tournament, he could give him a certain fight if he didn't resort to the Kaioken, making it possible to awaken his Super Saiyan in a moment of epiphany, but it hadn't been possible, so he would need a superior enemy. Hit. Broly humiliated Frost that way, revealed that he knew his darkest secret and left him alive, for Frost to spend his money and hire Hit to try to kill him. With that, he would avoid the inconvenience of looking for him, finding him and convincing him to fight. Besides, there was the possibility that Frost hired Hit to leave Broly half dead, to give him the final blow which would increase his chances of surviving. At the same time, there was also the possibility that Frost could train and improve his power, so that he could fight again, until he was a worthy opponent or hired Hit. It was the perfect crime. Frost, I congratulate you, you have been able to move exactly as I expected. I guess I'll have to give you a gift later. Now I have to face the biggest challenge of my life. After concluding those thoughts, Broly materialized a piece of paper on the table and continued sitting in the same chair he was in, waiting for the right moment. On the streets of the same city, a tall, muscular humanoid with purple skin, flattened ears, a bald head, and red eyes that wears a long, turtleneck, dark purple, blue, and gray trench coat walked with his hands in his pockets to a specific point in the city. At the point where his murder target was Broly, the evil monkey boy with strange powers and great strength, who was eating at a nearby restaurant, although he didn't need anyone to tell him his location. Broly wasn't hiding all his energy, indeed, he could tell that this mysterious key was charged with ulterior motives. It was as if he was saying, I'm here, but that wasn't the only thing he felt. I've had the same feeling before stepping on this planet. It's as if someone is watching me at all times, in all places and from all directions. A very unpleasant feeling. As he continued to walk slowly, but without pause, he could finally see the restaurant from which that annoying energy emanated. Inside the restaurant was his murder target. It was just as he had been described, small, black hair, red eyes, monkey tail and brown fur on the body, although now he was wearing a black jacket that covered all upper part of his body. He was sitting in the restaurant, with his legs and arms healed, while watching Hit with a smile. Hit realized the unusualness of the situation. During all this time it was he who has been watching me, there is no doubt. Have you been waiting for me all this time? I think it's the first time someone waits for me to kill him of his own free will. Hit kept moving a little faster towards his arrogant goal, when suddenly someone spoke to him telepathically. Hi, Hit, I've been waiting for you for days. What do you think if we have the fight in another place with fewer obstacles? I'm not one of those who likes to destroy cities while I fight, you have to respect the street furniture. It was evident that Broly had sent the telepathic message to him, and because of the content of the message he intended to flee from here. Although he had said to fight elsewhere, Hit wasn't sure if he would keep his promise or if he would just run away, so he didn't accept Broly's invitation, which seemed to be about to do something. Hit instantly performed his characteristic move. Time skip. With this technique Hit can be transported to a parallel dimension created by him, in which time is stopped. For 0.1 seconds Hit is able to move and perform attacks in that dimension. And once he leaves that dimension, no time has passed outside. A very small lapse of time, but thanks to the speed of Hit, it was more than enough time to approach someone and kill him. Hit moved at a great speed in that dimension and quickly approached Broly, who was sitting in the chair of the restaurant helpless in a time-stop state. According to his calculations 0.1 seconds was more than enough time to get to his position and kill him, but there was a variable that he didn't have in his calculations. When approaching Broly, his body began to weigh more than normal and therefore it was harder to move. It was as if the gravity around him became stronger, making that 0.1 seconds were insufficient to finish with his target. Is this an ability of him? How is it possible that it affects me in my own dimension? When he came out of the time-skip dimension, Broly instantly teleported. When he disappeared, Hit tried to locate Broly's key but, looking towards the table he saw that it wouldn't be necessary. Above the table was a map of the planet Sadala with an X marked in a completely uninhabited place a few minutes from there. The place where they would have their fight. Interesting, said Hit while smiling slightly. Chapter 32. Broly was warming up in an esplanade, preparing for what would be the most important battle of his life and thinking about possible strategies and alternatives. I pray it's the Hit sleeve, that Hit at least had a power-up limit. The anime version in only fighting power was stronger than the SS God Blue. However, in the manga, his total power was somewhat inferior to SS God Red, but he could match SS God Blue with his techniques. In my current state, I cannot beat him in any version, but at least the difference will be less dramatic with manga Hit. It didn't take many seconds until Hit arrived at the place marked on the map, where Broly was waiting for him. Hit, with his hands in his pockets as usual, asked if you are able to teleport yourself. Why have not you run away? I recognize that you are strong, but Do you think you can face me? Broly, finishing his warm-up and relocating his coat, looked at Hit and replied, I don't know, that's why I'm facing you, and in case you're going to kill me I can always run away. However, don't worry, I'll send you another map of where you can find me if that happens. I have to amortize the expenses of your hiring. Hit, trying not to smile at Broly's words, said, Child, you're crazy. But I don't worry, because I doubt there is a need to send me another map. The atmosphere became more tense. Broly and Hit at a short distance of 9 meters stared at each other, waiting for the right moment to start the fight. After a few seconds of analyzing the opponent, Broly was the first to attack. Broly in his true Saiyan state at all times quickly accelerated towards Hit with his right fist held high. Hit remained motionless in the same position and unblinking, with his hands in his pockets, waiting for Broly to come closer. When Broly stood a few inches away from him, he used his time skip again. This time Hit in that 0.1 seconds released in its dimension to ki-laced punch, his most characteristic attack. That blow of ki will came out of that dimension and would directly impact Broly's vital point, catching his opponent by surprise and preventing him from defending himself. After 0.1 seconds inside his dimension, his attack hit directly where Hit always usually hit to kill someone, in the heart. That impregnable ki punch of stop time, by the impact distorted the jacket of Broly, stopping his advance and showing in his face a great pain. His death blow had impacted on his target. Hit thought he had already finished with him, lowering his guard for a fraction of a second, but at that moment, a hand appeared behind his head, grabbing it and launching a powerful energy attack at the same time. Boom! Hit didn't know how that attack had arrived at that position, but luckily when feeling the pain, he was able to use his time skip to escape before the attack affected him completely. Because he thought he had killed Broly, he had lowered his defenses and remained a little unprotected, so that attack hurt him, and although it would not be fatal in the event that it had hit him completely, it could have caused serious injuries. In that 0.1 of time, Hit moved away from that point and turned to see who had attacked him. As he turned around, he saw a hairy hand flying in the air throwing an energy attack. What the hell is that? Upon leaving time skip his eyes were fixed on the flying hand, losing sight of Broly that was still falling to the ground. Time lapse in which Broly teleported behind him, leaving his flying hand in the same position to keep attracting Hit's attention, to be able to attack him once again by surprise. But Hit, who had a millennium of experience in his back, felt that someone was about to attack him. Thanks to his instincts he was able to react in time, stopping Broly's attack with his hand. At the moment Broly's attack was stopped, a right leg appeared in Hit's blind spot. KO Ken X10. Hit saw how a red aura enveloped Broly, increasing his power several times, as well increasing slightly his muscles. While he made it appear that his attack was coming from above using his left arm, the real attack that was his leg, Hit hit on his knee, losing his balance. At that moment, as in the restaurant, he noticed that his body was weighing more, making it more difficult to get up, dodge or counterattack. Broly, taking advantage of that moment, released a breath of energy from his mouth, which tenths of a second before he had been preparing, and threw him against him, destroying everything that was hundreds of meters in his direction. Boom! Hit once again using his skip time, was able to get away from that attack and counterattack again, sending once again from his dimension another ki punch to Broly's heart. Once again his jacket was deformed by the punch, but this time he didn't seem affected, since at the same time, Broly still in his state KO Ken loaded 2 Rasen Omega Blaster in his hands, and teleported them forward and behind Hit, surrounding him. At that moment, Hit, who didn't have time to perform his time skip, reinforced his defenses with his powerful ki, which he had been repressing until now. Boom! After a few moments, after the smoke dissipated, Hit appeared with only a few scratches and the armor a little damaged. Broly and Hit looked at each other about 9 meters away again, just like before the start of the fight about 4 seconds ago. Both were catching their breath and reanalyzing their opponent. You use some very strange techniques, monkey boy. It seems that you are not only able to teleport to flee, but also to attack, and you can also transfer your legs and hands. Am I wrong? Said Hit, who was a little excited to find a fighter who used special techniques in combat, like him. Hahaha, it's an honor that Hit, the owner of the time skip, call my skill a strange technique. Is it the first time you fight with someone like me? Broly said as he replaced his jacket. That question was actually quite interesting. Hit, despite being a special techniques fighter, he was used to fighting warriors who only knew how to use brute force and energy attacks. Until now, he had never fought with someone like him, which had caught him by surprise at first. I admit that you caught me by surprise, but it will not happen again. In the majority of Dragon Ball fights in which two opponents who never fought before or with similar power, usually has a logical sequence that has been maintained throughout the course of the franchise, not by whim, but by logic. First, you must understand the power and abilities of the opponent and prevent the opponent from discovering your power and abilities. To do this, both of them from the beginning maintain their power hidden, and increase it slowly during the combat, the same with their techniques and abilities, which they show slowly. The energy of the warriors is usually limited androids and it is necessary to know how to administer it. If from the beginning, someone started the fight at 100 power, spending most of their energy from a single attack or in a taxing transformation without knowing the capabilities of the adversary, it is likely that this adversary has the ability to dodge that attack or that have techniques that make him able to avoid them teleportation. Barriers, regeneration. If that happened, that fighter would be exhausted quickly and could lose against someone even weaker, simply for having failed that attack. Attack in which not only he has squandered by failing to know the evasive abilities of his opponent, also because it is an attack that may have used more energy than necessary to kill the opponent. Therefore, both will fight hand to hand, raising and varying the power level, performing different techniques with moderate power to discover the capabilities of the opponent. They will be pressing each other to demonstrate their special abilities and the limit of their power. When one of the subjects has reached the limit of his power and has no more power to show, while his opponent does have it, he will lose. Unless he finds the opponent's weak point or some of his disadvantages to counteract him, or make an attack beyond his limits as a last hope. This methodology has the risk of being surprised by someone who shows all his power from the beginning, as happened on the occasion when Trunks of the Future annihilated Frieza and his father, who lost so quickly by underestimating his adversary by not showing an equal power from a beginning. Because Trunks knew them and what they could do, while they didn't know him, they had an excessive self-confidence and didn't have the ability to analyze his rival's ki. However, despite that, it's a pretty necessary strategy to win, especially against warriors with special abilities like Hit or Broly, in which their strange supernatural abilities could offer a superior advantage even to tens of millions of fighting power. That was the reason why Hit had not started using all his power from the beginning, since he didn't know the limits of his power, which could increase explosively in certain moments, or his amazing defense, which seemed to resist his deadly blows, neither how his spatial ability worked. That was the reason why Broly didn't show all his power and abilities from the beginning continuously, so that Hit didn't discover how his abilities worked, therefore his limitations, nor that his power was inferior to his. Spaceship of Frost's Peace Corps. On Frost's orders, all available soldiers near the planet Sadala had to watch Broly, all his movements, and record everything that happened on the planet, to know where to attack him and something more about his abilities and real power. From different spaceships and ground teams were capturing, retransmitting, sharing and analyzing everything that was happening in the fight between Hit and Broly. Everyone who was watching the fight, from the most inexperienced engineers to the oldest elite warriors, couldn't believe what they were seeing. How is it possible? The hands and legs of that Broly are disappearing from his body and appearing in another place. Both perform very strange techniques, said another who was next to the previous. Who is that man? How can he be so quick? He might be stronger than Emperor Frost. This is crazy, exclaimed another warrior. What the hell are these monsters? Asked a technician. I recognize him, that's the legendary Hitman Hit, said with stupefaction and fear one of the most veteran elite warriors. Hit? That Hit? Who else has offended that little monster to hire that legend? I don't know, but it doesn't matter, our orders were to monitor Broly and get all the information we can about him. When the Emperor Frost arrives in a few minutes, he will know what to do, said the alien who seemed to be in command of that spacecraft. I hope that planet Sadala survives until then, said one of the Saiyans who collaborated with Emperor Frost. Chapter 33. The fight started again. In this new round, Hit started using more power. The maximum power of Broly transformed into its 99, was 148,500,000. Thanks to his KIN, his effective fighting power improved between 2 and 3 times, with what could be 445,500,000, far surpassing a Super Saiyan 2. Finally, thanks to KO Ken was able to multiply his power level by a maximum of 20. Being able to reach momentarily and with side effects a power level of 8,910,000,000, a power almost 5 times superior to the Super Saiyan 3. Although for now, as estimated by Broly, Hit was using about 20 of his power, Broly was being forced to use the KO Ken X7 almost all the time. Hit continued to increase his power slowly and kept checking Broly's abilities in different ways, but trying to keep all the energy he could and without making sudden moves, because everything in that fight was disconcerting. Hit, with the speed granted by his time skip, hit repeatedly to Broly in several places. Broly could barely defend himself, only stopping and dodging some attacks directed to his head, drastically increasing his speed and power in the moment to perform those actions with KO Ken. While Hit had the time skip and a great combat power always available, Broly had to increase the power of the KO Ken to adapt to the power and speed of Hit, increasing it at the right time and the right power to reserve energies and not punish excessively his body. Teleporting only when he saw no escape and attacking slightly when he saw an opening. Broly was being able to stop some of Hit's attacks and even attack him. The reason was that, like Goku, he was getting used to that 0.1 second difference thanks to his extraordinary fighting instinct granted by the legendary Super Saiyan physique. To his N, with which he was able to observe everything that happened around him. To his Jugen, who allowed him to read the movements that his adversary was about to perform. Also, and more importantly, to the strange zone of increased gravity that was around him, which slowed Hit. Sometimes he is able to read my movements. However, all this is very strange. Until now, all the key hooks that he had sent to the vital places seemed not to have all the effect he expected. However, the attacks to random places were showing signs of having an effect, while those sent to the face were practically the only ones that he tried to avoid. Hit began to realize that none of that was by chance. Broly had adopted a defensive posture, as if he were a boxer who allowed himself to be hit on purpose. Defending to tire his opponent and thus be able to win in later rounds. Clearly I have hit him many more times than he has hit me. Not only has he not died, he seems to be perfectly. In some blows it seems that he doesn't even defend himself. Until now, he has only been seriously defending himself against attacks on his head. Maybe. Hit taking his hands out of his pockets for the first time and adopting his fighting pose, he rushed towards Broly, and began to attack him from all directions. Of every 10 attacks that Hit made, 3 were aimed at his face, of which 1 was dodged and 2 blocked. The other 7 were aimed towards his body, hitting the heart, liver, abdomen, solar plexus, repeating several times in the heart without effect, until finally he defended himself and moved away. This time he hit his body without using his key punch, he only hit him using his physical strength, and then he understood what was happening. You will not escape, I already understand it. Hit, for the first time in the fight, and possibly for centuries, didn't attack with a hit, but with a grip. When Broly was escaping slightly back, Hit grabbed his jacket and with a little strength, he tore it off. As I suspected. Under the coat several parts of Broly's body were hollow. Several of the vital points that Hit had focused from the first moment of the fight were hollow, as if they had been pierced from beginning to end, and around that hole there was a kind of green energy. Broly, after realizing that he had been discovered, returned the parts of his body that were in the formless realm back to his place. As I imagined, when I hit you with my hands I felt that in those places there wasn't thing. I think the way in which you separate the parts of your body to attack and teleport are related to this technique. Am I wrong? Hit said as he got rid of the jacket on his hands. Broly, leaving several meters away from Hit, said in a childish tone, he, you have discovered me. That's right, like you I also have a very curious dimension with many applications. Hit, surprised that Broly knew the details behind his time skip, tried to know more about his skill. That jacket only served to hide the parts you were hiding. From the beginning you have been hiding your vital points in your dimension to avoid being hit, however, you haven't hidden all the body covered by the jacket, which means that there is a limit in the amount you can hide. In this last time, I have repeatedly attacked your heart, and once you had to defend yourself, which means that you cannot keep them hidden all the time either. You have also been defending your head all this time, which means that either you are not able to hide parts of your head or, that you didn't want me to realize that you could hide parts of your body. I'm wrong. Broly, with cold sweat, but with the same poker face as before, said with a slight smile, you are very talkative to be a legendary hitman. Hit, a bit flushed by the fact that someone has noticed his most emotional part that only wakes up when he finds an exciting fight, said, today I'm a bit emotional. It's refreshing to be the person surprised for the first time. However, now that I know your skill, do you think your strategy of attrition will continue to work? Broly, smiling once more and with some confidence, said, no, I don't think a strategy of attrition works against you, Hit. I think it's time for me to go back on the offensive too. This time Broly, without a jacket, and with the Kaioken X10 teleported behind Hit and tried to punch him in the back. Hit with his time skip was able to react quickly to the teleportation of Broly, turning around. Narrowly avoiding Broly's attack and throwing a punch at his face, the area in which he had to discover if was the most vulnerable because he couldn't hide it in his dimension, or if he could and had been pretending not to be able to hide his abilities. Hit's punch was going to hit directly in the center of his face. Broly at the last moment minimally dodged the blow, causing Hit's fist to hit his right side which was transported to his dimension, causing the punch to go through his body. Yes, he could hide it, but why has he dodged a little if he could hide his head? Has it been to throw me off? Or Kaioken X20. Boom. At the moment Hit was distracted by how Broly had hidden part of his face in the formless realm, the punch he thought he had dodged appeared behind him, impacting his almost unprotected back. However, that wasn't all. Around the floating fist of Broly began to materialize an energy form. A green energetic shape in the form of a drill, which turns violently on Hit's back. Giga Drill Breaker. Ah. Hit used a lot of ki on his back and at the same time used his time skip to flee. Upon leaving time skip, Hit was somewhat injured, not a kind of excessively serious injury, but that would affect a little bit his ability to fight. Broly didn't wait, and began his attack once again, in the most savage and insistent way against Hit, which thanks to his time skip was able to counterattack several times. Hit had managed to make a good analysis of Broly's ability applied to the defense. Broly, like Obito's Kamui, was able to teleport parts of his body to his dimension. However, while the Kamui is able to send parts of the body automatically when they superimposed with another surface, Broly's ability must be activated manually. Broly had to foresee where and when they were going to attack him to be able to transport that part to the formless realm. When he fought against Mr. Popo, it was very easy for him to foresee his movements, being able to transport or return each part at the precise moment, creating the impression that them teleported automatically like the Kamui. However, with Hit's time skip and speed it wasn't so easy to calculate the impact moment, so Broly chose to have his vital points saved in his formless realm, especially the heart, which was the point where Hit always preferred to attack. So Broly, against his aesthetic preferences with the transformation True Saiyan, had used a jacket to hide the parts he had teleported to his formless realm. However, as Hit had said, there were certain limitations in terms of this defensive ability to hide specific parts in his dimension. Broly was able to go inside the formless realm whenever he wanted and be as long as he wanted without restrictions. However, he had to introduce his head first. Or rather, his Juggin inside the formless realm, which would instantly enter the whole body, which is why he tried not to be hit in the Juggin. However, there were limitations for when he didn't fully enter. He could only insert a third of his body, 3 eyes, 1/3, so he couldn't hide much of his body all the time. Broly defended himself several times in places that he was supposed to hide, like his heart. But not because there was a time limit in which he could hide a part of his body. Our cunning Broly simply wanted to make him believe that this was the case, to make him create a strategy based on that premise. Broly had been risking a lot with this defensive strategy. He risked that Hit could hit him harshly, killing him in one stroke in an oversight. He risked Hit could discover how his abilities worked. He risked that Hit, in case it was the Hit of the anime, could evolve his time skip during the fight. However, he could manage to exhaust Hit if he decided to go with all his power, trying to hit him uselessly in places he couldn't reach, strategy very used in boxing to win stronger rivals. Besides, there was another reason why he had chosen this strategy until now, a reason that Hit would have understood after a few minutes, a reason that someone from his screen saw, without understanding exactly what it was. Spaceship of Frost's Peace Corps. Everyone in the control room kept recording all the combat and trying to decipher how the abilities of those two monsters worked to deliver them to Emperor Frost. In that room, on one of the computers, someone noticed something by rewinding the recording several times. After checking it several times, to make sure it wasn't his imagination, he shouted. "Guys, look, I've discovered something. Something strange is happening with Hit's head." Almost all the people in the room approached the screen of that man and showed them the recordings. Everyone was silent by witnessing something so bizarre. Until someone broke that silence. "What the hell is that?" Chapter 34. After his Giga Drill Breaker, Broly managed to press Hit for a few seconds, until Hit increased his power above what Broly could increase with his Kaioken. Broly using his Kaioken X20 had a combat power of 8,910,000,000, when Hit increased his power to 20 above Broly's maximum, approximately 10,692,000,000, the difference became very noticeable, and this doesn't seem to be the limit of Hit, not at all. It seems that is his limit, he is not able to increase his power more. Despite the powers of Broly, who had become accustomed to his time skip and the injuries that Hit had suffered during the fight, which affected his abilities, for Broly was getting harder and harder to attack. If he wanted to hit Hit once, he had to risk being hit 2 or 3 times, extremely blunt blows that practically knocked Broly out, who already had a body almost destroyed by use the Kaioken X20 continuously. So, he spent most of his time teleporting few meters away, attacking with energy attacks on his body and occasionally teleporting his arms to attack without much success. If you just run away and don't attack, you cannot win. What do you think if you give me the map of where we can meet on the next time? Hit said, somewhat annoyed at having to chase Broly in circles. Hee very funny Hit, said Broly, teleporting again to another place, throwing small energy spheres to the trunk, legs and arms of Hit. But despite the great advantage that Hit had had the last moments and the beating that was getting Broly and the damage his body was getting by the Kaioken, something disturbed Hit, something that he noticed during almost all the combat, but that was becoming more and more evident. But despite the great advantage that Hit had the last moments and the beating that was receiving Broly, something unsettled Hit, something that he realized during the whole fight, but that was becoming increasingly evident at this point. This kid. He seems to be able to recover his wounds and energies quickly. Does he have some kind of regenerative capacity? It is not normal for him to be so well after receiving so many blows, having used so much energy and using that power-raising technique. They weren't Hit's imaginations. Broly was continually recovering from his injuries throughout the course of the fight. Broly didn't have any kind of regenerative capacity as Hit suspected, however, he had 2 things that together gave that impression. Formless Realm and Senzu Beans. Broly had stored more than 100,000 Senzu Beans in his Formless Realm. Every time Broly felt that his body was about to be destroyed, either by Kaioken's pressure or Hit's blows, or that he was running out of energy, he teleported a Senzu Bean directly to his stomach, which was instantly devoured, healing his wounds and recharging the spent energy. During the combat against Hit, which hadn't lasted more than 12 minutes, Broly had consumed more than 150 Senzu Beans, having used more than half in the last 2 minutes. If it weren't for the Senzu Beans, our dear cheater wouldn't have decided to fight against Hit, nor use the strategies he had made so far. Moreover, he would have died several times during the fight. Broly was beginning to feel desperate about how the difference in levels between the two was becoming more and more evident. Damn it, not only I'm not becoming Super Saiyan, I'm taking too long to execute my plan. If I continue like this, not only will I not be able to do it in time, he will also end up realizing my plan. Damn, I'll have to settle for now. Hit was still chasing and attacking Broly, who had become extremely elusive and annoying. He kept fleeing, throwing energy attacks at the trunk, arms and legs. Attacks were clearly not powerful enough to seriously hurt him and seemed to serve only to slow him down. Hit believed that he was making a useless strategy once again, a strategy to tire him, until he lost the vision in one eye, as if he had disappeared, and then he stopped feeling most of his head. What the hell is that? Hit touched the part of his head that he had stopped feeling, as well as the right eye and part of the right ear, which seemed to have disappeared from his body. It was as if that part of the head had been sent to another dimension, and was unable to feel them when a few seconds ago he hadn't had any problem. What the hell did you do to me? Screamed Hit, who began to feel fear for the first time. Why would someone in a death match explain their abilities? Broly said as he fled again. Hit, using the great control he had of his ki, I create a reflective energetic form, with which he saw that the whole back of his head, part of the right ear and his right eye had disappeared, and covering that vanished part there was a green energy. This is the same as when Broly hid parts of his body in the Formless Realm. But, how and when did he do this to me? He hasn't attacked my head, except in that occasion. Damn. What will happen when my whole head disappears? This had been the main reason why Broly had done all this strategy so far. Broly in his first attack on Hit's head had managed to do enough damage to activate his Welcome to the Black Parade. For the first and only time in this battle, introducing a fragment of the back of Hit's head into the Formless Realm, a sufficiently hidden part of his perception so he wouldn't realize what was happening. From the moment he managed to steal that part of the head and save it in the Formless Realm, he was constantly using surrender to make his Formless Realm slowly devour his head. However, it wasn't an easy process. Surrender allowed to expand the part affected by the Welcome to the Black Parade without having to have contact with the affected part. However, there were several conditions to devour. It had to supply the affected area with more than 33 of the Formless Realm's energy than there was in that area. If there were 100,000 in the affected area, at least 133,000 had to be spent. Those 133,000 had to be concentrated in the same place to begin the devouring. In the same way, the affected one would only need to spend 33,000 to stop the devouring. The devourer can advance to 0.33 centimeters per second, increasing depending on how many times the minimum amount is doubled. The same happens for the affected person with his capacity to recover from his affected part. The absorption process was directly related to the creation of Formless Realm itself. To create a cubic meter of Formless Realm, Broly needed to use 10,000 power level energy, the energy that according to the old movie said he had. So, what happened when there is a person with more than 10,000 power levels in a cubic meter? How could he use surrender in that person? Broly could concentrate his N in Formless Realm to increase the amount of energy per cubic meter of Formless Realm, being the maximum possible concentration per cubic meter the current combat power of Broly. Cost of creation birth power level. Maximum concentration actual power level. These conditions therefore limited the devouring capacity and also the size of the Formless Realm to evade and teleport, taking into account that the objects inside the Formless Realm hinder that process. Broly throughout the fight was slowly devouring Hit's head, because Hit's amount of energy was huge, and among other things Broly always had to maintain the maximum concentration of Formless Realm, also limiting his ability to teleport. In addition, Broly had to be constantly spending energy from the real Formless. In addition, the surrender expense wasn't reimbursable, since without Hit's realizing it, sometimes increased that percentage by 33, pushing back the devourer. Broly couldn't stop surrender, because, if he did, it would lose all the sensibility of the devoured area and realize his intentions, finding a way to counteract it or going directly to action, destroying his only strategy to win. Broly had been dodging, defending and making Hit's attacks useless, to make him spend energy in those attacks, leaving less energy in the head, had been attacking only his trunk, arms and legs so he didn't send energy to the head to protect it, all for that reason. From the beginning he knew that it would be impossible for him to devour the whole head without he notices it, but he could devour most of his head and take away some of his senses before HIT used the 100 of his power. Now he just needed to devour what was left of his head manually, meaning the defeat of HIT. This was part of the greatness of the Nen, an art that allows you to beat someone stronger. As the great Master Roshi said. Flashback. Goku, what strength meant to you? Master Roshi said in the middle of the power struggle, when Goku was losing against Jiren. Strength? Well, even my SS Blue form can't keep up with him, so. I guess why need a greater power? Goku said, feeling cornered. Humph, power you say? Plain old fighting strength? Who the heck taught you that? Vegeta? Frieza? Until you learn not get caught up in the enemy's power, you'll always be as green as the day we met, said Master Roshi, giving the lesson of his life to Goku, lesson that would allow him to realize the Megat no Goki. HIT, due to the fear that caused him to see how a part of his head had disappeared, decided to go with all his natural power this time, although, he also had a change of plans. I must beat him quickly. But before I kill him, I must know how to recover the parts of my body. Or what can happen to me is uncertain. But Broly was also about to turn to his last ace up his sleeve to beat HIT, something tailored specifically for him. I have reached the final phase of the boss, I only have one life, it surpasses me in level and the son of a bitch doesn't have a fixed attack pattern. Everything is against me, but if I have learned something from humanity. If you cannot adapt to your environment, make your environment adapt to you. HIT with his time skip quickly advanced towards Broly with the intention of hitting him in a non-mortal but forceful way. When suddenly, when leaving his time skip, everything went dark and what he hit wasn't Broly, it was a wall, probably the toughest wall he had ever hit in his life. HIT with his ki created light around him, HIT was inside a small closed black room. What has that demon done now? Spaceship of Frost's Peace Corps. Everyone in the control room with his mouth wide open and his jaw touching the floor of the spaceship looked with their eyes out of the sockets at the main screen of that room. Everyone was looking like where Broly and HIT were having a spectacular battle, suddenly appeared between a green energy and a black dome the size of a mountain. One of the elite warriors, experienced in more thousand battles, looked at this macro structure that had appeared out of nowhere and said, I don't understand anything that is happening right now. Asked a technician who thought he was getting older just by watching the video, where did that huge thing come from? The captain of the spaceship, who watched this bizarre scene with a mental chaos that knows no limits and said while trying to lean on his chair, how do we inform this to Emperor Frost? At that moment a person came through the door and said, Captain, it may be a bad time, but Emperor Frost has just arrived and asks us to send him all the information about the current state of the battle. Chapter 35. Frost in his original form and prepared for battle, accompanied by his trusted escorts advanced through the spaceship to the command room, where the fight between HIT and Broly on the planet Sadala was being analyzed. What's the situation? Frost asked the captain of the spacecraft that had been organizing all the information. The captain looked at Frost and, while showing him the recordings, said, I think some images say more than 1,000 words. Frost with his great innate mental abilities of the Frost demons observed all the recordings at once, stunned by what he saw, clenched his teeth in rage. Damn. What the hell is all this? That monkey didn't do any of this in our battle. He wasn't so strong, he showed nothing of his power. Did you underestimate me so much? In addition, what the hell is that dome? One of Frost's escorts, after seeing the recordings as well, approached Frost and asked worried, Lord Frost, what do we do with that monster? Frost, furious at the obvious motive behind those words, said, what we have come from the beginning, we have to eliminate that monster, or the universe will be in danger. This was the official version, but the reality is that he was blinded by his revenge, even with the great difference in power, even though he had trained. Have you been able to analyze his skills and develop a strategy? Frost said, trying to calm down. That's right, sir, as you ordered, but I don't know if it will be enough to defeat that monster, said the captain, who despite having confidence in the work of his team and Emperor, was intimidated by the strange three-eyed monkey boy. Frost with a thought similar to that of the captain said, it can work, who wants to fight is free to accompany me to stop that monster. He's tired and hurt, so I have a way to beat him. Many of the warriors were frightened, but, upon seeing the heroic action of their Emperor, they were again emboldened, shouting many at the same time. Yes. Lord Frost. Perfect, the more human shields there are between Broly and me, the better. HIT on guard, illuminated by the light of his ki, looked around and said, where the hell am I? Broly before embarking on his trip to the Universe 6 created a huge hemispherical building 60 kilometers in diameter made of Kachin, the hardest material in the universe, and put it inside the formless realm. The interior of this dome had hundreds of closed rooms of 2 cubic meters stacked with each other, and in one of them HIT was trapped. The rooms were small, making it difficult for someone to move inside, but that wasn't a problem for a real 10-year-old scion like Broly. The rooms were closed and the walls were so hard that even an SS Blue couldn't easily destroy it, but that wasn't a problem for someone who could teleport easily, like Broly. In the most complete darkness, difficult to orientate for anyone, but it wasn't a problem for someone with a prodigious N and with Juggin, as Broly. Everything is ready. This is my ultimate battle. This fucking soundtrack https www. YouTube. Come watch. VGH9U4EZQGK8. Broly from a remote room began his attack by teleporting his hands into Hit's room, mercilessly hitting in KO Ken X20 state on the back and face. Hit that still hadn't been able to locate himself, but never forgetting his defense stopped the attack that was aimed at his ear, since he was watching especially all the blows that could go to his head, after realizing that it had disappeared. However, he wasn't able to stop the blow directed to the back, which, although it wasn't very painful, he noticed that he had lost the sensitivity of a few millimeters, just like with his head previously. Hit understood Broly's intentions and decided to attack as well. The time skip of Hit allowed to attack with a key punch through his dimension, which would leave to the real world in 0.1 seconds, that allowed him to cross any obstacle or defense, including the hard walls of Kachin. Hit, despite not being able to see perfectly in that situation as Broly, he was able to determine his position by his key, and with that, he pointed to the head of Broly, but the key with whom he could locate Broly, dispersed in several places of that building, in rooms extremely separated one from the other, and kept changing rooms constantly without a fixed pattern. Although Broly could only teleport a third of his body inside the formless realm to protect himself while attacking, he can also separate his whole body in the same way that his arms and legs to defend himself, fragmenting in several places his body like the Captain Buggy of One Piece, or at least it is what it seemed at first glance. Hit had failed and realized how difficult would be to hit him in that situation. Damn. As he lamented, more blows came at him from all directions, flying hands and legs continued to appear in the darkness, hitting him repeatedly. He didn't feel pain, but some of those blows managed to make disappear some millimeters of his body. Damn, at this rate I will disappear little by little. I must go out of here. Hit, using his time skip, ran at full speed, trespassing the walls and appearing in other rooms several kilometers away. However, Broly had anticipated the rooms in which he could appear, hitting him in the right ear, making an inch of her disappear. Hit, seeing himself cornered again, launched an attack towards where he believed that Broly's head was, but once again, he dodged her by sending his head to another room. Broly was too far away, there were too many obstacles, and his ability to dodge in this environment was extremely annoying. After several failed attempts to hit Broly, he gave up and returned with his escape plan. Kachin, said Broly while using materialization magic. As he left his time skip of the possible rooms where Hit could have appeared, heavy blocks of Kachin with spikes on his surface fell. Ah! Hit, who didn't have time to perform his time skip instantly, had no choice but to try to hold for a few moments the heavy block of Kachin with his hands, hurting them slightly and being unprotected for a moment. Broly took advantage. Automa Rasen Omega Blaster. Boom! The big sphere of energy enveloped the entire room, creating a huge explosion, which became more powerful to detonate in a closed space. Hit, hurt by the impact and with more parts of his body missing, including 2 fingers of his right hand, he escaped using his time skip once again, repeating the process of fleeing and being attacked several times. When will I leave here? At that moment the top of Broly, from the head to the chest, appeared before him. What? Hit didn't understand why he had done that. It was illogical to expose himself in that way, so illogical that he wasn't prepared for this situation, not making any attack on his enemy. Broly hit Hit's chest, but this time it wasn't to hurt him and use his "Welcome to the Black Parade," it was for another reason. Teleport. Upon making contact with Hit, Broly had sent his top and Hit back to the center of the building, and fragmented his body again in other rooms. Against someone who surpasses me so much in power, this is the only spatial ability that I can use apart from my gravity increase. The risky thing about this ability is that the part with which I hit my enemy and the Juggin must be connected when I perform this technique. A technique that allows me to teleport any person I touch with me anywhere covered by my formless realm. Hit, he realized what had happened. He had returned to the starting point. Broly didn't want him to leave that building. Damn, I cannot fight well here and he's preventing me from running away. I have to give everything to get out of here, or I'll end up vanishing. Yo! Hit, using all his hidden strength, ran at full speed while throwing his key punches in all the directions he thought Broly would appear. He was going with everything, either defensively or offensively, not reserving his energy at all, and ran once more, going through wall after wall and trying to dodge and block Broly's attacks at the same time he tried to hit or hinder him with his attacks. Frost and his troops had surrounded the dome, hearing the rumblings produced inside, horrified to imagine what kind of battle might be happening. The location of the rumble changed constantly, but it followed a pattern. it started from the center, moved to the sides, and returned to the center again. Repeating that pattern over and over again. Be prepared, they could leave at any time, said one of the captains. Frost flying in the sky began to charge his technique. Frost created a cutting discs of red energy in each hand and began to grow it, concentrating more and more energy. You gave me the idea of this technique, Broly. I will not be able to kill you cleanly, but I never cared about winning dirtily. After a few minutes. Boom! Hit managed to get out of the dome. More than half of his head had disappeared, leaving only his mouth, nose, left eye and part stuck them. He had lost several fingers of the right and left hand, back and arms, chest, legs, all the places to a greater or lesser extent had disappeared and were covered by a strange green energy. Out of nowhere Broly's top appeared with an empty heart in front of Hit, and was about to punch him again. Hit watched him with anger and thought. As I thought, he wants to send me back inside that dome. However, this time, Hit was ready for his final attack. Hit, believing that there was a time limit of 2 seconds in which Broly could keep a part of his formless realm, made a strategy. Time skip. Hit, since he realized Broly's time condition fake, he created an attack for this situation. Hit, using all his abilities, he threw dozens of his key punch in his stop time dimension, threw them everywhere, but special in the heart. However, each of those key punch aimed at the heart had different speeds. According to his calculations, one of these key punch would hit Broly's heart once the time limit was over. He just had to keep him in that position until then. When leaving his time skip, Hit, using all the energy that was left, grabbed Broly by the hands, leaving him immobilized, and all the key punches began to manifest in the normal world. Broly teleported several parts of his body to protect himself. Hit watched as his key punches passed through Broly's empty chest as if they were the shot of a submachine gun, waiting for the moment when his heart would return to his position. Checkmate. 1, 2, die. However, it didn't happen. All his attacks had been avoided. Cannot be. He has cheated me all this time. Yo. Hit felt that he had lost consciousness for a moment. Hit had been poisoned. Broly, during the fight against Frost, could analyze the needle he used and create a copy of the needle and poison, and now he had that needle in one of the hands Hit had grabbed. Checkmate. At that moment, the bottom of Broly appeared in front of Hit's head, and with one leg in a kicking position, which contained all the possible energy that he had managed to store for that last blow. Shining with an intense and violent green color. Broly ready to hit Hit in the face. If that kick hits with the left part of Hit's head, it would be the end. But. Die. Frost, who was waiting for the right moment, launched his attack on the exhausted and concentrated Broly and Hit, which were at the end of their fight, without paying attention to anything else. Which didn't see that attack until it was very close. Shit. Broly watched as a giant disc of energy approached him, while still pinning Hit with his entire upper body as he prepared to make the final blow. There was only one way to dodge that and win at the same time. Broly transported a large part of his body, from one shoulder to the other, going from the abdomen to the skull, from top to bottom to the formless realm. Occupying the full third part of the body he was able to send. He managed to avoid the energy disc, but that energy disc fragmented into two and that second disc went up. Fiam. Ah. That cutting disc went to the lower part of Broly's body, which was about to finish Hit and cut off Broly's tail. Ahahaha, it's a shame you dodged it, but at least I could avenge my cut tail, laughed Frost, celebrating the success of his attack, glad to have cut off Broly's tail in the same way that Broly did to him. Now kill him, Hit. However, having cut the tail, Broly lost its transformation, balance, and all the increased gravity space around him. Falling to the ground with its original appearance and 10 times less power. Everyone was surprised by what happened, not only Frost or Hit, but also everyone present, especially some Saiyans, who began to relate the tale and the transformation with part of the ancient history of the planet Sadala. What the hell is this? Broly has become a Saiyan. Hey, what's going on here? Asked Frost, which began to see enemies and conspiracies around him. While everyone wondered what had happened, while Forst asked for explanations, while the Saiyans tried to organize their ideas, while Hit, exhausted and relieved, looked with surprise at Broly by his transformation and strange behavior. Broly on the ground, trembling with rage while raising his tail, cut. My tail. My tail. My tail. My tail. My fucking tail. Broly, due to the anger, the veins of his face swelled, his body began to give off an intense green aura, his hair danced in the wind and his eyes turned yellow. Ah. Chapter 36. My tail. My tail. My tail. My tail. My fucking tail. Ah. Boom. A huge pressure exploded from Broly's interior, sending everything that was around him flying, stones, rocks, trees, sand, people around him, that pressure affected Frost and Hit, and they fought against her to not be dragged. Even the enormous structure of Kachin staggered for a few seconds. Broly unleashed a huge power, out of control. Now what happens? Wasn't he supposed to be half dead? Hit equally surprised by this situation, while resisting the energy pressure thought. What enormous power! After losing that transformation, it appears that he has become stronger. How is it possible? But that wasn't the last surprise for Hit. Not only gravity returned to normal, he also noticed that the parts that had disappeared from his body were slowly returning to their place. I don't know what's happening, but I'm glad it happened. Broly had lost control of his emotions because of the anger, and not only his emotions, but also his abilities. Broly had lost control of his emotions because of the anger, and not only his emotions, but also his abilities. He had stopped concentrating his formless realm, and at the same time he was using surrender intermittently, which helped Hit recover the parts of your body without too much effort. For first time since he was born, the quiet Broly felt anger, and in an overwhelming way, he completely lost the great control he had worked on until now, including his abilities. He just kept expelling power at the same time he was being swallowed up by a fury that kept growing uncontrollably. Ah! While Broly was still expelling energy, one of the Saiyan approached Frost. Lord Frost, we are not very sure, but we believe that child can be a kind of Saiyan. Centuries ago the Saiyans had a tail, just like the one you just cut. When we looked at the full moon we were able to become giant monkeys, multiplying 10 times our power. We believe that there may be some relationship with what has just happened. And what is supposed to be happening now? Is this something that the Saiyans also do or did in history? The Saiyan trying to resist the pressure told Frost, I don't know sir, there is nothing in the history of the planet Sadala that speaks about a Saiyan with 3 eyes, although... Although what? Frost asked irritated. Ah! Although before the conversation went on, that pressure stopped. Broly, with his 3 yellow eyes, green aura, swollen veins and mad face without control, stopped to release power and looked at Frost. The target of his anger. Frost made eye contact with him, and as he increased his guard, he said in a sad way. Shit. Broly accelerated toward him. Ah. As fast as lightning, Broly arrived at his position, and with a single punch, he threw him to dozens of kilometers, creating a sonic explosion that threw all those around him as if they were leaves caught in a gust of wind. Frost, after flying several kilometers, landed on the ground, and by the speed that had reached due to the punch of Broly, as if it were a stone thrown in the water, took several cartwheels on the ground until he could stop, although not for his own volition. Ag ag. Frost said, embedded in the floor, vomiting and trying to get up, but... Ah! Broly appeared before him, creating an earthquake upon landing. Boom! Instantly he grabbed Frost, who was still on his back, to the ground trying to get up, and while he was still grabbing his head, he dragged him at full speed across the floor. Broly was sanding Frost's face against the ground without Frost could do anything to avoid it. Ahahaha! Frost shouted like a scared child about to faint on a roller coaster. When Broly got tired of sanding his face to the ground, still holding him by the head, grabbed him in the air and squeezed him with both hands. He was trying to squeeze his head like an orange. HHHHH. Damn, die. Frost trying to draw strength from where he could. At close range he started throwing all kinds of energy attacks on Broly, impacting and exploding all against his face. Broly's grip was becoming less powerful, he was beginning to loosen up. Therefore, Frost thought his attacks had taken effect, but when smoke caused by his gusts of ki dissipated, he saw that Broly was perfectly fine. All he had achieved was to make him more furious. Frost's bloody face showed great terror. Impossible. Ah! Broly brutally kicked Frost's belly. Yo! Frost's body was deformed by the impact and went flying through the air, but before he went several miles away like he did before, Broly grabbed him by the tail. Due to the great acceleration caused by the impact of Broly and the sudden grip of the tail, it was almost torn. Broly, without letting Frost even have time to scream, he spun him using his tail. As if it were a hammer-throwing competition, Broly spun Frost from his tail, and when he reached his maximum speed, he threw him once more tens of kilometers away, in the direction of the Kachin Dome. Frost had become nothing more than a doll in the hands of Broly, a doll that could be destroyed at any moment with great ease. Although Frost trained seriously for more than a month to increase his powers, almost tripling them after the battle against Broly, everything was useless. He could not do anything. It was impossible for him to do anything to that unstoppable destruction machine, which had not killed him yet due to the great resistance of Frost Demon, a great resistance that allowed them to be alive and move despite having practically all his body shattered or cut in half. Also, because of the mental disorder he was having, he wasn't hitting efficiently on vital points. Frost was unable to beat Broly in Super Saiyan state, and every second his power increased more and more. That's right, the Broly with the black hair and yellow eyes of the film is his Super Saiyan state. In the transformation of Super Saiyan the hair becomes golden blonde in color and seems to stand on end, giving it a rising, flame-like appearance because the S cells release a yellow color energy. When the S cells of the Saiyans are released, they release too much energy, so they overload the body with that energy, then that surplus and uncontrolled energy begins to be released through the hair so it doesn't harm the body. It is as if the Saiyan's hair were a safety valve that prevents the body from exploding due to an overload of energy. However, what would happen if the body of the legendary Super Saiyan was so strong and adapted so well to the energy that it wasn't necessary for his hair to act as a safety valve? This is what happened with Broly right now. He was transformed into Super Saiyan, however his hair still maintained its natural color, although a little more bristly, being the only notable physical change the color of his eyes, which became yellow, the color of the energy released by the cells S. However, not only his body was special, his S cells were special too. While a Super Saiyan 1 has a multiplier of 50, Broly seemed to have started with 150, but that wasn't all. It didn't stay in a stable 150 or was losing power over time, the multiplier increased every second, in the same way that anger did. The trigger for the transformation of Super Saiyan, the increase in power was exponential, in the same way as the anger that fed him. This was the reason for the appearance of this phase, the reason for his power, and the reason for his mental state. This was the ordinary Super Saiyan phase of Broly the wrathful Super Saiyan. Frost was still flying uncontrollably towards the Great Dome of Katchin, it was only a matter of seconds before he crashed into it. Lord Frost. Two of his guards rushed towards Frost, who was about to crash, and using all his strength they tried to stop him, before he crashed into the Katchin tough structure. Boom! Thanks to the intervention of the two guards, Frost didn't hit the Katchin, falling to the ground a few seconds before, cushioned to some extent by the body of his subordinates. Frost with the help of the people in that area managed to get up and asked what the hell is happening, what the hell is that monster? Why he's getting stronger every second? Before when we were fighting, he used a technique that covered him with a red aura to increase his powers, but now this is different. His power increases every second, now it's even stronger than when he fought against me, but, it's like he's in a berserker state. As if he were a beast that only thinks about destroying, when before he was a brilliant strategist, said Hit, who was meditating and consuming medicines to try to recover his energies and to heal the few wounds he had suffered in the battle against Broly. Hit observed and pointed out how in the distance several mountains were destroyed by Broly's indiscriminate attacks against everything around him. Everyone present looked at Hit, the legendary Hitman, feeling somewhat intimidated by his presence. Hit. Renzo, watching the wake of destruction that Broly had left, thought and said if he had a tail his transformation was similar to that an ape that increased his power 10 times, now his power increases constantly and is on rampage. Maybe he's the Saiyan of the legend. One of the Saiyans who was next to Renzo said the legendary Super Saiyan. You mean that demonic Saiyan that only shows up once every 1,000 years? Renzo nodded and said that's right, the legendary Super Saiyan. Once they awaken, it's all over, their power keeps growing, and they rampage until they basically self-destruct. Frost, who seemed to have heard something extremely interesting and pleasing to his ear, said, I haven't understood very well about that legend, but, are you saying that we just need to wait until he die? Renzo was about to answer, but I'm afraid it's not as simple as it seems. Said a Saiyan that had just arrived at high speed, accompanied by a squad of other Saiyans. That Saiyan was dressed in a different armor from the others, each step he took showed power and his voice conveyed pride and dignity. All the Saiyans, upon hearing his voice, knelt down and said, King Sadala. The King Sadala without wasting time said it is not time for formalities, I already know the situation, there is no doubt that we are facing the legendary Super Saiyan. That is why we must prevent him from self-destructing. If he were to explode, he can destroy planet Sadala and all the planets around him, we have to stop him or it will be the end of our solar system, maybe even part of the galaxy will be destroyed. Hearing the words of King Sadala, everyone panicked, even those who thought to flee like Frost changed their minds. They didn't know if what King Sadala said was true. Perhaps he had exaggerated so that all collaborated to stop the destruction of planet Sadala in the hands of Broly. However, if he were right, it would be his end even if they tried to run away. Damn, if I want to keep my hero image, not die in the explosion and kill Broly, I have no choice but to fight. Frost turned to Hit and asked, Hey Hit, are you able to beat that monster? Hit, who was still meditating, opened his eyes slightly and said, if I recover my energies and he continues to be a beast without control or intelligence, even though his power is increasing, yes, it is likely that I can defeat him. King Sadala, hearing the words of Hit and the idea of Frost, assented and said, give all the help you can to Hit to recover, the others will try to stop that Broly and buy time. When saying those words, everything returned to the tranquility, there was no sign of the rumblings, destruction and earthquakes that Broly was provoking with his attacks. Everyone looked in the direction where the destruction had originated and some asked, has he calmed down? However, Frost, Hit and King Sadala said, "No, he's coming." Ah. Chapter 37. No, he's coming. Ah. "Prepare to attack," said King Sadala all his troops, which began to charge energy in their hands. Frost, following the example of King Sadala, ordered his troops to do the same. "Quick, prepare to attack too." Broly continued advancing towards them in a violent way, destroying everything around him. "Now!" Frost and King Sadala shouted. Thousands of energy attacks were launched at the same time from all directions, impacting against Broly. Boom! The union of all those energy attacks at a single point created an explosion which left a mushroom-shaped smoke. That combined attack was powerful enough to destroy 20 Sadala plants. But, it was useless. Ah! Broly, who was perfectly fine, and more furious than before, counterattacked. Broly began to concentrate energy around his body, creating a kind of protective barrier. The attacks stopped coming to Broly's body, they all vanished when they touched that barrier, but this barrier wasn't created for defensive purposes. Ah! The barrier that surrounded him, as if it were a fragmentation grenade, exploded and fragments flew around, impacting everything that was around him. Boom! Bomb! Bomb! Some hit the ground, others against the mountains, others against mountains, others against the warriors who were attacking Broly. However, they all had something in common: when those energy attacks reached them they didn't die or were destroyed. They disappeared totally or partially, devoured by a green energy. "What the hell is going on?" said a horrified Saiyan who watched as two of his friends, who were hit by a green energy sphere in the head, disappeared. "I'm disappearing, said one of the aliens in Frost's army, who was hit in the arm by an energy sphere and watched helplessly as his body was devoured from the arm. "The ground is disappearing," some warriors said, pointing the ground, which also was being devoured by a strange green energy. "I don't want to go, King Sadala, I don't want to go, please, I don't want to go," said one of the guards of King Sadala, who was hit in the back trying to stop one of the spheres directed to his king, and now he was disappearing slowly in front of the person he had protected. What the hell did he just do? Where is everything that energy devours? Frost, next to King Sadala, loading all his energy into a giant sphere, answered, "How do you want me to know? It's the first time I see this ability directly. Ask Hit, he is the only one who has suffered that skill and is still among us." Hit, on the other hand, while meditating, observed the chaos around him. He's using that skill again. Has he regained his consciousness? Or is he using it unconsciously? No, he's not protecting himself, must be unconsciously. Frost and King Sadala, seeing that the coordinated attack had failed and that Broly was about to move again, they released their definitive techniques. Frost launched his energy sphere towards Broly, which without much effort grabbed it with his bare hands and put it on top of his head, like if this was his war trophy. King Sadala at that time launched an attack very similar to Garlic Cannon towards Broly. That attack completely covered Broly's body, which was still holding Frost's energy sphere, but now, with a movement of Frost's hand, the giant energy sphere detonated above Broly's head, causing a titanic explosion. Boom! After that explosion, all the remaining warriors had the courage to continue fighting, just as their leaders launched energy attacks on Broly. None of them could believe that Broly would remain alive after receiving so many lethal explosions directly in his body. But with that war cry, all attacks dissipated as if they were simple spits in front of a hurricane. Once again, a great pressure was unleashed on the entire planet. Earthquakes, hurricanes, tidal waves, seemed to be the end of the world. And at the origin of that cataclysm, there was Broly, who was undergoing another transformation. His muscles were swelling, his hair bristling and his size increasing, going from the body of a child who barely reaches a meter, to a height of 180. However, it wasn't just a change of appearance, the most important thing was his increase in power. The body of the Saiyans adapt to power, the clear example of that is the Super Saiyan 3rd grade. The Super Saiyan 3rd grade has a multiplier of x500, a power multiplier superior to the Super Saiyan 3. In this transformation, the Super Saiyan increases his power beyond his control, overloading the body with that power, increasing the muscles in an exaggerated way as a side effect. Despite the increase in physical strength, the excess of muscles means a decrease in speed and coordination, in addition to an important energy expenditure. However, even with this inconveniences, if it weren't for the adaptive capacity to the power of Saiyan bodies, it wouldn't be possible to carry out such an action. However, what about the adaptive capacity of the Legendary Super Saiyan? The S cells of the Legendary Super Saiyan increase his power every second, but reaching a certain point, the body will contain more power than can control and support. In that moment there will be a transformation very similar to the Super Saiyan 3rd grade, increasing the muscles due to the excess of power. However, the adaptive capacity of the Legendary Super Saiyan is so great that it not only increases the musculature, it also increases the size of the body, making it grow in a proportional way. In that way the power increased without compromising the speed. This is the Broly Super Saiyan full power, with a multiplier of 1500. Hit stopped his meditation, because he was overwhelmed by what he felt. His power is even superior to mine when I exceed my limits. And now what is this? Asked Frost, who was tired of so many transformations and power increases. King Sadala, with fear, looked at Broly and said to himself, is this the end of planet Sadala? However, they weren't the only ones who were fascinated and terrified by his power. Fua and Fit, after Broly's joke, continued fighting for days. After resting and healing, they returned to fight again, not only for the joke, they had taken advantage of this occasion to recriminate everything that had not been said so far. That's how they took several weeks. In one of his constant breaks between fight and fight, Fua and Fit noticed a great energy at a point away from the universe. An energy so exaggeratedly powerful that even reached the sacred world of the Kai. Faced with this strange and possibly catastrophic event, Fua and Fit left their differences aside and decided to do their job. What the hell is this? Is this the energy of a mortal? How is it possible that a mortal has so much power that we can even feel it in this place? Said Fit, who was just as surprised as Fua. Both ran to the crystal ball with which they spied places of the universe and focused on the area where that energy came from, on the planet Sadala. Fua and Fit watched the battle that was happening, and after observing the display of power that Broly was unleashing, they despaired. This is impossible, it's something different, but there's no doubt, it's that subject of 1,000 years ago, Fua said while recalling past catastrophic events. 1,000 years? You mean, said Fit, who had understood the reference. Yes, that guy, thousands of years ago, when the Saiyan were still savages and fought against everyone who crossed their path, a Saiyan went to a planet to conquer it. Due to the power of the natives and the beating he was suffering. That Saiyan went into rampage, something very similar to what is happening now. His power increased more and more until he exploded, destroying several solar systems full of life. Dozens of civilizations were lost that day in that accident, Fua said as he watched the battle, scared by how similar the current situation was with the previous one. What can we do, Supreme Kai? We have to stop him in some way. I know, Fit, but I doubt we can do anything against him. His power is too much above us. We will only die in vain, said Fua, who was even more scared than Fit. But if we don't do something, it is very likely that the tragedy will repeat itself, and this time it may be worse, said Fit, who tried to make his superior sacrifice himself for the universe. He didn't forgive the joke of a few days ago. There's only one thing we can do, we have to warn him, Fua said, not knowing if he was making the right decision. To that person. Are you sure it will not make things worse? I understand and share your concerns, but there is nothing else we can do. Besides, is his job, said Fua while using the same crystal ball to send a message. On a planet with the shape of an inverted pyramid. A beautiful woman with white hair, slightly blue skin and slightly silver eyes was cooking healthy food, when suddenly the staff that was leaning against the wall began to make intermittent sounds and brightness. That woman left what she was doing and walked slowly towards her staff. I guess it will be the Kais. They should want Kampa-sama to do his job for once. After checking his staff he found that she was right, since she had also felt that titanic and strange mortal ki, and she was right. Kampa-sama, you finally have work to do, we have to leave, Vados said as she made his way to the dining room, where Kampa was eating a large amount of high-caloric food. Work, you said? Asked the god of destruction Kampa with his mouth full. That's right, the Supreme Kai requires your help to prevent what he has called a galactic catastrophe. It seems that there is a mortal out of control and about to explode, according to his words, Vados said while showing him by his staff the current and past images of the planet Sadala and the battle that was taking place. Kampa, still eating, said in his usual mood, How annoying. Tell that bum that I'll go there once, finish my dessert, and continued eating, but a little slower than before. When suddenly, grew. The belly of Kampa produced strange sounds. Toilet. Vados sighed by the disappointment she felt towards the god she was attending and said, okay. While Kampa was still indisposed, she continued to watch the fight, which she found quite interesting, to find a mortal capable of extracting so much power, such strange abilities, and for another reason. Who is this child? I am not able to find his origin. Because of the great power that Broly had released and the transformation he had shown, Hit stopped meditating and moved to where Frost and King Sadala were. King Sadala turned to Hit, and with a little more confidence asked, have you been able to recover your energies? Hit, without taking his eyes off Broly, said, I haven't managed to recover them all, but I'm afraid there's no time to rest. Chapter 38. Broly, with the size of an average adult faced Frost, Hit and King Sadala, who were respectively in fighting position, ready to fight against the beast. With Hit in the middle, in his fighting stance while Frost and King Sadala were put in the rear while Hit would be the main fighting force, Frost and King Sadala would be the support. While Broly was still concentrating power, they tried to plan some strategy, but Broly didn't give them that opportunity. Broly advanced, destroying the ground with his jump, causing another small earthquake throughout the area. Hit waited for Broly to get close enough and used his time skip. Within his time skip, Hit threw all possible hits on Broly's vital points, all the joints. There was practically no place where Broly didn't have a key punch marked on his body. However, despite the strong impact and the pain in his expression, he didn't stop completely. Hit could barely stop him for half a second. It was like trying to stop a big metal ball in full fall with a barricade made of needles. Broly, with using his powerful cry combined with his energy, threw into the air a surprised Hit, who couldn't believe that his attack hadn't even stopped him for a second, and went flying, tens of miles away. Frost and King Sadala, who saw how Hit flew at his side, without losing time and despite being scared, like a frog in front of a snake. Both launched more attacks of energy while they retreated, attacking that monster. Melee was too dangerous, they couldn't afford to be near him, it was too dangerous. The energy attacks that hit his body and head were useless, they couldn't stop him, it was a nightmare. Frost and King Sadala looked at each other, both understood what they should do. They must disperse. If Broly went for one of them, the other would try to attack him in the other direction. If both were together, it is very likely that Broly could crush them with a single strike, at least in this way there was more chance of survival. They dispersed, each one went one way. Now Broly had to choose which of the two would attack, discarding the other. However, the decision was extremely easy. Without hesitation or a tenth of a second, he chose the lizard Frost, throwing himself at him as a lion would do with a gazelle, a slow and ugly gazelle. Frost despaired once more, tears fell from his eyes. Why is he always going after me? Hit, fucking useless. Give me back my money. Broly, who was now much taller than Frost this time, with great ease grabbed Broly by the neck and held him in the air. Leg me, Goku, said Frost, who could barely speak due to Broly's grip, as he jerked helplessly, trying to get rid of him. Frost tried to hit him with his arms, with his legs, with an attack of energy from his hands, from his fingers, from his eyes, but everything was useless. He didn't even flinch, it was like hitting a catch-in wall. Those attacks only made him angrier, and Broly squeezed him more and more, increasing his agony. Due to the suffocation, the color of Frost's face became increasingly pale and bluish, although he already had that color in the first place. Many soldiers tried to approach to help their leaders, although they knew that their help wouldn't be much, but it was useless. They couldn't get close. There was a specific distance around the battle where it was impossible to approach. Everyone who tried to go beyond that point fainted after suffering great pain and fear. Drop him, demon. King Sadala said as he bombarded his head with garlic cannons. After the attacks, Broly didn't even have a scratch, everything was useless. He kept holding Frost's neck like a small animal before slaughter. Broly, while still squeezing his neck, turned to King Sadala, and looked at him with his yellow eyes full of anger. King Sadala's blood froze for a moment. He didn't even need to reason what was happening or could happen. Instinctively he understood that he was only one attack from his death. King Sadala, using all the energy he still had in his body, began to create a barrier in front of him. And he did well, because Broly, with his free hand, more than 15 meters away, gave a terrible punch to the air. It was a simple punch, it wasn't an attack loaded with ki, with nen, or with magic. It was simple and pure physical strength resulting from the overflowing power of Broly, which without touching his adversary, simply with the pressure he created, impacted with King Sadala's barrier. Boom! The impact was so great that it sent King Sadala flying hundreds of kilometers away, crashing into what was once a mountain, and now it was just a pile of rubble, creating a channel in the ground in his path. King Sadala had lost consciousness, but he was lucky. If it hadn't been for his quick reaction to create the barrier, the result would have been much worse. King Sadala! Shouted many Saiyans, who moved away from the battle to help their king. Frost, who continued being strangled by Broly, watched with terror what had just happened. King Sadala was much weaker than him, but still, the demonstration of strength that he had witnessed was something he was unable to do, and understood perfectly that he was next victim. He was totally desperate, he panicked, he tried to scratch him, to bite him, he used his poison-hidden weapons from his arms and tail, but everything was useless. His skin was impenetrable and he seemed not to feel any pain. When Broly stopped paying attention to the destruction he had caused with the pressure of his punch, he returned to focus on Frost. When their eyes crossed, Frost's mind collapsed. Please, let me go, I'll give you whatever. He thought, since he wasn't able to speak because of strangulation and fear. Broly continued looking at him and suddenly his closed mouth began to glow a green phosphorescent color. he smiled like a psychopath and opened his mouth. Ah! From his mouth came an immense breath of energy, which struck directly with Frost's disfigured and tear-covered face. When the green glow disappeared, Frost vanished from the universe. But before Broly could look up at the soldiers who hadn't yet fled. Palm! 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 He was surrounded by key punches. Hit that had managed to recover more energy and taking advantage of the situation attacked Broly with everything he had. Hit raised his power beyond his limits, and continued attacking Broly, going inside and outside his time skip. Hitting again and again the same vital points, Hit seeing that a simple attack didn't hurt him, tried to cause continued damage, repeating blows in the same place until it hurt or become numb in that part. Broly tried to attack him, but he was unable to hit him, not because he had become more clumsy than before, being impossible to foresee 0.1 seconds of difference. The problem was that, Hit's time skip had evolved. Hit while he meditated and one time not only regained his energy, Hit while he meditated and one time not only regained his energies. Due to the previous battle and the pressure of Broly's enormous power, he had an epiphany, which allowed him to increase his time skip to 0.5 seconds, and that limit was increasing in addition, because there wasn't an increased gravity field as before around his enemy, his movements weren't restricted. Ah! Broly launched a storm of punches, which destroyed his environment only with the pressure. Hit, using the evolved time skip, continued dodging his punches, although with difficulty and great pressure. Each one of those attacks could mean his death, or at least be indisposed to receive a second one. Broly was unable to attack Hit, while Hit continued to attack and evade one time after another. One key punch after another piled up on Broly's body, which was beginning to show signs of pain and fatigue, but the same applied to Hit. He was getting more and more tired, he could attack less and the blows of Broly came closer to him. Broly became accustomed to Hit's movements, but in the same way Hit also increased the limit of his time skip. Hit seemed to have the advantage, but, psychologically he was about to collapse. Is this child immortal? How can he endure so much? Hit continued to attack without being discouraged, despite the fact that he seemed to be facing an indestructible rock. After a few minutes, Broly's patience reached his limit, as well as his rage and power. Broly remained still, holding on to his head, as if he were suffering. It was very strange. Hit with more than 1,000 years of experience as a hitman, he realized that something was about to happen, and walked away as quickly as he could from that place, as if his life depended on it. Broly began to shed an aura much larger, green and powerful, which grew and grew without control. Ah! That green aura formed a giant shell around Broly, which grew and grew every second. For a few moments it seemed that the whole planet Sadala has become Green Planet. Hit in the distance was fascinated by these events, but his eyes weren't detached from the inside of that green shell. What is happening to him? Within the giant sphere of energy, his two yellow eyes became white, his pupils had disappeared, as if he had lost his mind, his hair was wild in an extreme way and changed from black to blonde, and the pupil of his juggin as always was green color. Broly had become the legendary Super Saiyan for first time. Ah! The energy dome that covered Broly, at the moment of his transformation expanded rapidly, shallowing everything in his path. Earth, mountains, forests, spaceships, soldiers, cities. A quarter of the planet Sadala had been swallowed by the green light. When that light dissipated, the green color was still present, everything that had touched that barrier of expanding energy had been covered by a strange green energy, there was no longer any trace of desert, of mountains, or of any spacecraft, soldier or city. In that green place were only Broly and Hit, who had managed to avoid that attack, and seriously considered if he should give up this well-paid job. He is too far above my power. How can such a creature exist? Monster. Ah! However, before he could repent, Broly lunged at him with a speed far superior he previously had and prepared to punch him, a punch that could mean his end. Hit to evade that punch, once again used his time skip at the same time he tried to hit him, but something was wrong. It was as if he was much slower. What the hell is happening? Gravity again? No, it's different. Hit was extremely sensitive to the passage of time and immediately understood that someone was slowing down the time within his time-stop dimension, making his 0.5 seconds as if were nothing. Crack. The time skip broke, and Broly's fist hit Hit's fist, making him disappear with his "Welcome to the Black Parade" at the slightest contact. Hit looked with terror and admiration at Broly, who looked like a god of war, with his face full of fury, his golden hair dancing to the wind, that green aura that seemed to swallow everything he touched. And his eyes, an eye of his forehead with a pupil of intense green color and two other completely white eyes that showed his savagery, although, his right eye gave off a strange blue light. Before he increased the gravity before and now he stops time. Does each transformation do a different thing? Broly put his hand in front of Hit's head and prepared to give him the final attack. Hit felt that time had stopped for him and he saw how his body was also torn from his arm. He surrendered to his fate. He knew he had no escape. When Broly gave Hit a quick pat on the head, his head disappeared, and with it his whole body. In a nearby place not affected by the explosion of energy. King Sadala, wake up please, said a Saiyan trying to wake King Sadala. King Sadala, exhausted and wounded, opened his eyes and tried to stand up, with great difficulty, while his bodyguards held him. King Sadala looked with terror at the landscape around him. Everything had been devoured by the green energy. He bit his lip for the rage and helplessness he felt and tried to move forward, but he had no energy, falling once more. King Sadala, his bodyguards shouted as they tried to hold him. King Sadala, ignoring his painful condition, said, "Take me where that monster is again." The bodyguards panicked when they heard the orders of their king and tried to convince him, "My king, even if you go, it is impossible that. I already know it. I know I cannot do anything, but I cannot stay without doing anything when my planet and people disappears before me. However, even if I have to die or be erased from existence, it will be fighting like a Saiyan." King Sadala said with pride and determination. A few seconds later, two people appeared near Broly, who were shocked by the strange green landscape that had remained in that place. "I think we have arrived a little late, Kampa-sama," said Vados. Chapter 39. I think we have arrived a little late, Kampa-sama, said Vados. I had an emergency. An emergency. I repeated it several times along the way. If you ate properly you wouldn't have those emergencies, Vados answered, feigning a certain sadness by the fact that Kampa didn't eat the healthy food she prepared for him. Kampa stopped arguing, since Vados had some reason and looked around. Everything was very strange to him, especially the extremely tall and muscular blonde boy who was relatively close to him. Hey Vados. Didn't you tell me there was a problem with a crazed Saiyan? That guy is crazy, clearly, but since when Saiyans have 3 eyes and blonde hair? Are you sure he's the same guy the Kais told us about? Kampa said as he pointed at Broly, who seemed not to pay attention to them as he made more things disappear by throwing jets of energy attacks in all directions. Vados once again reviewed his staff and said, "Yes, I'm sure. I don't know why he has 3 eyes, but there's no doubt that he's the mutant Saiyan that the Kais have told us about. It's supposed that whether he explodes or goes free from here, he could be a threat for the universe, although all this is very strange." Kampa with his usual impulsive attitude, who cares? I'll finish him before the snack time. That brainless guy seems pretty strong, stronger than many gods. What a great idea. I'll do a little sport with him. It said that after doing some exercise the food tastes better. And I need to do some sports, he said looking at his belly. Hey idiot, I'm here. Kampa shouted in a childish way to alert Broly, looking at him with arrogance and some emotion. Murmured Broly, who seemed to have realized that someone was nearby, and was insulting him. Broly rushed towards the chubby god of destruction, while Vados was still standing in the distance, with a thoughtful face. Broly, shedding an intense green light around him, which replaced the usual yellow aura of the normal Super Saiyan, rushed violently towards Kampa with a giant sphere of energy in each hand. They were 2 more powerful versions of the Automa Rasen Omega Blaster. Broly threw one of them to Kampa, who with his hands behind his back, dodged it easily. While Broly approached with his other attack of energy in his hand, which pretended to explode directly against Kampa, like a standard Rasengan. Kampa, confident of his abilities, raised his hand to stop Broly's attack, as if it were a simple foam ball, but, when the huge sphere of green energy contacted his hand multiplied its size dozens of times, to have the size of a Genkidama. Despite the powerful attack that shook the entire planet when it hit its target, and Kampa remained motionless, but with a face of disgust, significantly increased his power to reject and destroy that giant sphere of energy, with force and using his energy Hakai, destroyed the attack. Boom! Kampa, holding Broly's hand looked at his hand, and noticed that some of his fur had been ripped off and there was a small scratch on his palm. The god of destruction Plump Cat looked at Broly with a frown. Nothing bad for a mortal. But, it won't happen again, he said, something pissed, but with some emotion. Upon saying those words, he punched Broly on the belly, sending him flying several kilometers. Broly shook himself hard. The attack seemed to have taken effect, making him even more furious. While he was flying towards Kampa at a speed hundreds of times greater than the sound, the green aura that covered him increased and began to detach in a rain of lightning that was going everywhere, but especially towards Kampa. Bomb! Bomb! Boom! Bomb! However, Kampa avoided them without too much difficulty. When Broly got to where his prey was, they both exchanged punches, which seemed to be deforming the space. Neither of them backed away, but, it was evident that Kampa had the advantage, even though he wasn't using all his power. Like his brother, he liked to enjoy a good fight from time to time, and it was exceedingly difficult for him to find someone who would be able to challenge him. Although he was more impatient and impulsive than his brother, raising his power faster and faster. Boom! Kampa's fist crashed into Broly's face, causing him to spit blood, but... Broly counterattacked, creating an explosion of energy around him, which exploded like an atomic bomb. The explosion was impressive, so much that made the Kais shiver with fear while they watched the battle from their crystal ball, pushed back Kampa and even tousled Vados. "That muscular idiot is excessively abusing energy attacks," Kampa said, as he looked disdainfully at Broly, who was still wrapped in his own green energy. "However, his power doesn't stop increasing," Vados said a little seriously. The legendary Super Saiyan Broly, as it was seen in the film, presents physical characteristics very similar to the normal Super Saiyan, but it is not a normal Super Saiyan, nor is its process. In his previous transformation, Broly had managed to cope his body with all the power of his mutant S cells. All the power that his body could maintain without overflowing, so his hair didn't need to act as a safety valve. But, after a new attack of anger superior to the previous one after having reached the limit of the previous phase, in the same way that the Super Saiyan 2 works, the legendary Super Saiyan have a new evolution. In this evolution, the power of the cell's S is increased, releasing the unlimited potential that until now, were only limited to the body. In this transformation the user's body continues to maintain the colossal size of the previous transformation, which was the limit that the body was able to release without exploding. Then the limit breaks without destroying the body, but because the amount of energy is greater than what he can support, the hair acts as a safety valve, adopting the same color as a normal SS. But unlike the normal Super Saiyan, his eyes weren't green, since his pupils disappeared by his berserker state, which doesn't distinguish between friends or enemies, due to rage. The color of his aura wasn't yellow, but of an intense green color with an almost solid density, which was released in titanic quantities, to free itself from the excess of power that cannot retain. Creating indiscriminate energy attacks to all places. The multiplier of this transformation is 2400, 1500, 1506, but only the initial phase, because the power keep increasing every second. King Sadala and his bodyguards kept advancing towards what they believed was the origin of the apocalypse. For every 100 meters that could advance, the explosions that originated hundreds of kilometers ago made them go back between 2 and 10 meters. They were too scared to imagine what kind of battle could be happening in that place, the consequences of that battle and what could happen to them if they approached. But, they couldn't do anything else, they had to follow their king. When they arrived, they found a strange woman with white hair and blue skin, who was watching quietly the most terrible battle they had ever seen. A fat purple cat, and a wild-looking muscular blonde young man were exchanging punches, and the space around him seemed to distort with every confrontation. "What the hell is that? Is this blonde guy Broly?" King Sadala said, trying to understand what was happening. The Saiyans were supposed to have black hair. Who is he fighting against? He's very strong, he may be able to stop that monster before his self-destruction. Vados was transported close to the Saiyans and told them with a smile, of course he is very strong, he's Kampa, the god of destruction, the strongest person in this universe. I'll give you a little advice. If you want to stay alive, you better not advance much more. Oh, by the way, I don't think we should worry about Broly's self-destruction. King Sadala and the others trust the warnings to that strange woman. King Sadala and the others ignored the warnings to that strange woman. They weren't sure what was happening or who they were, but, if she was able to be so close to that battle and be okay, she must be someone very strong. So, they continued to see the fight from a safe position, just as they had been advised. Fight which was in its climax. Kampa had stopped his courtesy and attacked Broly more forcefully. "It's almost time for a snack, let's finish with this bag of muscles." The god of the destruction of the universe 6 began to emit a purple aura and rushed at a speed close to the speed of light towards Broly and began to throw a rain of punches. They were so fast that it seemed that his arms didn't move, as if he had thousands of invisible hands that beat Broly from all directions. "Take this. And this. And this. This happens to you for interrupting my desert time." Broly helplessly kept getting punched by those unstoppable and almost invisible hands. He was like a small child trapped inside a giant wave, unable to move freely, unable to breathe, not knowing where he was, or when that agony would end, nor in what form would it end. Until PAF. Broly, to Kampa's surprise, was able to stop one of his quick attacks, and grab his fist with force. Kampa hadn't used all his strength yet, but, these attacks weren't supposed to be something Broly could face, they were way above his level. How is this possible? His power is AH. While Broly was holding Kampa by his hand, he couldn't look away from Broly, because what was happening in front of him was too disturbing to do so. King Sadala and his bodyguards watched Broly with his mouth wide open and his eyes coming out of their sockets. Even Vados showed a certain face of surprise. While the dense green aura that until now had been fired from his body periodically, disappeared. Broly's body and muscles were growing once again, becoming bigger and titanic with each second, while his blonde hair turned green, the same green color as the aura that he had previously released. Broly, who was originally barely a meter tall, now he was a 223-meter giant, and his power had reached quotas that not even a god of destruction could disregard. Broly had achieved his most characteristic transformation. The legendary Super Saiyan full power. This is crazy, despite having a mortal key, only in raw power. It is at the level of some gods of destruction. Broly raised his huge arm to prepare a powerful punch. Kampa as a precaution tried to get away from that furious mastodon, but Broly's punch was a lot faster than he thought. Before he knew it, he was right in front of his snout. Impossible, even with that increase in power, he soon't be so quick. It is impossible. Boom! Broly punched Kampa and sent him flying, until his plump silhouette was lost on the horizon. Ah! Broly shouted in celebration for his punch. Vado was the only one who noticed what had happened. Broly hadn't become faster, it was Kampa who became slower. It was as if time had slowed a bit for him, while had been stopped completely for King Sadala and his companions. She was the only one not affected by that event, being able to appreciate it. And this time she was speechless. Time manipulation 2. Seconds later, they both noticed an unidentified object flying towards their back. It was Kampa, who due to the power of the impact had completely turned the world around. Until he was stopped by Vados, who for the first time intervened in the fight. At that moment, time returned to normal and Kampa erupted in anger, his nose was bleeding. At that moment, time returned to normal. King Sadala and his bodyguards moved again and Kampa erupted in anger, his nose was bleeding. Damn, damn. I'm going to destroy you. However, before Kampa could do anything, Vados stepped in front, something that greatly surprised Kampa. He had never heard that an angel interfere in the work of the destroyer god, much less Vados. Vados turned to Kampa to reassure him and explain the reason for his actions. Kampa-sama, don't worry, you can do whatever you want, but before I would like to ask this boy some questions. Kampa looked surprised and bewildered. He didn't understand what Vados intended, nor how he intended to achieve it. This jumble of muscles was only capable of destroying and screaming, nothing more. Ask something. It is impossible to dialogue with him. He is the legendary Super Saiyan, he has lost all reason, he will only destroy everything in his path until he explodes and kills us all. We have to stop him by force, it is useless to dialogue with him, said King Sadala, trying to warn Vados of the danger they were facing and how useless their actions were. Vados, with a slight smile, went towards the green giant Broly, and Broly received her with his usual sound. Ah! While releasing more power in a violent way. But Vados, without flinching, asked in a mocking tone, tell me. How long are you going to pretend to be a berserker who only knows how to shout and fight? Everyone present exclaimed at once, even Kampa was shocked by the question and what lay behind it. Everyone looked at the furious, wild, crazy and giant Broly and, they practically dropped their jaws to the ground. Although his eyes were still blank, seemed to be covered by an armor of rocky muscles and his wild and uncontrolled appearance, in a roguish way he said, adopting more social and cocky stance. Ha ha ha, sorry XD. Since when did you notice it, Miss Vados? Chapter 40. Ha ha ha, sorry. Since when did you notice it, Miss Vados? What? They all shouted at the same time, although King Sadala was the most scandalous with his reaction, even more than Kampa, which is a great challenge. Even the Kais who watched everything that happened from their crystal ball fell from their asses to the ground. However, Vados ignored them and continued with the conversation. I suspected when I was watching you from my staff. When you were fighting against Frost, Hit and King Sadala. But I could assure myself until I saw you fight against Kampa-sama. Broly crossed his arms and said, I understand what you mean. Only someone as strong as Kampa could force me to get out of my brainless beast role. Vados, happy that he had understood without needing to explain it, replied, exactly. Although you are a good enough actor, there were certain moments in which you clearly resorted to strategies and difficult techniques, not to mention the ability to manipulate time. It requires more than just muscles to use such a skill. Any minimally attentive person would realize that, she said while sending a hint to Kampa. Oh. Thanks for the advice, I will keep it in mind for future occasions. Except for Vados, everyone else seemed to be suffering a mental collapse. All this was too much to assimilate, too surreal, too crazy, too absurd. Vados politely responded with pleasure, because she could rarely speak with someone moderately intelligent since she became Kampa's nanny. No, I really have to thank you. If it hadn't been for you, I'm afraid Kampa-sama wouldn't have moved out of his chair in decades. Ha 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 ha. Oth laughed at the same time. Kampa, feeling humiliated, was about to go into a rage, but someone interrupted him. Why? Why did you pretend to be in the berserker state? Why have you done all this? All this destruction? Why? Answer. King Sadala said with great indignation and bloodshot eyes. Kampa would normally have destroyed that mortal for interrupting him, but this time he made an exception, since the question also intrigued him. You're right. You're right. Why did you do that? Why did you cheat us all from the beginning? Kampa said, trying not to lose prominence. Broly, due to popular pressure, and just like the villain in the 007 films, he explained his evil plan well. If you are so anxious to know, I guess I'll have to explain it. I wasn't pretending all the time. There were a few seconds that I really become berserker. When the weeping frost cut my tail, I get angry for the first time in my life. That also caused my powers to awaken, powers that increased due to my anger, and at the same time my rage increased by those powers, creating a vicious circle that caused me to become completely berserker, despite how calm and peaceful I am. I was completely out of control, but thanks to beating a certain person who cut my beautiful tail, my anger began to subside due to the pleasure that all Saiyan feel when beat a frost demon. Although it wasn't until I received some frost attacks on my face that I could cool my head. Frost and cool, do you catch the word game? He tried to make a joke, so that those who were still stunned could relax. One moment. Just a moment. Why did you do that? Broly, frustrated by the little success of his joke and the interruption, said, I was about to explain that part, have a little patience. After regaining my consciousness thanks to my innate ability to control my own mind almost perfectly, I threw Frost away so he wouldn't get in the way while I was trying to get used to my new transformation. During that time when you were uselessly making plans against me, I was, among other things, preparing my new skill, which you have been able to witness recently. Get used to my anger, how to control and focus it, understand the changes in my body and learn to control my incredible power. And as you can see, it went very well in everything, but I wanted more. I wanted to increase my powers faster. Of course, there's no better way for someone like me to get that fighting. Therefore, I took advantage of the fact that there were 2 armies and a legendary assassin who came exclusively for me to do my experiments. To improve the success of my plan, I induced myself in a controlled berserker state, which would help me achieve more anger, adrenaline and brutality. I needed to understand that feeling to make it totally mine, not just make it part of my. As if I were an actor trying to get inside his role, in an excessively immersive way. It was a great plan. Among other things, I would quickly increase my power by being hit and hitting anything that came near me. I would end up with the 2 extraordinary people who tried to kill me. Also, to spend an extremely fun moment. Fun? King Sadala asked, furious and discouraged. Everything he was hearing was hurting his pride, as if, from the beginning, he had been playing with him and all his people. Broly, with a big smile and arrogantly, said yes, acting like a brainless beast was extremely funny. I always fight with strategies and with elaborate techniques. It has been refreshing to do the opposite for a change. Also, see your faces of amazement, fear and despair while you tried to stop me with everything you had or fled, without being able to do anything to avoid it, has been orgasmic. A whole universe against a single person, against an unstoppable power without control, a battle in which there was never hope, it's almost poetic. Ah! I congratulate you, you have entertained me quite well and the result has been more or less what I expected. Thank you very much for your collaboration, you have done a good job. Ha 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 ha. King Sadala was unable to control his emotions, he was convulsing because of the anger he felt. Wretched. Monster. Demon. You have destroyed half the planet, you have finished with millions of people, you have massacred your own race almost to extinction. You have laughed at all of us, you have humiliated us. Only for this? I will not forgive you, I will not forgive you. Ah! Because of the extreme anger he felt, King Sadala transformed into Super Saiyan, which surprised his bodyguards. Even Kampa and Vados were surprised. Then all the Saiyan are able to do this trick. King Sadala advanced to attack Broly, but Broly, with a smile, waved his little finger, as if he was hitting the air with it, and said, not bad, you have not disappointed me, but the strong people are talking now, don't bother us. When Broly waved his finger, King Sadala felt as if he had been hit by a truck and was rolled back several meters into the air, until a mysterious force grabbed him and his bodyguards, and gagged them. Have I solved your doubts, Vados-chan? Broly said while holding King Sadala and his henchmen. Vados, who watched impassively Broly's malevolent action, asked, yes, you have solved some of my doubts, but I'm afraid I have some more questions. Broly, still transformed into Legendary Super Saiyan full power, said cordially, of course. What kind of manly and muscular man would refuse to fulfill such a simple request of a woman as beautiful as you? Vados, accepting the compliment, said with a smile something superb. Oh ho ho. Don't you think you're too young for these phrases? Anyway, I would like to know. Where did you learn that strange ability to manipulate time, and how is it possible that you haven't self-destruct yet? Broly, I'm very sorry, but I cannot answer that. Men have to keep some secrets to look more mysterious and interesting. It is not good to reveal secrets like these before the third date. Vado's not bothering in the least about Broly's refusal, said Jijoho. If you are already like this at 10, I feel that you will be a lady killer in the future. Oh, she guessed my age included the years I spent in the time chamber. The angels are terrifying. Kampa wasn't too surprised by the question about the manipulation of time. That kind of skills were a very delicate subject even for the gods. It was a big taboo, and for that reason they had to dig into that matter. However, he didn't understand what he meant by self-destruction. Hey! Vados, what do you mean by self-destruction? He is not in a berserker state. Is not there supposed to be no danger now? Vados, without taking off the look of Broly, replied, I'm afraid you're wrong, Kampa-sama. It's not a problem of mental state. What causes the explosion is an uncontrolled increase of power that the body is not able to contain. The berserker state is nothing more than the fuel and a secondary effect caused by this increase in power. What worries me is that his body has reached the limit that he is capable of retaining. Long time ago it would be normal for him to constantly release his power by means of explosions or energy attacks as in his previous transformation, but he stands before us with complete calmness without releasing energy out of his body. Although it should be happening right now, it is extremely strange. Now that you say it, said Kampa, who had just realized about that detail. I didn't expect less from an angel, you've noticed right away. But I doubt you'll find the answer, and it's better that you don't for now. In the transformation of Legendary Super Saiyan full power, Broly contained in his body all the energy that was previously released in the transformation of Legendary Super Saiyan. Thanks to the mutant physic that Broly had, the body to adapt to all that power increased in size once again, and due to the saturation of power, that power manifested as a green energy. Broly's hair, his safety valve, adopted that color due to its saturation. With a multiplier of 24,000-2,410. However, although that was the limit of his body, it wasn't the limit of his power, which was constantly growing, so he needed to continue to expel energy and more frequently than the other transformations. As the increase was exponential, each time he had to eject in greater quantity and faster, until it would reach a point where it couldn't expel enough power in the required time, dying from self-destruction. However, Broly wasn't expelling energy and destroying everything, because that surplus power was being constantly and instantaneously converted into space in the formless realm. I avoid having to create explosions and forced energy attacks, which are a great disadvantage in a difficult battle. I avoid my self-destruction. I maintain the maximum power that my body allows at all times and increase the space of my formless realm in a constant and unlimited way. I am the genius of efficiency. Vados, after explaining his vision of the problem and observing Broly's facial expression to confirm his hypothesis, asked again, a pity, I was dying of curiosity. My next question is, how did you know we would come, and why did you wait for us? Or rather, why did you cause all this for us to come here? That question caused the same reaction as the previous one about pretending to be a berserker, especially between Kampa, Fuwa, and Fit, who even felt some fear for what lay behind the question. How could this strange unknown mortal know the god of destruction and his advisor, know that they would come, and their precise moment of arrival? They felt chills. Broly, with a slightly more serious expression, said, It seems impossible to keep secrets from you. This time how did you find out? Vados, satisfied for having guessed right again, said between laughs, I guess it's woman's intuition. Hey Vados. I hope you finished asking your questions, because I'm going to destroy him right now. Broly, without feeling intimidated by Kampa's statement, said, Oh why? If I have been a very good child. Besides, are not you curious to know how I knew you would come? Kampa, angrier than before and releasing all his power for anger, I don't care anymore, I'm tired of listening to you. Why do I have to destroy you? Let's see. You are a time bomb that can destroy hundreds of galaxies. You have shown on this planet that you are a dangerous and evil being. In addition, you manipulate time, which in itself is already a serious crime. However, your most serious crime is to manipulate everything to make me come here just when I was eating and made me bleed more than once. Broly, with the same relaxed attitude as before, said while putting his hands on his back, If I were you I wouldn't do that, you will not get anything good to do it. The god of destruction interpreted those words and gestures as an act of arrogance, acts of arrogance of a mortal towards a god. Kampa, so furious that the veins of the front swelled up, he shouted as he put his hand in front of Broly, Shut up. Kampa in his hand concentrated a Hakai energy sphere and was about to throw it. He was willing to eliminate Broly, reducing him to dust. But at that moment Broly moved the hand on his back to put it near the Hakai sphere of Kampa and said, For your own safety, I wouldn't do that. From the hand of Broly that was right in front of the Hakai, something appeared, something round and green. At cat. Where I am. What happened to my body? It was a talking head, a bruised head that belonged to a chubby, green person, with white hair and long pointed ears. Ah! Compa! Stop! Stop please! Compa, who had realized the identity of that head, shouting even more strongly, and withdrawing his hand. FUWA. What are you doing here? What happened to you? Chapter 41. A few moments before. Broly with the same relaxed attitude as before said while putting his hands on his back, if I were you I wouldn't do that, you won't get anything good to do it. It wasn't a gesture of arrogance, at least not at all. It was a totally premeditated act, for which he was preparing long before reaching the planet Sadala. Broly upon putting his hands on his back, without anyone noticing, one of them disappeared. His hand had been transported to the Formless Realm, but, he didn't do it to attack Compa, it was something more intelligent and effective to stop a god of destruction. Sacred World of the Kai. Fua and Fit, with their faces full of bruises and scratches from the previous fight, watched the situation on the planet Sadala with the crystal ball. They were astonished and terrified by everything that surrounded Broly, too strong, too smart, too unpredictable, too mysterious, too dangerous. However, they were relieved, because it seemed that Compa, the other most dangerous person in the Universe 6, was willing to do his work. Fit, wiping the sweat off his forehead said I have no idea what's happening, but I'm glad now it's over. Fua without taking his eyes off the crystal balls said yes, I'm not too sure either, but it's a relief. Further. At that moment, without either of them noticing, a huge hand appeared in the sky just above Fua's head. Broly days before had visited the sacred world of the Kai, in that place Broly toured, trolled the Kais, but above all he created an ambassadorship of his formless realm that covered the entire planet. The ambassadorships are fragmentations of the N and therefore of the formless realm in a specific place. Inside the ambassadorships, Broly was able to monitor everything, as well as use all the powers that formless realm has in that location, even if he is not in that place. In short, Broly was spying on them all the time. Among other things, Broly's plan was to use the elite of Universe 6 to awaken his legendary Super Saiyan powers. He knew that if he were to awaken his powers, his intense energy could be felt throughout the universe, even in the sacred world of the Kai, just as it happened in Dragon Ball Z in the battle against Majin Buu. Therefore the Kais would entice him. If he showed them that was somebody powerful and dangerous to the universe pretending to be a maniac without control with strange power that may disappear all around him and at the same time a time bomb that can destroy galaxies, they would call Compa to take care of him. The combat against it would probably allow him to reach the state of Legendary Super Saiyan, but not the Legendary Super Saiyan full power, so he needed the help of someone stronger than him, and that someone couldn't be other than the god of destruction of that universe. Broly could hear the conversation of the Kais calling Compa thanks to his ambassadorships, as well he heard the answer of Vados explaining the approximate time when they would reach the planet Sadala. He just had to make time until then. However, it was very likely that at some point in the fight Compa would use his Hakai or simply overcome him, that is why he had prepared the best possible hostage. The Supreme Kai whose life was linked to the god of destruction. If the Supreme Kai died, he too. Further. Finally, he does something useful that's scandalous fucking, lazy and idiotic f. At that precise moment Broly's hand, which had been teleported to the ambassadorship, grabbed Fua's head and due to the difference in power, he absorbed him instantaneously into formless realm, without being able to finish the sentence. Fit was looking forward to what would be the next insult, and surprised by the silence looked for Fua. Supreme Kai, what are you going to say about? Hey. Supreme Kai. Where are you? He said trying to find him around. Fit tried to find him, but he didn't know where he had gone, especially in such a delicate moment. Are you trying to get away from work? However, his search wouldn't last long, because seconds later, a very familiar voice emerged from the crystal ball. At Cat. Where I am? What happened to my body? Ah. Compa. Stop. Stop please. Fit saw with bewilderment and with his eyes out of their sockets, as in a crystal ball appeared Fua, or rather, his head. Ah. Supreme Kai, how did you get to that place and what happened to your head? Nowadays. Ah. FUWA. What are you doing here? What happened to you? Compa shouted, terrified and pushing away the Hakai sphere from Fua's severed head, while King Sadala and his men gagged and immobilized saw the most bizarre thing of the day, and Vados, with extreme seriousness, put himself on guard for the first time. At that moment, while Compa was moving away the most powerful destructive energy in the universe, a finger appeared near that Hakai sphere and from that finger, a big green energy beam appeared and enveloped the sphere, making it disappear among that green shine. Compa, who was still terrified by what could have happened, couldn't react to that last attack, so his cold sweat increased again. On the one hand he was glad he hadn't been hit by that attack, but on the other hand, he was disconcerted by the fact that someone could make his Hakai energy disappear in that way. Vados and Compa looked intensely at Broly and he replied, "That thing was dangerous, I just wanted to make sure it didn't hurt someone." Those words didn't reassure Compa or Vados at all, which looked at Broly as if he were the most dangerous person that ever lived. Compa-sama is in trouble. His magical abilities are extraordinarily disconcerting. I had never seen or heard of something similar. When has he kidnapped Supreme Kai? A few moments ago I had spoken with him. Compa, watching Fua's cut but alive head, full of wounds and bruises, shouted with fear, indignation and impotence. He knows, this damn mortal knows that if Fua dies I too. Damn. 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 Demon. Let him go. What have you done to Supreme Kai? How can he stay alive with the head alone? In addition, why have you tortured him in that way? You are evil. A psychopath. Compa shouted, since he didn't know what to do to get out of this dangerous situation. Hey. I didn't hit him, he was like that when I brought him here. Compa, who didn't expect that phrase, which seemed sincere, asked Fua, is that true? Fua, with enough problems now that he was a talking head, with shame replied, yes, you will see, a few days ago I and Fit had a discussion, one thing led to the other. Yes, a fascinating and beautiful story in which I am not involved at all. I just wanted us to calm down a bit. I didn't come to kill anyone, much less Beerus's brother. I wouldn't want him to be mad at me. He did me a big favor years ago, said Broly, returning Fua's head to the formless realm. I have given him to understand that I can dispose of his life whenever I want, so he won't do anything hasty. I have given him to understand that I don't want to do him any harm, so he won't be in too much trouble. I have also called his brother, so he will quickly change the topic of conversation I want. Beerus? Do you know him? Vados returned to his usual carefree attitude and happy to know his brother, said I don't know what your relationship with Compa's brother is, but that explains many things. The reason why I cannot find anything about you is because you are a scion of the Universe 7, true. Oh, you've been spying on me? Vados-chan ECCHI. Broly said, trying to create a cliché comic gag of anime, it's a joke, I just wanted to call you to have a good fight with Compa and get this transformation. Of course also to greet Beerus's brother and Whis' sister. Compa, with a face of few friends, but holding back because he didn't know what had happened with the Supreme Kai, he said, I don't know how you have come to this universe or what you are looking for. I don't know what your relationship with my brother is, or because he has not destroyed you, but I don't care. You are a danger to this universe and we don't want you here. Broly crossed arms showing some indignation and moral superiority, said, you are very unwelcoming, our universes are supposed to be brothers, don't worry, I was going to leave after greeting. But above all, why am I a danger? I may have caused some other problem, but I don't remember doing anything evil since I got here. At that moment, a great roar sounded next to where the conversation was coming from. It was King Sadala, who was using all his strength to speak, despite being muzzled by Broly. Broly turned to him and said as he stopped his immobilization, UPS, I had forgotten about you, do you have something important to contribute to this conversation? King Sadala, who understood that he couldn't defeat him, extremely angry, tried to vent himself with the words, you haven't done anything wrong. You killed hundreds of people when you destroyed a ship of Frost's Peace Corps, and you also killed him, the greatest hero in the universe. You have made disappear more than half of planet Sadala and all its inhabitants on a whim, there is no one left but us. And you dare to say that you haven't done anything wrong? You're a fucking criminal and a psychopath. Compa nodded to everything King Sadala said, he loved that people agreed with him. However, Broly didn't agree with the statements of King Sadala, that's defamation and slander. To begin with, I've never killed anyone in my life, life is too precious to waste it. The reason why I made almost all the planet disappear was so that there were no collateral victims when Compa came to the planet, and also to look evil for the Kais to call Compa, nothing more. I had planned to return everything to his normal state from the beginning. What? How? So what happened before? I was just trying to make you furious so that you could take out the hidden power that every scion has. Since I came to this planet I have been watching you. I don't like monarchical systems, but I respect you. You have done good management of your people, and when they were in danger you have behaved like a true leader. You are thousands of times better than a certain scion king with a beard in the shape of a cock in my universe. Consider it my payment for all the problems I have caused, so. Congratulations, I Broly the fucking legendary Super Saiyan, I'll name you the first Super Saiyan of the Universe 6, said Broly, applauding and materializing a mirror in front of King Sadala. King Sadala, who due to the rage hadn't been aware of his own transformation and looked in the mirror amazed by what he saw, his appearance was similar to that of Broly's previous transformation. What the hell is this? Super Saiyan. Are all Saiyans able to do this? The answer is yes. When a Saiyan reaches his limit and has a calm heart, having a great moment of anger is able to reach this transformation, for the normal Saiyans multiply the power by 50, although it has much more potential than this. You will learn about it little by little. King Sadala was perplexed by Broly's explanation. He would never have thought that his race had such a great secret. He had always been extremely proud of being a Saiyan, a pride that could be considered fanaticism, but now, it had become a fucking religious adoration. Who could deny now that the Saiyans were the most powerful race in the universe? Even Vados was surprised to learn about this transformation. It wasn't very normal for a mortal to have such power. Broly sighed, as if he was exhausted from a long day of work and said, "For now I think it would be better to prove that I wasn't lying, I will return everything to normal." Broly snapped his fingers and almost instantaneously, all the green energy that covered almost the entire planet disappeared. The mountains, trees, rivers and cities that had disappeared devoured by this green energy resurfaced again. In the same way all the people who had been devoured appeared unharmed in the same position, as if it hadn't been a second since they disappeared. Nobody understood what had just happened. It seemed a terrifying miracle. I know of another big and muscular man who did something similar. Although it was the opposite. Chapter 42. King Sadala, I don't wanna. What happened? I'm fine. Where is King Sadala? Said the bodyguard who protected his king from Broly attacks and was absorbed into the formless realm. Our bodies have returned to normal. Shouted hundreds of people at once. I thought you were dead. Some friends hugged each other, since they saw themselves disappear moments before. What happened with the battle? Where is that monster? Said some officers that were too committed to their work and obligations. I don't know very well what's happening, but I noticed two great keys not far from here. One of them must be Broly, and the other looks like King Sadala, but it's too strong to be him, Enzo said pointing to the horizon. Staying here will not help. Let's go to that place. Several officers of both armies shouted. I would prefer to go home, they don't pay me enough for this, whispered several people who valued their lives more. Even so, everyone went to the place that Enzo pointed out to find answers to their questions. King Sadala and his bodyguards watched in astonishment around him. The planet had returned to normal and all the people who had disappeared returned to where they had been devoured by that energy, and were heading to their direction. Do you believe me now? People of little faith. No one has died, there has been no serious material damage and there is no danger of self-destruction. Am I still a dangerous monster? Broly said crossing his arms in indignation and showing off his moral superiority. King Sadala was unable to utter any words, everything was happening too fast, and everything that happened was too shocking. Vados and Kampa were also impressed by the fact that everything returned to normal, they had never seen a skill like this. What the hell is this boy? How is he able to do all this? Kampa, no matter how much I hated to admit it, Broly was right. Not counting his ability to slow down time, there was no official reason why the god of destruction shouldn't eliminate him. He hadn't destroyed any planet or killed anyone despite being able to, that wasn't the way of acting of a psychopathic killer. However, he didn't care about the lives of those mortals, he was more worried about another reason. And what have you done with Fua? Where is he? Broly had shown that he didn't kill anyone, but you never know what someone can be capable of when he is cornered. That was the advice that Vados has sent telepathically to Kampa. He knows the secret between the god of destruction and the god of creation. Even if he frees him, we don't know when he can kidnap him again. If I'm not mistaken, he did it the moment he put his hands on his back, so he can do it at any moment. It is better not to provoke him. Don't worry, before I go I'll give you the chubby back, have some patience until then. Oh. My fan club comes to see me, said Broly looking at the horizon, from where thousands of people of all races came. King Sadala. Thousands of Saiyans shouted at the same time, happy to see that their beloved king was perfectly, although a little changed, especially his hair. It seems it's not my fan club, said Broly jokingly. Hundreds of Saiyans approached Sadala and asked anxiously, King Sadala. Are you okay? What has happened to you? What has happened to your hair? Is that green giant Broly? King Sadala tried to explain what had happened, why his hair was blonde, why they shouldn't not attack Broly and who were those two people. If you excuse me, I'll take care of the explanations. Broly, knowing that the explanation was extremely long and complex, and knowing how little patience Kampa had, he decided to explain it, in an unconventional way. Papa. By saying those words, in the minds of all living beings on the planet Sadala began to emerge a great torrent and information and images about everything that had happened since the battle began until now, omitting certain details, like sensitive information about the gods. Everyone was shocked, not only by the information, but also by how they got it. This was being the strangest day of everyone's life. What have you done? Asked King Sadala, who was on the verge of a nervous breakdown due to so many surprises and broken abilities. Fuck, do I have to explain everything? I have said some magic words and then everything that has happened until now has appeared in your mind. Use a bit of intuition, I'm not a fucking narrator in an anime, said Broly, who was tired of explaining so much obviousness. After a brief silence in which everyone tried to put their ideas in order. So, Broly is not a bad person. And it's not going to explode either. What a relief, I thought I had come to die again, they said several people at once, who fell on their knees to the ground. Liar. One of the soldiers of Frost's Peace Corps shouted, becoming the center of attention. If you're such a good person, why did you kill a whole fleet of Peace Corps and attack Lord Frost from behind? My brother was on that spaceship. You will not cheat on me, monster. He's right. A companion shouted, who also had a friend on that ship. By the way, where is Lord Frost? One of the officers asked, surprised. I don't see it either, said King Sadala, who had also noticed that detail. Broly, tired of the false accusation, said, as I said before, I haven't killed anyone. But since you don't believe me, with a malevolent smile he raised his hand and said, what if we ask to the culprit directly? A head appeared from his hand, but this time it wasn't Fua's. Ah. Don't kill me, please. Despite the wounds that this severed head had and his harrowing expression, everyone recognized him immediately, Lord Frost. What's wrong? Ah. Broly, as if Frost's head were an anti-stress ball, squeezed him hard, making it impossible for him to talk. He could only scream and keep crying. I haven't given you permission to speak, little shit. Be a good cut head and pretend to be dead, Broly said, squeezing him. What are you doing to our hero? Weren't you supposed to be the good guy? All of Frost's lackeys shouted for the bad treatment that was being given to the hero of the universe. Broly, with a malevolent smile while treating Frost's head like a ball, said. Ha ha ha. Your hero. Are you sure? I'll let you see to yourselves what kind of person your hero is. Broly investigated Frost's memories, which was very easy due to the great difference of power they both had. It was like opening a bag of potatoes using a shotgun pellet with infinite ammunition. He compiled all the information about what happened in the destruction of the spaceship and all his criminal activities over the years, and in the same way as before, he sent all that information directly to the head of all the people of the planet Sadala. This cannot be true, they said. Several people, who were about to faint, were unable to face the truth. But Broly interrupted their trance. Yes, it's accepted, your hero is a fucking trash. These memories will lead you to all the evidence you need. It's your decision to continue being deceived, idiots, or not, but don't bother me anymore with this. It was impossible for many to imagine that all this was true. They had fought side by side with Frost in countless battles, they had bled to protect what they believed was fair together, they had idolized him, they considered him the greatest hero in history. However, it turns out that he was the biggest villain and phony that ever existed. Every second that passed, more people began to accept the truth, everything fit, everything made sense, and the evidence was too solid. One after another they started asking for Frost's head, literally. The situation became so untenable that King Sadala, the strongest among those affected ones, had to establish order. Broly, would you be so kind as to give us Frost to judge him for his crimes? King Sadala said, trying to contain the anger of the crowd. However, Broly put Frost's head back into formless realm, since he had other plans for him. I'm sorry, but I'll take Frost, and hit. I caught them, so I kept them. It is not negotiable. It is my commitment for all the good actions that I have done until now. That answer wasn't from anyone's liking, but, what could they do? They couldn't force him to turn him in, he was too powerful. Besides, did they have the right to criticize and demand something from the person who had uncovered this great conspiracy that had killed millions of innocents? Did the Saiyans have the right to demand something from the person who had shown them that wonderful transformation? King Sadala, who on the one hand didn't dislike the idea of Broly kidnapping the two strongest people in the universe, because he would become the #1 now he can transform in Super Saiyan, asked to pretend concern. At least, could you tell me what you're doing with them? Broly with an evil laugh replied, he, it's a secret. I don't care what you do with that Frost trash. Finish with this of a fucking time, I'm tired of waiting. Kampa shouted from a corner, was about to explode for the time he had that he was waiting. Broly, scratching his head, walked away from King Sadala and the rest and said, now if you excuse me, I have a stressed god of destruction to attend, it is better not to make him angry. Broly approached Kampa and Vados, who were a few meters away, with Fua's head in his big hand. It's a pity that our relationship didn't start in the best way, but I hope we're good friends in the near future. Friends? Fuck you. You've already made me lose too much time, give me Fua and get out. Don't be so grumpy, as compensation I'll give you some good dishes that can only be found in Universe 7, food that not even your brother has been able to eat. The best food that exists. Are you interested? Broly said with the face of a malevolent fox. Kampa, who was a glutton and was always competing with his brother, looked kindly on this offer. Well, if the food is delicious, maybe I'll think about it. Broly smiled mischievously. Okay, done deal. Catch it. Saying that, Broly threw Fua's head into the air, which was getting dizzy from the turns. AH. Help. FUWA. Vados and especially Kampa were surprised by the sudden action of Broly, but they didn't take their eyes off the flying head. Kampa, fearing that something serious could happen to him, fearing for his own life, when he was about to grab him, Fua's whole body appeared, which crushed Kampa, who only wanted to grab a head, and they fell. At that moment, many bags full of food appeared near Vados, which she grabbed easily, but something else had appeared behind her. It was Broly's hands. They were approaching his head quickly and stealthily. But before he could get close, Vados dodged his movements perfectly thanks to perfectly mastering the Magat no Goki, like the rest of the angels. Shit, I failed. It's been a very good distraction. You have waited for the moment of greater relaxation for both, distracted us with the head of Fua, made food appear near me so my hands were occupied, neutralized Kampa using Fua, and then you have used your strange ability to teleport your hands to touch my. But. Why were you trying to touch my head? Vados said with all the bags of food in his hands with an inquisitory look. It wasn't thing, once Whis told me I would be unable to touch even a hair on your head, so I wanted to try. He didn't lie to me. Ha ha ha. Broly said, trying to make an excuse that seemed credible. Broly. Damned. I'm going to destroy you. Well, now I'm leaving. Don't worry, we will see each other again in the future. Ha 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 ha, said Broly, addressing King Sadala, Vados, and all the others, who watched with the idiot faces everything that happened. That's why I've bothered so much to clean my name and make a good reputation in this universe. King Sadala, who was still overwhelmed by all that strange boy of only 10 years had done and what he was capable of, he could only ask unconsciously, Broly, what are you? Broly teletransplaying from one side to another away from Kampa. What am I? I'm Broly, the fucking legendary Super Saiyan. He said in a badass way before disappearing completely. And don't return, bastard. I will find you and destroy you, and if my brother has had something to do with this, he will regret too. Kampa shouted to the air with his fist held high. After reassuring himself, he went to check the condition of the shocked Fua and said, Fua, by the way, what happened to your powerI? And that's how the acts of Broly, that mysterious Saiyan child of mysterious origin, forever changed the lives of all the people of the Universe 6. The Saiyan that defeated the most powerful armies of the universe by itself. He Saiyan who defeated Hit, the legendary hitman. The Saiyan that uncovered and defeated the greatest criminal in history, returning the peace to all corners of the universe. The kindly Saiyan, but something bastard, who beat everyone without killing them. The Saiyan that initiated the golden age of the planet Sadala as maximum defenders of the universe. The Saiyan of unlimited power that even the gods feared. There was practically not a single place where what happened that day wasn't explained. Soon his exploits became stories that changed depending on where and who told them, stories that seemed exaggerated, but that didn't even get close to what really happened that day. With the passage of time, those stories became a legend. The legend of Broly, the legendary Super Saiyan. Formless realm. Broly, still transformed into legendary Super Saiyan full power, he was floating in his formless realm, contemplating the 7 Super Dragon Balls. Beside him were Hit and Frost. Behind him were fragments of purple hair mixed with some blood, and on top, a sphere of Hakai energy. Blood he extracted from Fua's wounds and his powerI earrings, which he stole before returning him to Kampa. Everything in time stopped, staying the equal as in the moment they entered, without moving, without changing or degrading, without existing. It was a shame not to be able to get a hair of an angel, the most powerful race of the 12 universes. But, other than that, I have achieved all my purposes in Universe 6 for now. Partly thanks to Frost, it seems ironic that it was another Frost demon that caused the awakening of a Super Saiyan. ABD Kampa has done very well too. I only needed one attempt to absorb his Hakai. And I didn't even need to use the Dragon Balls, ha 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 ha. Perfect. Let the next phase of my plan begin. Chapter 43. Universe 7. In an undetermined place in the Universe 7, away from all kinds of intelligent life. A huge, muscular, half-naked young man with green hair, appeared out of nowhere. Obviously he was Broly, who months earlier had created an ambassadorship there to return to the Universe 7 easily at any time. He didn't have a bioarmor like the Frost Demon or Hit, which allowed them to survive in outer space, but it seemed that the thin green layer of energy that covered him, replicated that function. This was a technique that Broly got with his first wish with the Dragon Balls of the planet Earth, and that he continued to perfect over the years, allowing him to stay in perfect conditions in a void of space while he had enough energy. At the same time, he also created a protective barrier around thousands of kilometers similar to that of Babidi, which allowed to hide his ki, in the same way that Babidi did on Earth to hide from the Z-Warriors and the Kais. It feels good to be in your own universe. Although the Kais of this universe are more inept, and the god of destruction is always sleeping at the most important moments. Whatever, time to collect the fruits that I have sown, but before. Broly brought his hand to his butt and it illuminated intensely and intermittently. Seconds later, the tail that had been cut and was still in the formless realm for further destruction, or to frame it, grew back. Broly touched his tail from top to bottom and moved it from one side to the other and trained her in different ways. See this cute reference https, www. YouTube. Come watch. VVF9CB2 Rai90. When he checked that his tail was in perfect condition he examined his body, when he found that he was exactly the same as before curing his tail, sighed in relief. Broly hand healed before because he didn't know if having a tail could interfere with his Super Saiyan transformation, since in the canon history nobody had never seen a Super Saiyan with a tail. And while hugging and caressing his tail he said to himself, "Oh, my tail, my beautiful tail, we will never separate again. Your little brother in front felt so alone without you. It was impossible for me to balance, I always decanted slightly forward. Ha ha ha. Well, enough of penis jokes. It is time to test if it is possible to combine the transformations." Broly, still transformed into Legendary Super Saiyan full power, started his transformation in True Saiyan. However, contrary to what used to happen with that transformation, his muscles didn't increase, rather the opposite. His muscles began to diminish, in the same way that he also did his size, adopting a similar size but more muscular than he had in his first state of Super Saiyan full power. And his green hair turned black again, and his green juggin lit up with a strange green glow, similar to the blue glow of his right eye. Because the True Saiyan form offered a much stronger body, physical changes such as disproportionate muscle gain and different colored hair didn't occur. As in my theory, however. The power multiplier he had now didn't correspond to the one he theorized. The combat multiplier of the Legendary Super Saiyan full power was 24,000, if the True Saiyan multiplied the power by 10, then the true Legendary Super Saiyan full power should be 240,000, but it wasn't like that, it was much less. According to his calculations, this transformation had a multiplier of 15,000, a multiplier much lower than his previous transformation. However, Broly didn't panic, as he understood the reason behind this disappointment. As I theorized, the tail creates incompatibilities with the trigger of the Super Saiyan transformation and at the same time the transformation True Saiyan creates incompatibilities with the transformation itself. That is why I have returned to my phase of Super Saiyan full power. If I were a normal Super Saiyan my multiplier would be 500, resulting from the combination of Super Saiyan 50-inch and the Oozra 10, creating what is known as the Super Saiyan 4, or as I call him, True Super Saiyan. In Dragon Ball GT, Goku after some training, adaptation and the power of the suitability of the script, he managed to multiply his strength in the battle against Omega Shenron, reaching what I believe was the true Super Saiyan 2 100 by 10. So, even if they are incompatible or rather, difficult to combine, it is possible to reach a higher level. I still have a lot of room for improvement, it's a shame, but I'll need to work hard to combine my transformations. For now it is not as powerful as my Legendary Super Saiyan full power, but it allows me other very succulent advantages. Let's test how my two invasions work at the same time. His Juggin and right eye shone at once, one with a green light and the other with blue light. Broly in True Super Saiyan full power concentrated his formless realm to the maximum and activated his invasion, as it should be in outer space. However, if someone at hundreds of miles looked in the direction where Broly was, he could appreciate that the light around him seemed to have curved, as if there was a huge gravitational field around him that subtly deformed it. At the same time, it seemed as if the image of Broly had frozen, as if it was paused, or at least that's what it looked like. It wasn't Broly who was paused, but the time around him. So it looked like if he didn't move for the outsiders, even if he was the only one not affected by that slowing down of time. This was the ability Broly used to face hit during his long fight on Sadala planet to increase gravity, transformed into True Saiyan. At the same time this was also the ability that Broly used to face hit and Compa to slow down the time when he was transformed into Super Saiyan. This is his ability, Invasion, which varied in effect depending on the transformations that were active. Or rather, the realm that he had activated, which were reflected in his eyes. Invading with his different realms the dimensions that superimpose it, imposing its laws on those same ones. Each eye represents a realm. Each realm represents an aspect of reality that Broly can control in his dimensions. Every aspect of that reality can be manifested in the normal world through a different transformation. Each transformation is reflected in the eyes of Broly as a glare of different color. Each color represents a different effect that you can use with invasion. The first realm that Broly created was the formless realm which resided in his Juggin. Before formless realm there wasn't thing, until space was created as the first proof of its existence. Since the only thing that existed in the real formless was space, and that Broly's first transformation was the true Saiyan, transformed into true Saiyan and with a green glow in his Juggin, could activate invasion. Broly with these conditions is able to impose the space laws of his formless realm and control the space around him, and those impositions were in all the dimensions close to him including hit dimension. Among many of the skills he could use with this skill, the most characteristic and used was his passive ability, which allowed to increase the gravity using the manipulation of space. According to this theory, gravity is caused by a curvature in space. These curvatures occur mainly when an object with a large enough compressed mass exists in space. This curvature will cause objects with a mass and speed lower than this object to be trapped within that gravitational field. With this Broly was able to increase that curvature by imposing it on the space around him, increase the gravity depending on how much he concentrated his formless realm. The maximum possible that could increase was the gravity to which Broly has been able to support for 9 minutes or more, before reaching Universe 6, the maximum he reached was 900 times Earth's gravity, being the only one not affected by that condition. The second realm that Broly created was the form realm, which he created in the 2 years he spent in the hyperbolic time chamber. In that time Broly using the information obtained with the magical abilities that he had obtained, the investigation on the time machine of Dr. Amori and to the temporary difference that existed inside the room. Broly was able to create a realm where he had absolute control of time, although for certain conditions, such as not having obtained his Super Saiyan, he hadn't yet been able to enter, despite being his absolute master and creator. The invasion ability of this realm was activated by the use of the S cells, or rather, in the Super Saiyan state, reflected in his right eye as a blue glow. The form realm using the formless realm as a medium, projected the temporal abilities to the outer dimensions to impose his laws. The passive ability of this skill was to slow down the time depending on the concentration of the formless realm, even stopping it completely. The slowdown depends mainly on the concentration and power of the person within the area. It wasn't necessary to fully concentrate the formless realm to completely stop the time of someone like King Sadala, while it was necessary to concentrate it to the maximum to slow down Kompa a bit, while it had no effect on Vados. Both passive abilities, despite having their differences, both use the concentration of formless realm to impose their laws on the dimensions on which they have contact. Something similar to the pressure exerted by water on living beings when they dive. Great, I'll have to work harder on my other dimensional skills. Another one of my many things to improve. However, this transformation despite having less power, for now, with these skills may be more interesting than the legendary Super Saiyan full power transformation that I will also have to improve. I have so much to do. Good luck, I have time to spare before Saga Z begins, Broly said as he pushed back his invasions, extinguishing that brightness in his 2 of 3 eyes. Broly moved away a little more towards the emptiness, stopped emitting energy disproportionately and after verifying that there was no one around him he opened his hands and in front of him. 7 orange objects of planetary size with red stars in their interior appeared instantaneously. Wow, I've released a lot of space in my formless realm, it's like when I emptied my hard drive of pornography, in the previous life. Hahaha. It is better to hurry with my wish, before someone realizes that I have stolen the Super Dragon Balls, the Dragon Balls capable of granting any wish. Let begin. Broly in the language of the god said, Super Shenron, come out and grant me my wish, Chanmuk. A few seconds later, the red stars began to glow brightly, and they moved, placing themselves in an hexagonal way with the 4-star Dragon Ball in the middle. After that the Dragon Ball began to shine with an impressive force, they seemed to shine as much as a supernova. From that explosion of light appeared a titanic dragon with a pure yellow color with a gold tone on his body. He has bright crimson eyes, large bat wings instead of the feathery ones around the species he has been designed from, coincidentally has no legs, and spikes around his tail. He is incomprehensibly large, shown to be many times more colossal than the multiple amount of galaxies between universes 6 and 7. This was the Super Shenron, without question the largest and most powerful eternal dragon in the entire Dragon Ball saga. Broly impressed by the great visual spectacle and imposing appearance of the Super Shenron. Wow, this is real fucking dragon, and not the lizard of the earth, although it lacks some muscle. Whatever. Super Shenron. My wish is. Chapter 44. My wish is. To be able to create my own Dragon Balls, and almighty Dragon Balls like yours that only answer before me. Dragon Balls on which only me can have authority over them and their desires, that not even God Zalama can do anything about them. Let them be my own absolute power and nobody else's, said Broly to the huge Super Shenron. Moments later Super Shenron's red eyes lit up, signal that he was fulfilling his wish, and instantly Broly realized that something had changed inside him. He had gained a new power, and the necessary information about how to use it. Finally, I have finally achieved it. After fulfilling the wish, Super Shenron among a great multitude of lights, introduced himself again into the Super Dragon Balls, which were dispersed again between universes 6 and 7. After fulfilling his wish, Broly, who was a foresight person, left the scene of the crime. Although no one found Zamasu fulfilling his wish, you can't be 100% sure if anyone could have seen you. Planet Earth. Broly Island. Broly appeared in the air, in the living room of his beautiful and futuristic island. He teleported right into his favorite chair, where he practically fused against the mattress, and with his eyes closed as if he were about to sleep he said. Finally. I've finally achieved it, and in record time, the most important step of my plan has been fulfilled. Why did Broly ask for this wish? Broly from the beginning, even from before reincarnating, always wanted to have in his arsenal the ability of a reality warping, a power that would allow him to alter reality at will, which would allow him to do the world above heavens, stand that he couldn't get because of a certain god. Broly's first thought when he thought about the wish he was going to ask to the Super Dragon Balls was an unlimited and almighty reality warping. When he asked his wish for knowledge to the normal Shenron, he changed his mind. He realized by the knowledge he received that no matter how powerful the reality warping of the Super Dragon Balls was, they couldn't grant a reality warping superior to the one they have. Things like, ask for all the wishes, the unlimited wishes that I want, whenever I want without conditions or limitations, it wasn't possible, unless you want to limit the power and reach. In fact, in case he asked to have a reality warping, the desire that Super Shenron would grant him would be to have the ability to create Super Dragon Balls. For that reason, he preferred to specify in more detail the characteristics that those Dragon Balls should have. For years I haven't used the Dragon Balls for almost nothing. Not because I had forgotten, not because I am extremely humble, or because I didn't have useful desires to ask. Wishes such as, improve myself at different levels. I haven't done it because it wouldn't be my power. It wouldn't be very different from borrowing a power from another person. Do I know if they can take it from me in any way? Do I know if I could control it as if it were really mine? Do I know if I can improve it? No. I don't want to modify my body or powers if that modification hasn't been by myself or by an extension of my power, as are my Dragon Balls. It may be pride, it may be arrogance, but my power should only belong to me. In addition, it is something extremely necessary for the future. Broly, after resting for a while in his favorite chair while his other clone with one of his power joined him, forming again the 100 Broly, he got up and went outside to a training area made of Kachin, like almost the entire island. Island that was covered with Kachin to resist any possible attack, or training, with a protective barrier that has the purpose of preventing anyone with a low level of power from entering, and making it impossible for anyone to see what it was there inside, especially Kami. The first impulse of anyone would be to create the Dragon Balls, but I am not like others. The greater the power of the creator, the greater the power of the Dragon Balls. First of all, my potential power is infinite, and whenever I become stronger the Dragon Balls will become more powerful too, but it is better to start from the best possible point, so now that I have reached my Super Saiyan, I have fulfilled the conditions to unlock my next transformation in the easiest way. It's time to become an underaged god. In manga, film and anime, we have seen two ways in which a Saiyan can archive divine ki. 1. Train hard under the supervision of a superior entity such as a powerful and mysterious effeminate baby sister angel, as Vegeta did for months. 2. Through the ritual, which requires 5 righteous Saiyans to perform and a 6th Saiyan to channel the ritual and ki into, where the 6 righteous Saiyans must hold hands in a circle and transfer their ki into the Saiyan who is becoming the Saiyan god. There were 2 options, however. Broly had several problems. He didn't have at his disposal a generous angel trainer who wanted to train him for free, and he preferred not to have it for now. To be able to keep certain secrets, not overly change the story, and above all and not have to depend too much on another, he wanted to surprise them when they found he was God. He also didn't have 5 Saiyans at his side to perform the ritual. So he should wait several years until Goku, Vegeta, or he reproduced or go to the planet Sadala of Universe 6 to recruit them for this task, but as with the Dragon Balls, he wanted that power to be his from the beginning, without having to depend on anyone. Besides, he didn't want to wait so long. Broly certainly had it very difficult to complete his objectives with the conditions that he had imposed himself. It seemed impossible. Those are the rules to become Super Saiyan God, but I have never followed the rules. I use the conditioner and then the shampoo. I travel on the train with my mobile in airplane mode. I put the plants indoors on the terrace. etc., etc., I'm a bad boy. I was born to break the rules, I am a rebel. Broly transformed into Super Saiyan and immediately created 5 clones, which were put in the same position in which the ritual of ascension to Super Saiyan God should take place. He was planning to perform the ritual with himself and copies. Normally this would be impossible to work, since 5 different Saiyans are required. Or rather, 5 different keys from Saiyans. Broly's idea was to modify the signature of his life energy in each of their bodies to make them look like different people. This is the same strategy he used in his younger days to download different movies with Megaupload at the same time, avoiding the waiting time between film and film changing my IP address. Broly made several attempts in which he tried to find the correct frequency. It was the first time he tried to do something similar to that, and of course it wasn't being simple. In addition, he was finding it very ridiculous to make a circle holding hands with his own clones, something that deconcentrated him at times. There wasn't much success, until blue aura appears around the group, shrouding each Broly in the ritual. Then a yellow flame-like beam was emitted from the group. This was divine energy. The divine energy shoots up into the sky, and golden-colored clouds start to emerge and began to spread across the blue sky, eventually covering it completely after a few minutes. The sea changed into a golden hue as well, becoming violent and forming huge whirlpools. At this moment, the original Broly experienced a significant amount of pain. After this, a blue aura starts to appear from every Broly and eventually transferred it into the original body, who is about to become God through the other 5 clones. After this, another beam shoots up from the original Broly, which causes some of the clouds to dissipate and leave an enormous hole. The weather changed over and over in a matter of seconds, changing from rain, to hail, to a thunderstorm, to clear, during which a few days appear to pass, to snow, and clear again. When the climatic change is finished, the figure of Broly that floated in the air surrounded by a red aura that didn't allow to see his silhouette, dissipated. And when that aura was dissipated, Broly appeared. His appearance had changed once more. His hair had turned a color between red and orange without bristling in the least, despite being in his Super Saiyan transformation. His muscle mass had decreased, making him more defined. His eyes become more detailed and the irises become red, but not a violent red. They transmitted in great tranquility. The overall body structure appears to be younger and thinner in frame and build, which was a lot to say for a boy of just 10 years old. His aura looked like a furious fire dancing around him, and his left eye lit up with a strange red glow too. Broly had managed to achieve the transformation of Super Saiyan God on his own. In addition, because the transformation was achieved on its own, unlike with Goku, he didn't need to absorb it or make it his own, as happened in the fight against Beerus, to ensure that the SSG wasn't a temporary and external transformation of which it is necessary the help of 5 other Saiyans. Broly, having created this transformation on his own and being all those keys used for the ritual of his property, the transformation itself also became part of himself. Broly, in a single movement, in less than half an hour, had achieved what Goku and Vegeta had both suffered too much. He had obtained divine energy and at the same time, his first divine transformation. Wawawawahawa. Achievement unlocked. Fuck, I'm a fucking genius. My god. I mean, me. This transformation, it's so different from all the other transformations I've had. It is as if you were in another plane of existence. Is this what a god feels all the time? Well, a real god, not the Kais who are so weak that they are incapable of fighting against minimally trained mortals. Awesome. Not only has my ki improved exponentially, but my nan has done it. It's as if the restrictions I have imposed on myself so far are more lax and the advantages more generous. Among other things, he realized that the restriction of only being able to enter 13 of his body had changed. Now he could introduce half of his body. I was wrong at first with my SSG theories. Actually, I'm in my Super Saiyan form right now. However, due to the extreme relaxation that this energy gives me, my hair hasn't needed to stand up, but it has changed color due to the excess of aura. At first I believed that my body was strong enough so my hair wouldn't change color, but it seems that the divine energy works differently from the normal. It is too dense and my body need to manifest externally this kind of dense aura, the combination of my S cells and divine energy. Incredible, my power is overwhelming. I don't know what exactly the power improvement of the SSG is, since there has been no official information about it, but there is no doubt that mine is exceedingly superior to that of Goku and Vegeta. Only this transformation is superior to the legendary Super Saiyan full power several times. Fuck, if I add my true Saiyan to this, my Super Saiyan full power, my legendary Super Saiyan full power and the other transformation I'm speculating. I don't know what power I would be able to reach. This is crazy. Calm. This is now impossible. I will need a lot of training. There are too many incompatibilities, especially for being the legendary Super Saiyan that depends exclusively on anger. There is still one thing left to do. By saying that Broly disappeared completely, he had teleported once more into his dimension. Broly was ready to complete his last realm. Chapter 45. Broly appeared again inside his formless realm, the first realm that Broly created, which had the Jugon as his origin. The formless realm, the green dimension where only space exists and there is no time except for its creator. A dimension whose maximum size was delimited by the N of Broly and whose current size was delimited by the amount of space created by his self-imposed process of creation of 1 cubic meter for every 10,000 of fighting power in the form of energy sent. The main dimension from which Broly either actively, passively based his abilities. Broly floated placidly by his enormous and practically empty dimension, looking from one side to another all the objects that had been introduced inside. Objects that remained in the same conditions as when they were introduced in the realm. The samples that he had obtained, Kachin constructions and other household appliances and products, his beloved Kid 2.0 spaceship, the tens of thousands of senzu beans, food fresh from the oven still hot, that was cooked months ago. Among them, of course, were Hit and the Frost. Broly, as if he were swimming in back style, went to the two of them and with a mocking tone said, "Don't worry, I will let you out of here very soon, more or less." After observing his trophies, Broly teleported to another location of Formless Realm at a very specific location, in front of a very specific item. It was a huge sculpture of over 1,000 meters made entirely of Kachin and covered with a strange glass urn, a sculpture of a colossal, violent and majestic dragon that seemed to want to eat the whole existence. An impossibly humongous, vaguely humanoid dragon with many horns, a massive scary head on its chest, many massive wings, arms ending with claws similar to the giant head in his chest, and a very long serpentine body that seemed to have no end. An aspect extremely similar to Shin Baruwenbao Zakuruga of Kanjiki no Gash Bell. But more refined and without electric beams, and with a third eye on the forehead, like his creator. Something like this. https s5. mkklcdnv5. Kamanga Kakalak 2 Konjikino Gashval 33 Chapter 3 19th The Power of the Golden Book 10. JPG. https s5. mkklcdnv5. Kamanga Kakalak 2 Konjikino Gashval 33 Chapter 3 19th The Power of the Golden Book 13. JPG. This is the model with which Broly wanted to create his eternal dragon. Huge, awesome, powerful and muscular. Yes, muscular, someone like me wouldn't create a skinny dragon. The muscles are masculinity. For years in the manga and anime, even in Dragon Ball Super, muscular characters have stopped appearing, characters that were always present decades ago and are now scarce. However, all the virile men love those muscular and badass characters and crave to see them. The clear example of this is Nanatsu no Taizai. We all love the rough moments of Meliodas and Ban, strong, masculine, with a great personality, background, skills and physical power, great characters that have been developed at all levels for dozens of chapters, but Escaner-sama appears for the first time a few seconds and everyone loses their heads due to an virility overload. That's why Broly, I'm so loved by the audience, that's why I'm the villain with the most films of all. Yes, Broly existed, I've even become canon because of popular demand. Muscles forever. I leave this funny reaction to the opening 3 of Nanatsu no Taizai, it's in Spanish, but the message is clear https www. YouTube. Come watch. VSOC3Z0OGHUM. Broly with his telekinesis moved the sculpture of the dragon to follow him behind and after observing it for a little longer, proud of his work as a sculptor he said. I still cannot go inside, but I want to see my precious form realm again. Broly from his formless realm directed his gaze to another place, another dimension. A huge white and empty dimension with a large palace in the center of it, very similar to the hyperbolic time chamber, since he took it as a reference the 2 years that he went inside to create it, although he couldn't use it for now. A white dimension that seemed to have no end, although it has. The maximum size of this dimension corresponds to the total size of Broly's N, which was huge, so huge that it practically covered the entire universe 7. In the case of reaching the end of the dimension you will appear on the opposite side. A dimension in which time passed differently, perfect for training, even more perfect for training than the hyperbolic time chamber itself. Although with other inconveniences quite limiting for Broly, like the one of not being able to enter yet. Damn. Why would it put such absurd conditions? Well, I probably put them in this way to avoid becoming a lone wolf, to force me to socialize. I hoped that with my divine energy it would be possible to avoid my own bureaucracy, but I see that it's impossible, as expected of me. When I say NO is NO, for good or bad. Well, for now I don't need this dimension either. If something I have to spare is time. Broly stopped paying attention to the form realm reflected in his right eye, since he couldn't do anything within that dimension now and there was no excessive need to do so. Instead, he noticed the dimension of his left eye, the other dimension that until now hadn't even been able to release. He hadn't been able to travel to her, he hadn't been able to develop it, he hadn't even been able to establish the laws of his invasion. However, that was going to change very soon. Broly next to the statue of the monstrous dragon of which he prided so much, both appeared in the void of space. In an infinite void where you couldn't see anything at all, there wasn't the slightest light coming from a distant star, there was no kind of matter nearby, there wasn't the slightest trace of life or existence, it was impossible to detect any key type or presence. It was as if nothing existed in that universe. It seemed so because it was precisely what was happening, there was nothing in that universe except Broly and his sculpture. Because they weren't in the Universe 7, they were in the brand new realm of Broly. A dimension of infinite size, which represented his unlimited power. Finally, my last realm, I need to furnish it but it's quite cozy, Broly breathed strongly with his arms open and said with satisfaction. It smells new. Moments after speaking alone and satisfying himself of his achievements, he turned to his statue. Broly transformed, into his most powerful transformation to date, the true Super Saiyan God. The union between true Saiyan, Super Saiyan and Saiyan God. The aspect of this transformation was a less muscular true Saiyan with the fur that covered his body in a fire-red color, the same color that would also have his hair, tail and eyes. Then he put his two hands in front of the statue covered by the crystalline sphere, and his hands began to shine while reciting a strange spell in the language of the gods, which was a bit long and absurd. When the spell ended, from the hands of Broly appeared golden rays that went towards the statue. The statue that was being saturated with those rays of light began to shine intensely. The brightness intensified every second, until the statue reached the limit and created an overwhelming light explosion that illuminated the vacuum of space. When that explosion of light subsided, the dragon statue inside the crystal sphere disappeared. However, that statue hadn't disappeared, it had been transformed, or rather, it had come to life. In the immensity of that empty dimension, a huge humanoid dragon with different faces, bigger than several galaxies put together, was born. Ah! Despite having increased its size several billions of times, its imposing and intimidating appearance remained the same. The only thing that changed was its color, the base of his body was made of a mixture between golden and greenish color, his fangs were reddish and the rest of wings and pikes were of a bluish and greenish color. Broly looked at the sky in the direction of his new creation and with tears in his eyes spectacular. I think I am going to cry. I always wanted my own dragon. Buah. 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 From now on you will be called, Acnologia. Why? Because I love that name. Ah. Acnologia opened his arms and began to shine uncontrollably until that shine completely enveloped his titanic body. Moments later that brightness was divided into 7 titanic rays of light, which were scattered throughout Broly dimension. Great. Broly was able to see that within those huge rays of light there were spherical objects made of Kachin, spherical objects with the size of a small planet. Those were his own Dragon Balls in a dormant state. My Dragon Balls are huge too, they are not as big as the Super Dragon Balls yet, but, they will grow. The bad thing is that I'll have to wait a fucking year until I can ask for my wish. Hahaha, doesn't matter, I can wait. Now I have my own unlimited universe with my own Dragon Balls of almost unlimited power for me alone. And the best thing is that no one will know. Also, since this is my universe, I have absolute control and I can pick them up whenever I want without even moving a finger. Saying that, 7 planetary objects appeared around Broly, they were the 7 sleeping Dragon Balls that he had created a few moments ago. Ha ha ha. With this my desire realm is inaugurated. And with this, my 3 realms are finally complete. The first realm of all, formless real. Where space was created from nothing. Space, the first dimension that contains all reality, where objects are found with width, height and depth in a relative position and direction, from which events will unfold. The realm of the neither existence nor non-existence, where there is space that contains the objects that will create the events, but not the time that allows those events to have history. Place where only the Creator God above all else exists. Realm that represents the power of his creators over space. The second realm, the form realm. After creating the 3-dimensional space, which can be perceived and measured by mortals, a 4th dimension was created, the time that can be measured, but not perceived by mortals. Time, the dimension that contains the separation and the duration of events within a space. Giving continuity to reality. The form realm is the place to which only a select few have access, gods among mortals for whom time becomes eternal in that dimension. Realm that represents the power of his creators over time. The third and last realm, the desire realm. With the existence of the space that contains and places the objects that will develop the events that make up reality, and the time that contains the separation and duration of events, events that can develop, thus creating causality. The cause and the effect produced by those events that take place in a specific space and time. The desire realm, called in this way by the desires and motivations of the beings that inhabit the universe that unleash the cause and the effect, it is an infinite universe consisting of normal space and time where those who inhabit it exist and develop their existence in a normal way. Realm that represents the power of its creator over cause and effect. These are Broly's three realms. His own dimensions on which he was the absolute God and with which he could impose his laws on other nearby dimensions. I was inspired by this to create this powers http www. Rigpawiki. Org Index. PHP. Title 3 Realms. Broly made a clone of himself and one of them left the Desire Realm to Universe 7, while the other remained in the Desire Realm. Years ago I rebuilt an island. Now I have the challenge of furnishing stars, planets and life a whole infinite universe. It will take many years. But there is still a little something I need to do before finishing my big project. Chapter 46. Universe 7. Planet Earth. A wild Broly appeared in a desert place on planet Earth, an inhospitable place with hardly any vegetation in which there were only rocks and sand, a very characteristic scenario of Dragon Ball Z to have definitive battles with bad guys. Which meant that the planet Earth wasn't yet overly populated, and that our Z warriors were careful not to cause collateral damage in their battles. Broly walked calmly through this desert landscape, until he reached a specific point, where he stopped. Well, the most appropriate moment has arrived. I knew where you were from the first moment that my end covered this planet. But until now I hadn't had the power to control you completely, and to use your abilities at my will. But now that I have completed my 3 realms and my knowledge of magic has reached a good level. The moment to acquire you has arrived. Majin Buu. Broly transformed into true Super Saiyan God made his Juggin light up with a greenish color, proof that he was performing his space invasion in that area to teleport an object hidden underground. Moments later, in front of Broly appeared a big spheric purple cocoon with vein-like bulges on it. That was the cocoon where Majin Buu was sealed in by Bibidi 5 million years ago. 5 million years ago, Bibidi sealed Buu in this cocoon and left him in planet Earth when it was difficult to control him. Taking advantage of this opportunity Shin killed Bibidi, and as the irresponsible and incompetent god that he is he left the Majin Buu sealed on the planet Terra so that millions of years later, Babidi the doppelganger of Bibidi brought him back to life with the help of Gohan, Goku and Vegeta, who acted as true irresponsibles as well. While Broly watched the huge purple cocoon thanks Shin, your uselessness as Kai will benefit me a lot. What to do? I could absorb him directly into my formless realm, then move him to the Desire Realm and wake him in there to carry out my experiments, but that would make it less interesting. Besides, it's been a while since I gave him a joke, he said, trying to contain his laughter. Broly approached the huge cocoon of Majin Buu and undid his transformation from true Super Saiyan God to simply true Super Saiyan, and began channeling energy into the cocoon. He was trying to awaken the terrible Majin Buu, the final and most powerful enemy of Dragon Ball Z 29 years before he should awaken in the official history. Broly had dispensed with his divine phase because, as in Dragon Ball Z, the divine energy of Shin or Kibito didn't work to awaken Buu. A mortal key was necessary, so Broly was forced to use an inferior transformation. Broly was slowly introducing his energy according to the indications that normal Shenron gave him when he asked for his first wish, elevating his power level more and more, so much so that a certain person noticed. In Kami's palace, Mr. Popo was doing his cleaning tasks, while Kami was walking around Silankuan on the edges of the temple making his usual patrol to observe what was happening in his world. Since Broly left, everything is so quiet. No jokes, no frights, no surprises, and the planet are not in danger of disappearing. Everything is as it should be, Kami said, relaxing placidly in his robotic chair while a tear escaped his eyes for the happiness of that moment. However, that joy didn't last long, since he had perceived an immeasurable energy in a certain location of the planet. An energy so immense that he didn't think it was possible for a living being to contain it, but he immediately noticed that energy he had felt it somewhere before. This cannot be true, Broly has returned and has become more powerful. What's he doing? Kami, accompanied by Mr. Popo, who had also noticed that immeasurable energy, approached one end of the platform which hid an evil and terrifying presence. So terrifying that Kami and Popo were trembling with fear. What does Broly intend to do with that? Kami said as he got out of the robotic chair. Kami continued watching as Broly continued to supply energy to that terrifying cocoon, which was beginning to beat and to expel white smoke from its base. The cocoon every time beat faster and expelled a greater amount of white smoke from its base, the energy contained was getting bigger and bigger and its malice became increasingly solid and deep, and proportionally increased concern and fear of Kami. However, all their fears reached a point of no return when that strange cocoon hatched, splitting in half, a pink smoke was coming out into the atmosphere. To his relief it seemed that the cocoon was empty, there wasn't thing inside, but, looking up, he realized that the pink smoke had concentrated in the sky and had formed a cloud. A cloud that was once gathering and taking shape, until it materialized completely. Forming the fat Majin Buu. A strange being with pink skin, an antenna on top of his head with 3 steam holes on each side, clothed in a purple cape, and a black vest with golden trims. He wears yellow gloves and boots with white baggy pants, also a black belt with a golden belt buckle with the demon mark. He was the Majin Buu that appeared for the first time in Dragon Ball Z. After materializing Buu, with his typical face of happiness and big chubby cheeks that covered his eyes, he looked around and began to do some warm-ups, probably to get minimally in shape after sleeping for more than 5 million years. Once he stopped doing his warm-ups, he started to play in a childish way, doing cartwheels, walking around with his leg or circling around him and applauding himself, ignoring Broly, who had become true Super Saiyan God once again. Seeing the harmless appearance and behavior of Buu, Cammy relaxed a bit, believing that he had exaggerated again. Well, it doesn't seem as terrible as I thought. He's just playing, maybe he's not a threat. I thought the same about Broly, maybe I shouldn't trust appearances. I have become too distrustful with the years. Cammy tried to reassure himself, since the situation didn't seem as catastrophic as he believed at first, until... This is a tragedy. A tragedy. We're finished. It was none other than our dear Broly, who had come to visit his 2 dear friends to give them good news. Shouted Mr. Popo and Cammy, who were shocked by Broly's words, but also by seeing him here, since a few moments ago he was on the other side of the world, and as they were checking he was still there, he hadn't moved at all on the side of that fat and pink being. Are you Broly? Mr. Popo said, trying to understand the strange situation that was happening in front of him. Yes, I'm a Broly clone created to do household chores and study an online engineering career, but that doesn't matter now. We are facing a great catastrophe. Broly shouted, while he shook Cammy by the shoulders. Cammy, shocked by the fear that Broly was showing, asked, is the great danger that strange pink being? Yes. By mistake I have freed the terrible Majin Buu by supplying him with my energy. It is a monster that has existed for millions of years, a practically immortal and invincible being that only exists to destroy, and that over the years was absorbing the evil elements of mankind. Becoming steadily more violent. It is a fucking killing machine, not even the Supreme Kais could do anything against him. Now he's free on planet Earth, and he sure he wants to destroy the whole galaxy. Broly shouted, shaking Cammy's shoulders harder. Cammy, as he was shaken, his green color was turning pale and dripping cold sweat, as he understood the seriousness of the matter when hearing about the Supreme Kais. Even the Supreme Kais couldn't do anything against him? He said, stammering by the panic that was growing inside him. Yes. They couldn't do anything against him. That monster devoured 2 of them and killed 2 others, leaving only one that was saved for hiding. Everything is over. This is the end. Cried Broly like a crazy bitch. Cammy, who had fallen in panic, and full of anger which he directed towards Broly, and rightly, asked while shaking him also from the shoulders, if you knew all this, why the hell have you resurrected Himi? Why did you do it? Why? Broly, still shaking him off the shoulder, said with the same hysterical intensity. There was a sign that said, don't touch. And another, don't supply energy to the Kaken. What did you expect me to do? I am a 10-year-old boy. It was as if they provoked me to do it. I had no other choice. Cammy, on hearing that excuse, was about to be dismayed by fear, anger and helplessness, and in fact if it weren't for the constant jolts of Broly that would be the result, but that was the beginning of his terror. He's going to kill us all, we'll all suffer countless tortures, but especially you, Cammy. Broly said as he pretended that his legs weren't working properly due to fear. Hey. Why me? Why? It's the fucking Majin Buu. He loves kill gods. Whatever their rank is. He will come here and torture you, sodomize you, he will turn you into his little whore, and then he will eat you alive while he laughs. You will suffer a lot. So much that you would wish to die in the first second of the many hours in which he will be tortured with you. We are done. Everyone. But above all you. He cried desperately, being this the best tragic performance of his life. Upon hearing all this story, feel the immeasurable energy that the Majin Buu had and the evil he felt coming from him before birth, Cammy began to have an anxiety attack. His already pale skin turned completely white with certain bluish tones, the antennae retracted completely, he almost looked like a frost demon. His pupils went blank while he muttered incomprehensible words, until he fainted, falling against the floor. Ups. I think that this time my joke has gone too far. I didn't see him from so long ago, that I wanted to make a good joke to commemorate our good moments. Cammy is becoming too sensitive. Cammy-sama. A pale Mr. Popo shouted as he ran to help the fainted Cammy and lamented for fate the planet Earth and all its inhabitants. Bazinga! You have been victims of another of my classic jokes. Ha 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 ha, said Broly, writhing with laughter on the floor. Mr. Popo, with his body frozen and burning with fury at the same time, looked at Broly wanting to kill him, but immediately calmed down while attending to Cammy, and losing all the desire to lecture him, he asked. So that Majin Buu is not so dangerous. Oh, that wasn't a joke, he is extremely dangerous. But compared to me he is nothing. I'll finish him. Ha ha ha. You should see what face you put. In fact, I've recorded it in a video. Look, Mr. Popo, said Broly while showing a movie in which Cammy was fainting. Majin Buu was still jumping around the field, happy and energetic to have left the ball without anyone giving him orders when suddenly. Hey! You! Fucking fat bastard with a stupid face. I'm here. Majin Buu, on hearing those insults, stopped acting in a childish way. Instead, he turned his gaze to where Broly was and opened his eyes with fury. What did you say? Chapter 47. What did you say? Fat Majin Buu, furious by the insult and blowing smoke from his forehead, waved his arms in protest and disapproval towards Broly. I called you fucking shitty fatso. Apart from being ugly, are you deaf too? Broly said in an offensive way to anger Buu. Fat Buu, upon hearing those insults and humiliations, clenched his fists and teeth as he glared at Broly. I'm going to kill you, he said as he expelled a lot of smoke from all the holes in his body. Broly, with his arms crossed and with a defiant attitude, said, you and how many more? Fucking pig. Come here, retarded. I'll make you even uglier than you are now. Uff. Due to the rage, Buu was shedding a lot of smoke, so much that it was difficult to see him. Boom. Buu, who had never been insulted in such a brutal way in his life, could no longer contain his rage and threw himself at Broly with all his strength, quite the opposite of what he always did. He usually played with his adversary before cruelly killing him. Buu was about to hit Broly, but his image became blurry, that Broly was just an after-image. I'm here, fat ball, said Broly, who appeared behind Buu, and slapped him so hard that he made his neck turn 3,240 degrees. And here too, said Broly once more as he teleported his right leg and kicked him in the ass, sending Buu with the neck twisted several meters away, destroying all the rocks in his path. After a few seconds, Buu got up and repaired his twisted neck and dented ass, then he slapped himself on his cheeks and said, you are very strong. I know, thanks for highlighting something so obvious. Come here chubby, I will not move, said Broly, provoking him with the movements of his hand, telling him to attack. Buu became angry again due to Broly's provocation and started to release smoke again. However, he didn't act impulsively. Given that Broly had said he wouldn't move, Buu seized the opportunity, and raising his hand he began to create a pink energy sphere, a sinister sphere of energy that seemed to have enough power to destroy the entire planet. You said you wouldn't move, so, take this, Buu said, throwing his most powerful destructive technique. Broly watched passively as the planet-destroying sphere fell away from Buu's hand. I said that I would move, but I never said you wouldn't, he said sarcastically as his juggin lit up with a green light. Space invasion, shambles. At that time, Buu and the energy sphere that he had just thrown exchanged positions, with which his energy sphere was now right behind him. Buu said as he stared at his surroundings, wondering, not understanding what had happened. He didn't remember being in that position and his energy sphere had disappeared. Pum. Ah. Before he could realize it, his own energy sphere hit him in the back, and he was being devoured by her. While Buu was fighting to not be destroyed by his own attack, Broly gave him a little help. Mini Omega Blaster. Broly threw a small green energy sphere into the energy sphere created by Buu, making it explode. Boom! When the smoke from the explosion subsided, the only thing that could be seen on the floor were a bunch of pieces of pink flesh that had once been Majin Buu. In the eyes of anyone who didn't know him, it would seem that this monster had died, but that was because they didn't know anything, because moments later these pieces of pink flesh began to gather, until Majin Buu materialized again. Oh! Spectacular, seeing this live is awesome. What have you done? Why did my attack hit me? Buu said, annoyed by the attitude of Broly, who wasn't surprised or frightened, and because he hadn't understood how his attack had reached his back. As much as I told you, you wouldn't understand, you're too stupid, said Broly, mocking and telling him to attack again. Uff. Buu once again blew smoke through all the holes in his body like a teapot. I'm tired of you making fun of me. Buu stopped playing and rushed towards Broly with his two fists in the air at maximum speed, avoiding releasing an energy attack for what had happened seconds ago. Broly True Super Saiyan God without moving from the place where he originally said he wouldn't move, he made his right eye light up with a blue color and activated his passive time invasion skill and shouted. The world. At this moment the time around Broly stopped completely, including the one of Buu, who remained in stop time floating in the air with his fists in high in the direction of Broly. At this moment Broly took out a permanent marker from his formless realm and teleported the upper part of his body next to Buu, and drew penises and insults all over his body. Broly undid his, the world, and time went back in a normal way. Buu kept moving towards Broly, who didn't have the upper half of his body. Buu, by the inertia that had passed over the legs of Broly, crashing on the ground. When he got up the first thing he saw wasn't Broly, it was his reflection, because Broly had materialized and held a large mirror in front of Buu with his telekinesis. Buu looked at his face in the mirror and was angrier than ever, so much that he didn't know how to put it into words. Ha 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 ha. Besides, Broly's laughter didn't reduce his anger at all, just feed her. Buu without further delay stretched his arm as if it were rubber to hit Broly in the face. Launching energy attack seemed dangerous, approaching him seemed useless, so this was the idea that came to mind, attacking him at a distance with his body. Buu's Gomu Gomu no Pister was about to hit Broly, but he teleported his fist close to his face, and rejected the punch with another one more powerful. However, that wasn't a simple punch. What is this? Screamed Buu. Something frightened, he realized that his arm was disappearing, as if a green energy was devouring him and advancing towards the rest of his body. Ha 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 ha. Scared? Did you think that just because you could regenerate you were invincible? No matter how tough you are, I created this ability precisely to defeat immortal and indestructible entities, said Broly with arrogance. Buu kept looking terrified as the green energy spread through his elongated arm, as if it were a poison that was advancing in an unstoppable way through the bloodstream. In an act of determination, Buu tore off his arm, so that the devouring energy didn't spread. Then he regenerated as if nothing had happened, while the arm on the ground disappeared. Oh, nothing bad. But, how much more can you put up with this strategy? Broly said while teleporting his arms near Buu, hitting his arms and legs, making them disappear. Buu with fear in the eyes detached his arms and legs to make them grow again, to repeat that process once again, dozens of times. Ha 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 ha. What fun, you're like a strawberry gum vending machine, said Broly while attacking Buu's limbs. Uff. Buu was scared, and furious. The immortality of which he has always been proud seemed almost useless with that red monkey child. It was very possible that he would end up disappearing, and obviously he was making fun of him. He couldn't take it anymore. I'll turn you into chocolate, Buu said with a terrifying face as he directed his antenna towards Broly, and from here came a strange pink beam, which was heading straight for his enemy, the Transfiguration Beam. The Transfiguration Beam was about to hit Broly, but a few centimeters, something got in the way. It was a huge block of Katchin that became completely chocolate. Oh. Perfect, I'll have candy for months, by the way. Could you make me another white chocolate? Broly said as he took a bite of his giant block of chocolate. Buu was furious at the mockery, but his desperation far outweighed his rage, so he didn't expel smoke through his body and continued to fire his Transfiguration Beam again and again in different ways and directions against Broly. However, everything was useless. Broly was always able to take out blocks of Katchin from the formless realm, materialize them directly or move them with telekinesis to interpose them in the path of his attacks. He was forming tons and tons of chocolate. Hey, can you stop now? There's too much chocolate, and I don't think I can eat it all. I'll stop when my attack hits you, Buu said as he regenerated his arms and legs again, and kept launching Transfiguration Beams. Broly crossed his arms. Well, then I'll have to let myself be hit to finish this comedy, he said as he faced directly the Transfiguration Beam that Buu had just released. But nevertheless, the Transfiguration Beam hit Broly and enveloped him completely. Majin Buu smiled wickedly, thinking how satisfied he would be after eating him. He was practically licking his lips. Are you satisfied already, little pig? Said Broly, which was perfectly, as if it had never been chocolate or another food product. What? Buu shouted, who believed he was living a nightmare. His most characteristic and mystical attack hadn't worked at all. It cannot be true. Ah. Buu desperately threw him several Transfiguration Beams again, but none of them made the slightest effect. It was as if he were immune to everything. Is this all you have? Broly said, yawning as he was illuminated by the pink light of Buu's magic. Buu with his eyes opened by terror recoiled on his own steps. He was having the worst nightmare of his life. He couldn't believe that all this was possible. That monster in the form of a child in front of him was too powerful and strange. None of his attacks did anything to him, and he seemed capable of making him disappear despite being practically immortal. Not even fleeing seemed a possible option. He was completely terrified. Buu, understanding this situation, only came up with one thing he could do. Destroy the planet with both inside. Buu, just like Kid Buu did, he created another huge energy sphere and threw it against the ground. The energy sphere was rapidly advancing towards the surface of the planet. In less than a second it would impact, destroying it completely, and Broly seemed not to be moving a muscle to prevent it. Temple of Kami. Kami, lying on the ground again, woke up, and recovered his greenish color, a sign that he was well. What is happening? Kami asked, trying to get up with the help of Popo. The one clone of Broly trying to answer Kami's question projected the image of what was happening as if it were a movie and said, "Nothing important, that monster is trying to destroy the world with that energy ball." Kami, who still didn't feel very well, observed that projection, and in turn I verified that this was really happening to make sure it was not another Broly joke. However, it wasn't a joke. That monster had created an energy sphere with a huge energy, capable of destroying several planets' Earths, and that energy sphere was about to hit the ground, without Broly doing anything to prevent it. It was the apocalypse. Kami-sama. Mr. Popo shouted, holding Kami, who had fainted again. The sphere touched the ground, and when it hit the surface of the planet, nothing happened. There was an impact, but there was no planetary destruction, not even a miserable hole. Nothing happened. How is that possible? Buu muttered, who didn't understand how his suicide attack against a helpless planet had also failed. However, he didn't have time to ask himself more questions or feel more desperate, because a hand went through his head, and the rest of his body disappeared immediately. I've had a lot of fun. I've got chocolate, check his skills, and I've also been able to test that my causality invasion works perfectly, said Broly, who appeared behind the now disappeared Fat Buu with his left eye shining with a reddish color. Invasion causality is the ability to impose the laws of causality of the desire realm to other dimensions. The passive ability of this skill was to reduce the effect of a cause if the causes originated within the area of the formless realm and the effect occurs within the area of the formless realm depending on the concentration of the formless realm, even nullifying it completely. Although the nullification depends mainly on the concentration and power of the person within the area. With this ability, Broly nullified the effect of turning into chocolate from the transfiguration beam and the destructive effect of the energy sphere. Broly teleported also into formless realm, right where Majin Buu was in a state of stop time with the same frightened face he had before being kidnapped. Ha ha ha, I finally got the jewel in the crown. I must investigate so much about you. The first thing will be to investigate your memories. You have lived for millions of years and devoured 2 kais, sure you have a lot of interesting information for me, said Broly while holding a defenseless Majin Buu by the head. Broly, using his magical abilities and his authority as master of the 3 realms in combination with his Jugon, began investigating the memories and the interior of Buu to find all his secrets. To satiate his curiosity, he began to investigate what were the origins of this creature, since it changed over the years. At first Majin Buu was a monster created by Bibidi, but years later Akira Toriyama said that Bibidi didn't create Majin Buu, he only how to summon the monster and knew how to control him. But whatever it was, Broly was very interested in his origins. Broly kept investigating until, Morrow? Who the hell is Morrow? Broly said, puzzled as he continued to investigate Buu's memories. High-security jail of the Galactic Patrol. Meanwhile, in a high-security cell separated from the rest of the prisoners, a tall, stooped and grotesque figure in the shape of a goat overflowed with evil, smiled sinisterly. However, these weren't the only events that happened simultaneously and that were destined to meet. Chapter 48. Universe 6. In a strange planet in the form of an inverted pyramid surrounded by other planetary objects of different sizes. 2 people. Well. A beautiful woman with white hair and bluish skin and a purple and fat humanoid cat, ate in the main room of the mansion in the center of that little planet. Delicious. All this is delicious. Oh. I had never tasted anything so delicious, never. Kampa yelled as he devoured everything around him as if he hadn't eaten for years. You're right, Kampa-sama. It's the best food I've ever tasted, Vados said as she wiped her mouth with a napkin. Everything that bastard child gave us is out of this world. I had planned to take revenge on him, but after trying all this I think I'm willing to forgive him, Kampa said while brushing his teeth with a toothpick, and continued eating. So we cancel the trip to the Universe 7? Vados asked as she cleaned the dishes with magic. Of course. That boy knew my brother, I must discover what connection they have and if he is involved in his misdeeds. Also, I have to ask that child where he got all this food, Kampa said with fire in his eyes. You're right, Kampa-sama. There is nothing similar in our universe, and they are supposed to be brother universes. But no matter how hard I try to find it, there's nothing like it, Vados said looking at his staff trying to find the source of that food again. That's why we have to go to the Universe 7. Although before that, I'll take a little nap. I'm very tired, Kampa said rising from the table with a dessert in his hand. Vados continued to observe her staff and said, are you sure? Didn't you have to destroy that space beast that devours planets in Quadrant 12? Compa with the same expression as a worker who ends his work schedule at 6 p.m. And that his boss calls him at 5:58 p.m. Replied, why don't you pay HIT to do it, the same as 50 years ago. I have too much money and I don't need it at all, I am a god. Vados stopped looking her staff and replied, I'm afraid that will be impossible, Compa-sama. Why? Are you saying that that beast is stronger than HIT? Compa asked, incredibly surprised and frustrated, since that could force him to work. Hey. You don't remember? Broly swallowed him with that strange ability, it is impossible to hire him now. I thought he had only taken frost. Compa shouted with despair while his dessert fell to the ground. Vados, eating an identical dessert that Compa had dropped on the ground, said, let me guess, you were so upset and bored by the situation that you didn't pay attention to everything that was said at that time. True. Compa red as a tomato for the rage and the shame, since Vados was right. Gur. Damn. Forget the nap, we must go to Universe 7 immediately and recover HIT. Before that little monster does something to him, Compa yelled, furious at losing his best subcontracting power. If he lost HIT, he should do all the work of gods of destruction. Both he and his brother slept naps for decades, so they needed a lackey who more or less did their job of maintaining some control in the universe through violence. For Beerus that lackey was Frisia, and for Compa, it was HIT. Ash. As you say, Compa-sama. But don't you think you should destroy the space beast first? Vados said, sighing due to the laziness of Compa. Broly remained in Formless Realm, investigating Buu and the parts that he had managed to tear off during the fight, using magical and technological techniques. He had only been investigating this strange creature for 8 hours, but for him it had only seemed like a few minutes. He was enjoying this moment too much. Even though I've only studied magic for a few years and I still haven't finished biology career, but fuck, it's easy to realize that this is the most fascinating being that exists in the universe. He is an almost immortal being who can regenerate whenever there is an intact particle of him, practically untiring and with an ability to adapt and modify himself that exceeds practically everything known. He is a being with natural abilities of combat and magic practically insurmountable. Born with a power like the SS3 and like Frisia or Cell hasn't needed to train to reach this level, nor has he needed to study millions of years as Babidi to perform magical abilities such as the Transfiguration Beam. Although his mind is quite chaotic and has a great predisposition for violence and destruction, he can learn complex techniques like teleportation with a simple glance. However, his most impressive capacity is that absorption. The capacity I covet, and the reason why he is here. Broly pressed his forehead with Fat Buu's forehead for 9 minutes. After 9 minutes Broly turned his forehead, and on Buu's forehead. Something very similar to an eye of green energy appeared. Something very similar to an eye of green energy appeared, very similar to Broly's Juggin, but this wasn't an eye that allowed to see its carrier, it was something like a brand with another type of purpose. Perfect, with this you will have no choice but to show me absolute obedience, while I perform the experiments, and then also. Hua hua. Laughed Broly malignly while caressing a stuffed cat. This skill was called Eye of Providence. To perform this skill, he and his target must both be in Formless Realm and Broly must press his Juggin against the front of the target for 9 minutes without moving a millimeter while performing mind control skills. If the conditions have been met, on the forehead of that subject, the mark of a green eye will appear, the mark of the Juggin, the mark of the eye that sees everything, the symbol interpreted from immemorial times as the vigilance and providence of God about humanity. With this, as long as the person with Eye of Providence is in the domain of Broly's 3 realms, he will be absolutely obedient, as if Broly were his god. An absolute god that couldn't be disobeyed. Desire Realm. Broly and Fat Majin Buu appeared around the Omega Dragon Balls of Broly. Fat Buu stood still, as if he were a soldier in front of a general, and meanwhile Broly was circling around inspecting him. According to my theory, the original Buu or Kid Buu was made of pure energy and malignant energy, approximately 20-80 in proportion. With this original form, his power was somewhat inferior to a Super Saiyan 3, but due to his resistance and regeneration, he is superior in combat. Then he absorbed the Southern Kai, which had a power like Kid Buu, maybe slightly lower. Transforming his body to a more muscular one and his personality too by the influence of the belligerent Kai of the South and adding the god's power to his, almost doubling his power. Shortly afterwards he also absorbed the Supreme Kai, also adding the powers and personality of the Fat God to his own and adopting the form he has now, but this brought a big problem. The dominant personality of the Supreme Kai was too kind, and that caused the great amount of malignant energy of the original Majin Buu to be retracted inside Buu. Losing in this way a great fighting power with this last absorption, which was only the sum of the Kai of the South, the Supreme Kai the non-malignant part of Buu. Remaining the power of a Super Saiyan 3, said Broly while inspecting Buu. Years later Buu completely absorbed the two shoddy gods, making his power completely his own and avoiding having to keep them in cocoons in his head, and 5 million years later something very interesting happened, said Broly smiling sinisterly. Then Fat Buu changed his expression and adopted a terrifying face while releasing smoke in an exaggerated way. Thanks to an attack of anger caused by seeing how they hurt Mr. Satan, Fat Buu could no longer contain his evil energy, and this manifested as the evil Buu. That evil Buu had all the malignant energy of the original Buu, part of the pure energy of the original Buu and a large quantity of the power of South Kai. Leaving the Fat Buu with part of the pure energy of the original Buu, the whole part of the Supreme Kai and a small part of the South Kai. I had tried to upset him to provoke that fission during the fight, but it wasn't very effective, said Broly as he watched how inside the smoke that Fat Buu was releasing, appeared another silhouette more sinister. He was the evil Buu. Za Warudo. Broly paralyzed the time of the whole Desire Realm, since within his own domains there were no restrictions on his abilities, they were all absolute. Then Broly teleported the evil Buu to Formless Realm, and after 9 minutes, both returned to the Desire Realm, but evil Buu has changed since on his forehead there was an Eye of Providence, like Fat Buu. Then Buu evil because of his great superiority absorbed Fat Buu. But this time the Supreme Kai personality was no longer predominant, it didn't suppress Buu's evil energy, so he had all the powers of Kid Buu, South Kai and Supreme Kai at the same time. Creating Super Buu, narrated Broly while evil Buu devoured Fat Buu, creating the powerful Super Buu. Later Super Buu absorbed Gotenks, Goten and Trunks, Piccolo and Badass Gohan and put each one in a cocoon. Cocoons from which Buu absorbed their powers slowly, until he had completely absorbed them as he did with the Kais. Luckily Goku and Vegeta went inside Buu and pulled everyone out of the cocoons, avoiding their slow but inevitable death and taking away the powers of Super Buu. Super Buu, when he lost Fat Buu, lost control of his form and part of his essence. After a violent process of regression, he tried to return to his original form. For that reason, he had to eliminate part of the power that he absorbed from the South Kai. For that reason we saw that muscular transformation without control of which he wanted to get rid, although in that process he was transforming part of that power in its own essence. Essence that Fat Buu still had, and to get it, after getting rid of the remaining part of the South Kai, moments later Kid Buu was reborn, the original Buu. Now I will repeat that process, but with a more correct and sensible fission process. Using his absolute mind control he completely manipulated Super Buu's actions, and directed his attention to Fat Buu, inside the cocoon in Super Buu's brain. Broly caused Super Buu to direct all the energy resulting from the absorption of the South Kai towards Fat Buu, modifying the appearance of the Fat Buu, or rather, the good Buu, since it was the Buu without any evil energy. Becoming the bundled good Buu before the power tournament. After several hours Super Buu, with the help of Broly, which supplied him with energy, recovered part of his essence and pure primordial energy without needing to steal it from good Buu. When that process was over, Broly ripped the good Buu off the cocoon and teleported it to the outside. Ah! Ah! Super Buu, having lost part of its power in that way, and in particular a power as important like his other counterpart. A process of regression began, although much less violent and complicated than what we could see in the original version, without a transformation of muscular Buu. Seconds later, Kid Buu had appeared again after 5 million years. Ha ha ha. I am a genius. I just got in good Buu and Kid Buu with the power level of a Super Saiyan 3, which are totally loyal to me, at least in my dimensions. Prodigious, tireless and practically immortal warriors that in the future will follow all my orders everywhere. But that's not important. What matters now is that I have been able to better understand the absorption process. And I made it mine, said Broly with the face of a mad genius who has just succeeded in an evil and controversial experiment. The three returned to Formless Realm and Broly shouted. Assimilation. The green energy of the Formless Realm seemed to come alive and began to surround the two Buus until they disappeared, as if they had been devoured again by the Formless Realm. While Broly remained standing with his eyes closed, at first without any apparent change, with a malevolent smile, and he said with satisfaction, wonderful. Chapter 49. Wonderful. As I said before, life is too precious to waste it. The Formless Realm had devoured Buus for the second time, however, they didn't appear in any other of Broly's dimensions. Broly didn't seem to have had any physical changes and neither had his power increased. However, something had changed in the Formless Realm, Form Realm and Desire Realm, also in Broly's mind. A flood of immeasurable information had appeared in Broly's mind, a wealth of information that made the amount of information Shenron gave him in his first wish a sad joke. It wasn't even information of the same level. It was like comparing the theoretical explanation of a water molecule with the water of an entire ocean. When Broly had asked for the wish, Shenron simply added to his memory information that can be easily transcribed into words, so that they could be studied and recited. However, the information that he had received now, was in a different dimension. On this occasion Broly had understood absolutely everything about the two Majin Buu. Actually, he knew more about Majin Buu than Majin Buu himself, more than Bibidi, he knew as much as the same universe that gave him life. He knew about each cell, each molecule, each atom, each subatomic particle, its position, its history, its function, how they work together. He knew everything. Broly had kidnapped a being from another universe to his formless realm and then had assimilated him, his soul, all his organic matter, all his information, all the laws that made it, and made it part of his own universe, part of the 3 realms. Broly had stolen part of the 12 universes and made it part of his realms. If any of the gods of destruction, angels, or Zeno himself knew what had just happened right now, they wouldn't hesitate to give their lives to eliminate him. What he had just done was something much more taboo than creating new timelines, a taboo that no one had even considered. Broly right now and without anyone noticing, he had become the greatest enemy of all creation. He wasn't very different from a parasite that fed and grew in one universe to feed another. Ah! I've been dreaming of this moment for so many years, and I've finally succeeded. I created my own universe and got the ability to fill it and complete it by absorbing the laws of other universes, to make it grow, Broly said as he watched his formless realm in search of a Katchin block. Broly pointed her finger at the nearby Katchin block and Transfiguration beam. From Broly's finger appeared a pink ray, which hit the Katchin, turning it into a block of solid gold. It's a very convenient technique. The Transfiguration beam not only turns things into food, it can be anything that I wish hehehe. It's a shame that I can only use so few Majin Buu skills, especially when the ones that I'm most interested in are their racial abilities. Having all the information about something doesn't mean being able to do that something. It doesn't matter that an invalid has all the information about running, his body will not allow it. The same happens in this case, my body is not the same as Majin Buu, therefore, I cannot perform many of his abilities, such as absorption or lengthening. A pity, but I'll have to cope, for now, Broly said as he moved peacefully through the formless realm, tearing pieces of chocolate from the Katchin chocolate blocks and eating them, until he arrived in front of 2 people. Hit and Frost. Now it's your turn guys, don't disappoint me, Broly said as he wiped his lips off chocolate. Broly created a clone of himself and both pressed their foreheads against those of Hit and Frost. As with Majin Buu, Broly was implanting an eye of providence to each, to be overly loyal to him. After waiting for the 9 minutes in which the initiation ritual lasted, the mark of a green eye dazzled the fronts of Hit and Frost. It was the sign of absolute submission to Broly within the 3 realms. Assimilation. In the same way he did with the 2 Majin Buu, the space of the formless realm enveloped them and began to devour them. Not only Hit and Frost, also the powerI earrings that he stole, the blood and hair samples of Kompas and Fuwa, also the Namekian samples that he had extracted from Kami in one of his classic jokes. In addition, the Hakai sphere. In the same way, all the information contained within those subjects appeared in Broly's mind. This feeling is wonderful, the knowledge is addictive. Frost hasn't offered me much valuable information, although Hit does. His time skills will be very useful to develop my form realm in a better and faster way. Absorbing the powerI earrings, especially the powerI of a Supreme Kai, has been a great decision. The mysteries of fusion that contain these small objects are something that goes beyond the mystical, said Broly, creating 2 powerI earrings. Broly had all the information about the powerI earrings, therefore he also knew the perfect method for its creation, something extremely easy to do with a good knowledge materialization magic. Especially if it is such a small item. It's a pity that the samples I have collected don't allow me to obtain complete information on everything I need. I'll have to get more samples. Swallow them completely. Make a wish. Or just wait a bit and do a little process of retro-engineering. I think this is the best option. It is not something that I need immediately, it is better that things progress quietly and without looking for trouble, or miss my precious Dragon Balls. As for the other, Broly said while looking at his hand. From the palm of his hand began to sprout a purple-colored energy, a strange energy that conveyed a great danger, as if the act of touching it could end your existence. It was the Hakai energy, the most destructive energy that exists in the Dragon Ball universe. Very fascinating, but disappointing at the same time. They say that he is an energy capable of destroying anything, however, it is not entirely correct. The whole universe is formed by energy and it is practically impossible for one energy to destroy another energy. Energy is neither created nor destroyed, it only transforms. This applies to the Hakai too. The Hakai throughout history, either in the manga or in the anime, has never destroyed anything completely, it has always turned it into dust or light particles. If that had really destroyed it completely, there would have been nothing left and nothing would have come off, either dust or photons. The Hakai has never destroyed anything, it has simply broken down its structure, sometimes at the molecular level, sometimes at the atomic level, but, clearly it is a decomposition. This makes a lot of sense, the only thing capable of eliminating something completely is a reality warping similar to Xenos. While the Kaioshin create matter through the process of molecular or nuclear fusion, I guess that is why they have earrings that allow the fusion, the Haitian decompose the matter through the process of molecular or nuclear fission. Broly created a block of Kachin near him. First the energy is converted into matter, performing a process of nuclear fusion, similar to what the stars do by transforming hydrogen into other gases. Then that material is molecularly decomposed, turning it into dust, as if it were a very fine, precise, quick and sharp cheese grater, Broly said as he threw a Hakai energy sphere towards the newly created Kachin block. Upon impact, the sphere disintegrated the third of the Kachin's huge block, turning it into dust. I need some practice to master it completely. Even so, I don't think I use it too much. It is better to absorb things and put them to good use in my universe, than simply decompose it into dust or photons. He. You could say that right now I am the Alpha and the Omega. Good. It's time to get out of the comfort of my dimension and face the dangers of the Dragon Ball universe. Universe 7. Planet Earth. Broly appeared again on stage where the battle with Majin Buu took place. That field was practically destroyed due to the battle. Everything was a mess. I guess I'll have to do a little cleaning. In addition, pick up what I dropped, said Broly, moving with his telekinesis the cocoon in which Majin Buu had been hibernating for 5 million years. I'll have to do something with this empty egg shell. I cannot leave it like that, someone could hurt himself with it. Jejjejjej. Broly said with a malevolent smile. Broly with his materialization magic created rocks of the exact size that had been destroyed in the place where they should be, and using the transfiguration beam made those rocks join together, completely rebuilding the land. It didn't seem that in this place a few seconds ago, the most dangerous battle that the Universe 7 had witnessed in millions of years would have happened. Then he raised the cocoon of Majin Buu and with great care tried to close it. He was trying to do it in a way that didn't seem to have been opened after 5 million years. Then using his space capabilities, returned it to the same place where he found it. However, before that, something lit up inside the cocoon and created a strange sound, as if some object had just been created inside and had fallen to the ground. Broly had used his materialization magic inside the cocoon, but with what reason? What had materialized? He. I'm dying to see the expression of Shin, Babidi, and everyone when they open the cocoon in 29 years. Ha, it will be hilarious. Well, now it's time to find out a little more about that guy, and I guess this time I'll have to use official media. Moreover, luckily, or unfortunately, I must socialize a little. But I have to do it with care. Broly concentrated a bit and in certain locations within his end to check in more detail what the situation was. Well, it seems I will not have many problems. The fool is here. In a remote and hidden part of the Universe 7. On a small planet in the form of an inverted pyramid. 2 people. Well. A beautiful woman with white hair and bluish skin and a purple and fat humanoid cat appeared from a kind of white portal and advanced through the gardens of that planet while the cat complained about anything that came to his head, and sweated due to the lack of exercise. You're very fat, Vados said as she watched Kampa try to catch his breath after walking a few kilometers. Shut up. Kampa said as he tried to get up to walk again. Until they arrived in front of a large door that delimited the entrance to the garden of Beerus mansion. Stupid brother. Come here if you dare. Hello Kampa-sama, hello big sister. What brings you here on this occasion? Another culinary tasting? Said Whis, who had appeared in front of both, standing between the door and Kampa's attack. Vados replied, maybe, but it's not just about that. Chapter 50. Kami, who had woken up after fainting for the second time, rested in the robotic armchair in which Mr. Popo had left him, and watched the one Broly clone as if it were a mass destruction weapon with leaks rudimentarily covered with chewing gum. This brat will end up destroying this world someday, and not only this world, I'm afraid he's a universal danger. Why should I be the only god who has to suffer in this way because of this bastard? Don't worry Kami, you're not the only god I've met, and of course you're not the only one angry with me, ha, said Broly Clone 1 while eating some chocolate that he took out of Formless Realm. Do you want a little chocolate? Upon hearing that carefree statement carded of ulterior motives, Mr. Popo. But above all Kami panicked, the face he was putting was the same as the one that Piccolo Sr. put on the time Rashi told him that his teacher was Mateto. Extreme terror and a torrent of cold sweat falling from his forehead were the only thing that could be seen on his face. Hehu. Kami stuttered out of fear, he didn't know what to say or how to express himself. He can read the mind. Don't worry, I cannot read the mind, I've only said what I thought you were thinking by your expression and the situation, simple observation, knowing the person and probability. I just wanted to blow you another joke, ha ha ha. Broly said with a big smile and laughing in a carefree and friendly way. Luckily, I don't know what I would do if this demon could also read the mind. I would lose the only refuge where I can do something against him. The only place where I can vent on him. Cammy thought relieved, reassured knowing that he hadn't lost the only refuge in which Broly couldn't penetrate. Or maybe if I can, who knows. But don't worry, if you insult me with love, I may forgive you. Ha ha ha. Broly said in a threatening voice as he looked at Cammy out of the corner of his eye with a malevolent and sarcastic smile. Upon hearing those words, Cammy again put the same face of terror and uncertainty. Then he can read the thought or not? God, living with this doubt is even worse. He did it on purpose. Bast. However, Cammy immediately cut off that thought, as a precaution. Come on, don't get angry. I know you're somewhat annoyed because I woke up that ancestral monster capable of destroying galaxies in moments, but... Actually, I have done it for the good of the planet Earth and all its inhabitants, Broly said, taking out his chest for his well-intentioned actions, showing that he was a hero. Exclaimed Mr. Popo and Cammy, who not only understood why waking that monster was a good thing, and of course, they didn't believe Broly would have done something like that by altruism. Imagine if someone suddenly found that monster and left it free, it would be a great danger. That's why I had to wake him up and kill him, to end that threat. Therefore, from this day to forever, I am the savior of this planet, galaxy, and universe. Where is my medal? Said Broly, rebuking Cammy, as if he had done him a great favor and now they owed him money because of this. Don't think that you want to kill him. Don't think that you want to kill him. Don't think that you want to kill him. Etek. Well guys, we'll see each other again, I have to visit some friends that I haven't seen for a long time. We may not see each other in a while, so take care of your health, Broly said between laughs before teleporting to another point of the planet. Cammy, relieved, confused, angry and tired from everything that had happened, looked down to where Broly had teleported and said. Please, leave, forever. I'm too old for this shit. I need a substitute. Amori Island. It was a small, very small island, whose inhabitants could be counted on the fingers of one hand, a very quiet and silent island, although sometimes. Jocko. I need you to take me to the planet 150023 I read in the guide that you gave me that has some great beaches. For the last time, I am not your taxi driver, I am a super elite of the Galactic Patrol. If you're so keen to go to that place, why don't you go with your spaceship? Jocko said, trying to get into his small spaceship while dragging Tights, which didn't let he go. I already told you that my spaceship was damaged due to a faulty map, because of that my father is repairing it and he told me to forget to go to space for a week. Because of that, I will not be able to write my novel and the delivery time is very close. You owe it to me. Tights shouted as she strangled Jocko, who was trying to get her out of him. I repeat that it's not my fault, the problem is that you don't know how to drive, I shout Jocko as a last resort. Tights was about to resort to violence, in the same way his beloved sister Bulma used to do, even when he knew he hadn't a single chance against him. When she slapped the fucking god of destruction Beerus, for example. However, suddenly someone appeared. Hello guys, how long have we not seen each other? Tights and Jocko shouted at the same time, who didn't notice until now that there was someone behind them, and that someone had a very intimidating appearance. He seemed very young, but even so he was very huge, about 2 meters tall and had giant rocky muscles perfectly distributed throughout the body. His black hair was raised up and his yellow eyes reflected a great savagery, which intimidated anyone who looked at them. I prefer to be in my form of Super Saiyan full power to talk to people, I look taller and stronger but not so changed. If it were not for his characteristic third eye on the forehead, the monkey tail that waved in the air and the voice that hadn't yet changed by not passing puberty. Neither Jocko nor Tights, nor Dr. Amori, who was trying to sleep, would never have guessed the identity of that mastodon. Broly? Shouted the 2 main inhabitants of the island. Ah! The Saiyan that almost ruins my career. However, Tights ignored Jocko's impertinent comment and effusively said. Broly! I haven't seen you for years. You worried me. Wow, you've grown a lot, I almost didn't recognize you. Where have you been all this time? Tights said as she approached Broly without any fear and looked at him more closely, she couldn't believe that this was the body of a child of 8 or 9 years. Badge, I've barely done anything. I've only been training hard to destroy planets of a blink. I have learned incomprehensible magics and powers. I have invoked 3 dragons and created my own. I have traveled to places that you wouldn't even imagine. I have fought against a whole universe and I have saved it. I have trod all the hierarchical levels of gods that exist and I have devoured a pinky monster of chewing gum. But apart from that nothing great, Broly said melodramatically and sarcastically. Jocko, Amori and Tights were stunned, because they didn't know if everything he was saying was true or not, but for some strange reason he seemed to say it seriously. Despite his humorous tone, it also seemed very exciting. By chance I have heard your conversation and I have a proposal. Would you like to go on an intergalactic adventure with me? Planet of Beerus. Maybe, but it's not just about that. Oh, and what is it about? Whis asked intrigued. Normally Compa only came to see Beerus to boast of some exquisite dish he has found in Universe 6. No matter how much Whis tried to remember all the interactions between Compa and Beerus during the last million years, he didn't remember any serious matter except for the periodic meetings called by Zeno-sama and Daishinkan. Both were irresponsible, unable to do their job correctly. Genetics in this case was impressive. Although Beerus was the most irresponsible, that was indisputable. How about we talk inside with my brother while we eat something? I'm hungry. Compa said as Vados looked at him with some disapproval as she showed Whis some bags of food. Oh. I think it's a great idea. However, I think it will not be possible to see Beerus at this time. Don't tell me, Compa said with anger, despair, disappointment, amazement and, without being overly surprised. That's right, he has taken another one of his long naps. In fact he's been sleeping for 5 years, and it doesn't look like he's going to wake up soon, Whis said, finishing the Compa phrase, which was about to burst into anger. That useless, he always does the same thing, when he is needed he is always sleeping, because of his naps Zeno almost destroyed all the universes millennia ago. Should not you prevent him from falling asleep after what happened? Kamappa said, sitting down in the dining room chair. Oh no. That's not my function, I'm just a guide, I cannot force him to do anything. By the way, what's in that bag? It smells delicious. Whis said as he watched enthusiastically the bag full of food. Well, I suppose if Beerus is still asleep you are the only one who can solve our doubts, Compa said as he unpacked the food and offered it to Whis. Whis with the chopsticks began to try the dishes that had been delivered, but some seemed familiar, as if he had eaten something similar before. It's delicious, and I find it something familiar. Is it from Universe 6? Vados and Compa looked at each other. Since they confirmed their theory, it was evident that Broly, Beerus and Whis had some connection. Vados standing in front of Compa asked his younger brother, this food and the name of a Saiyan with 3 eyes called Broly is telling you something? Whis tried to remember, relating the concepts that his sister had named, along with the taste of the food Saiyan, Broly, food, 3 eyes. Ah. Yes. He was a very strange Saiyan, and very strong especially when he was 3 years old and he gave us a delicious meal for having a training match with Beerus-sama. Don't tell me. That's right, we found that bastard in Universe 6, and he just gave us problems. How can you leave someone so powerful and dangerous free and without limitations? There must even be a limit to my brother's irresponsibility, Compa said, complaining about what he understood was Beerus's negligence that ended splashing him in the face. Tell me in detail what happened, said Whis, who had a very serious face. First of all, it wasn't normal that someone, especially a mortal, could travel from one universe to another. It wasn't normal for a boy of barely 10 years old, with the abilities that he saw when he was 3 years old, to be able to earn the title of powerful and dangerous by a god of destruction, much less that the god himself came to see another to ask for explanations. Especially one as irresponsible as Compa. And both Compa and Vados seemed to believe that there was a great connection between them and Broly, when they only met once a few years ago. In addition, from the tone of the conversation it seemed that they had fight and that Broly was still alive, despite having fought against an angry god of destruction. Everything was very strange, although the food was delicious. Let me start from the beginning, said Vados, who didn't trust too much in the explanatory capacities of Compa. Chapter 51. Space Adventure. Where? To a very distant, surprising, exciting place, and maybe very dangerous. Too many have died, Broly said in a scary way. Do you like the idea? Asked enthusiastically, trying to make his plans seem desirable. Tights excited by the idea of a thrilling adventure, but intimidated by the supposed dangers that this adventure could suppose, thought for a moment. Sounds interesting, I think I'll accept. Tights said, accepting Broly's proposal, mainly because she remembered the spectacular ship in which he arrived the first time to the Earth. From that day, she was eager to see how the insides of the spacecraft were, and travel in it too, of course. Jocko listened to the conversation and worried about the safety of her friend, who could die either in that adventure or at the hands of that strange Saiyan they had only seen once, but more concerned about his tranquility and survival. Well, if you already have a driver, I'm leaving. Have a great time. Unlike the rich girls and the barbarian Saiyans, I have a lot of work. The universe depends on me. See you la, Jocko said as he tried to put a foot in his small spaceship to flee from that situation. Don't run away, you also come with us Jocko, said Broly, who teleported behind Jocko with an extremely terrifying face and a malicious smile full of bad intentions. Hitch! Screamed Jocko, who was triply scared by the way that the huge, muscular and wild Broly appeared behind him instantly, by the terrible face he was putting and mostly by what he said. Why should I go too? Since when have I agreed to go with you? Said Jocko moving away from Broly as much as he could. Why? Is it not obvious? It's because we're friends, and friends should go on adventures together and support each other said Broly as if he were some kind saint who would never do anything wrong and does everything for the sake of others. Friends? You and me? Ja. Since when I, a super elite of the Galactic Patrol and an evil Saiyan like you are friends? Besides, I don't believe in nothing you are saying, surely you have a malevolent plan in mind in which you want to use me, and I don't want to be part of this. Goodbye he said one more time as he tried to enter the control cabin of his ship, but, for some reason he could not enter, it was as if something or someone had put a force field. Oh no. Jocko was aware who was the culprit and understood that Broly wouldn't surrender easily, for some reason he wanted him to go to that supposed adventure, with cold sweat looked at the huge Broly and asked. What are you planning? Why do you insist so much on me going with you? Come on Jocko. Why are you so distrustful and negative? Come with us will be funny Tights said trying to convince Jocko to come with her. I refuse. I have a lot of work and I don't trust him. For his fault they ridiculed me and I don't want it to happen again. Tell him to release my spaceship. Said Jocko to Tights pointing to his spaceship protected by an invisible barrier. So hard to believe is that I enjoy your company. Said Broly with a very serious and victimizing face, but trying to endure the urge to laugh. Yes. Jackin said without even thinking twice. You are a very malpensive and negative person, said Tights quite disappointed by the attitude of his extraterrestrial friend. And a racist besides. Of course, since I am a Saiyan he doesn't want to come. Jocko and his prejudices. Today anyone can be hired as a galactic patrolman said Broly following the conversation of Tights, trying to provoke Jocko. I don't care what you say, I will not fall for your provocations or emotional blackmail, Jocko said without being provoked by the words of Broly, hitting the barrier that was around his spaceship. It's a shame, but you only have 3 options. Come by the good. Come by the bad. Come by the Broly style Broly said pointing with his fingers at the possible options that Jocko had. In the Broly style? What is it? By the bad, but much faster and with sequels, said Broly making noise with the knuckles in an intimidating way. Jocko was intimidated by Broly's words but he tried to maintain his stoic attitude because he thought Broly was bluffing. I have a lot of work, I cannot afford to waste my time with 2 small childrens. Let me go to my spaceship. Jocko shouted, since he didn't think that Saiyan was going to do something wild with Tights on his side. Tights was about to reproach him for calling her small children with a kick in the crotch, but at that moment Broly intervened with something much worse. A lot of work? If I'm not wrong at this time when it's your turn to patrol you simply put your spaceship in automatic mode while you sleep, to pretend that you're doing something. Then at lunchtime you go to a paradisiacal beach and use your Galactic Patrol uniform to demand discounts and free products, and then you go back to sleep until you come home. On the few occasions when you receive an alert and you are awake to catch a criminal near your position you only have a capture success of 6, almost always escaping by monumental negligences. In most of those persecutions or even before starting those persecutions you end up destroying everything around you, although of course you blame the criminal you have managed to catch or not. Not to mention the number of times you have mistakenly destroyed the extermination pods. Seeing all this I don't know how you can say that you have a lot or work said Broly with a malevolent smile as he patted Jocko's shoulder in a condescending way. Jocko began to sweat through all the pores of his bioarmor, the color of his body changed to a greenish one, his whole body began to tremble as if he had hypothermia and began to emit indescribable sounds, he was completely terrified. Ho, how do you know all this? Jocko said trying not to fall to the ground while Tights watched him as if he were some kind of scum, as if he were a corrupt politician. Broly took out a tablet of his formless realm and began to reproduce all the misdeeds that Jocko had done for years. I took the liberty of adding some small improvements to your little spaceship and I also used your access code to gather many of the Galactic Patrol's secret data. You don't have much access, but said metaphorically, I just needed the key to the dog's door to access the whole house. By the way, you should change your password, 123,456,789 is not very safe said Broly hitting Jocko in the head gently with the tablet as if it were a dog that has done something wrong. That's illegal, you've modified an official Galactic Patrol spaceship and you've hacked our servers. That's a very serious crime. Jocko said to criminalize Broly and trying to find pretexts to refuse Broly's blackmail. It may be illegal, but I doubt that you or anyone in the Galactic Patrol can stop me, so you have to choose. The possibility of adding a negligence to your history, or the certainty that you add hundreds. But it's your decision. I don't want to influence you, said Broly, going away from the spaceship, turning his back on Jocko, playing with the memory card where all the evidence was stored. Broly looked at Tights with complicity and said sarcastically, I insist, I don't want to pressure you or influence your decision, but I'm thinking it would be appropriate to give to Tights and her little sister a copy of this information. Jocko at that moment saw how the doors of hell opened directly on his face. They almost cannot travel through space, so these videos can help them entertain themselves. Of course, I will also give them your superior's email, in case they want to get rid of that information safely. It is not very appropriate to discard such compromising data in any way, said Broly while pretending that was delivering a copy to Tights. It's okay. It's okay. I agree. I accept. Please, anything but this, don't give Bulma anything to blackmail me. Whis listened attentively to the story of Vados, which was reinforced with the images that she relayed with her cane, showing how Broly fought against Compa and the subsequent conversation and acts. What you think? Do you have any opinion of all this, brother? Vados asked after showing him everything that had happened. The first time I met him, it seemed strange, very strange, but I thought it was a coincidence, but after seeing this I cannot consider it a coincidence anymore. Whis said, showing a video of the first time he and Beerus met with Broly on the planet Vegeta, while Compa and Vados tried to understand the meaning behind Whis' words. The first time we saw him, it was a very strange Saiyan child, not only for his looks. With only 3 years he already had more power than any other Saiyan, he had very strange sensory abilities and had some very interesting combat ideas for a boy of his age, which can be attributed to being a super genius, said Whis, showing the battle between Broly and Beerus. You're right, it's not normal for a 3-year-old Saiyan to be so strong and be able to become so strong during a fight. This is very weird, Compa said, eating junk food pretending he was thinking. Whis changed the rebroadcast of the fight to show his first encounter again. Certainly that's unusual, but that wasn't what I was referring as strange. What I found really unusual was the way he talked to us. It was as if he knew you. Vados said, finishing his brother's sentence. Exactly, I see you had the same feeling, Whis answered her older sister. Wait a minute, what do you mean? Shouted Compa, who seemed to have missed a chapter and was unable to understand the conversation. I came to think for a moment that this child knew about us, but immediately I dropped that possibility. It was too improbable. However, I reconsidered it again when I saw how he managed to handle Beerus-sama. Not with force, obviously. He knew how to manage his character to do what he wanted, so much that he got this fight in which he increased his powers so much. So I didn't give much more importance. I thought that everything could be a coincidence. Nevertheless, what you have shown me today shows that I was right and at the same time wrong, Whis said, seriously addressing his sister and Compa. We never talked to him about other universes. We never talked to him about you. We never explained the connection behind the Kaioshin and the Hakai. We didn't have more interaction than what I show you. Yet seems as if he knew you and us very well. He had a very abnormal strength and knowledge for a child his age, and now a force inconceivable for a mortal. In addition, he seems to be able to manipulate time in some way, Whis said, relating all the facts, to make Compa understand the conclusion that he and his sister had reached. Realizing what Whis and Vados were trying to say, he stopped eating and with great concern and anger said, wait a minute, do you mean that he? Exactly, Compa-sama, I think we'll have to meet the Kaioshin to see if new rings have been created, Vados said as she walked out of the room with her brother. Chapter 52. Are you sure? I don't notice that you are very happy to come with us. Jocko with a totally broken face looked at Broly with stupefaction and murderous cravings. Fucking bastard. He knows that I have no other choice and now he wants me to humiliate myself by begging him to go when I refused before. Fucking bastard. Tights with a mischievous smile looked at the face-suffering face of Jocko and joined the torture to take revenge from all the times Jocko had been annoying with her during all this year. She was willing to enjoy it as much as she could. It's true, Jocko, you're not looking good. If you don't want to come with me on a trip like always, you just have to say it clearly, as always, Tights said, looking at Broly, trying to put the same evil face and smile. Jocko, defeated completely, looked at that pair of bastards and crying inside said with great effort, yes, I really want to go with you in this adventure. Tights putting her characteristic finger on his cheek, he looked with disdain at Jocko and asked, watching Broly with the face of despicable bastard. Are you sure? I don't think so. What do you think, Broly? Should we take him with us? He may bother us. Broly following the game to Tights while he wobbled the memory card with the misdeeds of Jocko from one side to another suggestively, he said in the same tone that Tights, looking at Jocko as if he were a bug. I don't know. But we have to be good people and believe him tights. I suppose that if he begs us in a very effusive and convincing way, we could let him come. Jocko, which was on all fours on the floor for minutes ago, by the big shock he had received, clenched his fists hard on the ground for all the rage he felt. He looked at Tights as if she had stabbed him in the back and Broly as if he were the greatest demon in the universe only surpassed by Frisia. All this resurfaced and increased to unsuspected limits all the prejudices he had about the Saiyans. Please, would you be so kind to let me go with you, please? Jocko said, spitting blood out of his mouth, with swollen veins protruding from his face while his whole body and voice trembled as he tried not to have eye contact with Broly, because he could forget his performance. It hasn't been very convincing, but... Well, I guess I can give you the privilege of accompanying me. I didn't want to take you with us, but as you have insisted so much, Broly said patronizingly as he looked at Tights, who was trying to contain her laughter, and at Jocko who thought he was living the most humiliating moment of his life. Well, how about we embark on our trip? Broly said, making his huge and stunning spaceship Kid 2-9 Premium appear, astonishing Tights and Jocko by the fact that it appeared from nowhere and by its majestic appearance. Tights, do you want to come on my spaceship or do you prefer to go on Jocko's? Asked Broly, pointing to Jocko's small and simple spaceship. Tights didn't have to think too hard to decide whether to go to Broly's spaceship or go to Broly's ship, going inside quickly and cheerfully. What are you doing? How can you think of entering in his spaceship alone? What happens if he has bad intentions towards you? Jocko screamed, 10 worried about Tights, 90 offended by not choosing him as a travel companion. Although Jocko didn't have to be surprised. Women prefer men with a better car. This phenomenon is applied in all universes, in all realities, and with spacecraft too, obviously. Wow, it's awesome, it even has a pool inside. Said Tights, who was amazed by this spacecraft that looked like a 5-star hotel. Of course, if you have to travel in a spaceship, why not do it with a certain style? Said Broly, paraphrasing one of his childhood idols and being very proud that other people praised the spaceship he had built. Jocko, frustrated and envious, realized that it was impossible to compete against that too, but, partly he was glad. Perfect, my last ray of hope. If I travel alone on my spaceship I can have the chance to escape when they are distracted in their fucking pool. However, God, in this case Broly, laughs while the mortals Jocko make plans. When Jocko headed towards his small and ridiculous spaceship with certain determination and hope, in front of his noses, a few centimeters away, his ship disappeared. Jocko didn't have to think too much about the cause of this spontaneous disappearance, and slowly turned his head with anger and fear towards the 2-foot-tall Saiyan boy who stood behind him, who was looking at him with a mischievous smile. What have you done to my spaceship? Jocko said with a trembling voice due to seeing his last hope fading. I've stored it, of course. We are only 3, therefore it is stupid to go in 2 spaceships. Of course we will all be more comfortable in mine, and I wouldn't be a good friend if I only invited Tights. Don't you think? Broly said in a magnanimous way, as if he were a kind of generous philanthropist. But, my spaceship. Don't worry about the ship, I've put it in my dimension, I'll give it back to you once the trip is over. We cannot leave it here, since someone could steal it. Use 2 ships being only 3 people would be absurd, put it somewhere in my spaceship would only waste space. So I doubt you need it, unless you need it to flee, but I doubt that is the case. Right? Broly said, inquisitively looking in a disturbing way to Jocko with his 3 eyes, while Jocko felt chills all over his body by the possibility that this terrifying and bastard Saiyan had the ability to read the mind. Yes, of course, go, let's go on a trip, please, replied crying Jocko. At that time Tights, who had gone inside the house to look for his suitcases, asked, by the way. Where we go? Oh, it's true, I have not explained it yet. It's okay, Jocko will guide us, replied Broly, patting Jocko's shoulder, which had a very bad feeling about this right now. Kami's palace. Kami, as usual, watched Broly to see if he planned something dangerous. What a joy, he leaves again. Besides, I see that I'm not the only one who has to suffer this bastard. That Jocko, if by chance he get fired because of Broly. Would you accept to be my substitute? If it is, at least I wouldn't create a new victim. Headquarters of the Galactic Patrol. It's an emergency, it's an emergency. Message to all patrollers. Come immediately to the headquarters, there has been an escape from the maximum security prison. The most dangerous criminals that we had captured have managed to escape. Leave your missions and come quickly for new instructions. Retransmitted a strange alien from the Galactic Patrol to all patrollers in the universe. In a light tunnel, where 3 people were flying. Well, a beautiful woman with white hair and bluish skin, an effeminate man with a white toupee and bluish skin, and a fat purple humanoid cat. How much is it to get? Kompa shouted impertinently, as always. We are almost arriving, Kompa-sama, said Whis, who was leading this expedition, since he is the angel of this universe. Che, what pain in the ass, it should be Beerus who takes care of this and not me, this is his universe. Damn, he always has to sleep at the most decisive moments. Compa complained for the umpteenth time that day. Don't say that, Compa-sama, you know perfectly the laws that Zeno-sama established about time travel that create new timelines. As God of Destruction, is your duty to investigate, especially when who is possibly behind this temporary trip is someone who knows so much about us and also is so strong that only a God of Destruction is able to fight against him. Vados said, tried to reassure and remind him his duties. Although this was not his universe as God of Destruction, he had to take responsibility for this situation. More taking into account that he was partly involved as Beerus and Whis did in Dragon Ball Super. Well, if it really turns out that he is a time traveler as we suspect, is the perfect excuse to destroy him. Also, now we are not in Universe 6, so he won't be able to use Fuwa as a shield. Of course, that will be after he returns hit to me and explains to Vados the secret of his kitchen. Ha 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 ha. Compa said seriously, involving his revenge and personal pleasures with his work to motivate himself. We hope that he won't be able to use Fuwa from this universe, said Vados, fearing the worst. Broly was a real enigma and his powers were too. Logic told them that it must be impossible for him to do what he did in the Universe 6 just being in the Universe 7, but they couldn't be sure and they should be prepared for this situation. Seconds later the tunnel of light ended, a sign that they had reached their destination, Sacred World of the Kai. Sacred World of the Kai. Shin and Kibito were sitting quietly doing nothing, enjoying their free time, which was 99.99 of their day-to-day time, when they suddenly saw how two angels and a wild God of Destruction appeared. The God of Destruction greeted the two unwary and useless Kais in a way between rudeness and cordiality. Hey, good morning. Ah. God of Destruction, Compa-sama, Vados-san and Whis-san, what a surprise. Do you want a cup of tea and some snack? What's the reason for your visit? Shin asked, very upset as he instructed Kibito to go find something to satisfy Compa. Whis, since he was the person who knew and had dealt with Shin the most, was the one who was in charge of explaining the situation to him. What are you saying? That someone from my universe has been able to travel through time. That someone knew all of you, is able to face Compa-sama and also knows the secret between the Kaioshin and the Hakeishin. Shouted Shin, which was sensing another new universal catastrophe in the Universe 7, as happened with Morrow 10 million years ago and with Majin Buu 5 million years ago, and on both occasions, including this, Beerus was sleeping. Yes, that's exactly what we just told you, there's no need to repeat it. That's why we came here to check through the rings of time if new timelines have been generated, Compa clarified in the most pleasant way he could. Sarcasm. Shin, quite shocked by the situation, nodded, and Kibito, who was listening to the conversation while bringing the food, he approached a rock that was near where they used to don thing every day and lifted it using his telekinesis. Under that rock was a small black chest in which were the rings of time. While Compa, Vados, and Whis were surprised by the pathetic place where one of the most valuable and mysterious objects of all creation was hidden, Shin opened it, and when they saw its contents, everyone was surprised. Ah! This cannot be true. Chapter 53. Ah! A trip to the Galactic Patrol headquarters. Tights and Jocko shouted at the same time, though for slightly different reasons. Why? I thought we would go somewhere fun, beautiful and exciting, not to Jaco's stupid workplace. Tights shouted from the pool. Obviously she didn't agree with this trip. It was as if someone promised a child to go to Disneyland when they really took him to the dentist. Exactly. Why do you want me to take you to my job? Do you want them to fire me for real? Complained Jocko, who aside from worrying about Broly's hidden motives, thought that showing up at the headquarters with a very bastard scion and a hollow-headed earthling could mean his real ruin. Don't worry, I just want to make a small stop in that place to introduce myself and also meet a person who is in your care. It will only be a moment. I have been working very, very hard for many years and I have been exposed to many, many dangers and stress, so I want a good holiday. And since Tights wanted to explore some planets and Jocko was nearby, it planned this break with several objectives. I like to be efficient, answered Broly, who was lying on a mat inside the pool while sipping a soda nonchalantly. Introduce yourself to the Galactic Patrol. Why do you want to do this? And why did you have to coerce me for this? Jocko asked, very angry while he was having another soda drink, since in Broly's special ship there is no alcohol, technically he is underage. Well, I am a citizen of this universe and I like to travel from time to time to civilized places, so it's not a bad idea to introduce myself to the number one official organization of the universe, not counting Frisia's army, of course. Moreover, since me being a scion is such a sensitive issue in your organization, I was hoping that you would help me clean my image. I don't want everyone to be scared to see me wherever I go, answered Broly, giving the image of being a person outraged by the system. Do you expect me to speak well of you after all you've done to me? Jocko yelled as he thought about whether to throw the empty glass in his hand to Broly's third eye. Of course, and it would be better if you do it well and sounds credible, or I won't give the antidote of the soda that you just drank, he responded effusively and directly while pointing to the empty glass in Jaco's hand. He shouted as he threw the glass out of his hand with fear and disgust. Was it poisoned? This was a joke, right? 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 Answer me please. Jaco continued shouting at an impassive and carefree Broly, who didn't answer at all. While Jaco was undergoing a high-level hypochondrial attack, Tights swimming peacefully in the pool approached towards Broly. Ha 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 ha. Traveling with you is very fun, Broly, Tights said, laughing at Jaco's exaggerated reactions, but I have a question. Why do you want to go on vacation with me? I am extremely grateful to you for letting me go in your super spaceship, and I am also very excited to see other places, but I find it a bit strange, asked Tights, holding on Broly's beach mattress. Broly removed the 3-lens sunglasses he was wearing and replied. Well, let's say I usually spend most of my time training and practicing on my own, since I don't want anyone to spy on me and I cannot find a training partner on my level, and now that until next year I have no new goals apart from maintaining my fitness and improve a little. I wanted to enjoy part of that time with friends for a change, and I heard you wanted to go on a trip, so, he said, scratching his head with embarrassment. Tights changed his cheerful expression and looked at Broly as if he were a lost child. I understand, you have to feel pretty alone. True. Broly, surprised and blushed, replied, no. Why, you ask? Ahaha. Tights, worrying a little about Broly's reaction and with some pity, explained his interpretation, taking into account that Broly, despite being an alien, was a lone boy of his sister age. Well, I understand for what Jaco told me that your planet was destroyed, so there are very few of your race now. When you arrived on planet Earth at age 3 you were alone, and for what you have explained it seems that you hardly relate with other people. Therefore, I have concluded that you should feel a bit lonely sometimes, even if you don't want to admit it, and from what I have understood, we must be your only friends. True. Broly, with a red face and an expression that was saying "Earth swallow me," tried to avoid having eye contact with Tights, which looked at him waiting for an answer. At the end, after avoiding answering for a while, Broly yielded to popular pressure and decided to be honest with Tights, more or less. Well, it's normal that anyone after a long time without relating to anyone feel a little lonely. Humans and Saiyans are social animals that need interaction to survive and develop their societies. It's normal that we unconsciously look for company on certain occasions. It doesn't matter how much self-sufficient and independent that one can be, it's something normal. And, I'm afraid, you're a bit right, by now you're maybe the only person I can call friend. I guess now you will see me as a very antisocial person and strange since I consider you my only friend even though we have had so little contact. Fuck, of course I feel lonely. I love being with myself, since I'm the best person I know, but still sometimes I'm missing other less interesting people. I also don't want to relate to people I know for now, as it's quite risky to change even minimally the story now, but since you and Jaco are a character that doesn't appear or is named until Dragon Ball Super. In addition, I doubt that Kami or King Kai accept the term friend to refer to me. Tights found that the way Broly tried to hide his feelings was very cute. She was quite used to having to deal with a genius girl who pretended to be very adult and barely interacted with anyone, and the current situation with Broly reminded her a lot of the one she lived with her sister Bulma. She wanted to help Broly. Then Tights, with her usual lively, dreamy, and energetic attitude, said while trying to get on the mat, "Don't worry, Broly. You are my friend and I promise you that you will have a fantastic vacation. I will personally take care of it. Then I have a person to introduce to you. I think you can be very good friends." "Thanks, Tights, but you don't have to work so hard. It's a vacation to relax and have fun, the both of us," Broly replied, returning to his confident attitude while watched Jaco in a corner writhing as if he thought he was about to die. "There was no poison in the drink. Idiot!" Broly shouted, making Jaco realize how ridiculous and stupid he was. Then Jaco, trying to pretend normality, asked to change the subject of conversation. "EHM. By the way, who is the person in our care you want to see?" However, before our beloved protagonists could answer that question, he noticed that there was something unusual near his location and he shouted, activating his N, which he had put to sleep to really relax after so long. "Kid, stop here, I've noticed a disturbance in the force coming from that planet on the right. The sacred world of Kai." "Ah. This cannot be true." "No doubt, Broly has time-traveled," Kompa said after looking inside the case and Shin's exaggerated reaction, and was happy as he was killing Broly in his imagination. At that time Whis very seriously approached the chest a little more and holding his chin said, "There is no doubt that a time travel has been made. As you remember, the first time a time ring was created, it was when someone in the Universe 12 whose identity is still unknown created a time machine and used it to travel to the past. Apart from that case, there hasn't been another trip," Whis said, trying to inform the forgetful god of destruction about the situation, until Vados continued with the explanation. There should only be one alternative ring and one silver ring, but as you can see, Vados said pointing to the green rings, which are the shadow of the time rings that exist in the timelines created. There are 2 green time rings, Kampa said with satisfaction. It meant he was right. Does that mean that Broly has really made a time travel? The agitated Kibito asked rhetorically. Or maybe these rings were not created by Broly, Shin replied, preferring to think that the person responsible for this multiversal crime was not from his Universe 7. Kampa was starting to get impatient. He just wanted to go to this planet to be told that a time ring had been created, and that the culprit was Broly, so they would go to where Broly was and he will destroy him using his Hakai. Ah! Shut up! The culprit is Broly, there is no doubt about it, he has used a time machine. Do you not remember everything we have explained previously? Shin and Kibito were intimidated by the childish attitude of Beerus's brother and kept silent, not daring to contradict him or propose other possibilities, until Vados returned to resume the conversation. It's probable Kampa-sama, but before reaching a verdict we must investigate with more detail this situation. Even assuming that Broly really is a time traveler, I doubt he has used a time machine. It must have been something more complex and mystical. Kampa, Shin and Kibito exulted, which they had never considered that a mortal could use another method to do a time travel. Whis, seeing that there were people who hadn't understood the words of his older sister, was ready to explain it so that even a fool could understand. Assuming that Broly had used the time machine we all have in mind to travel into the past, it would be highly unlikely that the Broly we know is the Broly that traveled into the past. Because if he was, he should have done it as a 3-year-old boy and supplant the Broly of this time, if it existed. Another more plausible possibility is that the Broly of the future traveled to the past to transmit all their knowledge to the Broly of the past for some reason. But what? The 3 gods asked at the same time, since they were too eager to know the answer. Whis observed his staff, in which a large amount of images were transmitted from Broly's birth until he met Beerus and Whis. When we met he for the first time he was clearly 3 years old, and I have observed his story up to that moment several times, and although I am not able to see everything in detail, I have never seen him meet someone who could have come from the future. Rather, he was extremely abnormal from his birth. You could say he was born knowing and with a strange and excessive power. And he's a bastard, too, added Shin, who was able to see all the jokes he had made to King Vegeta and company. One moment. Does that mean that Broly didn't travel to the past and that, simply he is so strange, powerful and bastard since he was born? It's just an extremely unlikely possibility, Kampa-sama. Just like you also think that Broly is involved in a time travel. I'm not sure who or what caused this temporary trip or what method he got it for everything to develop in this way, but it's still the most solid explanation. Nobody under normal circumstances is born knowing. Although we still have no proof of this, said Whis, expressing his opinion on this matter. And how do we get the evidence? Asked Kampa, who was tired of using his head. At that moment Shin, who seemed to have had a good idea because of the brightness of his eyes, intervened in that conversation. I think I know how to make sure of it. I can use my time ring to check if in the other timelines Broly is the same as in this one. If there is any difference, it means that someone, either Broly himself or not, modified Broly's past. Then we will only need to know the method he used and his purpose, which I could also investigate traveling to the future. Whis and Vados smiled, while Chama and Kibito were speechless when they realized that this method existed. Chapter 54. After Shin decided to take a trip to the other timelines, since technically only the Supreme Kai is able to use the time ring, Whis and Vados using their TV sticks showed more about Broly to Shin. They showed Shin about his origin, skills, way of speaking and acting, attitude, nonverbal language, so that he could recognize him easily and notice if in any of those realities he had differences with this timeline. Be careful, Shin-sama, that Broly is someone capable of fighting against a god of destruction and leaving unharmed and has very strange skills. Try not to get too close to him and come back as soon as you feel danger, Kibito said, quite worried. Try not to put yourself in danger. If you die I won't be able to scold the useless of my brother for all the problems he is causing me, said Kampa in a stunned way. He feared that Shin could get too close to the truth and Broly or the one behind him could silence him. Shin, trying to transmit calm, he told everyone present, don't worry. For now, I will only travel at the same time as we are now in the other timelines. When I go to each timeline, I will look for the Whis of that place and I will explain the situation to him. With your help we can locate and investigate his history. So far I won't even need to approach him, so I will be relative out of danger. You don't have to worry too much. With that clarification Kibito and Kampa sighed with relief, knowing that would be a mission of low difficulty. I'll have to travel to the other 3 timelines, explain to Whis the situation and gather as much information as I can with his help, so it may take a little. When I finish reviewing the other lines I will come here right away, Shin said before disappearing from this timeline. Well, now we have to wait. What a nuisance, Kampa said as he lay on the ground while protesting as if he were a child forced to go shopping for clothes. Whis also did not want to sit idly by doing nothing. Once again use his TV stick, which began to light up and show images of a place quite far. Let's see what is doing Broly for now. Saying this, Vados and Kibito eagerly approached Whis TV's stick as if it were some funny YouTube video, and before long, Kibito began to tremble with fear as Whis and Vados sighed again. What happens? What are he doing now? I'm afraid he's about to do your brother's job, Vados answered as he continued to watch the stick tube. Kid, stop here, I've noticed a disturbance in the force coming from that planet on the right, Broly yelled to her precious smart ship to stop. Understood Mr. Broly, said the semi-robotics voice of the spacecraft as it stopped Kid, surprising Jocko and Tights. Hey! What the hell is going on? Disturbance in the force. What the hell is that? Jocko yelled as he tried to keep the chips that were about to fall stable due to the abrupt braking. Upon hearing that they hadn't understood his reference because in this universe there was no Star Wars, he sighed. I mean, I noticed someone quite powerful not far from here, and he have a very sinister key, so I doubt he have good intentions. I will have to make certain movies or series popular in this universe too, or nobody will understand my references. Is this the danger you were referring to at the beginning? Tights asked without leaving the pool. She was very comfortable inside and did not want to leave. It's very likely, and I may have to go to face him, Broly replied watching through one of the windows. How strong is he? Is he as strong as Frisia's Jinyu forces? The Jinyu forces? Now, those little insects don't even approach this being. Let's say that his power is dozens of times higher than Frisia, but his ki is too unpleasant. I'm afraid he's even more powerful than that. Broly replied with arrogance as if he were explaining to a village bumpkin the wonders of the big city, like running water, electricity, or sanitary standards. Impossible, are you joking, right? You're trying to tease me again. True. Please, answer me this time. Jocko yelled like a hysteric once more, but this time in a much more exaggerated way since he did not notice in Broly's expression that it was a joke as before with the poison. Not even Tights. I don't really understand what you're saying, but does that mean we're going to land on that dangerous planet to fight some very dangerous monsters? Tights asked, which was reluctant to leave the pool as she began to worry about his safety. Don't worry, I'll go alone, you can stay here on the spaceship, there is plenty of food, drinks and many ways to entertain, also don't think it takes me too long to solve this problem, said Broly trying to reassure Jocko and Tights. I'd prefer to put them both together with Kid in the formless realm, but that would make me look like some kind of kidnapper and I don't want to give too many explanations about my skills. Do you plan to go from here to that planet and leave us abandoned in this spaceship in the middle of nowhere? What if something happens to us and we cannot run away? You are treating us as prisoners. You won't approach the planet even a millimeter, Kid will actually get away from here just in case and I will use my teleportation technique to get there instantly. I repeat, you haven't thing to worry about, Broly repeated once more to convince them. Tights and Jocko watched Broly with their mouths open and said in dismay at the implications of Broly's words. One moment, if you can teleport to the place you want. Why did not you teleport directly to the Galactic Patrol headquarters, avoiding this whole trip? When you are as powerful and capable as I am, you end up realizing that you enjoy more of the journey in search of a treasure than of the treasure itself. If everything is so easy to achieve, you won't end up enjoying it afterwards. It's like applying cheats to a video game in easy difficulty so that from the beginning you have all the advantages to the maximum. At first it will look cool, but then you will get bored playing, Broly replied, getting quite sentimental and deep. After several seconds of silence in which Tights and Jocko assimilated all that information, Jocko broke the silence. Anyway, please return my spaceship, I need it for my work, I will feel safer with them close in a situation like this and they haven't contacted me for a long time, maybe something important has happened. Jocko begged. Fini. As you say. You will find your spaceship in Hangar 3, I left it there in case you feel more secure, although I don't know why you should, the defenses of my spaceship are surely better than yours. Well, if the situation is as I think it is very possible that I don't need Jaco's help. At this moment Jaco's eyes, which were almost dead and devoid of hope, were resurrected and filled with light. He was feeling hope again. Finally. I will be able to escape from this tyrant. It was just when he thought that when Broly became extremely serious and threatening. I have given you your spaceship as you wished, but, if by chance you happen to escape leaving Tights alone, believe me, you will miss the Broly that used to tease and blackmail you. It is not a threat, it is a promise, he said with a terrifying look that made Jocko feel what fear really was, like a frog in front of a hungry snake. Tights smiled tenderly. She thought it was quite adorable that a 10-year-old child, even if by strange circumstances he was now extremely muscular and tall, cared about her safety in this way, and that he also knew how to put online the arrogant and unfriendly Jocko. He's like the older brother that I never had, although he's about the age of my little sister, he. Don't worry, I'll be fine, come back as soon as possible, you promised to take me to some interesting places, said Tights coming out of the pool to reassure Broly, who was about to make Jocko piss off. As soon as I finish I'll teleport directly here, no matter how far you go, I'll be able to locate you. See you in a few minutes, said Broly before teleporting instantly to the place where he perceived that evil key. A few seconds after Broly left, Jocko, who until a few seconds ago was trembling with fear, as if his life depended on it, ran at full speed towards his spaceship. Hey, where are you going? Tights shouted rhetorically, since she knew perfectly where Jocko was headed. And she wasn't wrong. When she arrived at the hangar, Jocko was checking very meticulously that his small spaceship were in good condition before seeing inside. Jocko. What are you doing? Jocko, when seeing Tights, which looked at him with suspicious eyes, he had to improvise. It's not what you think, I was just checking that the ship was well, only God knows where it has been and in what conditions. Jajajaja. Tights continued to stare at him suspiciously. It was obvious that it wasn't just about that and she was going to reproach him, but then. Ring ring RGN. The sound of a communicator began to thunder endlessly inside the cockpit of Jocko's spaceship, and this was the tone used for extreme emergencies. Jocko, ignoring Tights, who kept killing him with her eyes, entered the cabin of his ship and with fear and anticipation answered the call. Jocko. Where the fuck are you? It's been hours since you don't answered any call, and now it's exactly when we need any patrolman that can help we even settle for you to come, shouted the person who was in charge of the communication center. Hey. But it's the first call I get. Jocko replied in dismay, because there weren't any other calls stored in the communicator, and Jocko wasn't lying, as the spaceship was in the formless realm where there is no time. It was impossible to receive any kind of call. We will hear your poor excuses on another occasion. There has been a massive escape from the high-security prison and, explained the one who scolded Jocko. On a nearby planet where Kid was, Broly appeared. Fuck, this is horrible, Broly screamed, because that place looked like a deadly desert where toxic and nuclear waste have been buried. A desert landscape full of dried plants and corpses of a rather weak alien race, and among the corpses there was a strange being that with a malevolent smile held a lifeless body completely drained in his hand. Hey you. The one that looks like a goat. Have you been the one who ate all the grass in this place? Broly asked, which sent him a warning shot, causing him to throw the corpse he had in his hand. Chapter 55. Hey you. The one that looks like a goat. Have you been the one who ate all the grass in this place? Broly asked, which sent him a warning shot, causing him to throw the corpse he had in his hand. That strange and sinister being, who had his old and decrepit body and part of his face completely covered by a more decrepit black clothing, turned slowly towards the source of that energy, shot an irritating child's voice that has yet to pass puberty. How strange, I thought I had stolen the vital energy of all the inhabitants of this planet. Who are you and where did you come from, brat? Asked that strange and macabre being who didn't pay much attention to the offensive joke of the strange boy in front of him. Broly transformed into true Super Saiyan full power and advanced, floating at a somewhat slow speed towards him. Among other things, I am an animal much stronger, elegant, muscular, and cool than you, Morrow. Broly yelled, using his telekinesis against the torn and filthy clothes that hid his identity. Morrow was surprised. He never would have imagined that a child so wild and muscular could perform telekinesis of this caliber. With that telekinetic attack, Morrow's appearance was revealed. Oh. You change quite without those rusty clothes. No doubt one doesn't have to rely too much on the first appearances. With that rotten garb, Morrow looked like an old decrepit, quite tall, but with a big hump and with a slight disproportion in his measurements, which gave the feeling that he was practically unable to move, much less fight. However, without that, you could see that this hump wasn't nothing more than the natural form of his anthropomorphic goat back, which created the false illusion that he was unable to move correctly because of his age and physical form. When in reality, although he was very old, since he was more than 10 million years old, and he was also quite thin, you could see that he had a body accustomed to fighting with some muscle in his long arms. Although Broly was quite impressed by his true appearance of anthropomorphic animal with large horns, which when viewed as a whole had an M shape and long beard. He paid special attention to the shape of his baggy trousers and belt, which reminded him to those of a certain monster who had recently acquired. However, in this case the color of those pants were dark, and on the belt buckle there wasn't an M symbol, it looked more like an ANJ, an Egyptian hieroglyph that means life, the symbol that appears in Yu-Gi-Oh's magic card. Monster Reborn. As I suspected, different wizards, different symbols. I can say exactly the same thing. Your appearance looks more like a brainless fighter. It's strange to see magicians in this era. Are you the apprentice of any of the members of the organization? Are you responsible for me regaining my magic by breaking the seal of the sacred Coalition or by killing him? Morrow asked, quite excited about being able to meet an acquaintance after 10 million years, and more with his possible savior, who helped him to take revenge against the Kais that sealed his powers, defeated and imprisoned him for millions of years. Oh, I understand. When I absorbed Buu, I was able to get his memories and part of the people he completely absorbed, but being memories of primordial times I haven't been able to review them all completely yet. Fuck, there are millions of years of memories. However, I could see the moment when a certain group of magicians studied the magical entity that would later be called Majin Buu, and at the peak of all those magicians was Morrow. Accompanied by his apprentice Bibidi, who had a great interest in the malignant energy of Buu, since that was his specialty field. However, Buu didn't kill the sacred Kaioshin, rather he absorbed him, so surely Morrow's seal wasn't broken by that reason nevertheless. A few days ago I did something quite unusual with that Buu, completely separating his evil part of the good-natured, and now this guy is free creating chaos when he should be locked in jail according to the data I read. This cannot be a coincidence. Ouch. I must have affected the seal of the chubby in some way. Well. Nobody has to know about that. Ahem. I'm afraid you're wrong. I don't belong to any wizard organization and I don't had any teacher. And of course I am not under any circumstances responsible that the seal of the chubby has been broken or that you have escaped from prison, directly or indirectly. I want to make it abundantly clear that last sentence is 1000 true. I swear. Said Broly, making special emphasis that he wasn't responsible for anything that was happening in this saga. When he heard that Broly had nothing to do with the wizard organization or helped him to regain his freedom, he erased from his face and attitude the little kindness that this sinister and evil villain had. Then why did you come? Do you want to become my apprentice or are you with the useless Galactic Patrol? Morrow asked with rather bad humor. No, I would never fall so low to do any of those two things. I just came to have fun. You see, I fought against a space lizard, a guy with time skills, an army of useless, a cat god of destruction and a monster made of strawberry gum, but I've never fought with a magician yet. In fact, I had never heard of a wizard who was combat magic like you. So as soon as I found out that there was one alive and one of quite competent and evil besides, I went to give you a beating, although I didn't expect to find you here. Broly answered in an arrogant way, looking at Morrow with some contempt for the mass murder that he had provoked. You beat me? Are you millions of years too young to? Morrow wanted to say, you are millions of years too young to face me, but before he could finish he felt as if something had hit him very hard in the mouth and had pushed him back several meters away. Telekinesis again, damn kid. Less words and more spells. Wizard's duel. Catch my wand. Broly shouted as he tore a limp tree from the ground, sharpened and launched it towards Morrow with his telekinesis. However, this time Morrow wouldn't fall into his trap again. It was okay to fall into a telekinetic trick once, maybe two, but not three. With a casual movement of his long and slender fingers he made the trunk spear that was coming towards him split in half and each half deviate slightly on each side, causing them to avoid his target. Oh, nothing bad to be an old goat. However, Morrow not only made that elaborate maneuver to dodge the piece of mummy would easy to destroy to show his superiority, he wanted revenge for the two previous surprise attacks. Ah! Growled Morrow as he watched Broly carefully. Evidently he was about to do something. Due to the erosion of the soil, the wind and the situation of the battle between magical half-human half-animals, a lot of dust was rising in the environment, and Morrow took advantage of that. Ah, my eyes, 3 of 4. Broly shouted, rubbing his eyes. Morrow had used telekinesis to gather much of the dust that was in the environment and attracted virtually everything at great speed to Broly's eyes. He. Laughed Morrow with malice at seeing Broly's reaction, but that was only the first blow. Chash. Ah. Son of bitch. Morrow took advantage of the fact that he had blinded Broly by surprise with his dirty attack to remove several hairs from the whole body of Broly, transformed into true Super Saiyan full power, but above all from his beautiful and beloved Oozr tail. Do you find this funny? Laugh at this, fucking shitey bastard goat. Ah. Morrow shouted, since several handfuls of hair were pulled from his long bushy white beard, enough hair to make a toupee for someone with a moderately big head. Ha 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 ha. Who laughs last, laughs best. Said Broly while pointing at Morrow throwing the hairs that he took to his eyes with telekinesis. Both were quite angry. This was the war. Both began to exercise telekinesis on the other to dominate the body of his bastard adversary and make him crash to the ground, but... Bay. I'm sorry, I couldn't resist. They were barely moving since each one was trying to move the other with telekinesis, but at the same time they were also counteracting the other's telekinesis in their own telekinesis while trying to find more sophisticated ways to dominate the other. Apart from forcing the whole body of the other, they sometimes exercised more control over a certain area, sometimes to tickle, sometimes to pinch, sometimes to pluck hairs, sometimes to try to lower the opponent's pants. All that with telekinesis in a strategical attack and defense fight in which the weaknesses of the opponent were exploited to the maximum through quick, precise and practically undetectable actions. Although from outside it could seem that two people were something stupid. One standing in front of the other, sometimes laughing, sometimes complaining, sometimes insulting each other, and sometimes some hairs shot out the body of one of them between cries of pain. It seemed a ridiculous and stupid scene, but in fact that was an unparalleled strategical magical battle, one of the most important magical battles that existed in the Universe 7 after the Great Era of Magic. We are both very close in telekinesis. It shows that this old goat has been practicing magic for years. We are both very close in telekinesis. This monkey boy has enough talent. It's a shame that I have to kill him. He would be a great acquisition for the organization if still exists. Broly could use his transformations, physical strength and KIEN skills to easily overcome him as he did with Majin Buu, but in this way he wouldn't improve too much and wouldn't be fun. This was also a perfect opportunity to try and learn to use magic in combat. That way I will not get anything. I have to change my strategy. Ah, I know. Broly thought as his Juggin lit up intermittently. Sacred World of Kai. They were all gathered around Whis' staff to see the frantic battle between Broly and Morrow, but among them Kibito was undoubtedly the most interested. He practically didn't blink as he watched the magical combat. He didn't want to miss a single detail. Both are incredible. I've never seen anything like that. I never thought that mortals were capable of performing magic at this level. In addition, they are very even. Shouted Kibito, very excited and scared by the fact that two very dangerous mortals had more talent and magical power than a god like him. Amazing. This is the most boring combat I've seen in my life. The magic stinks. I want my Moe back. Kampa shouted, who didn't understand the greatness of Morrow and Broly's fight and got bored. Vados, who was about to try to reassure Kampa, changed her mind when she saw something in the stick tube. Oh, Broly is about to do something. She exclaimed. She didn't like to miss a single minute of the movies. Chapter 56. Broly's Juggin lit up with a flashing light and then Morrow lost concentration for a moment. Without Morrow waiting for him, Broly used the magical skill that was most useful for him during his first years of life apart from telekinesis. Obviously it was hypnosis, the ability to manipulate minds with which he had made dozens of Saiyans do tasks for him while he was still in the incubator. Although the power of Broly in his most powerful form in which he wasn't transformed to make the battle more entertaining is far superior, but he is a great magician with a great mental power. And his technique only works efficiently with weak people with weak mind, so Morrow was only affected for a few moments. Instance in which Broly took advantage to rise as winner in this exciting telekinetic battle. With all his strength, telekinetic grabbed the horns of Morrow and threw him miles away by turning him on his own axis, dragging his head against several rocks, sanding his face against the ground. This is one of my personal identity signs, this time with magic. Ah! However, Morrow, which was being submitted and swallowing the sand of the ground, in anger he used his telekinetic powers. He used all his telekinetic powers to free himself from his control, and at the same time he prepared his next magical attack. Ah! From Morrow's body began to emerge electric beams as if he were a generator, and then launched a hail of lightning to Broly, who watched with surprise and emotion this attack. Wow, cool. Electric magic. So there are magics like these in Dragon Ball? This begins to look more and more like an anime of magic than one of martial arts. Hehe, I don't plan to stay behind. Materialization magic. Before the electricity could hit the muscular Broly, several blocks of Kachin materialized around him, forming a perfect wall around him, blocking all the electric beams that Morrow had casted. Oh. I see that you are not only limited by two tricks. In spite of how close Broly's blocks were, when Morrow controlled part of them to attack him, he was able to evade them in a very simple way using another of the magic in his repertoire. The Kai, teleporting away from his beloved Kachin blocks with his arms crossed in a cocky attitude. I'm not even limited to three, Broly replied as he performed one of the innate demonic techniques of his Juggin. Morrow exclaimed when he saw that the monkey could perform the annoying teleportation skill of the Kaioshin's Juggin binding curse. With a flash of Broly's Juggin, a series of concentric rings of energy surrounded Morrow's body, constricting his movements and causing him to fall to the ground while Broly's Juggin was still emitting energy. What the hell is this thing? Morrow asked, trying to break his ties using telekinesis and brute force, but it was impossible to get rid of that curse with those means, so he decided to fly up, watching Broly, which had started to make strange gestures with his hands. You're being strained by one of my precious Taijutsus. I'm sorry, but unless you can exert more energy than I'm supplying you will be unable to move, and without the intention that this could look like a contest to see who has the biggest one, I'm the winner. Said Broly, making the Ram Ninja seal of Naruto, concentrating enormously on the magical technique he was about to perform. Morrow, who was still tied and trying to escape, observed Broly so he could predict what he would do next and how he could counteract this restriction magic, but then he realized that something strange was happening. How strange, I am completely immobilized and doesn't take advantage of this moment to attack me. What is even stranger is that he is not physically fighting me, even though his physique clearly shows that he is more a brawler than a wizard. He must be trying to challenge me only with magic, and now he must be charging a powerful spell, wasting precious time. He, poor arrogant fool, better for me. However, Morrow, who was even enjoying this situation trying to find Broly's weak point, felt that something strange was happening around him. One moment since when it has become night? Morrow was very confused. It was impossible that now was night. Few moments ago the sky was blue, without any clouds, and the sun was heating very strongly. It was barely half a day on that planet, but now the sky was totally dark and without a trace of light. This wasn't normal, nor could it be a good thing. Realizing this strange phenomenon and observing Broly's mischievous smile, Morrow realized right away that this was related to the attack Broly was casting, and after observing in greater detail around him, he turned his head up and saw that there was a shining little white point in the dark sky. Finally he saw where the attack would come from. Oh, I see that you finally have noticed my brilliant magic. While I immobilized you like a goat waiting in the slaughterhouse, I used my telekinesis to concentrate almost all the photons of the planet in a single point, and that point is just above your horns. Can you guess what I'm going to do in a few moments with all those photons? He, Broly said, loading his attack with an evil grin from ear to ear as he watched with satisfaction as Morrow's arrogant face changed every tenth of a second. Licked Regan. Broly shouted, and all the concentrated and held light in the sky fell like a final judgment column on its target, piercing the ground, creating a huge explosion of light and burning everything hundreds of meters in diameter. The sacred world of Kai. Amazing. This Broly is amazing. I never thought that telekinesis could be used like this. Kibito shouted like a Broly's fanboy. The core people is not a race known for their high fighting power, although compared to the vast majority of mortals were extremely powerful. His greatest weapons were his magic, telekinesis and materialization, and now Kibito, who has a terrible creativity and sense of battle like most of the core people, was witnessing how these abilities should be used in an exquisite and impeccable and powerful way. In the few minutes that this battle was lasting, Kibito learned more about his powers than in millions of years as the assistant to the Supreme Kaioshin. If it wasn't for his pride and because Broly was a mortal under suspicion of being a criminal, he wouldn't hesitate to call him Broly-sensei. Amazing? I don't know what you find amazing about this. With the time that he has been concentrating all that stupid light, he could have launched several more powerful attacks to that stupid and puny goat. All this is a stupid waste of time. In addition, remember that Broly is an enemy. Stop idolizing him. Kampa shouted, who as a brainless fighter could not understand the beauty of this magical battle. He wanted them to punch each other at once. Come on Kampa-sama, don't be like that. Kibito is right. Broly is using some very interesting, practical and innovative applications of telekinesis and materialization magic. You can tell that he has been practicing them almost every day since the day he was born, said Vados, trying to reassure Kampa as if he were a rebellious child waiting for action in a superhero movie. Exactly, sister. In addition, both are testing each other's skills. The real showdown has not yet started. I don't know what other magical abilities Broly has, but that more is much more than he seems. You would do well not to underestimate him, much less believe that he has died, said Whis, enlarging the image of the battle of Broly and Morrow in his stick tube. After the powerful light attack, the sky returned to normal and the sun could be seen once more, and on the ground where the light beam fell there was a large calcinated crater of great depth and breadth. And beside that crater, Morrow, who was completely unharmed except for a few burns on his beard, looked at Broly with complacency. You are very clever. I see that you noticed the weak point of my binding curse, said Broly with his arms crossed, as if he didn't care that his spectacular attack had failed. I had some inspiration at the last moment, you know the saying. The devil knows more by old than by devil, Morrow answered with more arrogance than Broly. And the devil is represented with certain features of goat. I hope that this joke was intentional. This would help you to earn points as an ingenious and funny villain. There are not many in this manga anime, said Broly, breaking the fourth wall before a Dragon Ball character. I have no idea what the hell you're saying, boy. Are you sure your head is fine? Morrow replied, rather bewildered and angry. Morrow, while was being restrained by Broly's curse, he tried to analyze it to find his weakness, and by Broly's words he understood that it was necessary to continuously supply energy for this spell to continue to have this effect, and that this magic had something to do with his eyes. After making memory, he realized that when he performed certain spells the eye of his forehead had some change, which made him think that there was some relationship between his magic and his third eye, and at the last moment decided to try. Using his telekinesis, Morrow redirected part of the light that Broly was concentrating directly on his juggin. And he was right, by blinding Broly for a few moments caused the power supply applied to the juggin binding curse to be cut off, therefore Morrow could recover his mobility and escape at the last moment of the photon attack. But I think you should worry about what is coming on you this time, Morrow said between laughs, making gestures with the hands with which he seemed to perform a lot of strength. Broly looked at the sky to see what Morrow was referring to with his sarcastic and vengeful phrase and saw that a meteor shower was heading straight towards him. Oh, this is almost like when Madara Uchiha used his gravitational jutsu to launch several giant meteors. But I'm not the Shinobi Alliance, hee. Broly without barely flinching raised his hands and opened his fingers, pointing to the meteorites with them and like a child who was having a great time exclaimed. Transfiguration beam. From Broly's fingers several pink-green beams went towards the meteorites that had already come in contact with the atmosphere, turning them all into harmless cotton candy, which fell on the planet without causing any kind of havoc. Ha! This reminds me about Asteroids, a game with crappy graphics, but it was 1979, you could not ask for much either. But with this I got good score. Oh. And thanks for buying me candy, Grandpa, Broly said sarcastically as he materialized a stick and smeared it with cotton candy to aid it. Morrow surprised once again by the various skills of Broly, but especially by seeing a technique that a certain being was able to perform in the past, decided to get serious. The warming was over. You are a box of surprises, boy. I think it's time to show you my true magic, said Morrow, making gestures with his hands to prepare his spell. HHH, from the feet of Morrow the earth began to crack, and from those cracks appeared geysers of energy that surrounded Morrow. Oh, what a strange technique. This must be the rumored technique with which he absorbs the vital energy of the planets. Well, I won't stay behind either, now you will see my last developed magic. I'm, the bone of my sword. Broly shouted with great seriousness and determination. In the beautiful and brand new Kid 2-9 Premium. After that, radio operator of the Galactic Patrol explained the situation to Jocko. Ties, I don't care what you say, I have to leave here or they will fire me, consider me a criminal. Jocko shouted with tears in his eyes, because he felt that whatever he did would die anyway.